capital punishment in other way. I'm not saying that the spirituality is there. Oh, well, everything is about capital punishment. I'm just telling you that capital punishment is a form of human sacrifice. You
It's
eliminate
one of
human.
them. Okay, yeah,
Wait.
that's true.
It's still human. You want you sacrifice, sacrifice. When you take a life, it's called sacrifice. Any whether it's animal, whether it's human, it's a sacrifice. Now, let me explain something to you. In African spirituality, it's just in, like I said, it's original, it's in tune with nature. Everything in nature was created with both positive and negative. You understand? In African spirituality, there's a negative side and there's a positive side. That's balance. You understand? And that's how God they created everything in the universe with both positive and negative. Now, even you as a human being, you are created with both positive and negative force. That's why you have the ability. Wait, let me learn. Let me learn.
That's what I just said. That's the reason why I said what I did said. Yeah,
Okay,
go on.
and I'm trying to I'm trying to tell you why people with the propaganda Western people do or people do to discard the entire African spirituality that is negative. It's like they point at the negative side. Now, in the African spirituality, in Yoruba, we call something they call the left of Ifa and the right of Ifa. In that left, I can go there and go do some destructive things. You understand? In the right, it's all about fixing things, building things, fixing society. That's what it's all about. So I'm not going to see and tell you that, yeah, there's no negative side. That's absolutely true. And there is no material or nothing in this planet doesn't have a positive side or negative side. It's just a human application. Is it fire? You can use fire to burn down an entire community. You can also use fire to do some good things. Cook,
Right.
industrialize.
Right.
Is it knife? Is it metal? You can use metal, turn it into knife to kill people. Or you can use the same metal, turn it into knife to cook, to cut, to do some good things. Is it nuclear uranium? You can use it to use power, create power plants to supply electricity, or you can use it to do atomic bomb. Is the human being? You can wake up in the morning and decide to go help your fellow human being or do good things, fix society, and you can also wake up in the morning and decide to go kill people and steal and do everything. So African spirituality is the original. It's created with both positive and negative. But unfortunately, people who go into them, people that do propaganda to try to kill it, to try to destroy your head, go into the negative thing side of you, where people go exploit the negative side to do evil, and which later fall on them. They start telling you this is what they do over there. That's all they do over there. It's all about negative. They don't tell you how. Priest, 99% of his work is to fix people's lives, clear people's aura, clear their negative aura, fix their spirit. That's 90% of what they do. The destructive part, there are times in life where destruction has to happen. It's like war. When you can be the greatest human being in this war, when war comes, you have to turn to a demon to survive. You have to be ready to kill to survive. So God did not create absolute peaceful world. But Christian will brainwash you like it's all about love and soft and this. Islam will tell you it's all about peace and this. What about jihad? Islam will breed you if you fuck up. So negative and positive is built together. So people use propaganda to convince you that something is all good or something is all bad.
Yeah. So on that note, I was waiting for you to educate me, but to be honest, I haven't had anything, in response to what I said. However, on that note, can we all agree that everybody should have the right to practice their own religion? As long as their religion does not hurt or affect other people's way of life and interfering in other people's
Yeah, let's let Midwest go ahead. Midwest.
Hello, good evening. I don't know if my network is working good. Are you people hearing me?
Yeah, clearly.
This is the problem. Are you people hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I greet your house and I greet everybody. Okay. I will support Mike to some degree, and at the same time, I also support everybody who is also a Muslim, who is also a Christian. As Mike rightly said, what Christianity is preaching is of two faces to a single person, one part positive, one part negative. If the negative is not there, you will not be able to tell somebody to do the right thing. So Islam is the same thing. You talk to people in Islam, don't kill, don't do this, don't do that. But that does not stop anybody because he's a Muslim, if he is provoked, that he cannot decide to do whatever that comes to his mind. But in Africa, the real problem we have in Africa, traditional religion is this. Those who were really like the priest, the current situation of things around Africa have really tempered with them as well. They are not able to secure their mind the way it used to be. But however, the religion of Africa, as Mike said, it was completely perfect. The Islam came. If you want to go deep to the history, you will understand that Islam came with enslavement against the black race. Christianity came the same thing, although the European Christianity, not the Christianity that was in Ethiopia, because that was directly from Jerusalem and some of African places. Mike said, as an African man, every language supposed to be having a name of God. Maybe Islam, wipe it out completely. Now we say God in it to Salobo. I go to every tribes and languages, they have a name for it. But the unique thing is that we are similar in practice. No, there is positive side, there is negative side. Once this power is available, it is not left for you to use it the way you want to use it. There come the mind. It is not Quran that tell Africa man adultery is wrong. This is what I want to say here. And it's not the Bible that teach a Bini Yoruba and the people around those areas who practice like Olokun, who practice Ogun, practice whatever. It's not Bible that told them adultery is a sin before God. It is not the Bible and Quran that taught our people, particularly the area where you call Yoruba today, Bini and other places, that and your mother, so that your days will be long. It was our tradition. They never read Bible to know that. Now, it is not Bible who told us we should give up our child for marriage. They have been practicing their marriage in their own way. They may marry more than one wife. It is their way of marriage. Now, it is not the Bible. The only thing they teach, whether Quran or all, is what this my brother just referred to. It says sacrifice. Sacrifice is complex, depends on what kind of thing you want to sacrifice. But when I was growing up, I have never seen a human for sacrifice in the place I come from. And when you look at those areas,
come on, that's not a fact. The custodia of evil our chief in the south. In the history, we should not try to change things here. They use the people for sacrifice.
They use what?
Right.
AY, can I talk, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, it seems to be protecting our tribal sentiment here. It's not about tribal sentiment. We need to be honest and objective. There were some bad aspects of Christianity and our traditional religion, and I think that was why a lot of people tend to depart from our traditional religion. Yes, they used to chop off people's heads for human sacrifice. They still do that now in Ijebu-Ode in Nigeria. They still do that. When an Oba dies and all that, all sort of gory things happen in the background. It's still done.
Even in Benin.
But you have to explain what is being done. You can't just say it's being done. You have to explain what is being done. Why is it done and what?
Bro.
Okay, explain why it's done.
I don't. But that's barbaric.
If you don't know, then go do your research. Then, okay, it's like in America. Okay, listen. If I visit the United States, right, and I show up,
is cannibalism also barbaric? Is cannibalism also barbaric?
It is, of course.
I just explained something to you earlier.
Mike, you're breaking my thoughts.
Okay, go ahead. Make your
now. somebody mentioned about human sacrifice, and I don't know whether it was you or the other gentleman that said, how about capital punishment? Capital punishment is a different thing. Even
It's
in
a
our
human
traditional
sacrifice as
religion.
well. What do you mean is the different? It's a human sacrifice.
Wait, please. Yeah, and you can present your rebuttal. Now, in our traditional religion, when you take a man's life, your life will be taken as well. Is that not capital punishment? That is different from human sacrifice. So let's get a
Define
balance on these
sacrifice.
things. What my point exactly is, every religion has its own vices that should be questioned. I do not condemn, I cannot condemn our traditional, our religion acknowledges that there's a God. Even if you go to South America, the Aztec and all that used to chop off people's head, and they believed that they heard from God. The priest, that was what they were doing
Did the
all the
Aztec tell you
time.
that, or was
Was
the
that right?
Europeans that told you that?
Huh?
Was it the Aztec that told you that, or was it the Europeans that told you that? And that's the problem. Everybody consume information from Europeans.
The Aztec acknowledges that. Go and read,
Really?
my friend.
Okay, cite me,
Yes,
cite
go and read.
one.
Go and do your research.
No, I've done my research, and I've actually done my research. I've met the Aztec people, and they say it's Europeans writing, they're telling who they were and everything. So the Europeans tell everybody's story. The same thing they tell an African story. They'll go tell everybody's story just to. We all know they are racist. We all know, and I don't know why African will go to Europeans to go learn about other people.
Mike, can I say something, please?
Okay.
What I wanted to say is this. See, when we start putting this kind of narratives on our religion, it baffles me, because the core of the Christian religion is based on the sacrifice of a man for the rest of the world. Okay? Now, human sacrifice in Yoruba language, in Yoruba tradition, or in African culture or tradition is not.
More than one voice now. What's going on?
I think you need to turn
sorry.
Can somebody mute themselves?
It's just the shout. It's just the shout. They interfere. It's just the shout.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Jide, we can hear conversations from your background, so maybe somebody else can come in.
Yeah, I mean, so in my opinion, you know, as I said earlier, it seemed like we're still going round, like, you know, around the circle. You know, respecting your, not imposing your religion on other people, and you know, as long as your religion is not harming anybody else, you know, we should learn how to live, you know, with differences in this world. But however, you know, for the entire African continent to go back to their own little gods, like, or different gods, or their own big gods, or whatever, recipe for another disaster. Because that's how we started. So we're gonna have more reason, you know, to be divided than to be together. Because we need something that we maybe we should find. I don't know how to describe it.
What's this
Maybe
together you're talking about? Are we together now?
No, but we are not together right now. But we're trying to find a way to actually do that. But by
no. When have you seen two different African spirituality practitioners fighting each other? Is it not the Muslims and Christians are fighting everybody in everywhere? When have you seen people practicing their spirituality going to kill other people because they are not practicing what they practice?
No. People are fighting each other in Africa based
over
on
spirituality,
religion, culture, land.
No. Name a group of people that are fighting over spirituality. Name besides Muslims and Christians.
I mean, I don't have problem with spirituality, because the reality is
name when people that practice Igbo spirituality are fighting people that practice Yoruba spirituality.
If you look at to back up to what Niger was saying, I was driving listening. You know, how the religion actually stemmed back from Africa. You know,
what?
In fact, most of the religion that's practiced today in the world, You know, you can trace it back to Nubia. You know, even in West Africa, most of the religion. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, even the religion, this traditional religion that we practice in West Africa right now.
How the sense you're trying to make is this? How the sense you're trying to make is this? There's some things you do that affect your psyche. For example, you as a black child growing up, and you have been presented a picture of a blue-eyed, blonde-haired man called Jesus, and you are being told that that's your Lord and your personal Savior. Yeah, you have a right to accept it, but what does that do to your psyche? When you grow up believing your God looks like another person, your prophet is an Arab man. It's all, yeah, we're not here to say you don't have right to accept it or do it. But what we are saying is, we are suffering. We have a problem of inferiority complex among black people, right? And we are telling the origin of that problem.
Trust me, bro. I don't have problem with that. I do not see.
Come on, man. You know, when a Arab man show up in your village, in your tribe, where you all practice Islam, you will welcome him quick, even if he's coming to kill you.
If I see one in my village now, I'll actually chase him out. I'll run him out.
It's because you've traveled out, you've been around, you discovered them.
Now I'll run him out. Honestly, I would.
You know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because you've left Africa, you travel around the world. You say racism. You know that. Oh wow, these people really don't like me. But average African that never left Africa, they were born and raised.
This is where we need to
Islam and Christianity. When they see white people,
Mike just made a point. This is where we need to educate our people and expose our people to different social aspects, not just the religious aspect, because these are not the solutions only. You know, I understand going back to our
only.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised.
Argument here.
You'll be surprised. A lot of people, lot of tribes in Africa, including my tribe, they're still practicing their own religion. Some of them are doing it either secretly or they're doing it, you know, both ways. They're following Islam and they're practicing their own religion. But some of them are actually still stuck to that old ways. Yeah. In fact, one of the
why is the old ways? It's the way. There's no such thing as old way. Way is the way.
Okay, the real way. Okay. In fact, if you know, you probably know about the Buddha Fula. Yeah. When Islam came, what did they do? They're like, nah, fuck this, man. I'm not part of it. They run into the forest. Yeah.
Do you know that the forest places in Africa,
those Buddha no other Fula care about them, you know, because they did not join Islam. They don't care. They don't even count. You know what I mean? They just move from forest to forest, you know, just to preserve their old, you know, their original culture, you know, and their tradition. You know, I understand where, you know, there should be a need for, you know, our traditional religion to be actually reinforced and protected. You know, I'm all for that. However, I am not in favor of actually, you know, dictating on people to actually, you know, follow one set of religion, you know, if that's not what.
But no one is dictating them, man.
Yeah. That's what.
But how? You know, the only group of religion people that dictate that everybody follow one set of religion are the Muslims, particularly, and Christian as well. No one else in Africa is dictating that anybody else will follow their own religion. You know that, right? We study jihad of if you study history of sub-Saharan Africa, even Northern Nigeria. The Muslims are the one that came. They will behead if you don't accept their religion. Even today, they're the one that don't want any other people around them.
I know we have.
Hold on, Mike.
Mike, our people happened that got smashed into this jihadi movement. When he came, when invaders came to Africa, it's always been our people that always, you know, are the first people that actually get touched and get moved and get touched and get moved. And we have to follow them, and while the other people, because the thing is, some people are protected based on their geography in the continent. Some people are a bit more in a safer zone than the others. Some people because our continent is big, it's massive, and you know, some part of the continent are not.
Do you know that the Sahara Desert used to be green? Do you know the Sahara Desert, the other area used to be green?
Of course, that used to be one of the.
Do you know why it became a desert? Because there was no more rainfall. Because the Africans they don't worship their gods anymore, so they don't have rainfall there anymore. So Islam turned that place to desert. Right. Islam came and turned the place to desert because the African gods don't rain over there. Don't allow the place to rain. You know. So if you look at all the Islamic part of Africa, the whole place has become desert. Somalia to Niger to other. I got this, and because the African gods, the god of the rain, they don't worship the gods anymore, so it doesn't rain anymore.
Those areas were very populated, and the land were overused, and stuff like that. A lot of civilization.
Come on, man! Come on now, are you kidding me? That's the least populated area, man. Come on.
Of course,
Islam came and the place became desert, man. Africa is the land of the gods. When you abandon those gods, you shall suffer. The land will suffer. It's the land of the gods. If you don't, where I'm from, listen, if we don't appease Shango, we won't get rainfall. We have to appease Shango. In fact, I can show you a video where we control the rain, You know what I mean? So other area, when Islam came there, when the old things ended, the place became desert. If the whole continent abandoned African spirituality, the whole continent become desert. I'm telling you. So the danger is what I'm showing you here, We are the people of the
reality
gods.
Hold on, I bet Mike, tell some go make you give us lights, then we will get electricity.
Tell him
that one.
He was
listen, Shango already gave me
Mike, I'm gonna send my.
So you come and plant a pole and run wire for you, right? It's one that will come and plant pole, run wire to your house, and send electricity to your house, Abi. It's not Abi. Oh no, if you ask them, you come and cook your dinner for you too, now, Abi.
Mike,
you're hungry. Shango should come and cook your dinner, right?
Mike,
that's how you guys think. The black man is lazy. Your part is what you're not doing. That's why you're poor. See, the gods already the gods already put everything in Africa for you to use to help yourself. But you are the lazy one that don't do anything for yourself, and you blame the gods.
Can you tell him to send me a glass of palm wine, man? Palm wine.
Exactly. You see, that's what you guys do. Black man is lazy, and he blames his gods for his laziness.
We are behind.
The black man don't want to do shit, and then he blame his gods. He blame somebody else. He either blame another black man, or you blame the god. Oh, the gods didn't give me this. No, get off your ass. The God already gave you brain. God created you with everything you need. The same way He created a white man. He didn't create a white man with two heads. He didn't create a Chinese man with two heads. Those people, they get on the ass. They build a science lab. They take materials from nature. They do experiments. They do research, and then they figure out how to build something they want to enjoy. But you want to sit on your ass, and you're telling Shango to come and build something for you. Are you kidding me, man?
So bring grain.
Well, the desert was full of millet. Millet was one of the grains that was grown in the desert before
before Islam came and the place became desert.
Well, yeah, Mike. Mike got beef with Islam,
Yeah, let's bring.
watch out! What happened, Mike?
Let's bring Babate into the conversation. BT, come in.
Boy, Mike. So let's know. Thanks for holding it down. I know what they're talking about. I just came up here to implore our friends in the foreign religion to stop robbing us of our identity. Stop calling your gods Olodumare. Stop all those things that you've robbed people of. Just take it back. If you want to worship, because it's crazy to me that a black man in Africa is bound to a god from Israel, or it was weird. It doesn't make any sense. These are gods for their own people. They even tell you in their book it's for them. But for some reason, somewhere, you abandon yours to go bow down to one foreign god somewhere, where your own spirituality is your essence as a black man. A black man is just different. As a black person, your spiritual connection to the God, to the soil itself, is just different from anybody else. And most of you are suffering today across the world because you abandoned those principles. You abandoned your spiritual principles. That is the reason most of you are suffering. And until Africa can return back to that, we can have all this economic development, but we will never reach our potential. The very primary instinct that you must first address is your spirituality. If you do not address that as a black person, there's no hope for the continent. That has to be taken care of. You have to unlearn many things. I've heard people make fun about Songo when Mike was talking. That is no joke. that are God for fertility, that are God for healthcare. I'm in healthcare, so I know healthcare, spirituality, knowledge, wisdom, many things that we have gods for. These things that we abandoned. Until we can return to all those things, we will always struggle. The white man is not your yardstick for success. It should not be the standard. It's your spirituality that should dictate how fast you grow as a people. And people come here and make fun of it and quote from books that they can't even verify where it came from. One in one way is not something that you as the same individual should even rely on. One man somewhere met God in a cave somewhere that you never heard of, and you are here bowing your head to that God. It doesn't make sense. It does not. Let me just leave it here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounded like someone that knew what they was talking about, right?
So have you also rendered to Babati's submission? No pushback. Well done, Babati.
I want no.
You
I
finished
want
with logic.
I want.
No, I think he was responding to someone talking about the so maybe that person can respond back to him.
Yeah, please. Anybody, if you are, we can have that debate right now. You can come up if you have the balls. If your balls are not missing, come up here and let's have that talk. Let's see how long you last confronting me.
So
Isn't it quite a thing that all this Arabian isn't it quite a thing that all these Arabian religions imported from the Middle East are superimposed on yours, and then they tell you that yours is nativist, is paganism, and you just abjectly surrender to that? That's just that's a wow. That's just amazing.
You can't even the saddest part of it is one man is the saddest part of it is even when you provide evidence. I am in healthcare, we have what is called evidence-based practice. And on your platform, I have actually shared my own personal story about mental, like in terms of Ogunsoye, how you can literally tell the Ifa to me is a pathfinder. There's many things that Ifa it will tell you how your life should be, what you should do in life, how you can grow. And I'm saying, as an example myself, I can prove that this is the way you should go as a Black person. I don't have to go out and pray on a mountain for 40 days to an unknown God.
Babati, can I stop you there?
Actual evidence.
Babati, can I stop you there? There's a distinction between religion and spirituality. You're now talking about spirituality, which I agree with you 200%. Go on.
Let's have that debate because I've had people have. So please, just can you define both? So before we engage, the difference between both. As an African, just you tell me the difference between spirituality and religion.
Okay.
Sorry, I mean culture. I mean culture, whatever you want to put it.
Well, culture and religion is very similar. It's a way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, spirituality runs deeper than culture or religion. It's actually connecting to your essence that you touched on some few minutes ago, and that is the thing. That is what I keep saying. Because right now I go to church and all that, but there are a lot of things now I'm starting to question of how stuff. I mean, like pastors tell you these and all that, and they go back. They are doing the. See, I'm trying to question. So I mean, there's been a question about tithes, about how stuff should be. A lot of people have started questioning: is why should this be? Show me. In fact, we're talking about marrying two wives. There's no place in the Bible, since I've been reading the Bible, that says that when you marry more than one wife is a sin. But right now, you go and try, your wife will drag your ass to the courts for marrying the second wife in the Western culture, and it's an offense. But whereas,
can I ask you a question?
One is way of
Sorry,
one is way of life, and the other one is
can I ask Tone? Why do people marry for love again? As an African now, I'm having that talk with you. Marriage is between two families. It's a spiritual connection between two families.
Exactly.
How can you as a man just say, "Oh, I found this lady, I'm in love," without doing any spiritual investigation? Any
Exactly.
of the family, of the culture? You just say because you're in love and your God said this is the man of my dreams and my pastor confirmed it, and that is it.
Exactly.
I have issues with that. That's the issue where you have all these divorces across the place because you didn't do your
I agree
diligence.
with you totally. Because back in the day, people used to investigate in with the family and say, well, okay, do they have this? Where are they coming from? It wasn't anything divisive. It runs deeper. That's the spirituality I'm talking about. That we have lost our spirituality at some point.
honestly, my tribe to do it before they marry the woman. They go and find out about the family and stuff like that. Back home, like especially those traditional ones, they would do it. They would do their
So
investigation and stuff like that. So it will be in practice, in a lot of tribes. I
Okay,
know for a fact.
sorry.
so in Islam, it's even a three-way thing to get married, right? You seek the face of God, you consult, go investigate the family, her family background or whatever, or his family background. Then you also ask from public, seeking public opinion about the person. These are even three ways. So when you say you worshiping one god in Ogun State, whether you call it Ongu, and they're gonna choose a wife for you or whatever, other religion they even do more spiritual things to get this union because it involves families, as somebody rightly said.
Tone, can you? I'm trying to
Yep.
figure out your perspective. Like what you said, spirituality. Like what? First of all, what do you believe, and what do you disagree with me on? So I know where you're coming from.
What my belief is pandering to recently, and when I say recently, maybe in the last 2 years, because after the COVID, a lot of my perspectives started changing. Because I had COVID, I wasn't even supposed to be here. It just by mercy and by I started questioning a lot of things. Now, I believe right now I'm trying to connect to my spirituality. And when you connect to your spirituality, because it is you. I mean, it's not. When you see me, it's a picture of me, but I run deeper than my skin or my culture. The real you is a spiritual being. That's what I'm trying to connect.
Okay, so thank you for bringing that up. So let's use you as a case study, not to be personal. I don't. Are you? What tribe are you? Are you Yoruba? Are you? Let's just. Are you Nigerian or are you African or?
I'm Nigerian. My ancestry is Igbo. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So I
Yeah,
can
but
tell.
I connect more. I identify more with the Yorubas because that's
Right.
where some of my adult
So,
life I had from coming back from England as a child, and I went back. I live in England at the minute.
So okay, so this is what it is. Once you say you're Igbo, I already know. I mean, Yoruba. There's some similarities in terms of that. That means where you come from, your family, what not just culture itself, the tribe, what we call Abba,
Yes.
the subculture of that you come from. There is a God. You have a soul tie to that God.
Yes.
There's a
Yes.
soul tie to that God. So if you want to discover spirituality, that is the first thing you need to investigate. What God do I have soul ties to? Like in our own culture, in my own Agboli now, we have soul ties to Ogun for instance, and there are things that I do or I cannot do. The way I dress, I don't wear anything dark. I can't eat some certain foods. So so if you really want to connect to your spirituality, that would be the first thing for you to investigate.
Oh my
So
God, you're the first person they're just talking saying that I'm beginning to understand. So when
right.
you say these things, some people going to church or Muslims will say, you're deviating, you're running mad. And that is where we're missing it.
Right.
That's where we're missing it.
So it's two ways. It's either once you find out, you can break soul ties. You can do that and say, I don't want to. It's fine. But some people in their family, especially if you are from the priesthood of that culture, that's why people get the most problem. If you're from the priesthood of that culture and you abandon those gods that you have soul ties to, they will always torment you in life. You always have issues, problems, that's because you as a priest in that culture are supposed to worship or do something every year to appease that God on behalf of everybody. So when you leave to Lagos and you travel and you abandon those things and you don't sever those soul ties with them, they will bother you. Because but conversely, if you appease them, they will bless you. So you see, so the first thing, if you want to really connect with your spirituality, you must first find out you have what we call like the version of a priest in your culture. We call it that can help you navigate that space and tell you the history and what's going on with you, what you need to do. So that would be the first thing I think you should first do to reconnect. So they will tell you, okay, you are here. This is where you're supposed to be. Do this, do that. So that would be the first thing that I would recommend for you to do to reconnect back to your spirituality. Just saying from the outside, looking in.
Yeah.
But you can come to Ifatu. We welcome you.
Yo, BT, can I ask you a question, brother? As an African brother, what is like African spirituality? Like, I'm trying to learn more about it.
Okay.
Explain it to me.
The basis of it is this. So everybody has a variation of it, but the basis is this: you have a tie to a higher power that have you on earth for a purpose. You have priesthood that would let you know what that purpose is. So that's the connection. So I, as a being on earth, I have a divine purpose. But the first thing I need, so I think Mike, I was not listening earlier. I'm sure Mike touched on it. So when a child is born in the Africans and in most African cultures, you do what is called in Yoruba, they will call it akosejaye. So that means the baby is laid before the gods, and they will tell the family, this is what the child's supposed to do. This is what he's supposed. This is how he gets there. So it's a pathfinder. So he tells you it's supposed to be like my elder brother now. Everything when he was born, they told him, anything you would do in life has to be connected to water. When I was born, it was about you are going to go into medicine. So everybody, even at that age, we already knew where we were heading as children. We already knew. You get my point? So you fulfill that purpose in life. That is the whole point of your purpose as an African. You're supposed to know. You cannot be an African and be walking headless across the globe without knowing why you're on earth. So it's to fulfill that destiny that God or whatever you believe as that to help other people. So that's pretty much the African spirituality itself. Like you worship the higher God, but through you, it blesses the earth through the works of your hand or whatever it is designed for you to accomplish in life. The issue is that many Africans are in the wrong place. Many of you, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say to you, most of you in diaspora are even supposed to be back home. Some of you come to America, to the UK, to the US. You're not even supposed to be here.
Is it showing appreciation to the African, ancestors? Like, is that spirituality? It's different among different people.
Yeah, but appreciation to Africa. No, you see, no, you can appreciate African ancestors, but it has to be yours. You cannot just say, "Oh, I'm worship." Yeah, you can pay homage and say, "Oh, worship." No, but it has to be, like I said earlier, from your own family, because that is tied to you. When you bless the people from your own family, it helps your own journey. A few weeks ago, I still did some sacrifice to Ogun. I still did that. Okay, that is because to me that is tied to me. I can do a shout out to the Shango people and Oya people. Hey, kudos to you guys, but that is not really tied to me. You see my point? So it's about narrowing down that connection. Is the point? You have too many gods to start going all over the place. Narrow it down to the one that is focused on your own destiny, on your own path in life.
No, when you say gods, you confuse them because they're thinking you are saying supreme God. You can say if you want to talk to a Christian, you can say use a term. What you are referring as God is what you refer as angels.
Sorry.
Or the Muslim would say the Malaikas.
Okay, sorry about that. I hope you don't get
those are the Orishas, the deities.
Yeah. So don't. We should be careful using those broad terms. African spirituality is too broad. Find your own path within that space.
So, but let me explain it this way. Right? I'll use a Christian kind of similarity. In Christianity, right, they believe in God, the supreme God, and then they believe in angels, right? They will say God will send angel Michael to do this, angel Gabriel to do that, angel this to do that. So, in our spirituality, we have the supreme God, Olodumare, right? Now, Olodumare sent the Orishas, who are you guys call the angels, to come to earth to actually do the work. So they are the ones that work with human beings. They work with us to get things done. They do the work. They're like the ministers. They're messengers of the supreme God. So they are the one that come to work with us. They are the one we work with. We associate with them. The supreme God himself is not going to come and do the work. He assigned them different of those deities, which we call the gods. So each of them have their role, their powers, their different elements to nature. Tied to nature, gift. One is a God of divination, God of knowledge and wisdom that tell you the past, present, and future. One is a God of like healing. One will be the God of war. One is the one for what's the word? Fertility. So they all have their different roles. So they're here to assist the human beings. So that's why we relate to them. We associate with them. When we're having a problem.
Let me ask you a question. Those that practice this Africa religion, whatever you call it. I need to ask you a question. So, do you believe in prophets that have been measured in Abrahamic religion, like say you hear Prophet Muhammad, Jesus Christ, Prophet Abraham, Prophet Adam, like what is the connection between these people and this our Africa religion? One. Two, are we referring to the same God? When we say God, like Muslim call their own God?
It's not, no.
Hold on, let me finish. Okay. Let me ask a question. It's a question. Christian call their own God, the Judaism call God, right? Are we referring to this God? Which God are you referring to? What is the connection between this prophet? Who God sent to come and set up this religion? What are the guidelines? What book do you follow? What do you follow?
Okay, first of all, when I look at those things, I always laugh at them because, first of all, I don't have business with them. That's one. These are people from another world bringing knowledge to my world. Two, my way, right, predates their own because the African, the Yorubas, I will speak specifically, we have what you guys call scriptures, the stories, the odus, you understand, which only the priest can learn, that talk about the history, the knowledge of when life began, how everything came, how the rivers, the element of nature were all created, how the world started. We have that knowledge. The first people, in fact, we have the story of how the world was created. The planet, even before scientists started discovering other planets, we already talked about it. Like there are different planets, they are not habitable, including the one we live in was not habitable until the supreme God sent the deities to come and make it habitable. And when the deities came, they used their powers to make it habitable. And the forces on this earth that make the world habitable, there's a particular deity associated with it. If we're talking about the water, we talk about Oshun. In the story of creation, she created the. Wait, let me learn. She created the waters. I'm answering your question. We are telling you that our own actually talk about how life began from the beginning and how we connect to that nature. You understand? So these people, before Islam and Christianity came, they used to come be the student of the Africans. And some philosopher from those areas decided to create their own religion. Christianity, Islam, they were all created. And their stories are a bunch of fallacies. To me, it's just to control. So when I look at those stories, because I'm very knowledgeable, I just laugh at it. Like, okay, some individual decide to deceive people just for them to follow him. He decided to write story like, oh, there was a man named Abraham. Oh, he did this, he did that. It's just a book. I can write a book too and convince a bunch of uneducated people, ignorant people to follow it and believe that it's not like it's a word of God. No, it's a word of man. Those books, those stories were just a bunch of story, group of men put together to control the people.
In your religion, who was the first man on earth?
The first humans were the deities. They were the first. They came first.
Does he have it?
I can give it. All of them came together. Oshun, she's a lady. She came with them. Obatala, Shango, Ogun. The deities were the first to come, and when they came, right, and they are our ancestors. We came through them. They started. Through them we came. So they are our ancestors. That's why we call them we're worshiping ancestral worshiping. We are the children of gods. We are
last question.
They call us the children of Irumole, the children of the gods.
Last question for me. How come these names you are calling, they are just Yoruba name? Are you telling me
they also exist in other languages? I just told you earlier now.
Hold on.
Are you telling me other tribe in Senegal, in Mali, in Gambia, in other Africa country, Ghana, they have their own similar people that were sent from different God, or is the same God you're talking about?
It's the same. It's the same. We just have different languages. We call it different name. Like the way you can know who they're talking about. Listen, your name is AY, right? On this show. If I go somewhere else, somebody might say your name. I don't know. You have different names, right? You have someone I know you as John. You go somewhere else, someone else might know you as Kelvin. But how do we know we are talking about the same person? When they begin to describe you, right? Oh, the guy, it looks like this, and show me your picture. And so, oh, that's the AY that I know. You call him Kelvin, you call him John, right? So I told you, if I go to Igbo land and they mention Amadiora, I will like, okay, describe Amadiora to me. They will say Amadiora is the god of lightning and thunder. And I know they are talking about Shango in Yoruba land because Shango is the god of lightning and thunder. It's the same thing when I travel to Ghana or Benin Republic. They speak different language. They would name, this is a deity. And when I've met different priests from different part of Africa, and when I go there, they'll say this person, even in Congo, there was a Congolese priest, there was traditional priest, that was describing one deity. And when he described the deity, I know he was talking about Osoin from Yoruba land. Osoin, he's a god of the Abba medicine. So we describe them, it's the same. Africans have the same deities. We just we speak different language, so we have different names for them.
Well, I just confirm what I want to confirm. I wish you good luck. That is why it's difficult for me to have discussion with tradition, because what you guys believe, we don't even connect.
So that's fine, man. That's fine now. Nobody's there to try to.
As a Muslim, I can have discussion with a Christian because we connect in some way.
You got similar thing now. Your book.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something? You see what he's doing there? He's saying the Abrahamic religion is religion that he can use to connect to his fellow black men. That's basically what he's saying.
Exactly.
And that is really sad for me to say. That really sad. And he's saying exactly. You have to understand that the creation, it's basically black people invented God. Africans invented God. And all other cultures that you see around the world, they got it from. Hold on, we invented the understanding and worshiping of God. We invented it. So let's not start. It was started in Africa. You saw that video earlier on that was played that shows that this concept of creation started from Africa itself. So it's not something that is new. So let's not start acting as if the only way you connect to God. When people call it differently, like some people use Oromila, Chuku, and all the rest, it's because of their different languages that has evolved. It doesn't mean they don't understand the concept of God. They all believe in the concept of God itself. So, and for you to be saying, because they don't call it the same name, we can't relate. You can modernize it. Because the world has changed from what it was before.
Tunajat, the problem is you're trying to convince Abrahamic religions, and they look at this different way. African people were spiritual before Abrahamic religions, and you can go back many years. They were spiritual. They might be the first spiritual people in the planet.
Which people?
The African people, black people.
It was. It's not even it's not even me. It was. This is not even a debate. It's a proven fact. It was from the continent that all the creation myths came from. So,
and if you can even look at cave painting, and it shows different religions.
Yeah. So
can I add one thing real quick? They said the first man is from Africa.
Yeah.
So if the first beings are from Africa, those first beings are not supposed to be worshiping a god from the Middle East. I'm lost here. I mean, what is all this now?
Who is
who is the first man that is from Africa? Who?
No. You're confusing.
The first man is the best man from Africa. What is
the
one is named to be Chike?
The first human beings were known to be from Africa. The oldest DNA are from the African soil. Even DNA will tell you that. So if the first people that are made are from Africa, and the person that made them, the spiritual God that made them in Africa, how are they worshiping a god?
Abrahamic religion you're talking about? Yeah, it's not that old though. It's not that old. Abrahamic religion is really not that old. African spirituality goes way back. If you actually have looked into it, Abrahamic religions are something new. And
very new. The Egyptian one is even longer. The Egyptian one has been around even longer than the Abrahamic this thing one. Exactly. And the Tasseti this thing, religious this thing. If we go further and further back, you're going to find that Africans is the one we are the ones that spread most of all these things around the world. And then some of us, I guess you can argue that it's like McDonald's, isn't it? They created a form of religion that is a kind of like McDonald's because it's spread everywhere and it's more convenient, because that's the question AY was asking. How do you relate from one religion to the other religion? That is where modernization of the religions comes from. And if you don't even have to modernize it. Somebody asked earlier on about what is the difference between religion and spirituality. In reality, what they've done with Christianity right now is left only spirituality in the religion. They removed the science from it. They removed the governance from it. They removed the law from the religion. And most of Islam right now is still tied. Almost all of them are still infused in the religion. So that is the difference. And maybe that's where we have to understand the path we need to tread. We have to create a more uniform spirituality and decoupling it from the other two. This even AY went on to say we have to separate religion from
I just want to say
governance.
something. I want to add this, brother. African spirituality was open-minded. They added knowledge to it, and people looked into space. And these people are open-minded.
Yeah. Andre, give me just 1 second. Let me just acknowledge the super chatters that we've had so far. Shout out to America First Rifleman for a nice $2. Coins, right? Coins. I was trying to say coins, but in a coin way. Dusty Islam must go. Mashallah, I agree with you. Shout out to Alexis, $2 super chat over there. Nothing there, just trying to hide away from demon time. Shout out to Spellcaster, my Nigerian brother from Canada, who is getting cooked to get on this panel this time. Joking. What up, fam? And Kaiser, shout out to you, brother, and appreciate for the support. And also shout out to Wale Babs. I don't know. I believe he's a Yoruba. Big up, one man. Shout out to you guys. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Make sure you like and share the stream.
Yeah. So even AY said that we had to decouple this in religion and this in from the state. And this is something other religions have done. So we have to come up with a new narrative. The Chinese didn't care about religion. They even got rid of it. The Soviets got rid of it. So,
exactly.
Because we forget that the earliest people that practiced this thing, it was almost the earliest form of science, the way they were approaching it. Look at the fundamentals that they started from. They started from nothing. That kind of thinking decided that the creation of the world started from nothing.
Tunaja, what we against is religious supremacy against the Africans. We want to be equal. You can't be supremacist against us because you believe in religion. It should never be like that.
But the question let me tell you what's funny. Universality and whether we can have a universal narrative on the continent.
Tunaja, do you know that our spirituality is more like science? It's really science. It's about studying nature. It's about having a relationship with nature and studying nature. And guess what scientists do? Wait. Guess what scientists do to get discovery? They study nature.
Exactly.
They study nature, and from their discovering nature, they go into physics lab and create what they see in nature. So our way of thinking was more scientific before. Then until now they become religious, and we become religious is not about studying nature. Islam and Christianity is not about studying nature. It's just about bowing down to the invisible God. That's all.
it's often what happened to original religion. They get corrupted, and superstition and all the rest get into it, and then they get corrupted over time. If you look at Islam, even the early stage of Islam, even let's say the early stage of Islam, they were even more innovative than now. Now it's all about acquiring space. It's not about creative thinking. It's not about flexibility. It's not about even accommodating. They were more accommodating before than now. And that
even
is
Africans, we're more into medicine, like putting herbs, creating herbs. We're more creative back then. Even people can say, oh, back then, maybe because Europeans were ahead in terms of putting more of industrial things together and things. People may say we're backward, but we're still kind of creative. If we had been going that same direction, we probably would have been more advanced than Europeans today. But we stopped thinking African. We begin to do like I don't know how we became these dumb people that don't even create anything anymore. We just go to school to read books and speak grammar, and we don't do anything. We don't even manufacture anything. Anything Africa manufactures today is something that's learned thousands of years ago or in the past. We don't do anything with hands anymore. Back then, at least we were thinking. Though we may not be thinking this more the aspiration the Europeans have of trying to build airplane and things. But if we continue to think, reasoning the way we're using our head, relating to nature, because if I go to my village, right, in Yoruba land, a freaking 6-year-old, by the time he's like 6, he already know all the plants, the names and the theories, how to mix them to cure something, to do this. He already learned those things. But if you go to the cities, all these westernized children, they don't know shit. You point at any plant, they don't even know the name. All they know how to do is speak grammar, speak English, and speak French, and say, oh, I'm civilized. And because they're wearing the clothes and the jewelry the white man creates, and they think they're civilized. No, you're actually more backward than the people in the village. But I think those ones, they know something. They know something. They know something in nature, but because no one is investing in them, obviously they are there. They don't have capital.
They are not conceding any of their power to anybody else.
No, the thing is, if you notice, the way, let me tell you the root of our problem in Africa. We tend to invest. Our government system, the way it's set up, is more direct towards westernization, where we tend to invest on people that learn they are westernized. Like companies, or our investment is more towards learning Western, learning English. And if we're learning actually a technology, it will make sense. But we are not really learning anything. We're just learning that, okay, this is blue, this is red, that file is green, oh, that car is this one is that. But we are not actually learning anything practical, like actually philosophical, you know. So then we the people that are actually in the rural part where their brain is more of an organic, thinking more of a natural way, we don't go there to invest on them. Like, okay, we invest in these people here. Think you guys are more related to nature. You know all these rocks. You can name them. You know different rocks. What one is what. You know different plants. You know all these things. We invest in them to go into maybe medicine to help us do research on the medicine or the environment to see what they can create from the environment. But we don't invest in those kind of people. We see them as primitive and stupid, and we just abandon them there. And we focus on westernized Africans, the one that's gone to learn some grammar, and we invest on those ones. Those ones are just absolutely useless. They just hang around cities, drinking beer, waiting for a job, you know. So,
hold on. Make that comment. Then Babati, you said to put this up, so it's up now. Talk us through it. But whoever wanted to make a comment, make that comment, and then Babati talk us through what you said to put up.
Mike, I wanted to just say something. Sorry. I read somewhere that the discovery of vaccine was from a slave from Africa. Now, when they discovered that they are practicing their own side, that it's a Moorish slave, and when they have a new disease that they don't know anything about, they sort of take sample of the person that disease has affected, the blood, and they inject tiny portion into the community so that their own system begins to fight that disease naturally. And that's how they came about this vaccination thing that the West now claim as their own strategy. Now, if with what you're saying, if we are so close to nature as we used to be, we would have invented a lot of things, and that is why we are backward.
No, we didn't invent. Now, were we not the one that even taught, showed them how to do vaccination? We invented
let me clarify for something with the last speaker. We do invest. The difference, we don't mass produce it. So trust me, if you come on Clubhouse every Friday.
No, he said invent. I think he was talking about invent, if I'm not mistaken. Not invest.
He said.
Yeah, we do invent. Yes, we do. Yeah. we do in African medicine. Just come on Clubhouse 12 to 3. Join what is called medical herbalism. You have your African doctors here, and you have your herbalism practice every 3 hours. You will see them there. They will.
Babati, you're into healthcare.
Yeah.
Why don't we start thinking, forward thinking? Since we have all this knowledge, okay, the other gentleman that was talking that when you go to his village, you find kids that can tell you what his plant does and what his plant does, which is very powerful. We have not taken time to actually to start to have a library of these things and say, okay, this is this plant, this is what it does, and actually document it. And that's why we lost a lot of things that we know about over the past 100, 200
because
years.
we look down on they condition us to look down on everything about us, that we are just backward.
Yeah, but anything we do, collating it,
and that's what we're here to do. But people still look at us like we are talking rubbish. Like they've conditioned us to believe everything Africa just dumping and just look to the West for everything. I'm like, dude, you can't be looking to someone else for everything. The Chinese didn't look at this time when the British went to China. The British were ahead of them in advancement, but the Chinese didn't just dump everything by themselves, start speaking English and start going to England for everything they want.
I remember years ago when I was a kid, my maternal grandmother said to my mother that back then, when a woman is looking for a male child and all that, I mean, that was their science. You eat a lot of onions and all that. You within time, when you take in, you give birth to a male child. So I think we should start visiting these things, these African science, if you want to call it that way, and start investigating. Those that are into healthcare, into science, will start going into it and start investigating this thing and documenting it.
Let me respond
going forward.
Let me respond to Tom. So there's this a few weeks ago on the episode we had on Clubhouse. It's this pharmacist that works in the UI. So apparently, all these leaves, leaves in Yoruba, for instance, like they did extensive research in the 60s. Back in the 60s. So they have all the names in English, the botanical name, science name for all these leaves that were named by Nigerians, Yoruba people in the 60s, but it was never published. So what he's doing now is now making them into PDFs. So PDF is not documenting them, and we are bringing all these babas that don't speak English. We are bringing them on so that we can document what they know. So people actually doing that now, so that we can catch up. But there's the physical part of it, but there's also spirituality involved with some of those things.
Sorry to interject. During the COVID, they actually predicted that we're going to drop like flies. But to their amazement till today, they don't know why. You know why? Because most of the food we eat is not just food, they are medicinal. They preserved a lot of people. COVID did not ravage Africa like they predicted, even though there's some people died.
Let me add to that one. Yeah, people actually did sacrifice. So one ruble, there were other people involved though. Yes, trust me. But let me just can you put that stuff up earlier? I wanted to show you guys something. Can you put that screen on earlier? The one I wanted to show you guys. It's a very good read. You need to go and look at it. Can you go up a little bit more? Up a little bit more. Up. Just scroll up a little bit more. Okay, so Scientific African, and go all the way down. Just scroll down. So I wanted to go to a part. So this is the science of Ifa. Odu pretty means code. So just keep going down. I wanted to show you the science of Ifa. Keep going down. So you can see all the science. It's like advanced math.
Wow.
This is Ifa. This is Ifa right here. This is Ifa right here to people that don't even know. So you have all these groupings that will be your advanced calculus. That is in Ifa. So you should get the book. It's called Scientific African. It tells you. So when you see kids doing the Ifa, not on that they're actually coding. It's like you're literally coding in Ifa, and it's all documented.
Is it a book, Scientific Ifa?
Yeah, just check it out. Yeah.
Babati, talk us through what is showing on the screen now. This is the binary system that the whole of the internet is based upon, and there's an argument that they got that from the Ifa divination. So this is Odu Yetu and Odu Meiji. But Babati, talk us through that.
Okay, so basically, you have combinations, right? So if you look at the left side, you see your full arm of Odu, right? So it's all combination. You see the 1-1s going, and you have the 2s, right? When it's old, that means it's 2, right? So you need, first of all, there's variations, right? So you do 1 or you do 2, or you have 2. So depending on what you're confronting for, they mean 2 different things. So if it's just one straight across the board, it means 2 different things. So it's like how do you say it in the probability, whatever, like calculations in math, right? But this one is far more accurate than that. That is how advanced it is. So it's like combination, like you're switching between 1 and 2, but at the same time, you can literally predict. It's even more accurate than the actual probability sign that you have in math. But the third part of the matrix system, that's the one that I got into. But I'm still looking at that one, the AGO base. That one is like that one was really fascinating to me. Like so I've seen people developing apps to interpret all these things for people to use in science, but how do we transmit? How can we make money off of it? Is what is very. But I can only speak more for the science, for the medical part of it. But I was going to tell Tone earlier that when it comes to if it's involving neurology, like in Yoruba culture now, if it's involving neurology, oftentimes things like stroke, like what's it called? What's it called? Like seizures. It's more than just leaves and just herbs. There's also spirituality involved in addressing those issues. So when we bring these people on to talk to us about those spirituality, they cannot talk to some of us that are not really into the culture. We're just Yorubas, but maybe we're not really into Ifa or the spiritual part of it. So they are very cautious in discussing those things with Ogberi. Let me just put it that way. We call them Ogberi if you're like if you're not
neophyte.
Yeah. So they don't want to. So it's about. There was a day we brought one Baba on the show, and this man, before he could even tell us the solution to a particular diagnosis that we came up with, it's like medicine. You have what we call the SOAP note, right? SOAP note. So you so when we came to planning, so we were involved. So what we do is we are very good with assessment. They are very good with prescribing whatever they want from help. So we combine it together to form that group. So when we came to the planning part, it's like before he could even tell us anything, he had to say some things, and he said, "If this information we cannot even reveal it to anybody, and if we use it for anything to help people, we cannot get money from it. It should be done for free." So sometimes medicine in Yoruba culture is meant to be done for free. You cannot get money on it.
For free, yeah. Same thing in Igbo.
If you do it, you'll be cut. So they have all these things that we also working through as well. But in terms of not letting
BT, what about the I've seen some guys doing some Ifa divinations and charging people like £50. What's his name? Franklin. Is that normal?
What is he doing it for though? What kind of consultation is he doing?
No,
so this is the business. Someone sends him £50 or £100, and I don't know where he gets information from, but
Franklin
PDF
is a star now. It's a 419 guy.
Is that 419?
Why are they even making that public? Are they doing it on live? I've not seen that video of it.
No, it's not on live. It's they have a Etsy account where you send £100, and then they give you a PDF document with 2 lines about your, like you ask if it
can make money. Like if he's into that,
that's allowed.
It shouldn't be free. Like if it's like a Oluwo or something. But
okay.
I just don't know.
He's not the one doing the divination. He's like the consultant. So
right.
He connects you to the diviner. So he just pay for his own service. He's come on like
so that's okay.
But the diviner himself, if you want to do divination, and of course people want you to, if you don't have money, he can't turn you around. He can't say he's not going to do it for you. He can't. He's supposed to do it.
Like donation.
He's supposed to do it because the deities may be angry. Even the spirit world will be angry. Like it's more like it's a vessel for the deity to do that. That's his role to help. Like people come, even when people have to do the sacrifice, people can't afford it. The priest have to figure a way to do it for that person. They have to do it on their behalf. So that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay, I see. That makes sense.
So Babati, please, I'm someone that wants to learn some things. I'm not into anything, like I've stated on one show once. All I believe in is that there is a creator, and that's what I believe in. I left Christianity and a long time ago. So, but I want to learn some things about real African religion. I want to learn some things about our roots. So I don't know if you can share some things. This also goes to Mike too. Let me just start going through it, because it's like I'm lost. I feel like I'm far away from something important, and it's calling me. I understand.
Okay, so the like I said, I think I said that to Tone earlier. Can you hear me? Alajide, can you hear me? I said
yes, I can. Yes.
Where are you from? What part of Yoruba are you from? What part of?
From Ekiti State.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
So, and you can get people from that part to talk to you about. I mean, I can leave my stuff behind, and do you live in America or you live in where do you live?
It's funny. I live in Lagos.
Yeah, come on, man. You live in Lagos, so that's even better. So yeah, so basically, like I said, I was saying to earlier, you need to find out. Like, what is your?
It wasn't only Yoruba that was using the binary code. I think most African cultures, including the Ethiopians, were known to be doing the same thing. It's just something. If some of the earliest maths have been found in Africa, so it's not new. And our own culture is just that. I get the point of highlighting this, and I think in this new age we are in, we have to redefine these things, because since it's been a long
But they
time.
make it look like Africans were dumb people that didn't even have anything at all going on.
They say that now. They say that, and it's good that you're highlighting it, because they say these things, but it's clearly not true. The more you know, the more you realize that it's so far from the truth. So
it's not only that. The thing is that they've demonized that when you want to start talking about Ifa, people will say, whoa, you're going just too far.
I think part of it is because sometimes when we say we want to go back to ourselves, what tends to come across is that we want to go back to the old ways. That's practice exactly the same thing as before. And that is something I think is going to be the wrong thing to do, because those
you
days
cannot go
are
back to the
thousands
old
of years
way. You
ago.
must be advanced
We have to advance and change the destiny. If religion is to survive, because the other groups, there are groups out there that have done away with religion completely. Like, no. But so if religion is to survive, we have to modernize it and own it. If it's going to be religion, but we have to narrow it down to spirituality, because the other parts is, I think, from what the Western people have practiced, it's good to separate it from the state. Because if you don't separate it from the state, it can lead to anarchy, where people, because of the differences of people, it means that if you put religion as part of the state, that religion will want to force everybody to be part of their religion. Otherwise, you can't survive in that state. So hence why it's good that the West, what they did was, I think the biggest contribution the West actually contributed was separating quite a lot of things from religion. They separated even culture, they separated culture from religion. They separated the science. Science, one of the most critical things, they separated from religion. It's a very, very good thing. And you want to also separate the laws from religion. Religion has to strictly be about spirituality, about morals, and about the creator and the mystery of why we are all here. I think that's where we should leave it at and separate the other from it.
And for the doubters, by the way, the book I put up earlier, that is a UNESCO book, approved book, by the way. So they know. Just to clarify, that is UNESCO approved literature book.
Yeah, they know. Even algebra, our way of doing algebra, everything is different from. It's weird. And okay, let me just make this point. You see, because we evolved to think in a certain way, it also matters the way we approach problems. But now we have learned other ways of doing the same thing, but it's not our natural approach to problem solving. Hence, when you do that, when you do something like that with some other person's way of doing it, you are not expressing yourself in your own image, or your potential is reduced, because everything you have to do is in your mind and your memories. The way you interpret things has to be reinterpreted, because they have their own way of seeing it. It's almost like if somebody that is an autistic person draws and creates something, and then somebody that is maybe ADHD or whatever, some other person goes and tries to interpret it, you're not going to interpret it well, because the person that did it is autistic and their way of looking at the world is slightly
can I even stop you right there? When people say they have ADHD, whatever, in our culture we have Ogunsoye now. They gave me Ogunsoye as a child.
What is
when
that?
When I was like slow.
Baba, let me touch on that medicine. You were discussing medicine earlier. You know.
No, sorry, Babati. What do you mean when you were slow? Are you saying that
when I was younger, I was like little, yeah.
So
like,
you are not slow anymore. Is that what you're inferring?
One man, let's just move on. You like while but I'm telling you that if you want the child to be brilliant, like very sharp, there are things that they will give you, and your brain will start firing off in that.
Sharpen your understanding, exactly.
Yeah, we have those things now. It's like psychedelic drugs. When we want to learn, if I have to take those things, because the knowledge is so deep, you have to take those
all
things.
These in America here, Nigerians, so they will not be taking medication. I'm like, wait a minute. And they are all docile because they are on heavy dose of meds. Like,
exactly.
Why are you giving them medication? Go to Nigeria, take them to the Colonial, go and bat, do some, if you know what I mean, Mike. I don't want to, can go fix the problem.
Babati, for instance, for someone like me, let me say like 5 or 6 years ago, that's the last time I visited the hospital. I don't take English drugs. I prefer to take herbs. I rather find out what the leaf does and then use it.
Okay.
And
sorry.
I just want to point out something.
It's very important, please. I'm medicine. Let me clarify. If it involves any acute health problems, please stick to Western medicine. So chest pain. So I'm very, very careful when I say this. For now, if it's a very acute issue, that means emergency issue. Don't say you want to take herbs. Take your Western medicine.
Period.
I'm discussing chronic disease management and health promotion. We should stick to our own. But when it comes to acute, just to clarify with you guys, please, let's stick to Western medicine for now. Thank you.
Okay, Babati, let me clarify what I'm saying, please. So what I was trying to say is, obviously, when it is something acute, you might not be the one to even take the decision. So people will have actually taken the decision on your behalf, taking you to the hospital, and at that point, it is your life or nothing. So what I'm trying to say is, I noticed, like you said the other time, I noticed that for everything that we have around us, there is a use for it. There is a very big use for it. And something happened to me. That's what I was driving at. Something happened to me. My wife had hormonal issues seriously, and she was almost running a wire. And when we called the doctor said she was going to give us some prescription, but later on said that those drugs could trigger cancer cells because it was going to work on our hormones. Do you know we actually got the solution from an elderly person? Just spoke to him that this disease, and he said, it's simple. Get this leaf, get that leaf, coconut. We didn't see anything, just blended everything together and we gave it to this woman, and she became, everything went back to normal. So sometimes we need to understand that truly we need to do more. And that's why I want to learn from people like you and Mike. We need to do more to project our culture. And that's why I don't like it when somebody wants to talk down on this kind of a thing.
This is what sorry, go on. This is what Babati is talking about. Watch this.
Mo máa ń pè yẹn ní pọnkìrìyàn. Yes, so tó bá lò ó máa wà òkè gan.
This one is comedy.
So bóyá lélẹ́yìí bóyá obìnrin yẹn.
What's that?
One man, you don't listen, guys. You don't need all this. It's very simple. Just buy Orogbo and Obi. Yeah. Buy Orogbo and Obi. You will do her to. She started. That's not even.
One man, I sent you one video.
In fact, Orogbo and Natari too is working.
She will say, Egba Mera Dugo. That's it.
One man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, could you set up a better section maybe over the weekend, and let's have Babati over and have a good section on this.
But Babati is always on. Babati is never off.
Yeah. Because even incidentally,
Are you
I and
looking
the
into discussing
I and two
Ifatu or
Nigeria were
just
talking
America?
about
Because
even
I
spirituality over
can
the
bring
weekend.
Doki from New York in. Doki is our Oluwo in New York. He's a doctor too.
We were looking to do a session around the far, which Mike was meant to research, but Mike, ever lazy, is not doing that.
One man, you remember Igbo basics, he's into all this sort of thing. So he will bring his perspective from the East as well. So maybe we need to set up this sort of thing and
yes, because we need to start moving away from we've exhausted Peter Obi and Tinubu. There's nothing left to say there, so we might as well look for other things to talk about,
Mike. Sorry, Mike. So you have been given this assignment. You know you are marginalizing me.
Mike is the man. Come on, man. Mike
no,
is the man.
but yes, I've been looking to. Sorry, but I'll say this and I'll leave the screen. I've been looking to do this session for a very, very long time. I don't have the expertise. Mike has some knowledge. I'm even trying to get some Babalawo to come on, but I'm not yet. The ones that I've tried to contact, they're not responding. So I need a Babalawo.
Let me know, because I think people are more comfortable if that person is educated like Doki. Like I know is an elder brother. So if he comes in, he has the credibility on both sides as a medical practitioner and also a part of research. So people like that will be willing to listen to them, and they can answer any questions in terms of who they can call and navigate that space. So
the IFA's transmission into philosophy, into mathematics, into mysticism, the overarching ideology behind it is a spiritualism. The difference between a Babalawo and an Onishegun. So a Babalawo is a diviner and an Onishegun is a herbalist. So the distinction between the diviner and the herbalist, so all of that, which is all present in all of our cultures, we want to open that conversation up.
Oh my, mention this here. Do you know the father of
Mike? Yeah. Mike, I got a response. You said one thing earlier about about our laziness and the religion is making us lazy and stuff like that. And also, what religion should be actually?
No, I didn't say religion makes you lazy. That's not what I said. I just say we are naturally lazy.
You said the lazy mentality, right? Where you just pray to God.
Yeah, but it's not attributed to religion. It's just we are lazy. I know even people in the tradition are black people. We are intellectually lazy, but naturally we just like that. We prefer to spend our time doing things that are more pleasuring than anything rigorous. Even if you go to college campuses, you'll see the white student and the Asian student putting in more work than the black student. Well, naturally, we don't like to work, especially when it has to do with brain. We just don't. That's our nature. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with religion or anything.
Okay, and also, you said earlier about, I forgot now, I kind of, my mind just went blank. But basically, it's to counter what you said. I posted a link, for you guys to have a look at. Yeah, that is actually would be one of the, first step that we should be taking. No, you did say because of Islam, the deserts became dry, right? And obviously, if we have these religions back, we can reverse the desert, right?
I said, in our tradition, we have deity that control rain.
One man of Kaiser, I'll post the link at the back. I want you guys to play this link. It's quite important.
So what is your point, though? What I don't get your argument.
My point is, I just post the link. It's probably when you guys got time, you can just have a look.
So
this is where
to count out. That's what I'm saying. That's what
I count you.
Oh, hey man, sorry man if I offend you.
That will solve a lot of the problem in northern Nigeria and West Africa. Just let's just look at it in a positive light, right? So the reality is, we need to find something to focus on, as one people. I don't think religion is going to.
Could you share the link to this video, please, so that we can do our individual
listening to it? Because it's amazing. if they can actually, this project could actually continue, because this project goes all the way to northern Nigeria. All these problems that you're getting, people coming down, into people's land, and all this argument will be gone. And in fact, people will be moving from the south to the north. And this is what we need, because our population is expanding in the continent.
I think it's going to happen by default. It's already happening, and that's why some North Africans are complaining. The population is growing in the southern region, and they are moving north. Some of them, anyway.
So we need to reclaim this land back. We have no choice, because it's possible.
Let's send Mike up there to go and fix the problem, guys.
Yes, let's send Mike. Come on in. But yeah, anyway, I'll let you guys. I'll let someone else on. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't like.
Yeah, all right, so let's bring in Tyrone to come and ruin the session. So Tyrone, start the session.
All right. So the argument is Christianity or spirituality or Islam better for alleged Africa? I say that religion without works is useless, because for one, all you're just doing is praying to an invisible sky daddy instead of actually putting in work yourself and building up your own environment. Like over in Haiti, they did not have like this what's the word for it? Well, over in Haiti, they didn't have like this animosity towards Islam or like Christianity. They still had like a spirituality system of spookism or animism, which is voodoo. And they use their own belief system and put that aside and put in actual works to free themselves, like killing their oppressors and uniting with their own people on a common goal. But within the United States, you had Freemason blacks put aside their Christianity ideology somewhat to a degree and made up a pseudo version of Islam where it's neither Sunni or Shiite Muslims, but a Christian version of a Muslim with the Nation of Islam. And they brought Black Americans together to go up against white supremacy. But why didn't Africans do this same approach what Black Americans have done? Do you understand?
Yeah, can I throw light on that question? Yeah, it's a form of question, right? So Haiti, they did a very great job, but however, the crisis they face it today, mind you, is within themselves, right? So the voodoo system they are practicing is also part of their problem. When you relate it with the nation,
how's it a problem, bro?
Hold on. When you relate it with Nation of Islam, you need to understand Nation of Islam, they are not practicing pure Islam. So that was why people like Malcolm X, they have to move away from Nation of Islam and go into the mainstream Islam. People like Muhammad Ali. This was the reason why you see most of Nation of Islam, when they understand the original, the pure version of Islam, they move away from Nation of Islam and go to the mainstream Islam. So 80 again is I really, the problem they face it today. Look at last year or 2 years ago.
So you're blaming that on what their problem is a thing of God, when God has nothing to do with why they're oppressed today. Everything that's their problem today is European colonialism and coons selling out to European powers. They literally are assigned to pay reparations to France just because they freed themselves. That has nothing to do with why they're oppressed. And Malcolm X went to Mecca and founded himself as a Muslim. He didn't sign himself to Sunni nor Shiite. He just went there and told white people to come join Islam. And he didn't really back away from the Nation of Islam. He still carried the title Shabazz. And that's not even a name from Saudi Arabia. That's a name from Pakistan, and that's not the birthplace of Islam.
So
we learned that from a white dude by the name of Fard Muhammad.
Just a correction. For Muslim, you can bear any name as long as you accept that name. You are allowed to change your name. Like, it doesn't matter. And you can have an English name as a Muslim. You don't have to have a name from Saudi Arabia.
They picked that name because they wanted something to segregate themselves from Europeans' name. But in actuality, that did wrong because you're fucking up your own genealogy for your future generations. And plus, surnames did not often come from a slave master beating you. Those names came from either your profession or your environment where you live, what Europeans called you. It didn't necessarily mean, the Kunta Kinte scenario where they beat you and gave you the name Toby. No, that's not real because that character was not in Alex Haley's actual genealogy. And you said Muhammad Ali moved away from the NOI. No, he didn't. He was still friends and connected into the Nation of Islam.
He was connected, but he was practicing the mainstream Islam.
Which one? Was he a Sunni or a Shiite?
So Muhammad
He
Ali
wasn't one.
Hold on.
He was a pseudo-Christian Muslim.
No.
Yeah, he was.
Hold on.
In the West, Islam, we don't practice actual Islam. There's reports of some African Arabs being brought to the United States during slavery, but that did not cause Black Americans to join Islam. What caused Black Americans to join a pseudo form of Islam was Noble Drew Ali, a Moor.
So, quick question: Are you a member of Nation of Islam?
No, I'm not. Okay, but I know history.
Okay, let me tell you. So Muhammad Ali, he prayed 5 times a day. Nation of Islam did not pray 5 times a day. So Muhammad Ali was into mainstream Islam.
He was a Sunni. He was a Sunni.
Go investigate it.
Yeah,
I'm telling you 100%.
That was a fact.
I don't believe he was a Sunni or a Shiite. I believe that he joined it as a pseudo-Muslim pretending to be a Moor. Because most Nation of Islam members are Moors. That's all it is. It's a spin-off of the Moorish Science Temple.
What is he talking about? Do you know who are the Moors?
Yes, that's the origin of the Nation of Islam. It's a spin-off of the Moorish Science Temple where people were claiming to be a reincarnation of Noble Drew Ali.
Moors as people, or are you talking about the Moors? That's just some American.
Yes, you had Moors in America enslaving Indians and also being classified as white status and being used as translators of American Indian languages.
Going out of topic now.
No, it's not going off topic. I'm discussing how we got that Islam shit over here when it's not really our culture.
So hey, let me. Obviously, you are African American, right?
No, I'm not an African American. I identify as American Indian.
Okay, what's the question again? I'm confused.
Let me explain.
What is he really asking? What's the question?
Let me explain this.
I think we're departing from the topic.
It never really asks any question. It just he rambles just for a bit.
He just started an topic.
As usual, he's just trolling. He trolls. He likes to troll.
Please, you guys should give me 1 minute to educate him about Islam and Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam. So for Muslims don't consider Nation of Islam as Muslims. They are not Muslims. They are Nation of Islam. That's what they call themselves. So a lot of people in Nation of Islam, a lot of people, I can name evil scholars for you, that move away from Nation of Islam to the mainstream Islam. They actually discover Islam through Nation of Islam. Because Nation of Islam, what they believe is not even what mainstream Islam believe. Both Sunni and Shia, they don't even have the same belief. They are far apart. So what makes you a Muslim, you have to believe in the oneness of God, in the last prophet Muhammad. If you don't have this belief, your foundation is faulty. You don't have discussion about Islam. So you need to understand this. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nation of Islam is more about people that are oppressed, especially the African American. They just look for a way to have belief in what's their leader's name? Muhammad, who again?
So you don't even know the history.
Hold on.
So how can you correct me on what I know about the history, and you don't even know who the leaders are? You don't even know how the organization started.
Hold on, I know the history very well. Don't worry.
Okay, then how did it start? How did Nation of Islam start?
Let him land. Let him land.
You not let me talk, man. So Nation of Islam started by a man that called himself, he was a prophet.
So, yeah, what's his name?
Huh?
What's his name?
I can't remember.
Elijah.
Muhammad Elijah.
No, it's not Elijah Muhammad. He didn't start it.
It's not
Fard Muhammad.
There is another person before
Fard Muhammad is Elijah Muhammad's teacher. And before that, Fard Muhammad came from the spinoff of the Moorish Science Temple, which he declared himself as a reincarnation of Noble Drew Ali. That's where you got your Nation of Islam. It's funny, ain't it?
Nigeria. What's going on? I'm confused. What is?
So let's move away from this topic. I think.
How are you confused? How are you confused? The whole topic is about religion, right?
All right. All right. Settle down, Tyrone. Let's bring DG up, and then let's go back to the topic of discussion: spirituality. Spirituality versus Islam and Christianity. Did colonization from Arabia and Europe lead to inferiority complex? So that is where we started off, and I think that is I don't think we've quite sufficient enough tackled that. So how would you approach that, DG? Spirituality versus Islam and Christianity. Did colonization from Arabia and Europe lead to inferiority complex amongst Africans, especially?
Actually,
DG?
colorism came from like Egypt and also India. You can see it on their
Yes, I'm here, but Tyrone is still trolling. Tyrone, if you just let me answer. Yeah, I don't know a lot about spirituality or the African spirituality. That topic is just new to me. But Christianity and Islam, I will say, it is. One can argue it caused to us backwardness. Yes, true, and in the same time forwardness. But in my humble opinion, it will be nice if we have our own interpretation of Islam and our own interpretation of Christianity, which benefits us, which bases on our culture, and also benefits us both intellectually, financially, and also unites us. And I am open to reformation by both religions for us. Now what we have is just like, look at me. I'm a Somali. I'm 40 years of age. I live in Somalia, like my early ages. At that time, when I was growing up, hijab was not something so important. But from 1990s, when this called wake up, or the sahwa, you should call it in Arabic, is like wake up. it came, and the men are not allowing the women to go out and have without hijab, even though our traditional clothing, our African Somali Muslim traditional clothing is completely different. So I know this is new thing. It's a new era. It's new agendas, and it is not representing our own ancestors' cultures. I'm not saying it is right or it is wrong. What I'm saying is we are experiencing so many different waves which are not part of the basics that we had, and it is all imported to us, and we are having problems to understand it. That's why you will have that's why we can be used to go there and be extreme and fight for why would somebody die for God or for Allah? It makes me crazy, and we have to have our own reform. The other thing, guys, we have to know the desert is spreading. Responding to Mike, not because of these people to leave their traditions or they embrace Islam, but it is spreading because of the climate change, and we are not addressing that. There are so many Muslim countries which are green. Actually, the most populous country in who are Muslims is Indonesia, and I don't see that they are having desert problems. We have to know also Africa have a climate change problem, and people definitely will go where the rain and the green is unless we improve it. And thank you very much for giving me the point. Yeah.
Can I jump?
Yeah. Let me just say something.
That's
I
really great.
I have to commend this guy for what he just said. I think, you know what, DG, he just took the cup for the best Somali submission I've ever heard. I think the idea of reformation is very important. And you know, when I used to say that we have to Africanize these religions, if you don't Africanize it, then you have to get rid of it. It's just that simple.
We have to.
You
We
can't.
ain't got no choice.
You can't concede that soft power to other groups. Look at the results; it's terrible on the ground. And I also agree with you on the climate change issue. I'm sure a lot of people on the panel agrees with you too. That has nothing to do with Islam or anything like that. It's just the trend. It's been happening for thousands of years. If you look at the Kushite temples and where where the king, the queen or king used to live. Now it's all desert, but there was a time those areas were green, and now you go there, it's all desert. It's happening as we speak. The desert is expanding, and this explains what is happening on the continent. Why people from outside Africa are coming to the continent from the north, while the people in the south are moving further south. So in time, if this trend carries on and we don't fight that desert, they are going to keep pushing us south. We are going to be pushing ourselves further and further south, maybe a meter or 2 meters every single year. It does matter over time. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
so colorism existed long before Islam came about.
To Niger, one second. To Niger, that project there was by Senegalese people, by the way. It was by the Senegalese and the organization. Don't forget, Senegalese people are very smart people anyway. I mean, for example, when we had the white guy was just showing the project what's going on. But don't underestimate Senegal for a country. Remember when we had Ebola in West Africa, the only country that actually make the testing kit, from their own lab by our own people were Senegal. So that's the only people that made testing kit to find out.
When you say don't underestimate Senegal on these things you are saying is true. Maybe they did all these things, but in terms of underestimation, there's a lot I can complain about.
Oh yeah. Compared to I mean, in the region to Niger, like in the region. But yeah, I definitely agree that I mean, we need to do this in a large scale. It's not waiting for one country to do it.
I thought they were doing it in other parts of there was this tree line they said they were doing in all the countries, but it failed. But it succeeded in some countries.
Yeah, so you see that area where it's happening now, that's in Senegal, where the origin of my people in Torah, for the Torah.
Yes.
That's exactly. So if you ever wonder, or you ever ask yourself where this weird Fulani came from, now you're seeing is that region. It brought it to Mauritania. It was dry. You know, it's a dusty place, man. That place was dusty.
Those areas have held a lot of civilization going back thousands of years.
Back in the days, man.
Some of the earliest calendars in the world is found in those areas with those stone monoliths that they left all over the place. And it's one of the widest. But we don't talk about it. We just act as if we in the sub-Sahara, we don't know anything sometimes. So that's
tonight, what is the sub-Saharan Africa? What is the sub-Saharan Africa?
Is it bad? Is it a negative word, really?
What countries consist of sub-Sahara?
It is a negative word.
Over 40 countries.
Huh?
So it's over 40 countries. There are too many to name. Senegal.
How is it a 40 country? Wait a minute. Because where's that borderline?
Because it's just
is there a Mexican border to point out? Oh, this is a Sahara. This is a sub-Sahara. Where's that at?
That's
if you check the map, you can tell. Yeah, if you check the map, you can see it for yourself. It's well over 40 countries. North African countries are just about. Yeah, I'm not arguing with him. I'm just informing him. North African countries are about 6 of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait,
so
jump in.
Let me just answer the question. The North African countries are about 6, if I'm not mistaken. Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria. Just about 5 or 6. And in Africa, we have over 50 countries. So you can see the rest are sub-Saharan. That's why I said it's over 40 countries that are sub-Saharan African countries.
So I just wanted to jump in on the question because I think people are not understanding what this whole one of the issues with some of these ideologies are spreading across Africa. Any kind of ideology that encourages you to change your name to another language, forget your traditional, change the way you dress. Even DG was just talking about how before the 90s, they didn't dress a certain way. But of course, now with more technology, they want to make sure the hijab is a big deal, right? They need to dress more like the Arabs, right? Music is integral in any African culture. Look at Yoruba land. Look at all the beautiful music coming out of the Southwest. Do you know that music is actually haram? You're not supposed to be playing music. So one day they're going to say, look, you guys are not practicing true Islam. Why are you even making all this music? Ashake is Muslim. But he's the biggest star. So people are not realizing that all these are, right now, what they're doing, many of these cultures, they're Muslim, but they're not actually practicing true Islam. And one day they're going to say, look, stop playing your music. Stop dressing the way you dress. Change your name to Muhammad. This is Arabization. I don't think people truly understand this. They don't understand this. What many of the cultures are doing right now is not true Islam. Like, see what the Yorubas do with the music, how everyone's dancing to it? That's haram. You can't debate that. And someone was saying that you can pray in your own language. Salah is supposed to be done in Arabic to preserve the Quran. Why can't you do it in your own language? So you need to talk to God in Arabic. This is all colonization. It's just people are not calling a spade a spade.
So, just hold on for a second. The indigenous one, who is that? Can you speak up? Who is that?
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, that image that you got there, what is it all about? It looks a little bit dodgy.
It looks a little bit what?
Dodgy. I hope it's not something that the YouTube is going to flag.
What do you mean it looks dodgy?
What is in the image? Because it looks, I'm not sure what is in that image.
You define the image.
It's a man and a woman.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. That image looks a bit this thing weird. Can you remove it? Yeah,
it's not a weird image. It's a regular image of an American Indian. Let him back on. I don't know why you censored him.
No, there's something about that image. I was trying to zoom in, and the way
there's nothing sexual or inappropriate about the image. Let him back on.
I'm sorry. Please swap that image.
Why are y'all censoring people? Like, come on now. You can't handle new people.
Hold on.
You can't handle new people questioning you.
Can you? Why are you so focused by it? This guy may be coming to stealth bomb this place, and you're not gonna know.
Let him back on, bro.
He's gone. Okay. He's gone.
Let him back on.
indigenous one, if you want to come back, please swap that image to something very recognizable. Don't, it looks weird, man. There was something about that image. When I zoomed in, it just doesn't look right. And the last thing you need is this YouTube accusing us of not picking up on it and looking to ban somebody.
Yes. Oh, yes.
It's not an inappropriate picture. That's his logo.
Will you please stop, please. To Ninja, before I go, I just want to say something to Zizar. Zizar, when you hear that music is haram, this is the thing. In Islam, you have so many different interpretations of everything. There are some sections are saying music is not haram, and some others saying music is haram. The one who is winning now at this moment, from 1990 until now, it is the most extreme interpretation of the Islam, and it's been sponsored by the richest Arab nations. It is called the Salafis, Wahhabis. Look, the major African Muslims are actually Sufis, and Sufism is dancing, music, drums. You see, I grew up as a young kid. When we go to a wedding, people were playing music. The sheikh comes and he also dancing. So now, from 1990s, there are some sections who are putting the Islamic world or the Islamic religion back to what it was like 500, 600 or 700. So it is not the true meaning. That's why we need, as an Africans, whether you are Christian or whether you are Muslim, to have your own, like they have theirs, and they imposing on us.
Are you saying that in some extreme definition, doctrine of Islam, they actually outlaw music?
Yes, they will tell you music is haram. Yes, this is the mainstream of.
Okay, no, it's not that extreme. It's not as extreme as making it seem. I know Muslims who tell me music is haram. They just break the rule, and they're not. They're Sunni, and they're Sunni.
Sunnis is a big thing. If you ask them which doctrine they are following, they will tell you they are following the Wahhabism. That is.
They're not practicing Wahhabism.
Yes,
I just want to find out how common this is. Is there any other religion in the world where music has been outlawed, like Hinduism or anything, Buddhism? Because I don't know whether Buddhists ever play music. Do they ever play music?
Forefather.
Yes, they do. They do.
Forefather, I need to correct the last speaker, please. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
DJ, first of all, Sufi is not a dominant part of Islam in Africa. That's not correct.
At this moment, yes, it is not. But before, it was all Sufis.
Hold on. Secondly, forefather, there is nothing to burn here. In Islam, music is haram. Nothing to burn. We should not
nothing to ban.
Hold it. I don't want us to bend the argument. So the thing is, it doesn't mean Muslim they play music. You see a lot of Muslims, they go to nightclubs, play music. But in Islam, music is haram. That's what it is.
So you mean all these Muslims that play music, they are breaking the rules?
Yes, that's their problem.
Yup. And once they're going to tell us that we're not practicing real Islam, we need to change. And all this beautiful music you hear in Nigeria, bye-bye.
The person that is saying we need to change. So you need to, we have a lot of Muslims here. Muslim is about Quran and Hadith. You can't change this thing.
And you said, you see, that is the strangest thing. This one, I've never heard of this before.
It's not strange.
Hold on now. If it's not strange, then you name another religion that is doing it. The reason why I consider it strange is because if this is supposed to be the original religion of the world, as is claimed, we know full well our forefathers always embraced music. So is it also corrupt if he's saying that? Because the source of most of the religions in the world is from Africa, and Africa has always been tied to music that we know. So how is it that suddenly now, out of all the cultures I know of in the world, this one is a really mysterious one? How did I not know this all this while?
I grew up with Muslims, so
I got a question. Did Islam try to erase your Bantu culture and animism worship to like Orisha gods, the nose, and all this other stuff, or was it Christianity doing that?
Wait,
Also, how can you? Oh, wait.
The purpose of the religion is to strip your African culture from you. How can an African not play music? I mean, what's going on? Come on, guys. Let's be honest. They don't want you to wear your colorful clothes. They want you to wear all black. Since when do Africans wear all black? Come on. We wear colorful clothes. We know how to dress. I mean, you know how they dress in Saudi Arabia, all black, right?
No.
Oh, come on. Well, let's not pretend. We know what we're talking about. They wear all black. Black everything.
They wear all black.
Yo, why are you censoring me while I made my point?
It's all black.
Also,
all black or all white. Come on, it's all black or all white. This guy is always just trying to jump in without letting you
know. No, that's not correct, please.
No, I've seen them wear white. I've seen them wear white, and I've seen them wear black.
Just hold on. Just hold.
I have you been to Saudi Arabia? I used to live in Saudi Arabia.
I've seen their images. I can show you images of Saudi Arabia.
No. I used to live in Jeddah, and women wear black and men wear white. The other thing that you say the music is.
It's not compulsory.
Let me just take you back. In Islam early days, when there is no verses in the Quran or in the Hadith is telling you music is haram, my friend. This is just extreme interpretation of some imams. But let me just take you back to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he came from Mecca and he was going to Medina. You know, people came to welcome him, and they were playing drums and they were singing. Even they will say like, there is a moon come, the light came, and welcome here, and they were playing whatever music instrument they had. That was the early ages of Islam. Now, how can you just say music is haram? Okay, profanity is haram. Showing the sexual party is haram. But Quran itself, when you are listening to Quran, it is being read or recited by some way of music. You can just read the Fatiha like this. You have to use that notes, that what is it called, rhythms. You know what tajweed is. So don't just say here music is.
What are you saying? What are you
saying? As I said earlier, when the British aid the extreme version of Muslim that's currently ruling Saudi Arabia, when they managed to succeed, that's when the real, bloodline of the Prophet and the system of Islam started to become irrelevant. And then the extreme version of it.
I didn't hear you well, so I just.
What do you mean? What do you mean, bloodline of the Prophet? Who was bloodline of the Prophet that was ruling then?
The royal family that was killed in Saudi Arabia.
They are not, brother.
Who are the royal family? You don't understand this.
No, you don't understand.
It was the last guy.
What is the name of the ruler? What's the name?
I forgot the name of the ruler.
No, Abdul Aziz Al Saud. Abdul Aziz Al Saud.
He was the one that was killed, right?
Hey, no. He's the first king of Saudi Arabia. He has nothing to do with the blood.
No. Who was the one that was killed? Who was the one that was killed?
When?
The one who was taken.
Okay.
In Saudi Arabia.
That's the way it should be.
Honestly, you need to study more.
No. Maybe you need to. Honestly, maybe when Israel was annexed, when Israel was annexed,
okay, let me leave
that same time when they went to Jordan, that is the same era when they toppled the last king that was in Saudi.
No matter how late, don't tell me.
Now I understood what you are talking about. I know this region. You mean Al Hashimi, the royal Jordans of Ummah of
no.
Jordan.
Of Saudi Arabia.
My friend, the Saudis.
Maybe you know Islam, but you don't know the history of Saudi Arabia. Maybe
I know. I studied the Saudi Arabia history.
Maybe you don't know the history of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. It's totally different from knowing Islam. Because they're two different things.
Of course. So let me just tell you this. Saudi Arabia has 3 different times. The royal Saudis have, first one was Muhammad, Second, the most important one is Abdulaziz, the fathers of the last 7 or 8 kings.
Yes.
And these they come from completely different. They did not even come from the east, where the Mecca and Medina is, where the Prophet Muhammad is. They come from completely west, which is called now Kuwait, the border of the Kuwait. These families, of course, they had a treaties with the British, and that's why they became the king. The other one who was with them is Muhammad Abdul Wahab, who also
that was the religion
religion leader. So these two families, they combined together and creating now what's now known as Saudi Arabia. One rules the political way, the other one rules the religion way.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
that's
so
but they are none of them is related to Quraysh, Hashimi, on Prophet Muhammad. That's completely wrong.
The only person that was related to Prophet after the Prophet dead was Imam Ali. Imam Ali was cousin to the Prophet.
Was killed.
Yes, we know. But from Muawiyah down to the present king, they are not related to the Prophet.
No. They kill Ali, they kill Hussein, they kill Hassan. The line of the Prophet's blood is gone. Before even the Muslim year was 50 years, they already.
Okay, let's not talk about this in the family of the
Let's
royalty.
not deviate.
Hold on.
Let's
let me focus on the issue. Can I say something? Can I say something?
I am done. I know what I'm talking about.
Can you hold on? The issue of what is AY just said about is haram to play music. The Quran didn't say anything about music. And this is one of the reasons why I'm saying we need to Africanize it. Because some of all these practices that they practice is based on their own desert dwelling culture. While we take it on and want to start believing in it, like AY believes that it's haram right now. We have to create this and do this religion in our own image. If you want to, the way Europeans, it's not even like we have to reinvent the wheel. When the Europeans took Christianity, they made it their own. They put it in the capital of this in Rome. They put it in Rome, and the King of England, King James or Henry, decided to bring it to England too. Why are we not bringing the religion over here and doing it in such a way that it marries to our culture? Because clearly you have freedom to tweak it as you see fit, like AY just confirmed. So please go ahead.
Before I got kicked off, I was trying to make a point. So if Islam's the one, how come Islam allowed you to preserve your animism and worship towards your?
My God. Is he real?
To Niger, please. Please, to Niger. Yeah, I want to ask, what was our conclusion on the Babati discussion and Mike with one man? Because I went out that time. They were saying they want to fix a time. So I want to know so that
a time for what?
No, that's still ongoing. That's a separate conversation. The conversation has moved on. So I mean, when we're doing our session, then we can discuss that. But let them carry on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. One man, I just wanted to know the conclusion.
So, forefather, like what you are saying, right? I was just telling you the position of majority. When I mean majority, like say like 70% of Muslims will tell you what I just said. The person that was speaking before me, that was talking about Sufi is just like a group in Islam that have theoretical differences in some things with the mainstream Islam. So if you just try to read about Islam, you will not understand this different group, where the belief is coming from. So it's not like it's a very expanded topic. But however, I just wanted to let you know that I don't want us to sugarcoat it. Majority of Muslims, they believe music is haram, and that is where it stands.
And the point still stands. They are able to tweak it to their own culture and their own ways. So should we also do it? We know music is part of our culture. Why should we adhere to that? Because clearly the Quran didn't say that.
To Niger, the problem is this, and this is the biggest issue with the religion. The only issue that separates it Yes, we know that a lot of African cultures like to tweak it so they can play music. But when daddy comes home, that's when daddy's now home. When daddy comes home, then they say, okay, let's start following the true version of this. Even though most Muslims agree that yes, music is haram, still in Yoruba land, the best musicians are all Muslim, right? Until one day, maybe when they start building more mosques, they start getting more serious. Maybe there's more Muslims in Nigeria. They're going to open up and say, look, you guys are not, look what happened in the north. They had something called Conniewood. That's their version of Nollywood. It was raining, but it's in Hausa. Until the government started regulating it because they're saying that what you guys are doing is not loud. It's not okay, right? So they ended it. That's why you don't hear Hausa songs also. Think about it. There's so many people up there. You don't hear any music. You don't hear any cultures. What's going on? It's because the government shrinked it. So until we can say, look, we can pray in our own religions, pray in our own language. We don't have to listen to an Arab scholar. See how everybody's debating. All it takes is one Arab scholar to come here and he will tell the truth. And you guys will listen. That's the sad part. So why don't you interpret the religion in your own language and stop waiting for an Arab scholar to come tell you what the real interpretation is?
70% of those Muslims that are saying music is haram, they are wrong. And this is why we have to be careful.
That's not true. I know many Muslims who think music is haram, by the way. I know many.
That's why I'm saying that they are wrong, because the Quran didn't say that.
Google it.
Hold on. I thought the Islam follows the rules of this in the Quran.
Okay, that's
the Quran didn't say that. So why are they practicing it?
Let me explain to you the source.
Okay.
So Quran is guided by two major book sources: the Quran and the Hadith. The Hadith, they are like the say of the prophet, the behavior, the things the prophet used to do, right? So most time for the Hadith, when there is an issue, Quran take precedence. So if Quran attests to an issue, you don't go to Hadith. So you move with the Quran. When there is no clear judgment in the Quran, there is a backup from Hadith that is authentic, because there are also Hadith that are not authentic. So then that Hadith stand. So the issue of music comes from Hadith, not from the Quran. If there is a strong backup, so there are different books in Islam. One of it is like
which one was it by the Prophet himself?
Right. You see, this is the era,
because we can't be following Hadith when the Hadith is written by other people. The one that the Prophet wrote is the one that should matter most, really, isn't it?
This is the era I was talking about. After this deposed of this king, that's when this Hadith start coming into play.
Hadith maybe cultural interpretation.
Hadith,
let me finish. Let me finish my thought. I'm just trying to.
Before you carry on, and don't worry, you are going to make your point. Let me just confirm something from you.
It's not a point. It's what
the Hadith. This truth. Okay, let's say it's
I want to tell you.
The Hadith. Let me just confirm now. The Hadith, is it written by as part of the message of Muhammad? Or is okay? The part of the message of Muhammad is the Hadith too.
Yes,
I thought it was the Quran. Which one is it?
So the Quran is the revelation.
Quran is a message from God, not from the prophet. Prophet was just a messenger that received the message. You need to know the two different.
So the one that God wrote is God didn't put anything about music. But the prophet decided to put something about music there.
Look, two ninja. Please, and Caesar has said.
Do you know one thing? Yeah. Do you know one problem in Islam? Yeah, is when the Arabs introduce their culture into Islam. That's where the problem starts.
It should come.
So did Islam erase your religious beliefs towards your gods, like the Orishas? Did Islam erase? Hold on, wait a minute. Did Islam erase your Bantu religions? Because Islam allowed you to preserve Orisha worship. It allowed you to preserve the nomos and all that. So was Christianity the one that erased it from you? Because now you're worshiping a white Jesus. Also, if colorism did not appear, colorism is not an invention of Islam. It existed way before that. You have examples of colorism on the hieroglyphics where you have pale Egyptians mistreating their Nubian neighbors who invented their civilization for them. You also have racism. You have not racism per se, but colorism in the caste system in India.
You're not making any
It just
point here.
scatters the whole discussion to all kinds of different directions.
Look,
This guy.
Caesar has said.
We are talking about what he just goes with all random stuff, so everybody gets confused.
No, I just want to answer for Caesar, who asked us, please Google if music is haram in Islam. And I found out that, according to Irish Times, majority of Muslims followed the view taken by modern scholars, such as Yusuf al-Qadrawi. Yusuf al-Qadrawi just passed away 4 or 5 years ago. He is not an ancient scholar, and he belongs to one organization called Ikhwan al-Muslimin, which is now a terrorist group in Egypt. You see, I am not going to take his words for anything. When I am looking for something is haram or halal, I'm going back to the roots, to the Quran. And ninjas, Quran is not something God written. It's been revealed to Sayyidina Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, and Hadith is the sayings and the actions that Prophet Muhammad did when he was spreading the religion, and his companion who witnessed that later wrote it. So it is two different things. At the end of the day, we know Islam is open for reformation. Do you know the references when a Muslim looks for something? He has to go to the Quran first. If there is no the Quran, he has to go to the Hadith. If there is no Hadith, he have to go what we call al-qiyas. Qiyas means the balance. If there is no, he has to go ijtihad. Ijtihad means you have to go ask the other people. The last thing, if there is none, he has to go tradition. Al-urf. Al-urf is also, which is tradition, is the major references in Islamic world. It's not just the Quran that you go back to. There are so many other things also. So Islam, the way why it is spreading so fast, it is open for reformation. That is why we African Muslims, that's the African Muslims, even though we are proud of our religion, but we can just accept any interpretation, which is some part of the world is okay, but it's not our part. It's not working. We have to say no and accept our own. Yeah. And
yeah, I totally agree. Some of this new Islam movement is not working for our people. Some of it is not working. I think what a lot of our Muslim people should be focusing on is the Quran. Because if everyone does that, yeah, I think people will get on. But if you start reading all this hadith that's coming from all these fundamentalists in Saudi Arabia that trying to brainwash you, into killing people and killing your own and fighting and raising jihad and all that kind of stuff, then obviously, it's just not going to work.
Okay,
And
AY,
hold
on, DG, hold on for a second. Let me just ask AY, because I like to get to the bottom of things. I don't want to, because tomorrow now I'm going to go and say something silly when I don't understand the topic. So I need to truly understand what I want to talk about. AY, there are some passages of the Hadith that actually said that it was discouraged by Muhammad. It was in a reported manner. And then there is other areas where even Aisha and her sisters, they were singing when they were going to, I think, coming to Muhammad, and Abu Bakr was protesting against it, and Muhammad said it was okay. And they said in other cases of celebration within the house of Muhammad himself, that it was allowed, that he did not object to it. So how is it that 70% of them decided that from that point he didn't want music?
Okay, let me explain.
The extreme paranoid Arabs. came in and
Hold
said,
on,
no, we don't
hold
want our daughters to look and dance like that.
Let
We
me
need to
explain.
protect them.
Let me explain. Thank you, for father. AI, I don't know if AI you call yourself. If you are a Muslim, you don't believe in hadith, that's a problem. You have to believe in the hadith. Now wait. Forefather, look at the problem. There is some kind of like a real struggle in Islam when it comes to hadith. The reason is that, for example, we have a lot of hadith. Some of these hadith, they are not authentic. People can just come make up stuff that are not genuine. We have a chain of narration of hadith. If you cannot trace hadith to its source, it's invalid. One of the major source is from, there is a book called Sahih Bukhari. All the hadith he narrated, they were mostly authentic. So you can see, from East in Muslim, you can see anything online. They tell you, oh, the prophet.
Then why are you telling people to believe in hadith when there are so many different types?
Hold on.
Okay.
So you can see, if you see an hadith, that's the photo that will tell you, oh, the prophet was dancing. Most of these are not true statements. Again, the authenticity of an hadith, if you need to verify it. Like that statement. Now, I've never heard that where Aisha was dancing to the prophet. That it can tell you that's not correct. But
okay, let me read it precisely so that
no,
I don't get
I'm
too
not
confused.
arguing with you. Hold on to Nigeria. I'm not arguing
Because
with
maybe
you.
I didn't put it well. Maybe not dancing. It says Abubakar came to my house while the two Ansari girls were singing besides me the stories of the answer concerning the day of Buat, and they were not singers. Abubakar protestingly music instruments of Satan in the house of Allah apostle. Then he says Allah's apostle. It happened on the Eid day, and Allah's apostle, which is I think they are referring to Muhammad. Abu Bakr, there is an Eid for every nation, and this is our Eid. So he says it's Sali al Bubakari. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Sahih Bukhari.
Al Bukhari.
Bukhari, yeah.
Sahih.
So again, that I can't verify that hadith you are reading now. But if he says Sahih Bukhari, like I don't have I can investigate it. I will know if that comment is actually true. You understand? So don't just take things like that. It's good to verify them. But one strong opinion I have about music. So after the there was we have in Islam there is what we call the school of thought. We have like 4 scholars. One of them was Abu Hanifa. Abu Hanifa, those are renowned scholars during their time. He was the one that really reported an hadith that opposed to musical instruments. So this was the strongest opinion in terms of music. So this school of thought, just like today, somebody make a statement. Today, there are contemporary issues you want to discuss. Again, you can't just discuss that if you don't understand the Quran and the Hadith and the origin of Islam itself.
Okay, let me share this to you. Do you know that it says it is reported in Salih al-Bakura. Bukhari. The same one that says he objected to it also said he accepted it again. So the statement he said, it's okay. Let me read what he says. He says that the prophet said, there will be amongst my followers people who will consider as permissible illegal sexual intercourse, the wearing of silk, the drinking of alcoholic drinks, and the use of musical instruments. So that is the same book. Maybe what that statement was implying that the negative aspects of this is not just blanket
yes. Okay, look at it. Okay, let me explain it to you. You got it very correct. So Islam forbid alcohol, drinking alcohol, was not the main problem. The main problem is the aftermath of drinking alcohol. That was why the verse that permitted alcohol was abrogated. It is not allowed.
What is wrong with silk?
Huh?
Why is silk frowned upon? Because silk was My contention is that the fact that silk, did you say spirit? Yeah, silk. So the fact that silk was included is a kind of describing the kind of stuff they see in a kind of culture that they consider a vice. They consider this culture a vice. So that's what he was just describing. He wasn't necessarily saying all these are all bad. Otherwise, silk too is bad. From what if you look at that, if you accept the definition literally, the silk too is bad from that point of view. And then when he goes down to say that he accepted it, he even went on to say that every nation has their own Eid, and this is our own Eid. He accepted it. And in other cases, there is not only one case from what I gather. In multiple cases, he also accepted it in celebrations. So why is 70% of Muslims saying it's illegal or it's haram?
He was a very tolerant
forefather, this is how the prophet used to act, right? The Sahaba, what you say the Sahaba is like the disciple. They follow him, they will do something. The prophet might keep quiet. If he's something that he allowed, that is allowed, he might keep quiet. If he keep quiet, people will not report it. Oh, when I did this, the prophet did not say anything. That means the prophet allowed it. If what his prophet does not want, you doing it, the prophet like, no, stop. Like, if prophet will frown at it, people will also report it. So in the people that follow the prophet, they will not see, oh, the prophet disliked this thing. This is not permitted. So sometimes people can be doing something, he will not openly address it and say, no, this is not allowed. So most time it depends on how it's reported and who is reporting it. So again, you need to verify Adit if you really want to go. If I want to,
yeah, but you believe in this guy now. You know this guy's Adit now. You know him. So this Salih Bukhari. Yeah, you believe in his Adit, don't you?
If Adit are from Sahih Buhari, majority of his Adit are authentic.
That is where I got. That's where I got the one that Muhammad accepted. That accepted music.
DJ,
not the majority is not the majority is all. Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim are 100% correct after.
Yes, they are correct at the Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Thank you.
Okay, but then this is at the core. Then, if he is saying it, that's the Sahih. If it's from his own hadith, it is saying that Muhammad accepted it. Then why are some Muslims saying that it's not?
So hold on.
It's the interpretation, not the word itself. Some people are interpreting something.
Yeah, but how can 70% of this is not up to interpretation? It's clear. There's no interpretation here. Literally, Muhammad said they have their own Eid. This is our own. Leave it be.
Tunaja, let me investigate that. I will get back to you maybe tomorrow. I will message you. I will give you the evidence. I can do that for you. Don't worry.
Okay, give me the evidence.
I will follow it up with you.
Yeah, do that because when people went and straight jacket us, maybe they discovered that these Africans they love their music. Let's cage them on that one.
See, Tunaja, you keep asking all these questions. I can tell you the answer. It's easy for us to admit that Christianity is European colonization. But when we talk about Islam, we have a hard time connecting those dots. They're trying to strip you from your African culture. Stop listening to your music. Stop dancing. You think the way Africans dance is haram? Oh, God. If they come to Igbo land and see how we dance, they will definitely tell you that it is haram, okay? You think the way we dance is haram? You think the way we dress is haram?
Maybe because they cannot dance, they say we should not dance.
Even our name, let me finish. The way we dress, everything that we do is haram, except what they do. And we have to change our names.
I don't think
guys, let me finish one more point. We can't debate on the religion because none of us speak Arabic. So we have to go one day. We need an Arabic scholar here to help us translate because we can't even debate properly because none of us speak Arabic. Go figure. And they tell you if you don't speak Arabic, this is the language you need to talk to God. So you're cut. I mean, that's it.
Yeah. Language of angels. And so we are the language of heathen.
Not all cultures. Some people actually have translation of the Quran into their languages. Some African tribes do. And also, it's not all negative. Islam is not all negative in West Africa. In fact, if you look at the tribes today, that can actually, tell you their history based on, right,
Is there
written.
any religion
That
that is all
actually,
negative? The essence of religion is
yeah,
that it's never all
like
negative.
the written history of African Muslims, they actually already have their history, but actually rooted from, goes all the way back to, to early, probably 14th century. You get all the African tribes that actually write, their history. So that's an advantage. And some other things. So I'm not saying it's, but the reality is my tribe. We beat drum, we dance. In fact, that sharp drum that you hear, gimbe, is part of our culture. So when there's a get together, to have our women, and family members, basically dancing and drums and celebrating. So it's not all lost. It's about preserving some of your culture, and don't get rid of your culture because of someone else's culture. I think, we should just Christian, Muslim, or you follow spiritual. We just remember, first of all, you're African, and your African culture should stay. That's how it's forward. It's not about basking anyone else's religion. Or, I can tell why he's quite he reminds me of my uncle, really. You know what I mean? Because he's very knowledgeable. What he's saying, and D as well. I cannot take that from you guys because I'm not in depth when it comes to Islam. But the reality is tolerant. You can't just cut other people because they decide to, follow that religion. That means it's all bad, because it's not. We can learn from each other's religion and make the good of it. Most religion probably, their aim is to do good anyway.
Yeah, from the evidence I've seen so far, it doesn't indicate that Islam, the original Islam itself, should be against music in any way. You should be against explicit and music that doesn't encourage the worship of God, or like Christianity. Christianity doesn't encourage music that doesn't encourage the belief in God and the worship of God and being faithful and all those things. So I don't understand where some of them just somehow rush. From all the evidence, it's pointing towards a cultural thing. Some people just used it to stifle the music, this thing, because they associate it with something negative, and which you can understand, because if, let's say, before that time, people that were playing music were for this thing, the idols, and that they felt was bad, then when they founded their new religion, they will associate music with those type of behavior. But there is no real link between music, particularly with that type of behavior, because music can be of any kind. You can have music for, otherwise, how about, in a way, that's why he even mentioned silk, because the fact that he mentioned silk in that statement tells you that he is trying to say things that they saw in their time that is associated with degenerate behavior according to their own definition.
Do you think the way silk is made? How is silk made?
It's from worms, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and don't forget Islam. Let me just finish. Don't forget, Islam is a very, very not only just religious, but it's a very scientific religion. Because most of the stuff that we actually scientifically have today came from Islam.
Very correct.
Father, let me
Yeah.
tell you this.
Because of that might be one of the reasons. But I do not know. As I said earlier,
what is
I'm
the
not
part
that
of scientific? What is the scientific part that meant that silk is bad?
Father, let me quickly tell you this.
Yeah.
Islam does not forbid our culture. It does not fight with culture. What is the position of Islam? Islam allow Yoruba man to practice their culture, Igbo man to practice their culture.
Wrong.
Hold on.
Are you serious?
Yeah, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Islam allow anybody to practice their culture, but when there is conflict between Islam and your culture, Islam take precedent. This is the position. But you can practice your culture as long as your culture is not saying go and drink alcohol. Then there is problem. Islam does not permit that. But if it's your normal culture that does not interfere with Islam, Islam 100% permit it.
Okay, what is the part of the culture that you say doesn't conflict with Islam, that is cultural to us? Let's say, give an example with Yoruba. A culture that's linked to the Yoruba culture, but
let's say, for example, a woman want to get married. The family are saying, hey, you got to bring us 100 tuber of yam. That's our culture. You got to do it. Because there is nothing haram there, right? Let's say a woman want to get married. You are telling a Muslim, you are telling them, go and bring us 10 bottles of alcohol. That is a problem. It can't go.
Yeah, but the one you just said just now is still part of the Islamic kind of culture where they pay for this. They only accept it because it's part of their own culture.
It's called mahr.
No,
no, give me one that is not linked to theirs, but it's only uniquely ours.
Okay, I give you an example. Okay, let's say Roboma now. Roboma, I think they tie wrapper, right? Which part of that tie wrapper? If you can go tie your wrapper and pray, nobody is going to stop you.
But they don't.
Well, if you go to those regions, you see Muslims that do that.
So you can tie that your wrapper and go to Mecca.
In Benin, I know a man in Benin.
Hold on, I'm asking. You can tie that wrapper and go to Mecca.
If you go to Mecca, what do you do before you tie wrapper?
You wear your Urubu man wrapper and you go and march around that.
If you are in Mecca, hold on. If you are in Mecca, you tie your wrapper.
I have a question. What if I'm a Zulu man, right? In the Zulu culture, we see the beautiful Zulu girls wear their clothes. You know what they're wearing. They're not really wearing clothes. They have their beads. Is that haram? Can a Zulu person become Muslim and still practice their culture?
They don't wear their clothes?
No, they wear beads. You haven't seen those images before of them wearing beads? They're basically kind of naked.
So that is how you want to define it, right? In Islam, the nakedness of a man is as long as you cover from your chest down, you are not naked. So it depends on what is defined as nakedness. A woman have to be covered. A woman obviously cannot wear that, right?
Okay, so they'd have to change, right? I'm guessing they'd have to change.
Yes, when it contradicts, you have to follow the Islamic culture.
Let me tell you something. What the Arabs did is simple. They analyzed African culture and basically made whatever the major aspects of our culture, they just made it haram, right? These are all major aspects of our culture. Dancing, bright colors, music. Are you kidding me? Africans are known for that. Literally. Dancing, bright colors, all this other stuff. When you convert, it's all haram.
Okay,
they basically told you that your culture is haram. There you go.
Yeah, Caesar, I wanted to ask. I get your other points that you, but even though, like when you try to explain about the other cultures, you don't necessarily see them. The stuff you are talking about that they will accept, you don't often see them. And then the one other thing that Muslims tend to say that other people are worshiping, a kind of worshiping other gods. And what I found is that there are people that use like idols or mountains or whatever you want to call it as conduit,
right?
As a kind of way of remembering God or worshiping God,
right?
And you hear a lot of Muslims when they talk about this, they say, "Oh, you worship idols, you worship all those things." But in reality, when we look at what is going on here, what does that indicate to you when everybody has to bow down towards a specific point?
Okay.
And the point is not empty. The point is not empty. It's got an object in the middle.
Let me explain it. So this house you are seeing is the intention in Mamal bin Niyad. This house, nothing is inside it, first of all. Second of all, what these Muslims are doing, they are still praying to God the way we pray in our normal mosque. So there, after doing your tawaf, you just pray 2 rakat. You just pray to God like as we pray in our normal mosque every day.
But why are they facing it? Why do they have to face that building there? So see, the building is an object, whether it's empty, solid, or it doesn't matter. It's an object.
Let me explain to you. One of the essence of Islam is to unify mankind. That is why everything Muslims do, that unity must have to come. So unification of mankind face the same direction. Evil. For example, I travel to London. For example, I look for the nearest mosque. I have to pray. That's a unification. I will see.
Okay, now you face this specific point. You face this specific point. So how does facing one specific point uniting people?
Okay. It's uniting people in the way of organization. I want to build my mosque. I have to build mosque in my village. I have to locate the direction of Kaaba.
Exactly. So that's not the easiest direction to face. But God is everywhere.
Before now, Muslims used to face Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem.
You see what you just said just now? That's exactly my point.
And let me explain it now.
Go ahead.
So the significance of this building you are saying, if you read the story of the Kaaba was built by Prophet Ibrahim and his son Ishmael. So, and the wife.
But there's no evidence to it, even by their own admission. There's no evidence. It's not zero. You come on, you have to admit there's zero evidence.
Let me give you the evidence. There is. There is evidence in both the Bible and the Quran. Go study
the location what you are seeing now. There's no evidence that was where it happened or anything like that happened there. They are just choosing a random position in their own country. Now, what I said before.
Let me explain it to you. Hold on, I will not let you go. There is evidence. One of the evidence, when Ismail was hungry of water, God raised water from nowhere. That water is still in Mecca. If you go to Mecca, that's what you are going to drink. It doesn't stop. But
is it at that point?
It's at that point.
Yes.
Hold on. It's just like 200 meters from where, let me say 500 meters from where this thing is. That's where it is. I was in Mecca in November last year.
So it's 500 meters from where this is. And what you are saying now, if I check, there is no historical evidence to read.
There is.
Just somebody that says that's where it is.
Hold on. You need to open your mind.
What is the name of the place? Where is the name of the place? So I investigate right now while we are online.
Let me finish. Let me tell you the second evidence. The second evidence, there is one small thing you are seeing close to the Kaaba. It's called the Tomb of Abraham. That was where Abraham marched when he was building this thing. Was one of another significant place. So the evidence that Abraham built this house, like the last time when we were having this discussion, somebody was saying, oh, there are stuff inside. No, there is nothing inside. If you go on YouTube, you can go inside of Kaaba. You will see it. It's empty.
You know you're going to provide the evidence. So when you are saying this, you are going to provide the evidence of everything you are saying now. So keep going. Hey, don't think you're going to just say it and get away with it. You will provide evidence. Because I've asked this question before, and there is no evidence for it, and you are claiming there is evidence. So you will show us the evidence today. There is no voodoo science you're going to do today. You will provide that evidence. Go ahead.
Forefather, don't be an antichrist. I think
I'm telling you now, you will provide evidence.
So actually, forefather, one of the biggest evidence is that water, the Zamzam water.
There is water coming from everywhere. That's not an evidence.
No, it is. This one is different. Go and read about non-Muslim that did research on this water.
Okay, what is that water again? Do you have it? Does it have a name so I can search it right now?
Zamzam. Z-A-M. Zamzam water.
Okay.
Read more about it.
Let me ask now, what is the evidence? The Zamzam. You know, ChatGPT knows all this. The Zamzam water. You'll find out now. We'll load it in right now. Everybody will be the Zamzam water.
I'm here for you.
The Zamzam water is now what is the evidence? The Zamzam water is the place where Hagar. No, hold on. Is it where Hagar?
Yes.
Hagar got what again?
Just Google Zamzam water. You will see the details.
No, the Zamzam water. Is there evidence where the Zamzam water is where Hagar encountered what? What happened there again? What happened with Hagar, the Zamzam water site?
So when Ishmael was born, I think at the age, I think it was about 30 at that point, right? So God actually directed Abraham. The mother of Ishmael, Hagar, had issues with the first wife of Prophet Abraham.
I know about that. What happened at the Zamzam site?
So
I just want to
the
use that to start with.
hold on, the child was hungry of water. She was scared that the child.
Yeah, an angel came to her. Go ahead.
Wait now, then she was now running. You know how like somebody that is just confused. She was just running up and down. Oh, how is this child going to survive? That was when angel came and revealed that water to her and more like tell her,
Okay,
hey, all is going to be
water
well.
is where Hagar met the angel.
You will see the details.
Okay. Okay, I asked, what is the evidence the Zamzam water is where Hagar met the angel? The story of Hagar and the angel at the well of Zamzam is an important part of the Islamic tradition, and it's associated with the origin of the sacred well Zamzam in Mecca, where the story itself is not explicitly mentioned in the Quran. It is found in various hadith sayings and Islamic traditions. These sayings provide basis of or the belief of Hagar and her son encountered an angel on the side. Here is a summary of the story based on Islamic tradition. And so it's basically stories. There is no clear evidence for it. It's, according to the Islamic tradition, was the Hijra in Arabic was the wife of this. It doesn't include this in scientific evidence. It is important to know that the story of Hagar and the angel of this is not explicitly mentioned in the Quran, but it is firmly established in Islamic tradition and is an integral part. But is there any scientific evidence? It's the location where Hagar met the angel at a well.
There doesn't need to be any scientific evidence. We have religious evidence. We have religious evidence.
Even in Christianity, you will see this narration in the Bible. The only different what some Christian will tell you, they will tell you, oh, it's not that location. But in Christian, in the Old Testament,
okay, good.
Baka, the name Baka was mentioned, clearly stated.
So my point, you see, the point I'm trying to establish is that there is no real evidence, real one, that like a continuity. You know, like how you see the churches of Jerusalem, you know, is there. You can see the walls, they are there. This is where this Solomon and the church of, you know, during the time of Christ, where it was.
So
there is no clear scientific evidence.
Hold on. Is it not the same building you are seeing now? Is it not the same building?
What building?
What you are
this
seeing?
Is not the building. This is not the building. That one is in Jerusalem.
So what is in Jerusalem is a building, right?
Yes.
The Great
Wall. That dates back thousands of years. So continuously, there's no break.
Hold on. You need to understand the difference. If you go back and see old picture of Kaaba, it was not built like this. It was just a small building. Kaaba, the main building, they don't touch it. They just cover it with cloth, like more, make it look neat. That is
okay.
Those other buildings. Hold on.
Let's not paper around it. I'm just trying to get to a specific point.
Those other buildings
before the time of before the time of Islam, what was in that location? Was there any worship of Jerusalem there?
The whole of
so
Arabia,
there was nothing like that there.
The whole of Arabia was a desert.
So so there, you see, this is what I mean. There's no continuity. There's no real evidence of continuity from the time of Abraham to when Islam was founded. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. No, you just finished. I will let you go after I finish speaking. So there's no continuity from the time of Jerusalem to the time Islam was formed of that particular location being recognized as the location where Abraham, the angel, met this in Hagar, and where Abraham built his temple, his first temple with Isaac, or I think, or Ishmael, one of them. There's no real continuous evidence, so that you can say, okay, this is the location where the Jews or the children of Abraham thought their father built the first temple, then before Islam actually took over from them and founded that location as his source. So let me finish. Now there's a second point there. The first time they founded Islam itself, from what you are saying, you actually stated it yourself, that they were worshiping facing Jerusalem. Guess what? They were smart, isn't it? They decided to move it from there to Mecca.
No, you would have asked what.
Brilliant. You said it yourself. You said it yourself.
Yes, I said it. You would have asked what happened. Why was it changed? That's the question you need to ask.
Of course, there's a reason. What is the why? It doesn't matter. They did.
Geopolitical strength, obvious, right?
It doesn't matter why they did. They did. And hold on. The consistency there is that Christianity did the same thing. Islam did the same thing. The only people that don't do that kind of stuff is us.
Thank you, to Nigel. You just hit it there. Thank you. Jerusalem, Mecca. Thank you, to Nigel. Thank you.
Only us that don't do that. We worship other people.
Yourself.
Please go ahead, AY. Go ahead, AY.
Let's move it to Senegal. Come on, move it to Kanu or Ife. Move it to Ife. I don't even care.
Father C. I get your point, but issue of religion, they are very tough issue, right? I get it. Like the continuity you were talking about, right? When Abraham, Prophet Abraham got married to the first wife, Sarah. For a long time, they didn't give birth. Abraham now got married to the second wife, Hajara, the one we call Hagar. So when they got married, she got pregnant immediately.
We know the story, just to go to the point.
Okay, here is the continuity. First of all, you need to recognize that Prophet Abraham went to drop Sarah from the command of God in this location. If you have alternative proof, I will listen to you. Drop her in this location where the source of the Zonzo water we're talking about originated from. God also commanded Abraham to build this house in the same place. I swear I can pay for Mecca for you. We'll go there, we'll show you the water, we'll show you the distance. You will see this, you will see for yourself and understand the history for yourself. So that was the first continuity. Mind you, even in the Bible, God has promised Abraham that he will bless his two children, Isaac and Ishmael. God fulfilled that commandment by he will build them into nations. Isaac Ishmael was more like coming from the Arab nation, which are the two nations, in my understanding, that God promised. So the continuity of this stuff are just there. If you track the lineage of Ismail, the one we call Ishmael, it runs down to Prophet Muhammad. They have a connection. I can show you the what's it called? How they are connected. I used to have that breakdown. So the continuity to me is clearly there. It's not even ambiguous at all.
What you just said now has nothing to do with continuity. It just has to do with story. The location you said, there is no, see, when Abraham did what he did, if it was a walking distance, we are talking about hundreds of kilometers, and that he had to go and drop off this in Hagar. And there is no GPS of where he did it. And that water is not the only water source in that region. So for people to just decide that, and there is no continuity. When you say continuity, After that event, there was nothing else going on there until Islam arrived to come and make it a religious site.
No.
Am I wrong?
No.
Okay. Then
To Niger. To Niger, can I talk?
Go deep. Okay, go ahead.
Hello. What you are saying that source of water is not, that is the only source of water in the whole of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is one of the countries that is the only, you can't see water anywhere in Saudi Arabia apart from that Zemzem. There is no river, there is no stream in Saudi Arabia.
They do have streams in Saudi Arabia. Come on.
Wow, that place sounds so holy.
To Niger.
Okay, I will find out now. I'll check that.
Why are you saying this? I'm in Saudi Arabia, so why I'm telling you the fact and you are telling me it's not true.
Let me confirm the facts. Then I'll confirm.
Is behaving like
is one of the country that has no stream, no river, no source of water. The only source of water here is to dig a borehole, and it's not even in every region.
So you believe it's holy?
Oh, it's holy. Wallah, it's holy.
Well, nothing in your land is holy, but their own land is holy. You can't find a single stone in your own village that's holy, but you have to travel across the world to find something holy.
We have things that are holy in Africa, of course. We do.
Gentlemen, finding Reformation.
Are you a Muslim?
Yes. Okay, two ninjas. We are talking about
Niger is still doing research. Is finding. Is searching for.
Anything holy in your village, in your hometown, in your home country, nothing is holy. You have to travel across the world to find something holy. Okay, no problem.
Let me tell you, during the time of when the prophet were coming before Jesus Christ, when they come to the Israel, so the Jewish will not tell them. A prophet is said to them will not tell them, hey, if you know you are a prophet of God, can you do this? When they pray and do it, they will not tell, oh, it's just a magic. Come on, even our magician can do it. And that's what a forefather is doing.
Hold on. You were saying? So I'm trying to confirm facts here because there's no real fact that location is the location that Abraham built anything.
Have you find another location?
Pardon?
Did you find another location?
No, it looks like because it looks like people were worshiping there before that time. From what I gather, it says prior
people
to the advent of
they used to
idol worshippers.
Idol worshippers. They are there before.
That is correct.
And the same can be said for many other religions. That's how many other religions founded other ones on top of them.
Yes, you need to know the prophets were sent because of what was going on in these places, in this region. Even the father of Abraham was really into idols. He was heavy. So the Hebrew faith was actually the father who used to sell idols. If you would tell him, go and sell idol, Abraham he would deceive his father and said, who will buy what God has forbidden? What is this? Like what? So because of the loyalty of Abraham to his father, he will pretend to is selling, he will leave. Then when he come back, when the father come out, he say, nobody is buying your idols, so nobody is buying. So you need to know Mecca. If you read the history of Mecca, Mecca was a real idol worshiper. Like, if you read the story of Prophet, I see how they tried to kill the Prophet, how they drove him away from Mecca. Prophet run away from Mecca. Like I know the cave, one of the cave, the Prophet, a very tall, this thing like this.
You see what Simba said, that Zamzam is the only source of water in Saudi Arabia. But that is wrong. It's false. You can't just be saying stuff like that. And this is kind of stuff people inject in the debate that is wrong.
So what did you find? Tell us something contrary now. Why are you saying it's wrong?
No, you shouldn't be doing that. I say Zamzam the only source of water in Saudi Arabia. He says no.
Is that the way to write? Is that the what do you mean by only source? Do you know how they get water in Saudi Arabia? If you say source of water, most of their water they get it from salination. And if you deep borehole, is that not a source of water? I'm telling you that surface water,
underground water. Okay, what is
for Saudi Arabia?
Surface water comes from underground.
You need to know that.
Yeah, I know. Surface water comes from
your search is wrong. Your search is wrong.
Okay, should I search underground then?
It's not underground. This is surface water. We are talking about surface water.
All surface water comes from underground. Otherwise, they will dry up. Don't you understand?
There's only one source of water.
What do you mean? So if you dig a borehole, what source of water is that one? We say is surface or underground.
Guys, there's only one source of water in my village. Is it holy? That's my only question. I only have one source of water. It's behind my grandfather's house. Is it holy? That's my only question.
Wells and surface water. In historically, those things change locations because, like if you look at the Sahara now, some locations in some seasons you have water come to the surface. In other times, you are not going to find water.
Forget about it. When you are something related to season is different from in Saudi Arabia. I'm telling you,
it's not your season. No, you're not listening. It's
okay.
Different times. So historically, they change. They move locations. Some areas you have water. Sometimes in other times you have water in other areas. So what I'm saying is that the precise location of what they are talking about, may not be the same historically. And
so the Zemzem shifted from one place to the other.
See,
is that what you are saying?
Have
you ever seen a river that changes location or a stream that changes location?
They do that all the time. Don't you understand?
Give us an example.
Even the water, the river parts in Africa right now, they've changed part. Even the one in Chad that you are seeing, there was a time that used to run all the way to the ocean. It doesn't get there anymore. What are you going to say about that? It changes all the time.
Yeah, Tunaja, can you look up Tuba?
What's Tuba?
Touba.
Just Tuba.
Yeah, that's African. That's Touba.
T-O-U. Okay, Touba.
Yeah, Tuba.
That's India. No, T-A-C. Okay, T-O. Sorry, T-O. And I go India. Is it okay? This is Tuba.
Touba.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, we are there now. What's happening? Okay, so the point I'm making is that the location is arbitrarily chosen because it is tied to worship that has already been happening there before.
Bingo.
It's like how Christians converted the day of worship in their own world to Christmas Day. The Christmas Day used to be for the worship of some god in Europe. So they converted it to their own Christmas Day. I don't think Christ was born on Christmas Day from the biblical tales, but they just chose to make it their own Christmas Day. So this is what we are talking about. And it's good that we acknowledge these things. But from the point of view of there's a noise coming through. But from the point of view of religion in terms of Islam, we also have to admit that on Christmas Day, people are not exactly worshiping a specific location.
Tunaja, I will join you later. I'm going on in meeting. I will join you.
No problem.
We need to discuss this topic.
And you need to come with proof, proper proof of the lineage that kept the name, that this location, instead of worshiping idols, even when they were worshiping idols, they were saying this is the location where Abraham built this temple. If they did that from the time of Abraham till now, let's say Hagar, after Hagar had Isaac, they built the temple there, and then they started worshiping since then till now in that specific location, then you can attribute that there's continuity, isn't it? You can't argue with that.
Tunaja, one interesting thing that we're trying to divorce here, which people will not understand, that connection between Islamization and Arabization. I remember watching a video, I think this is like Yoruba video, right? And they were interviewing a white man from Cuba, but he's into Ifa divination. He knows it much more than the average Yoruba. And the Baba, I can't even say it, Baba whatever, was like, this white Yoruba guy is more Yoruba than you, pointing to a black guy, because he understood the religion and he said he's more Yoruba than you are. That's what people don't understand about religion. It is a colonization. So when the Yoruba religion guy can say, oh, this white Yoruba guy is more Yoruba than you because of the way he practices our ancestral religion, something you forgot. The same thing can be said for Islam. I mean, that's all I can say about that for now. I want people to understand this connection, because they can make the connection. They can say in their own traditional religion, oh yeah, that guy's more Yoruba than me because he understands my religion. But when it comes to all these Abrahamic faiths, they can't connect it. Their brain doesn't work anymore. And if you start debating them, they want to consult a scholar. Okay.
Yeah, and Simba, I asked, is Zamzam the only source of surface water in Saudi Arabia? They said no. It's still not the only source of surface water, despite arid and desert landscape of Saudi Arabia has various sources of water, including underground aquifers, oases, coastal areas with access.
You can see what you are saying. You can see what you are saying. Tonight, listen to yourself. Wait now. You said aquifer. Do you know what they call aquifer?
Aquifers.
Yes. Do you know what they call aquifers?
You tell me what they call aquifers, since you know it.
It's underground water, underground, and they are in fact more than 1 kilometer below the ground.
Yes.
And then you mentioned sea. You mentioned sea.
Who cares if there's local myths they had before there's only one source of water in the whole desert and we're still practicing it? Okay, there's only one source of water.
Let me tell you, if you watch, hold on.
Oh my god. Okay, let me provide this picture so that this guy understand what aquifers truly mean. I'll put it up here so you can see it. You see what an aquifer is here? And the water can come out on the surface. You see what that means? That's what they are telling you. From aquifers, you get the water to the surface. So when you say aquifers is not surface water, it's similar to surface water because that's where surface water comes from.
I will not. I don't want to engage on that argument with you because it's like you don't understand what aquifer means. How many aquifer have you seen that the water runs to the surface?
Oh,
even in Libya,
they do. Many of them they do
run
to the surface because remember where water is collected is not under the soil.
You know, to Niger, you are searching Wikipedia or whatever. I don't know what you are searching. We that are living in a space, we are telling you what is happening in that space, and you are using what you are searching that somebody put there. Maybe you don't even understand what you are reading, and you are trying to not dispute what I'm telling you. I'm not saying this thing because of religion. I'm a resident in Saudi Arabia. There's no water. You can't see any surface water in Saudi Arabia.
What do you think oasis is again? Okay,
God. What do they call oasis?
What is oasis? They said oasis are areas where natural springs, wells provide a source of water in the midst of arid desert.
What do you mean? You know, they say well.
Natural springs and wells.
Okay, no problem. Okay, believe whatever you want to believe.
Simba.
To Niger.
Simba. Don't be doing some of things to your people.
I'm not doing anything to my people. You know me. I will tell you the facts. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The fact is not true because you can't have Saudi Arabia be a country without water. They will starve to death before now. You sure that?
Let me tell you what is happening. The water that we drink in Saudi Arabia is from desalination.
Now, yes, they don't have a lot of water. You can't rely on oasis water to feed a nation like Saudi Arabia now. That I understand. I'm saying that is not the
all other area. Let me tell you, all other area. I'm not saying they don't have underground water. That's what I'm talking about. When you get to Nigeria now, you see a lot of stream. You see a lot of water running on the surface. You can never see that one in Saudi Arabia. That's what I'm telling you.
But they are there now. I asked the question about Saudi
Arabia.
They are not
there. Let them give us example. Whoever is putting that one
can you
on
check
the
what
internet.
I said in the back chat? Check if it's confirm if it's legitimate.
Yeah, okay. I'll ask Water Springs. I'll ask okay, now carry on while I just check it out.
Yeah. I'm not ready to speak. Oh, you got it, guys.
Okay, so let me just be checking this out. Sure, you all can see it for yourselves. So this is it in Saudi Arabia, huh? Is this in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. So look at the map. It's in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, it's kind of the oasis of Alaska. When I was working, the estimated number of Alaska springs is oh my god, between 60 and 70 springs. Oh my god, Simba, this is embarrassing. 60 and 70 springs. You know, Abraham have 60 and 70 springs to select from, and
Oh
that's a lot.
god.
No, that's a lot. How can you possibly triangulate the original word Simba? Simba. Ah, and he's in Saudi Arabia.
I think they just chose the one that's closer to Mecca, probably. Marketing.
This is not a joke business. You see, this people, our people sit here and justify things. They don't look at the facts. They just believe what people tell them. They don't check the facts out. You know, this one alone has how many springs? Eh? All Abraham needed to do was choose one. And then our people would decide to make it that it's only one in the entire country, Simba. And then when the early Muslims were worshiping the location in Jerusalem, they were smart. How can we be worshiping this location that belongs to Christians and this is Jews, so that they can take presidents and our people go and visit them and give them all the goodies? No, they made it their own. And our people, the only people that didn't make it their own is our people.
In Israel, right? They got the Allah.
Yeah, but they are not worshiping the Al-Aqsa mosque. They smartly did it on their own territory.
They're not allowed to do it, but they used to.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying we should leave the mosque in Mecca and worship one in our own land.
That's haram. That's haram. How dare you say that?
You see, now you call that haram, but theirs is not haram when they did it.
Everything's already been written. Stop trying to change everything.
When Muhammad was alive, they were not worshiping the one in Mecca, were they?
Oh, stop it. Now, two ninja.
I'm asking. When Muhammad was alive, were they worshiping the direction in Mecca, or were they worshiping the one in Jerusalem?
During the time, can you hear me? Can you let me just speak?
Yeah, please answer the question.
Yeah, during the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was revealed that you were praying direction to Al-Aqsa. Now we ask you to pray to Mecca. So it is not something Muslims did. It is a command from Allah. It is a revelation, my friend. And
okay.
When we are talking about
before then they were worshiping Jerusalem with through Islam.
Of course, even in Somalia there is a mosque which has two directions in Jerusalem and Mecca. So it is not after Prophet Muhammad.
So you have to pray the direction of Mecca. It's the law. It's come from Muhammad said it. You have to.
No, it is from Allah. It's not from
sorry.
It's in the Quran.
It's from Allah.
Quran, my friend. Yeah.
So if the Quran said that Muhammad, when he was alive, because the impression I was given was that at first they were worshiping towards Jerusalem, so it looked like after the time he passed, that's when they switched it to
no. It was the Quran was revealed when he was alive. When he was dead, there was no Quran, my friend. So this is
okay. So for how long was he? Hold on. For how long was he worshiping towards Mecca before he changed?
It's like when he was coming to Medina. You see, in Mecca, it's different. Then he was immigrated to Medina, and during that time, he was revealed to build a mosque and make direction to Mecca. This is not something Prophet Muhammad did according to the Muslim beliefs. There are two different things. One, the verse is coming from the Quran. That's nothing to do with Muhammad, as we believe, and it has nothing to do also with the Arabs or the latest the imams. It is a command from Allah, and it cannot be ridiculed, and it cannot be.
Okay, so
yeah. So
the Quran told them.
There are two ninjas. You must understand. There are so many red lines in Islam. When you are speaking like this, you are offending a lot of people. But it's not helping Africa. Also, we are open for reformations. But
what do you mean there are red lines? What do you mean there are red lines?
You're not allowed to question certain things too, Niger. Don't you get it?
Why are we not allowed? I'm not a Muslim. Why am I not allowed to question? If I'm not questioning that whether that it wasn't stated in the Quran, I was questioning the fact that somebody said they used to worship this thing, that it looked like after the Muhammad. You have what I said. The after Muhammad died, that's when it changed. Hold on. This is exactly the problem we have with Islam. You just turn it to your own problem. All I said was the way it was narrated was that the stuff was changed after the time of Muhammad. I actually stated it, that it was changed after the time of Muhammad. Then you said it was haram.
So now you know it's wrong.
I know. Now you've corrected it, that it was during the time of Muhammad. That is where it should have ended. Now you are trying to imply that I deliberately wanted to just
the offensive is not that one, my friend. It's the offensive telling Muslims we have to make a new one. Like let us go to another village in Africa and make a Makkah. This is stupid.
If that's
that's not going to help anyone. That's what I'm telling you.
Good. If that is not possible,
because
let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point. If our people are incapable of breaking away from a religion that puts our people down, then they have to pull away from it. Because if you are telling me, if you are telling me a religion where God is everywhere, but their own God tells you that you have to face them, no, I say our people should not back such a religion. Why would you back a religion that God tells you that you have to face them? God is supposed to be everywhere. God created Africans first.
Hold on, tonight. Hold on. Let Simba come in. Simba is a Muslim. Simba, come in. Simba, they say law.
Hello, woman.
Yeah, come into the conversation.
I've been there. I've been having conversation with Tunaja. Tunaja is doing Wikipedia, so it's Wikipedia that is using to dispute what we are saying.
Yeah, I have to go somewhere. We can't just use word of mouth. We have to have evidence-based discussion.
Hey, so Wikipedia is your evidence.
No. It's not only Wikipedia. I'm not the one that provided this evidence. I just found out that they have so many springs, and you told us it was one. You see why we need to consult evidence.
Okay, we can Google the spring if we don't believe Wikipedia and look at the pictures. If we,
And still there is no direct evidence that says there is continuous lineage between Hagar and the time when they made that location the location for worship. So we have to. This is based on faith.
What do you mean by continuous? What do you mean by continuous lineage? What do you mean by lineage and location? What is the connection between a location and a lineage?
The lineage is like, you know how you have the Jerusalem temple. We know when it was built. We know the people that the ages that they went through, and when the the Romans destroyed it.
The Kaaba has been in existence even before Prophet Ibrahim. It was just a place where they worship idol worship. Yes, it was idol worship. So it took it over from them.
Okay, but the location is also after when Islam came. They said now that's the location where. I don't even know how they did that, but they said
I think the problem you have, because there are so many documentaries and some scientists that have seen that location was actually in Petra, not in Mecca.
The point that I'm making is that location there's no real evidence that that's the location Abraham built anything. There's no real evidence that that's the location Hagar met the angel. So it's just it's an act of faith to an extent.
But let me tell you, which I don't understand which say scientific evidence, or which evidence do you really wanted to actually
Okay,
satisfy
you see,
that?
in life, you cannot rely only on scientific evidence. You have to also rely on historical evidence. So, and the historical evidence doesn't necessarily support
What I want
continuity.
to tell you about any religion is that even both Islam and Christianity, they have almost the same origin. And then if you look at it, maybe because of documentation, there's some missing documentation that you cannot actually see to actually justify most of the things that they are giving us today. So
See, my own take on
people,
all these things is that
I think
our
that's
people
a great
never
point.
know success in this
I
world.
think that's a great point.
If we concede a massive social, this is soft power to another group, we will never know progress.
No. For the fact that we are discussing this to Niger, I'm one of those people. I'm a Muslim, but no, I'm not an adherent. I believe in our own. Do you understand? Because I also believe that the two major religions in the world are just tool of oppression and control. That's the way I see the two of them, and that's why the two of them are competing with each other.
Dominance.
Yes.
And you see, you are slightly different, but there are people that will do anything and destroy any of their own to support it.
You know, let me tell you, you need to, if you are conversant with Saudi Arabia and you are conversant with even the Israel, where the two major religions originated from, if you visit those two sites, you will have a rethink about the way our people actually, are taking these two religions. You understand? They don't take it the way we take it. There are so many things that we are doing that we have adopted. I don't know where they got those doctrines that our people are actually indoctrinated, or that they are doing now in both religions that are not actually original to the religion. You understand? And you know the way we take things in Africa. Once they give us one thing, we had flavor, we had so many things to eat, because we value foreign things more than our own. And it's not only in religion, in everything, culturally, education, everything.
Yes,
So, and those are the things we have to actually look at and change in Africa. And I used to, even tonight, I may be on one man platform, most of the time I used to mention that, have you ever seen any developed country that actually adopted another foreign culture? Or whether it is religion, whether it is language, whether anything.
Yeah.
You cannot see. And so that is one of those things that we have to consider to have a rethink in Africa. You see Africans, they don't even want to bear their names again. They love bearing foreign names.
Yeah.
I don't know. So
let's start with building the green wall, so we can start doing a different thing, yeah, and start reversing this. Start reversing those Arabs, but send them back on their horses.
You have to have a message that can replace it. You can. This is one of the issues many Africans are having. We have to have it. You see, there are other groups that have completely done away with religion completely. Like, because if it's doing harm, it has to go. One of the things I've always understood is that if it's a problem, it needs to go. And our own culture, we have to start recognizing that if a culture is dividing a family, and we are fighting each other, while the people we are fighting on behalf are also dislike us. They don't exactly like us as much. When we go to their countries, they treat us like dirt. They, as a matter of fact, some of the time they used to refer to us as slave. And then they believe that their language is the language of angels. Yes, the religion has a lot of positive things, but you have to consider we are the first creators of religion. We basically invented God from the concept. Now, when we say invented, from the point of view that we recognize the creation of the world and that we didn't do it ourselves, we have to worship. We were the ones that started this stuff. And somehow, now we just considered it to other people like they have to teach us how to worship in heaven anymore. And we concede in such a way that they treat us like second-class citizens. How did we get to that point? Either we do away with it, or we do it in a way that doesn't damage us. And anybody that comes up with a way that it doesn't damage us, If they can find it, then we are all ears. Let them tell us in a way that we practice these religions, that we don't see ourselves as inferiors, that our beauty standard is not an Arabic woman, that our way of life is not copying the way of life of desert dwellers. Let them give us a vision that we can practice this religion and still aspire to greatness. And we are able to travel, like aspire like any other nation, go to space, be inventive, and make our way in this current world. If they define that for us, I'm all ears. I will listen. But if you have only a situation, you want to carry on a situation that makes us less than other people, that we keep destroying our own for beliefs that is not of our own direct forefathers, that we're the first to create this, other people copied us. I don't understand it. And that, what is the point? You might as well lie down and die, because that is the place you've just this a wish for your own people, because sooner or later they will come and claim the rest. Whenever they get the chance, we are always the one that they come and invade. Was it not Morocco that attacked the Songhai Empire? What did the Songhai Empire do to Morocco? And Morocco is an Islamic nation.
The Berbers obviously invaded the Ghana Empire and destroyed it.
Yeah, they destroyed it.
That's when
you know the Moroccans initially they were not Muslim.
Yeah, but they were Muslim when they attacked the Songhai Empire.
It's by colonization. It's not even colonization. It's like the Arab.
The Arab took over.
Eh?
The Arab
Muslim when
they took over, exactly. In fact, what I used to tell the Egyptians that I'm working with, I used to tell them, "Are you Arab?" Some of them they say, but I used to ask them, "Your forefathers are not Arab." But now they see themselves as Arab. They don't even have their language. They have lost it completely. They don't even speak any other thing apart from Arabic.
Yeah, the Romans did that one to them. The Romans and the Greeks departed them from their hieroglyphics. Then later on, the Arabs and the Turks pushed their own language out too. So it's just one of those problems.
Even some of our brothers in Sudan, like the brown skin one, you can tell they think they're Arabs. I spoke to one days ago. I went to the shop to get some stuff for my phone, and he thinks he's Arab. And I looked at him.
Yes, the Sudanese, yes, I agree with you. They say that, but you still see some pockets of them.
Yes,
so there are still some pockets of Sudanese that have their local languages.
Okay.
It's a natural progression of the language. So once you adopt the language, what ends up happening is the next thing is you make the religion a state thing, right? Which is what they even done in northern Nigeria. The next step is, we need to be able to translate this language better for religious reasons. They start teaching their children Arabic, right?
Let me even surprise you.
The region.
You know what they used to preach? They say the only language that God understands is Arabic. I used to laugh. And they will use that one to show that people will go and learn it just because they want to go to paradise. Africans, I think maybe because we are lazy, or I don't even know, we are always looking for the easy way out for everything. Because why should somebody be thinking you have not even survived here on earth? You'll be thinking of paradise that you don't even know whether it is true or not. And people can do anything to sacrifice for unknown.
Yeah, go on. I'm just trying to look at this. For me, anyway, our people, we can't be killing ourselves. That needs to stop. We can't be killing ourselves for another man religion. And if you want to a kind of rework the religion, I think it was DG that said something about Reformation. If you want to do that, do it in a way that we progress from it. We are not inferior to other people, because clearly you can see that even in Judeo-Christian religion, they tend to believe that the Israelites are special people to God. So we are not. In Islam, they believe that the Arabic language, their language, is the language of angels. I don't know whether it's actually stated in the Quran, but that's what they say.
And
exactly, yes. I agree with you.
Other one is giving them preference over us. And this is why our everything else that we do seems to be differing to their standards. When we, I don't even need to reiterate it. When we have been around for such a long time and we've forgotten who we are, we have to reinvent ourselves. Reinvent ourselves outside other people's limitations. Because it's a limitation when they tell you that your language is not of the heavens. It's a limitation when they tell you that you are not part of the chosen ones. You can't subscribe to that. If I have a club now that says I hate black people, you're not going to exactly want to come and subscribe to that club. If I create a club that says I'm better than everyone else, or my black people are better than everyone else, white people are not going to join that club. You tell me, if I create a club that says black people are better than everyone else, let me see the Indian that is going to sign up to the club. Let me see the white man they won't. But somehow we sign up to everything else that everybody tells us that our own is not special. So why are they more special than us? Because they invented religion. Of course, they invented it. They invented it for themselves to be more special. Why don't we do something that makes or put us in the middle of things? That's all.
So,
That's all I'm asking.
to Niger, okay, if you want to summarize everything now, can we not see the Africans? Maybe we are very low in IQ, or what? Or what is our problem?
I think somewhere along the line, I think their mistake is that they thought in a way, the people that practice Islam at first, they didn't understand the ramification of Islam necessarily. It's not like Christianity, because clearly from what I think it was Gigi that corrected me regarding the worship of Islam in terms of facing Mecca. You can't move it. You can't even change the language. They made it in such a way that it is hooked to them. You can't change it. It's not like Christianity where you can move the capital to Rome and the St. James version. They made it in such a way that you can't change it properly.
Let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you the difference between Islam and Christianity. Islam came with a rules for everything. It's just like a way of life. I'm just telling you this, teenager. Islam tells you how you can eat, how you can take your bath, how you can wear your shoe, everything, how you can get married. There's nothing that Islam doesn't touch. So in a way, once you say you are a Muslim, then you follow all these things. It will take everything. It will take total control of you. That is the difference. It will take total control of you.
You have to remember that most of their definitions is based on their culture, the desert culture.
There is a mix. There is a mix. Exactly. There is a mix.
They cannot possibly understand tropical cultures because they cannot possibly understand.
What I'm even saying that the way our people, the dressing here, people take it as if that is a sacred way. They take it as if as part of worshiping.
Yeah, why wouldn't they not? When they consider them superior, they have to copy everything that the Arabic people do. They have to, because that's how it works. You are just giving me a good example too. The dressing, they have to dress the way the Arabic people dress because they linked it to the religion. This is the soft power I'm talking about. Because they link it to it when it's not necessarily linked. I don't think the people that dress in Arabic way should necessarily be the same you dress when you are living in a cold climate and all the rest of it. But almost universally, they wear the similar kind of clothes because they feel like when you do that, you're closer to God.
Well, you have to realize that Islam is basically, I mean, I'm sorry to upset anyone here, but Muhammad saw Christianity, he liked it, and realized that the Arabs needed a religion like that. So he basically, anyone who codes knows what I'm talking about. He basically forked Christianity and then edited it to make it better, right? So that's why you see why Islam is so strong, because they basically changed it from Christianity. There you go.
Yeah, they modified it and they made it stronger and they tied it in such a way that it's not very flexible. Maybe they learned something from Christianity, how because the Romans had already moved Christianity to Rome. They learned something from that, and it was encoded deep into the religion that never to move that location. You see what just
You
happened
can't
there?
even though praying 5 times a day. Think about it. You've been praying 5 times a day for 20 years. When do you even become a man? Let's say you leave your father's house at like 21. So you don't know anything until you're 21, probably. You've been praying. Someone told you if you don't pray 5 times a day, you will die. You've been praying 5 times a day since you were for the past 2 decades. Then you come out to the real world. How long is it going to take for you to get out of that ideology? I mean, it's a cult, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't call it a cult. It's a religion, obviously. But the question is, it shouldn't necessarily it's what it does to our people. That's what I care about. I do see. If the religion was making us flourish, I would be all for it. I don't care. But if it's not allowing us to flourish, and the people that gave it to us are treating us like dirt themselves, whether they are practicing religion or not, it doesn't necessarily matter, because what some people will argue is that those people that are doing all those bad things to you, they are not true Muslims. Yes, they are not true Muslims, but they also understand something that we are refusing to understand, that it's about their people.
I just want Black Africans to separate Arabization from the religion. You don't have to speak Arab. Whoever told you have to speak Arabic to go to heaven lied to you, okay? Speak your cultural language, speak Yoruba, make music, dress like your culture. You don't have to.
But it said that the Arabic language is the language of angels.
That's the problem, and you can't separate the two because it's all coded in one big book. So you can't take away the Mecca stuff. You can't take away the religion, the music, and the dancing. It's all part of one thing. But they need to separate the two. You can still be a Yoruba man and still be Muslim and still make music. Come on now. What's the problem?
I think the music one, from what I can see in the evidence, there's no real evidence that even the Quran says they should not do music.
Well, it's a very popular belief. I grew up with Muslims, so I know everyone believes that, right?
That's what I gather, but there's no real evidence.
And if you talk to scholars, most scholars say it's haram. But even just the dancing, look at the way we dress as Africans. Look at the way they dress. Do we dress like that? So we need to separate these things. We don't have to do those things to be Muslim. You don't have to go to Mecca. Go to your village. There's nothing holy in your village or your town or your state. Come on. There's no prophet that came from your whole community. Nobody. Nothing holy. Not even one stone. Come on. Find the stone.
That one. But
hello.
Yeah, who is that? That DJ.
Yeah, this is DJ. Yeah. Can I say just one thing here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When we are talking about Africa's religion and its reformation, we should be glad that we are talking about reformation without ridiculing the basics and the principles of any type of a religion. Look, just yesterday I was invited to a church which is in my town, and most of the congregations are from Africans, Liberia, Ghana. And the priest was from Ghana, and the service started like 1 o'clock, and it was only Africans. Then I and the priest have a good conversation, very long conversation. I asked him, before I came here, I was like 11 o'clock, my car was parked there, and I found so many Germans were also praying. You were not there, and all black people were not here. Why do you guys have two different worships in the same day? Why can't you just all come together and pray one day or do one? You know what? Because I was angry. I was like, and these Germans are not allowing the black people to come here and worship with them. What is going on? My instinct of the Africans were like killing me. But the priest told me, no, it's not them who said that. It's us. Why? Because we Africans here in this town or in this place have different problems from the mainstream of the Germans who are living here. When we are preaching what is important for us as an Africans, and that's why we have a separate services. I liked it. and I completely changed my mind, and my anger just came down. You can be a Christian, and you can have your own church as a black Christian. You can be a Somali Muslim, and you can have your own mosque and pray. Talk about your problem. Don't talk about Palestine or whatever. Your own problems. So we are open for. We must advocate for Africans' religions reformation, that we can make it better. But as long as intelligent people as you are, too, Ninja and Caesar, are putting some doubts of some other people's belief, then we are not going to nowhere, bro. We are just coming back to same circle, and people will just take you as somebody who is ridiculing them, who is making fun of their religion, who is not serious. No, respect it and make it your own. Maybe we will have our own version of Christian, and we will have our version of Muslims, or our own spiritual. But the foundations, you must be careful about them. Yeah, I'm just saying it like this here, just to go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. So yeah, I agree with your point that nobody should be ridiculing people's religion, and I actually believe that everybody is entitled to their own religion if they want to believe in religion. However, what truly drives people, because you have to understand the history of Islam compared to the history of humanity, is a flash in the pan. It just started barely 2000. It's not even up to 2000 years. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 1000 something years ago. So
1400, my friend.
Yes, 1400 years ago. Do you know how long humanity has been around?
We are now in 1445.
Yeah, do you know how long humanity has been around?
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Human beings have been around. No, human beings have been around 300,000 years. 300,000.
Okay.
So, and the earliest found writing in Africa goes back 50,000 years. So that's how far back we go. And 70,000 years.
You know, to Niger, the two Abramovic religion, they were claiming that okay, Judaism and Islam. The Islam did not agree with the Judaism. They were claiming that even the religion that Adam practiced is Islam.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, they were saying, yeah, that's what they said. That the original religion is Islam, but people corrupted it. So that's what Muhammad, if I'm not mistaken, came to correct. So that is their belief, and they are entitled to their beliefs.
What they said is that it's just like he came to put a finishing touch to everything. You know, before the prayer, the 5 prayer that we used to pray, is nobody knows the number of prayer. People just pray. There is no direction. So it was one that came and said, okay, this is the way to do it. This is the way to observe the prayer. This is the way to make ablution. And this is number of times that you have to be praying daily. You know, the only thing I appreciate about it is they don't leave room for people to give their own opinion, to have their own way into the religion. Everything, they have rules and regulation and standard for it. Unlike Christianity, as you are saying, that this one will agree that, okay, this is the way I would be doing my own worship. This other one will say, okay, this is the way I would be doing my own. Do you understand what I'm saying? Christianity leaves a lot of room for manipulations and changes.
Hold on, Simba. The Shiites don't believe what the Sunnis believe in terms of Islam. There are other groups in Islam.
No. If you don't understand, what is the difference between Sunni and Shiites?
All I know is that they are different.
They are not different. They are not different. They also pray 5 times daily. They observe the 5 pillars of Islam.
Yes, they follow it, but it doesn't mean they are not different still.
So what they know, well, okay, they are not different in the way they worship. So what difference are you talking about?
The way they worship they are slightly different in the way they practice it.
How?
Because there are rules. Like if they are not the same, then why are they fighting each other if they are the same? You tell
There
me.
is no let me tell you what they believe. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is the difference in the belief, but not in the way they worship. They also come to Saudi Arabia. They also they do pilgrimage in the same Saudi Arabia, which is a Sunni community.
The way they worship.
It doesn't.
May I say something about here? The difference.
The way you worship, the way you behave.
I'm telling you, I have friends that are Shiites now. Tonight, that don't just be arguing based on your own.
Something about the differences. The differences between Sunnis and the Shias. The Sunnis and Shias, both of them believe one God and also Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They also believe to pray 5 times a day. Both of them. They also fast Ramadan. They also believe the Hajj. They also believe the Zakat. This is the principles of Islam. According to the worships, according to the beliefs, they also believe there is only one God, but there is no one else. They also believe the revelations of Torah and Injil. They also believe the angels, and they also believe the judgment day. The belief and the worships, they are same. But the question is, why are they different? They were only ones until Sayyidina Ali, Karamallah Wajah. It's a political movement. It's nothing to do with the worship, and it's nothing to do with the mainstream Islam. And at the beginning of that conflict was like, which Imam are you going to follow? Is it Ali or is it Muawiyah or is it? It was a political ideology. Then if we ask now, it is ethnic problem between the Arabs, mainly Sunnis, and the Iraqis, Arabs, and also Shias, and the Pharisees, who are also mainly Pharisees, Iran. So if you look at it, it is nothing to do with the foundation of Islam. We have two sets: the Islam and Iman, faith and the worship. Both of these 6 pillars of Iman with the faith and the 5 pillars of Islam, which is the practice, we are all the same. They also pray to Mecca, my friend. So you gotta do some research and know about it. It's not and it's something to do with power and politics. That's all.
Yeah.
Sure. I think I'm clear, yeah.
Can I read this, please, and let's see whether you can make sense of, you can understand what is said here, because I'm not so sure what it means. It says, is a passage, they claim that this is a passage that instructed the Muslims to face this thing, Mecca for prayer. So I don't know whether you can interpret it. It says, we have certainly seen the turning of your face, O Muhammad, towards the heaven, and we will surely turn you to a Qibla, with which you will be pleased. So turn your face towards Al-Masjid Al-Haram, and
which is the
wherever
tradition,
believers are, turn your face to this. So when he says we have, certainly, who is we? Who is saying we have?
This is God speaking. We is the They translate we as a God, because they don't do I. This Almighty God is we. The translation in Arabic is inna. Inna means we. It's a plural way. It's not a singular way.
Look at that, and then look at that. He says, because look at let me read this thing so you can see what I mean. He says, heaven says, we have seen you turn your face to us. That was basically Muhammad worshiping heaven, because it's righteous and stuff like that, towards heaven. And we, for that reason, to an extent, he says, and we will surely turn you to a Qibla with which you will be pleased. So it means because you are worshiping us, we will turn you to a Qibla. The Qibla, is that the location that they normally worship, just to be correct? Yeah.
The Qibla is here, Makkah. Qibla is Makkah.
Okay, so he says, so now we will turn you to a Qibla that will please you. Muhammad. So turn your face towards.
No, I know where you're going.
I don't know whether that is accurate, but that's what it is saying, though. It is saying that.
Tinaja, wait a minute. Duale, it's is God not referred to or not seen as as a dual personality? Is it seen as a multiple personality in Islam?
No, it's one. It's wahid.
Yeah, but why do we then? I don't understand.
This well if you go to Arabic language or French also, when you are speaking, or even German, when I am speaking to someone who I don't know, I will address him Sie. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Do you speak English? In French also, I will say votre. I won't say yeah. This is for respect. It's nothing to do with it's a language
I
of
think
respect.
we can accept it that they are using those terms. To be fair, even the Bible sometimes they use, and when they use "we" in the Bible, it is referring to God and His host of angels and the people that are
And it's
seated
just
before Him.
respect here.
Yeah. So but
That's
the
Arabic
term,
language, my friend.
but hold on though. The passage, if it is accurate, which I could be getting wrong, so people should not come and start threatening me, which I could be getting wrong. But it does say that because Muhammad worships heaven, they are doing something for that he will be pleased too. So they consider the act of making people worship the location in Mecca that it will please Muhammad. Could that
But
be the purpose of it?
you here, please you here, it doesn't mean directly to Muhammad, because Muhammad is only the messenger. He is delivering this message to the Muslims. So the interpretations are very tricky, my friend. At the end,
I agree that I agree that it's a message from God, but I'm also trying to highlight the purpose why God did that. He's actually saying they actually said why he was doing it. He said because of which you will be pleased.
Yeah.
So to please,
you ask
I
very
wouldn't say
good
the purpose
question,
to
man.
please Muhammad. Though. I wouldn't say the purpose of doing it is to please Muhammad, but he's saying that Muhammad will be pleased with what they have decided to do.
No, you will be pleased, and you can be anyone. It will be. It's not you directly,
But it was
Muhammad.
Muhammad they
It
were
is
referring to, and they
you
said,
who.
it's Muhammad they are referring. He says, "We have certainly seen the turning of your face." Then they put in some kind of bracket, "O Muhammad," towards the heaven. So it's referring to the way God, Muhammad is facing heaven. That in other words, I think if you ask me, it's like worshiping heaven, believing in heaven. So then it's towards heaven, and we will surely turn you to a Qibla with which you will be pleased. So what do you make of that?
I make what you ask me that question.
Yes. Yeah. What does that say to you?
As anyone who has the faith, as long as this is from, that's why we are not going to argue here, because I am bound to believe what Allah said in the Quran.
So it is true. It is true that nobody's
there
saying
is-
that Allah did not say it. But what did you interpret from there? Are you scared of
I
looking at
believe
the
that
actual text itself?
No, I will go and do some research, and maybe you and I will have a discussion about it. But at the end of the day, if this is the belief of almost 100% of the Muslims, we are not going to waste our time if we are looking for reformations. What is good for us? You see, this is what it is, my friend. There are so many other angles which are very important to us and comes to our culture, and Islam allows us to express our ideas and to go there forward. But instead, let them face Makkah. It's okay. Let us face Makkah, but Let us have our own culture. Let us have our own language. Let us have our own respect. While we are Muslims and we are just like the Caesar said, you can be Yoruba and Muslim and Christian, but we don't go down deep down making some doubts. That is not any Muslim
It's not
will
about
just
doubt.
be
It's
deaf
about
and say to you
reading.
no.
It's about reading the Quran correct. It's not about doubt. Because when you are reading something, you can't just say, "Oh, whatever they tell me, I just believe." You have to read the Quran for
No.
yourself and understand it.
I'm telling. Yeah, because as I can understand, I know what you mean from there. You please. That means you Arab should make your own Kaaba and your own Mecca. This is your interpretation. As I may think, yeah. And I'm saying that's not important, my friend, when we are talking about the problems in religion of Africa. Can we just agree on that and go the real thing? There are so many things which are very, very important. This is not important.
It's
In
not
my humble
important.
opinion,
It's
with
quite for me.
respect.
I think it's quite important that even the heavens from when it was. I don't know whether maybe that's how I've not read the Quran a lot to know that is how all the verses go. Maybe because it could be that whenever God is giving Quran Muhammad instruction, like he will say, make sure there's no adultery, and I'm sure you will be pleased. Maybe that's how it is said. So I could misread what this chapter is actually saying by saying when the new Qibla will please you. You see what I mean? So because it could be saying, oh, make sure nobody commits adultery and it will please you that nobody commits adultery. If that's how the Quran refers to things, then that statement is not significant. But if that is not how the Quran normally refers to God's commands, then that is quite specific and important to highlight that he actually said turning that place to face the Qibla in Mecca will please Muhammad.
Yeah, but in the Quran, as I read, when God Allah is directly talking to Muhammad, he referred to him Ayuhan Nabi, your prophet, your prophet. But most of the time, it's just a massive messenger receiving messages and telling the message to the receivers. So you here, it, it, and as I said, because I will do my research, but I will understand that you is not only Muhammad. It could be me and his companion. So we must be very careful about interpreting Quran without real evidence, without real understanding the meaning of it. And my friend, the Quran in Arabic is revealed in high level of it was actually a miracle. The people at that time, when Muhammad was reading these verses, even though they were very good at their language, it's been really revealed in the Quraysh tongue. It's not Arabic tongue. It's just one tribe tongue. And they were like, what the hell is he saying? Is he a poet? Is he a magician? Because the language was itself a miracle, because Muhammad can never say these things because he was not known literature, or he knows the the languages. So what do you think as a foreigner who just studied Arabic? They will need also some people who are very good at the language to interpret.
Okay, let me just okay
go
finish. Okay, I wanted to read some of the because I asked this question. This is there was a topic I think was Kenzo that did the topic that is the Quran is ChatGPT afraid of the Quran? At this rate, I think ChatGPT should be afraid of the Quran because sooner or later it's going to say something crazy. So the question I asked was: is there any particular reason God said Muhammad will be pleased with the new Qibla? And he went on to say, Prophet's connection to the Kaaba, Mecca, and the Kaaba held deep historical and spiritual significance to the Prophet Muhammad. He was born in Mecca, received his prophethood there, and his ancestry tracked back to the city. Additionally, the Kaaba was built by the Prophet Abraham and his son Ishmael, making it a revered site within the Abrahamic tradition. Therefore, the change in the Qibla allowed the prophet to reconnect with his hometown and ancestral heritage. So, and then unity of the Muslim community. The change in the Qibla was a unifying measure for the Muslim community. Is establish a single direction of prayer for all Muslims to regardless of their geographic location. This unity unity in worship was significant for the cohesion and identity of the nascent Muslim Ummah. You see, this point is null because the same thing could be said for Jerusalem that it was before. So I don't know what the point of that was, because by worshiping Jerusalem doesn't necessarily divide the Islamic community. So I'm not sure that point.
If you know the history of Mecca, even before Muhammad, Mecca was there, and people were doing trade. They were having two carnivals, one from west, one from south, and all the Arabs and the Indian merchants were coming. It was a trade place, and the Quraysh, which is the tribe of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was a rich people, and they were owning this place as a commodity. Yeah, even though there were some idols there. Then the Ethiopians tried to demolish this. They sent the Abrahas, the man with the king of Ethiopia with the elephants. At that time, the prophet's grandfather was the head of Kaaba, Abdul Muttalib. And yes, so it has a historic significance directly to Muhammad Makkah, because he's not only born there, but his subclan also was the tribes, the clans which dominate
the point I was making was that when you say
also,
hold on now, when we
financially
say
also, because
don't worry now, we are going to come to the other points. But when we say it's for unity of the community, I'm not sure it necessarily has to be in Mecca. However, but because the Arab people are there and they are the ones practicing the religion, so it's going to likely make them more unified around the religion. At this is in the beginning. Maybe that is the purpose of stating that unity.
If you put the faith away, if you put the verses for the Quran away, it is a damn smart move. I agree with that.
Yeah, and
if I just put
exactly.
my belief, I would say it's a very, very intelligent move. I mean,
You know,
come on.
oh my God, man, this guy. I like you because even as a Muslim, you say, okay, let me put my Muslim hat down. If you look at it strategically, it was a clever move. This is the point.
It is a damn smart move, man. Even though I don't believe it, and it is from
yes,
Allah,
of course you don't believe
but
it.
if I just 1 minute to go put my iman, my faith away, of course, it is a strategical move, my friend.
So
Nobody
now
can
that
argue
goes
with
to
that.
my next point. Now that goes to my next point. It says God's guidance and pleasure. Now it says the Quranic verse underscores that God's guidance and commands are intended for the benefits and pleasure of the Prophet Muhammad and the Muslim community as a whole. The change in the Qibla was a divine instruction that Muslim believed would bring them closer to God and align the worship with His will. So you see that it was designed for the benefit of the faith itself. So that goes to the point where he used the term pleased, and if that is not normal for the commands from God, if that's not normal for him to say you be pleased, then that is a specific term, and that makes it almost for want of a better word, I don't want to diminish the sacredness of the verse. It makes it very strategic move to move it to that location and top it up with that statement that Muhammad will be pleased.
At the end of the day, it was. We know that it is to create a new society. So, which has Quran. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's why I'm saying this is not important topic, because we all know that We all know that. And we know that you can change. You can ask people to put their faith away. It's not going to work. They're different. That's not good.
No,
The
you
Christians are
create
not
a
going
new
to live.
faith. There was off.
No, no, not a
You know,
new faith.
there
No,
were
no,
other
no.
faiths. There were other faiths before Islam,
Well,
and
unless
they
some
have been
magic,
faiths before Islam. After Islam,
unless some magic comes and one guy says I'm the prophet and got some miracles, of course, maybe. But now this is what we have. But the Islam has itself has its way to reform it and to make a better society in anywhere, in any community.
it has to
And we are not
evolve.
using it. We are
Islam has
not
to
using
evolve,
it.
but they are not agreeing to evolve. The only ones that are evolving the
we
religion
are
are the
we,
harsh ones.
we are not we the thing is we are not using it. We are just following some scholars from who is telling us because of his desire or maybe because of his benefits, saying something is haram or halal or whatever. We are not in our leaders of Islam are followers of Yusuf al-Qaradawi. Just I criticize the leaders, the British leaders. I also criticize the Muslim faith leaders also.
Yeah, I really
When
hope the faith evolves because the Christian faith had to adapt to the modern world, and if there is no room for adaptation other than just downright conquest of other groups and other religions, and the problem with it is that it doesn't. At least the most practitioners today, maybe to change because it does change now and again. Most practitioners of the faith today, they tie everything into religion. I think was it you or somebody said the religion caters for everything. So it means there's no separation of science from the religion. There's no separation of society, government from the religion, and hence why it consumes everything in its parts. But in terms of Christianity, they separated it, and it allows people that are interacting that have never met each other from different faiths to coexist, including Islam within the community. Like in America, there's Islam in America, robust. But the other way is not going to be possible. If the other way is about to happen, the faith will shut it down because it consumes every aspect of life, at least most aspects of life, in terms of government, in terms of science, in terms of art and culture. It consumes everything. And that is something that we have to understand, and it needs to evolve. Welcome,
in any
devastating.
community, yes.
Yeah, I think I like you. At least you are open-minded and you discuss things.
No. Just let me tell you, as a Muslim and a Somali, 2010 or 2011, I told people in my village, you guys, you don't need to go to your pilgrimage and Hajj, do it. You don't need. And everybody was surprised. You are in final. What are you talking? And I said, how many people are going to Hajj today, and how much that will cost? It will cost more than $5,000 to $10,000. And I am in Germany. Every month you are asking me to send some money to you because you have a problem. Look, deep down. I'm breaking it to them. This money, come on. How many people are going to Hajj today in my village? Like 20 people. How many are they spending? More than $40,000 or $50,000. Okay. And how many children are starving here? How many children are not going to go to school because they don't have the means? How many people who don't have a running water? And God said, you go to Hajj only when you are able to do it. It's not individual, it's your family, it's your community. You see how am I using their religion, their faith, my religion, without ridiculing them, without telling God, you said you go to Hajj when you can, but now you cannot because you got children who don't have any school. Why don't you build this $10,000 that you have now, your school, and when you have enough money, you go. This is, and all of them accepted it and they stop it and they build a school. This is what I'm talking about as an African, as a Muslim. When we are talking to our people, we don't tell them your religion sucks. We tell them your religion allows you to be a Muslim, but whereas you have your own, you must make your benefit. What is good for you? What's good for your family? What's good for your community? What's good for your village? After that, go to Hajj, my friend. Yeah. Without arguing with them and telling them where is the GPS or Qiblas or whatever. You can do that in any community, yes. That is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about Reformation, I'm talking about the grassroots. Because when you go to Hajj and come back, you are a Hajj and you're spending a lot of money and people will respect you. No, really, people will respect you as a man who have enough money. If you give them back to your families, to your communities, to your village, they will respect you even more.
But
and the benefits will come back.
do you think that what you know do you think that Islam learned something from Christianity and Judaism where they don't necessarily have to face Jerusalem and decide that, you know what, and because remember Islam came after Christianity, after Christians have taken the headquarter of their faith to Rome, and I think maybe even the England has also taken over control of part of Christianity too, just at that time. So maybe they learned their lesson and say, you know what, we have to center this around us, otherwise sooner or later other people are going to take it. This is a thought experiment. I'm not saying the last thing I did is another people getting upset that I'm trying to blaspheme. This is a thought experiment here. Because you have to understand that people are around when this stuff.
As I said,
is it a problem? You can't discuss this practically.
I'm proud. I'm proud of Muhammad. As I said, I'm proud. Even look, do the church is also face Jerusalem? I don't know about that.
No, they don't. You see, that's the thing. So then, I think they face east though. They face east. And it means that you can find it anywhere. You don't have to triangulate yourself to face any particular location. And if Islam was based on the Abrahamic religion, the two of them, none of them specifically say you have to face a specific location in the world, but a specific direction. I think is what they said.
You're breaking up.
So yeah, because the two Abrahamic religion is what they said Islam was based on. At least it's a source. To an extent,
but we will. I will do my research, and you and I will gonna have a talk about this now. But I will take your points, and I will tell you. We agree this is a damn good move, right?
Oh God. Yeah. When you put it like that, it just makes me smile, man. That's clever. Yeah, you have to see clever moves, and if you see a clever strategic move, you just have to understand it. Even no matter how it is look, even if it's divine inspiration, but it's also a clever move. The two of them can be true. You see what I mean? So it can be a divine instruction, but it's also a very, very strategic and clever move at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It will be by both of them.
Yeah, because clearly that has meant that moving the religion, moving the facing Africa that is impossible because they encoded it into the stuff itself, which was not the case with this Christianity or Judaism. So very, very clever move from that point of view.
Yeah. So Ninja, do you know Colonel Gaddafi once said we don't need to go to Kaaba, we are going to build our Kaaba here in the desert.
You see what I mean? That is sacrilegious. Even from I'm not even a Muslim, because clearly Muslim in the Quran it was said, and for what I know about Islam, anything that is said in the Quran is sacred. So if he's a Muslim, he shouldn't be able to say that. You see what I mean? He shouldn't be able to say something like
that. No. But he was angry with Saudi Arabia, and he was not a good Muslim. He was a communist, and everybody knows Muhammad was not a Muslim, but he has a name of a
communist. If he was a communist, why was he worrying about Islam? Then he should just convert his people to become non-religious. You see what I mean? And maybe that was a mistake he made.
He couldn't do that because it is not going to happen. My God!
Of course, it couldn't happen. It's happened before.
That's why they kill him in that place.
To Niger.
It has happened before, and it can happen again.
It's very difficult. No, let me tell you, it's very difficult to change what people believe for so many years. And if you remember,
you've been surprised how quickly, because if you look at this in the Soviet Union when they came along, people, you see, most people, if you ask them today, what is the problem of society? Ask them, they will tell you it is tied to religion, it is tied to tribe. Those are the two top reasons. So you can see why people underestimate the need for people sometimes to jettison religion and see what else they can come up with.
actually, if you really look at religion, it has some effects on development generally. And if you look at the way, especially in our own country, Nigeria, the way the religion is being preached is actually one of the impediments to our development in that country. Let me take Islam, for example. Mostly in the north, it made people to be easily contented. Even in the poverty, they will say, okay, no, that is the way God wanted it. Do you understand what I'm saying too, Nigeria?
Yeah, I get that.
So it doesn't make them to strive to survive. It doesn't make them to work hard. Whatever they get, they will say is the wish of God. Which, when you get to even where the religion emanated from, they don't have such a belief. So I don't know how, and I don't
The
know.
Arab body don't take that nonsense. They
They don't take nonsense. They don't take anything for granted. Yeah, they don't take anything for granted. And even this evening, I was having a conversation with one of my nurses, an Igbo woman. She came to my house with her husband, and I was asking, I said, "Come, what is your perception about Islam since you have come to Saudi Arabia? Because you live all your life in the southeast, and I'm very sure that you have little or no encounter with Islam. You are just whatever you know is what you hear on the news or what people are saying. But now that you are in Saudi Arabia," he said he was very surprised. Here, you have never seen anywhere they are preaching here in Saudi Arabia to Nigeria. I've never seen where they will put mat on the floor and you see children gathering and they say they are teaching them Quran. I've never seen that. But all those things still exist in our own community. Just recently, they released a law that if your child missed 15 days of schooling, that you are going to jail.
In Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. And you can see people that are ready to develop.
Yeah.
They have the best. They always go for the best of everything in the world to Nigeria. The best of everything. So if they really believe that it's God that will do everything, why can't they just be praying and say, okay, God will provide?
Yeah, I think that that guy that is in charge of the country now, I don't know
It's
what
not
he's.
now.
I mean,
It's not now. Let me the development right from the beginning immediately struck that oil in 1936 or so. They've been developing everywhere. You see
to
in
be
the
fair,
desert,
let me
Nigeria,
say this. Let me say this. They developed, but they didn't innovate. They developed, but they didn't innovate. But I think the new leader or the one that seems to be running the show now seems to
the young man.
he wants to start shifting towards innovation like UAE is doing, but want to even do it better. That's what I think he's trying to do. Please go ahead.
Yes, he has a vision. Immediately he came in 2015. That was when he said he has a vision. He called it Vision 2030. Do you understand? He wants to move Saudi Arabia away from oil. And he has been investing heavily in tourism and some other things. You know, now in Saudi Arabia, they have a lot of companies. If you want to, because you know the advantage they have among the Gulf nations, they are the biggest and they have the population. So even if any investment is coming to the Middle East now, it's likely to come to Saudi Arabia. Though not, but if you look at the per capita GDP, the other country, UAE, Qatar, and probably Kuwait, they felt better. But in terms of GDP,
sorry, Simba. Sorry, tonight I maybe start to bring it home in about half an hour. So it's going 9 hours and a bit. Sorry, Simba, carry on.
Hello.
Simba, carry on.
Go ahead,
Okay,
brother.
okay.
Continue.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead,
in terms of
continue.
GDP, Saudi Arabia is far, far, far higher than. So most of the manufacturing in the Middle East now is taking place in Saudi Arabia, and from Saudi Arabia they are moving some of them, some of the manufactured goods to other Arab countries, especially the Gulf nations. So what I'm trying to say is that the guy is really, as you said, to Nigeria, is really doing well, is attracting a lot of investors to Saudi Arabia, and they already have the infrastructure on ground. So it's very easy for them to key in, and they make their money in this region. So if they, where the religions are actually emanated from, are doing everything, they don't leave everything to spirituality, they are doing it and they are making it, then we that will actually borrow this religion, we will sit down, we'll be seeking spiritual solutions to something that need a physical solution. That is what I don't understand about us in Africa. Hello, Chunaija.
So Ninja went to sleep or what? Go ahead, brother. Continue. I'm listening to you.
So I think we need yes, we need to change our orientations. Well, I'm not saying that we should not practice any religion that we want to practice, but the way it's affecting our development is something that is actually a big problem to me. We need to change our ways. We need to change the way we are thinking. And so I don't know where that doctrine of say you cannot do this, you cannot do that, you only pray, everything is Allah that's in charge of everything. Yes, I believe, but they that actually have this, that the religion emanated from, they don't leave things to God. They make things happen. They make things happen. Look at their health facilities, look at their roads, look at their infrastructures. In the desert, you will see places where they don't even have plan to build houses in the next 10, 20 years. They already put electricity, they already put water, they already put good roads. And most of their towns are well planned. But in Africa, even we are even closing our industry to build churches, to build, and people are ready to invest in religion rather than things that will actually make us to progress. And that's one thing, because if they ask Africans now to pay tax, they will not pay. But if they ask them to bring money in the name of religion, they are ready to contribute.
Two ninjas. What's happening? I don't hear anything.
You can't hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think Tunaja may have stepped away. I've been listening for a while. I'm not sure if it's maybe doing something in the back.
Okay, so if there's anybody that wants to make any contribution, I think I'm done for now.
I just wanted to say that I agree with everything you've just said, especially the point on looking for solutions that require a practical approach, over spiritualizing things. That point really stood out, and I really wish we would have more discussions about that and how to change our way of thinking. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. The questions is going to be many questions on in terms of one's perception of change. Change it to what? Especially in today's modern technology, a lot of people are going to want detail by detail. How exactly is it going to be? Every little small thing And I think a lot of optimism in the past and resulted in quite opposite or lack thereof may be a factor in their confidence.
I think one of the way they have allowed that religion to really affect our psyche is fear that they put into us. I'm very sure now majority of the people that be listening to our conversation now, they'll be thinking that we are unbelievers and that we are just talking rubbish. Because majority of our people in Africa have been brainwashed. Can you imagine a pastor telling people that they will receive a lot from bank on their phone and people still believe such things? You'll be wondering whether we even have brain.
Yes.
You know, how can somebody believe that you receive a lot from who? Is it God that be sending? Where is you know? And I don't know. We believe that God can do everything. And but there are so many things that God will not do because God has given you the power, has given you the brain, He has given you the resources. So it's not left to you to use your brain, to use the resources He has given you. But still, we'd rather go and do vigil for hours instead of investing our hours in something that is productive. And that's why when I made that remark earlier, that is it because we are lazy? We're always looking for the way out. If you look at the Europeans, even the Chinese, they suffer. Even the Japanese, they suffer for their country to make their country the way they are now. But when we see we Africans now, we rather run away from our country than to face the problem. We run away from problem. We don't solve problems.
Agreed. Yes. Not dealing with it. Like someone
Yeah,
said.
not dealing with it.
Yeah, take shortcut. You can't take shortcut in life and sustain progression. Yes.
And part of it, from what I observe anyway, part of it seems to be due to the fact that we have not been subjected to the kind of conditions that will force us to act appropriately. Because suffering on its own is not an imperative, it's not enough reason to risk your life. Because suffering is suffering. It doesn't make you want to risk your life, doesn't want to make you to take risks and stuff like that. Often, if you look at the people that did all these things, they faced situations that made them risk their lives. And as a matter of fact, not just risk their life, they actually perished, a lot of them, immediately. When we say immediately, that's in the recent past. So after that, they went on to, like, you know what, there are things worse than suffering here: death and total subjugation from another people. So they'll go on to build a strong nation after that. It's what the Chinese did, it's what the Japanese did, it was the North Koreans did, it's what even Vietnam, all of them, they all went on to build way more than every single this in sub-Saharan African country, apart from the ones that the white people build, which is like South Africa. So you need something else. And this is why our suffering is not enough to get us out of there. Because you can see now, people can suffer, but that's why, criminals like terrorists or whoever can hold hostages. Even if they are busy killing one hostage one at a time, the others are still not going to rush that hostage until they know their life could be forfeit. That's when they will think, you know what, better we just do something than all of us just die in this whole mess. So I think that's the key ingredient our people are missing. They've not been so. If you look at even on the continent, the countries that just experienced it a little bit just before independence, till today they are still exerting that they are independent. They keep talking about pushing back, like Zimbabwe. The reason why Zimbabwe is pushing back, because before they are independent, they were fighting. They were fighting the Europeans, like literally fighting them.
Yeah.
And in South Africa, Mandela was still in any kind of enmity with the regime, even till he was released. And after he was released, as much as he was nice with the West, he was still emphasizing his freedom to associate with any other person. Hence the statement, your enemy is not necessarily my enemy. Because clearly I have to recognize the people that stood by me when we were fighting, and but our leader, the ones in Nigeria, Ghana, they were not like that. They grew up like being a kind of groomed by the British. In the case of the French, they were being groomed by the French. So by the time they handed over, they didn't feel like they were taking control over potential rivals or enemies. They felt like they were taking control over their protectors or their benefactors or some kind of mass. In short, they literally use the term master. So the students have now graduated and the master has gone home. That is the whole thing, and hence where we are. These people, most of our elite class are linked to them physically. They literally go there all the time, and then the will of the people is not strong enough to, fight against the what is going on. It's a different layers, but in the end, I think the most powerful ingredient is the fact that you are subject to a situation whereby you fear for your survival and you don't want that kind of stuff to repeat itself again. That's what drives most nations. Go ahead.
I agree with you totally. Can we also look at this problem? It's not really a problem, it's a blessing. But if you look at Africa, even Africa sub-Sahara, for example, we have everything in moderation. Rainfalls, the weather is okay, we have the resources, we have the water, we have everything in abundance. There is this saying that necessity is the father of invention. Do you think that because we are spoiled with resources is part of the problem that we have?
I think at the core of it, you might have resources, but if you still don't have any need.
No, that's what I'm saying now. Because let me tell you, I don't think people can survive in the Middle East without electricity. So it's not a luxury. As far as I'm concerned, here it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. But in Africa, you might not even have electricity for 10 years, 20 years, you will not die.
But if you look at the Middle East, you will survive without electricity. Yes, they've survived thousands of years without it.
No, I think that was the reason why we don't think that is something that we have to. So we are still looking at those things, all those things that is inimical to our development, like luxury. And that is why we are not actually facing it head on.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like that is the only determining factor, and it's not even like.
No, I'm just looking at it. I'm just looking at it that way. Let me tell you. Okay, if you are living in Iceland, do you think you can survive in Iceland without electricity?
Yeah, but
without
Iceland,
a way of.
but Iceland didn't invent nuclear weapon. Iceland did not invent nuclear weapon.
No.
I want to ask a question. Does anybody here know who Mizi is?
Yes,
okay.
I know.
Why is he allowed on this stream in the first place? Please.
I know too.
Because all voices are generally allowed, and it's not exactly. Can we finish what we are discussing? I don't want to talk about Nakmizi right now. There are other things that are probably more important than Nakmizi. So regarding the
you should be blocked from the stream. That's what I said.
Okay, no problem. Regarding the matter of whether because of their conditions, then they will normally, while Iceland for one didn't invent the nuclear weapons, they didn't invent, aircraft. There are other areas that did the same thing. I think natural disasters may play some role to an extent. So hardship of the environment can force you to invent certain things, but in terms of like a nation like ours that are suffering compared to other people, we are not reacting as quickly as we should because we haven't put through some of the things the other nations have been put through from the evidence anyway.
You are right now. Okay, let's look at it this way. You talk about war. I don't think there's any African country that's faced any war whatsoever. If you talk about epidemics of diseases, we don't have it. If you talk about natural disasters, we don't have it. So what do we have that can actually ginger us
You would think suffering should be enough now because that's part of what
But you mentioned earlier to Nigeria that suffering is not enough.
Yeah, because it doesn't kill you instantly, so people don't react to that. But if you look at the earthquake that happened in Morocco just recently that took over 2,000 lives, those kind of events may be able to shake people and say, you know what, we need to react and back our acts up here so that this also don't occur again. But even that sometimes not enough. It seems to need more than that. That's my concern. That it seems to need more than that
In
for people
fact,
to
you know
react.
what I saw when I came to Saudi Arabia? If they want to build a house here in Saudi Arabia, they will first of all dig the ground up to the height of what you are going to build on top of the soil. That is because they are already preparing for something like earthquake that you mentioned. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, and their house is usually very strong because they know that they can experience this kind of thing. So it's natural disaster that made them to be building their house like that. But in Africa, you see that, and that actually, I know I'm trying to agree with you that you need certain things to push you for you to know that you have to put certain things in place.
Hello.
And societally, it has to be it almost has to hit the whole nation. And I think that
Hello.
is what the key is. Let's say an earthquake hits the entire country, that will wake us up. The entire country. It has to be so massive, it shocks the people to action. And
Good afternoon.
hey, I can fire. Welcome.
Oh, welcome.
Yes, my people, y'all talking my language. I'm wondering how I'm trying. I'm telling you, Africa is catching up. You feel me? Because this guy that's talking, I appreciate you, brother. Feel me? A lot of people not looking at the psychology of things. Africans are spoiled. You see, Africans are being tricked. We are being tricked that we poor. We acting like we poor too. You feel me? We need. How come we poor, but everybody try to be our friend? You ever seen nobody poor, and people be visiting their country all the time? You feel me? So
Yes, yes,
so
you're making sense.
and we need to act like we rich. Like be wary of who wants to be your friend. Because they just want to be your friend because you're rich. And that's why
I
Africa hold on. And that's why Africa don't innovate because you're warm. Warm is luxury. In Europe, warm is luxury. Back in the warm is luxury. Greenland, Iceland, Denmark, all of those things. Warm is luxury. So they caught us, these vicious creatures caught us sitting under a coconut tree, chilling. That's how these people caught us. We 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 don't need windows. The African, when he building his house back in the day, he don't need windows like need. So he don't make no windows. You feel me?
yes,
He
yes.
because no cold air. Jack Frost is not at him. Now Jack Frost is always at these white people, and that's why they're so aggressive, and that's why they're so skilled because they have always been trying to secure warmth for themselves. You feel me? They kill animals and cover themselves. If it wasn't for that, they walk naked in Europe too. You feel me? So we need to, what you'd call, just like the Egyptians, we need to understand that we still have to do things even though we are secure, even though nature is not killing us, even though so and we learn our lesson because they took us over and they took our stuff, our lunch. They eating our lunch every day, having African children walking around with dirty feet, and we getting used to it as if that's how what. And they've tricked us with Christianity and Islam. I'm referring to all the conversation I heard. So they tricked us with with Islam and Christianity. But you know how? Because Allah is an Arab. Allah is a racist Arab, and the Arab is a racist.
Come on, man. Don't
Okay,
do that.
nah, man. Hold on,
Allah,
to Niger.
Allah is supposed to be God. God is not racist.
To Niger. I didn't say anything about the Almighty. Hey,
But
just
you're
let
saying
me.
Allah. Their Allah is supposed to mean Almighty in their religion. You know that.
That's for who? For who?
For
For you?
Muslims, Allah is
Is
no. See,
so
the idea
mind
of
your
the
own
Most High God.
now. To Niger, mind your own business.
I see.
If
We
you're
have
hold on,
to, we have
is
to measure
Allah
ourselves here because
is
there's a
Allah
channel
your
here.
God? Is
Calm
Allah
down,
your God?
calm down. I can fire. See, Allah is a designation of the Creator, just like we. Remember, I said it before. We are
Says
the source
who?
of most of all these religions. You know, Africa
You
is the
know,
source of the
to Niger,
creation
I don't.
mythology.
No, I don't like the your permission, your what you call.
If you
I
want
don't
to,
like. Listen,
if you want to
this
call
what I don't like
Muhammad or his followers
because
racist,
it's
you can do
fraud.
that.
I'm
But God
speaking
is
this way.
God himself is not necessarily that way because it's not tied to only them. It's tied to other religions too, and it's tied to other beliefs
Could you
in
not?
my
Could you
God.
not cut me? Could you not cut me? Because I am
I'm
very
not cutting you.
knowledgeable.
I'm just saying that
Listen,
you have to be careful what you are saying because you are generalizing here quite
why should I? Why
massively.
should I be careful?
You see, I'm all for questioning, but it has to be within reason, though. You're just saying
I am not
God himself
questioning.
is
I am
racist.
not. I am not questioning anything.
But where did God
I'm
show? Okay,
speaking.
give me the sign that
I'm.
God was racist.
Could you not? Could you not? Cut me. I have my opinion. You got yours. Keep your opinion. I'll keep mine.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's be
You
clear.
need to be
See,
So
respectful.
hold
See,
on. Let me
listen,
finish.
guy,
Let me finish my
listen.
statement. Let me finish my statement. Right.
Listen,
So the
you can't
Arab,
come here. Listen,
I'm coming.
opinion. Listen, when you're giving your opinions, you have to back it up with facts. That's
Well,
what
let
we're
me.
saying.
Well, could
You
I
don't just
finish?
come here and just open your mouth and just say
and
anything.
you have to
But could
talk
I
with the
finish?
reason. Otherwise,
Can I finish?
so I
Can
can
I
fire.
finish
We
then?
have to talk with reason. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it
but
diminish all of us here.
okay, I understand. I understand.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hurt your God. You feel me? I'm sorry. You feel me?
It's not.
But I
It's
never.
not necessarily
I
my
never
God.
said. Hold
I
on
don't
to
think
Niger, man. Let
I'm
me
saying
speak,
it's
man.
racist.
I
Yeah.
never said that about the Mari. I never said nothing like that about Olodumare. I give total respect to Olodumare. Over.
Olodumare is not a only one God of only Yoruba. Is the creator God of what you see. All these religions believe in a creator God. It's not based on
Niger,
religion.
can I finish my point?
Please go ahead.
I listen. I'm throwing my corn. I throw my corn. I didn't call no foul. Any foul pick that up, then it's your fault. Eat it. You feel me? Let me
Go
speak.
ahead. Go ahead. Time is going. Go ahead. Make your point.
So I'm trying to tell you that yes, I have said their God is racist. I said it. You feel me? Just like they are racist and they are their God. You feel me? They look like their God and they talk like their God. They act like their God. So that's why that's why
Nah,
they
man.
are. Let me speak. So that's why they develop because they know it's an orchestrated religion in order to trick black people for their riches. Same with Christianity. Jesus is racist. You feel me? And same with the white people that look like him. They're all racist.
You feel me? And they don't, and they trick, and they formulated their religion in order to trick black people and to get their riches. You feel me? So we alone get the shitty end of Islam and the shitty end of Christianity, because none of them God look like us. None of them God make us proud. You feel me? We proud of Arab because their God is an Arab. We proud of white people because their God is white. You see me? And these are the facts that I'm talking about. And I'm just complimenting my brother's argument. What makes us so negative? You see me? Because when we look at the other brother in Nigeria, he's black. And in the Bible, black don't exist. In the world of Christianity and in the world of Islam, black is not paramount. Black is nothing. So we treat each other like nothing. You feel me? That's why we are the ones who keeping each other poor. Nobody else. And it's because we treat each other like nothing, and we don't see each other deserving of anything. And that's what Christianity teaches, that we are nothing. You feel me? And that's
Yeah.
why we behave like this.
Thank you, Akamfire. I have to go on to declare that
Yeah, whatever to Nigel.
Akamfire's view is not the view of the channel of One Man Went to Mo and Two Niger and whoever else, I think Kezo. So you see, the reason why that has to be done is that I felt like he went over the line to an extent. And there's no evidence that Muhammad
just because I'm rude,
see,
just because
there's
I'm
no
rude
evidence
and
that God
radical.
is racist. No, you can be radical, but it has to be within reason, though, because that is it will be madness if you are just as long as they are.
We are too tender. We are too tender with these enemies.
Well,
We speak tenderly.
You saying facts doesn't make it true.
Yeah, may I ask a
Prove
question?
me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Oh, okay. Can I have another opinion,
The
please?
lady was speaking. The lady is speaking.
The lady gets the privilege at any time.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question, please. You see, times have changed, and I would like to know, to what extent does this respect for religious beliefs go? It is actually a question within many circles. Is the God of various religions racist? That is well, you can call it a catch line, clickbait. But what is causing people of my generation to ask these questions is that we could sit down and engage in critical thinking without believing that we are attacking the people who belong to a certain belief system or their God. Now, let's look at the history. Timbuktu was not defended. Timbuktu, the university, was at the heart of it.
It was attacked by Morocco.
Right, and they were black Muslims who were not defended by the God. They were not protected by the God. Then
And I'm glad about the earthquake. Sorry, man.
And it's okay, I confirm. And the ones who are the fellow Muslims who are being enslaved by fellow Muslims, which goes against the Hadith, they are not being, and they are of African descent, Muslims of African descent, they are not being protected by the God, by miraculous events either. So it leads people of my generation to ask, why is the God who we respect not protecting Muslims of African descent? It is a valid question for people of my generation, not for people of generations before mine. They would think that is an invalid question, but we are not being disrespectful when we have these discussions. That is the difference between my generation and the ones before.
How can a racist God save you?
So it is a valid question, and on behalf of my generation, I would like all the imams listening to be a little empathetic towards our plight when we ask these questions. All right, if an imam would like to join this stream, because it is a question that I have personally, I would welcome your input.
The imam not gonna like it because I'm gonna tell him that he cannot go to Arab heaven unless his color change. Because black people cannot go to Arab heaven.
Hey,
It's in the Quran.
Ika fire. Ika, I don't know what you call yourself. I mean, I think we should use the correct language, even when you are different from anybody. Just like the way Dr. Maria has a question politely, I think we can do that, have a discussion instead of fighting and yelling. It doesn't make sense to me.
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry, brethren. And let me just say something. I am being aggressive on purpose because of what's going on, right? Because of what's going on, right?
I get your point. So
France is stockpiling weapons in Togo, in Benin, in goddamn Cote d'Ivoire, in goddamn Senegal, right? So these things are happening right now, right?
I just heard. I'm just
Nobody,
reading now
hold
that
on,
wait,
man, wait,
I
man.
just want to correct what you're
Nobody not
saying.
mad.
I just heard now that the British warship arrived somewhere in Nigeria. But go ahead.
Yeah. You know what? I need to tell some people in Nigeria. Y'all need to know that Yoruba people is starting this war. It's Yoruba people is starting this war. See me? Don't be like it's Tinubu. It's Yoruba people. And they should get their man. See me? They should get their man. So I would blame it on goddamn these Yoruba people. Who the fuck are you people? Why you making this warmonger doing this type of behavior? You see what I mean? I don't like this type of thing. And we all being soft and all respectful. Oh, don't want nobody to diss you. You don't even want nobody to diss the Arabs. You don't even want nobody to diss the Europeans. You don't want me to speak bad about them. But let me tell you this. Rudeness was created by Arabs. You hear? And let me tell you this. It's just because we can't speak their language. Those people are nasty mouth people. Nasty mouth people. They call us a bib. That's a slave. That's a curse word. You call an individual.
Why are you crying, my friend? Why are you crying? Why can't you make your own?
Hey, let me speak, bro. Be quiet, man. Be quiet, man. Let me
don't
speak.
tell me to be quiet. You are telling
Shut
other
up,
people
man.
to tell you slave.
Man, shut up,
Why
man.
are you crying like a woman? Stop it, man.
Shut up, you Arab ass liquor. Who's speaking to you?
Wait, Ika, man.
The problem with you,
How come you just all of a sudden mad?
Stop this victimhood, my
When are
friend.
we gonna
It's
get?
not going to work.
When is black people gonna get mad about what black people going through? Why you getting mad for Arab?
Getting mad doesn't automatically result in the correct response,
which
bro.
country are you from? Which
History
country?
tells
Yeah, but I mean, like, why aren't we a little bit angry? But you know, there's a time and a place for everything. You can't
Shut
keep
up,
calm
man.
all the.
You're
You can't
crying, man.
keep.
This is what is wrong with black men, man. This is what is wrong with. We are putting blames on other people. Make your own. The Arabs invaded you, slave you. It's finished, man. Let us have our own. Why are you putting us like 500 years ago?
Man,
Why
shut
are
up,
we
you.
in chains?
Hold on. Shut up,
Shut
you.
up, man. This victimhood mindset is making me crazy, man. Stop
Shut
it.
up, you little Jerrier. Shut up, you little Jerrier. What are
You
you
do something
talking
about
about?
this man. He's just been uncivil. Listen, do something about him. Put him back. Let him be civilized, please. We can't have this kind of behavior.
Where's Tunisia?
Yeah, I mean, let's just have.
Thank you, Tunisia.
Where is Tunisia?
Oh,
Did Tunisia fall asleep?
Yeah, he in the back.
Okay, yeah,
He's talking like an FBA guy, man. What the hell is that?
Yeah, please behave yourself, right? We're on stream and we're trying to remain monetized. And for rest of you Dussies out there, support the stream, send some fat super chats to make sure that Kaizo can trick on his woman. But yeah, shout out, yeah, I can please be careful.
So could you tell them not to cut me when I'm talking, because I wasn't talking to any of them.
Why is that a Stop crying, my friend. This is embarrassing. Stop crying. It be a man.
You see that? You see that? You see that? You're not going.
It's okay. I can fire.
You're not going to stop him from speaking to me like that.
I can fire. We can't be taken away from our own arguments.
Yeah, but you're not going to stop him from speaking to me like that.
No,
see, that's what. Hold on. See, that's what we do.
You went overboard, though. You went overboard. See, if you want to win an argument, you don't. Because remember, this is just beyond just scoring points against them.
I'm not trying to win no argument. I'm not trying to win no argument.
What are you but you don't want to be coming without evidence. You can't just say stuff like that.
And I'm not trying to win.
Says that.
They call you Jarir.
No, they, not their God.
Man.
It's not their God. Wait, hang on, I can. I have to correct you. It's not Jarir, it's Jarir.
Yeah, okay. and this Jarir guy.
So what? Why are you crying about this?
And this little Jarir guy. This little Jarir guy tried to attack me.
I can find. So call that Kiko Isiwala lawyer. Jarir wa Hanis, right, Duale?
No.
And same with
we have all derogatory words, brother. We are gentlemen here.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
Don't cry about what someone is telling you. You have to have respect for yourself.
That's what I'm telling you.
You be strong.
Hold on. We need to hold on now. We need to hold on for a bit. I think we have to be measured here. We are not saying you shouldn't say what is true. You have to keep it to the line of truth. You can't just say stuff and accuse people when there's no evidence. Or the Sharia is something human beings are doing. That is not what is in the instruction from God, as you put it, Allah. Allah didn't instruct that. So
who you call? Who Nigerian? What Nigerian call Somalis?
The Somalis are not God.
I did know Hanis, right?
What Nigerian called Somalis?
Khanis is a faggot. Look. People call names of each other. Yeah, Khanis is a faggot. People call them names all over the world.
You're going to get something people demonetized. You need to.
But the thing is, we in this panel, we are not going to cry the names that the other tribes call us. Nobody is going to cry about what the other people, the Nigerians, call the Somalis, and the vice versa. We are here to talk.
They don't call them nothing. They don't call them nothing. That's the thing.
Wait, let me hang on. Let me just end my
stream. This is not the topic, my friend. The topic is about Africa.
Hey, don't start here.
Kaizo, you should stop your nonsense here between making Nigerians.
Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you crying?
You are the one who's crying, my friend.
You need to get Kafai out of this place, to be honest.
Ninja, you should take over.
I think Akafai normally does make good points sometimes. But this today,
Ninja, you've been doing this stream very well. Please take over it. Take over it, man.
You went overboard, Akafai. You need to take that time, man. You can't say Allah is racist. You can't do that, Akafai. There's no evidence for it, bro. Because the people are not God. The Somalis are not God, Allah. Even these Arabic people are not Allah. Do you understand the difference there? I can find.
Sound like you believe in their God.
No, I don't believe in their God. But all I'm saying is that you have to. If you want to say something, you have to say it.
I don't either. I don't either.
You might, just because you're against Arab, you can't just say all Arabs
how come their God told them to enslave us?
Hold on. Are you going to say all Arabs are racist? You're not going to say that because you know it's accurate.
Which snake
that's
don't
why I'm telling
stink?
you that.
Okay. Which snake? Which snake don't stink?
See, my point is that you can't say the things inaccurately. It doesn't help us in any way because there are people in our community that are listening to this and might go and repeat that elsewhere, and they'll have their faces bashed or embarrassed.
They are our enemies.
You can say that, but that is
So,
not God.
so I
When
say,
you put God
you
in the
can't tell
middle,
me what to
that's a
say about
mistake.
their God.
Yes,
You
see,
can't tell me what
you
to say
can't
about
do
their
that.
God.
I fire. Do you think them Indonesians are your enemies too?
Of course.
They are not Arabs. Why
Of
are
course,
they your enemies?
they're oppressing Papua New Guinea's people. So they are enemies.
And they don't like black people. Let's
No,
face
they
it,
are.
you know that they don't like black people. Those ones don't
Who
like black people.
cares?
Listen,
Who cares? Who look? Who cares? Who likes? Look,
you
you are
little,
the
hold
black
on,
people are the only people. We are the only people who
hold on.
crying. These people don't
You,
like us.
Then if
you
they don't
little,
like you, if they don't like you, why would you expect them to be your friends? Why are you asking whether they are your
They
hold
are
on,
enemy?
not my
hold
friends.
on,
If they don't like me, I don't like them back.
Then
That's
why are
the
you
point.
worried that he's not calling them our friends? Because you asked whether they were our enemies.
No. The thing is the tribal thing. When you say Allah is an Arab, Allah is not an Arab. Allah is a
It's not.
Somali. I believe in Allah, and he's not an Arab. He's not Pakistani. I have a friend, a neighbor, who's a Liberian, who's a devoted Christian, and he's a black as hell. And Jesus is not white. These are religions, man. These are faiths. We can't
Allah,
just go and color the faiths.
Allah is the people that
Allah is not
own.
an Arab. Do you
Allah
idiot?
is the.
You don't know anything about anything.
Oh, let me
Allah is
speak.
not an Arab.
Let me speak. Stop jumping down my throat.
The audio is not good.
Audio?
Who is talking? The audio is suffering. I can fire. Let me check. Somebody mess with his audio or what? Let me see.
Two Ninja. Oh my God, Two Ninja, you've been doing this stream very good. You've been originating
No,
this
I'm
stream
not the
very
one
good,
that did it. I didn't
and
do anything
I,
wrong. Hold
I
on, let me
respect you
check.
a lot. But we have to
I
be
didn't do that.
at least not dusty. You know, I cannot take part of a hatred of tribalism of racism.
Bye.
Look, you'll be doing great. You'll be no. Look. If we want to go forward, we cannot have this victimhood mindset. No way. We have a. You can't say Jesus is a racist, Allah is a
Never
racist,
forget.
and
We will never forget.
expect 80% of Africans to believe in you. There is no way you are going to be forward. No, we
Never
have
forget.
problems,
We're not
religions.
gonna forget
We have
nothing.
problems of religions.
Wait. Can you hear me
And the
now?
way to go.
Wait. 1 second.
Can I finish? And can
Can
I
I be
finish?
heard?
We are
Duale,
here talking
is
to
my mic
go
better?
forward, not
1
backward.
second. Duale, is my mic better?
We
Can you
not
guys hear me now?
forgiving and we not forgetting nothing.
Yeah, you good, expansion now.
I'm good now. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let me say what I was gonna say. Yeah. I'm saying to Icon Fire. He's saying all Muslim countries are basically his enemies. So that means Nigeria is his enemy. That means Gambia is his enemy. That means Senegal is his enemy. That
No,
means,
the
a
black
lot of these
no,
the northern even
no. Black
Nigeria is his
Muslims
enemy.
are my people. Black Muslims are my people.
Listen. At the end of the day, Muslims are Muslims. We don't think in color.
None of them, them Arabs don't like Niger people.
When it comes to the religion, you can't go to a Muslim. You get me, and do that. You can't go to Hausaland and do that. You can't go to anywhere, any black country. You can't
Yeah,
go
I
to
understand.
Senegal, do that. So that the dynamic you're coming on this whole radical way.
Why all the black Muslim countries poor? Why are all the black Muslim countries poor?
Listen.
Why are all the black Muslim countries poor? And the white Muslim
Africa.
countries
Listen,
are rich.
why is Africa poor? Why is Africa poor? You know.
But shouldn't your religion do? Shouldn't your religion
you're trying to
be?
say,
Who did? Shouldn't your religion make you progress, like the Arabs progress?
the religion, the Arabs never progressed because of their religion. The Arab progressed because they sold out. They sold out to the West.
This
you know,
conversation was going very well.
This guy just came in and
He's a
set
radical.
everything on
He's a
fire.
radical, and he wants to war. You know?
It's true.
That's what I mean. Like, you know, UFC.
The
You know, people
Arabs
like him.
progress.
No,
The Arabs progress because
One
they're.
second. I can.
Fire,
One second.
and this whole
One
conversation now is
Go
going.
ahead. Go ahead.
UFC. You know, it's people like I Can Fire that are, you know, they're not really they're not African. They're from the Caribbean and America that want to cause wars between Africans. And you know, we shouldn't really entertain these people. In my opinion,
Seriously. Hold on.
Yes,
Did you just say
seriously.
that?
Yes, seriously.
Hold on now.
You-
Let me
you heard
explain
me.
something
You
to
heard.
you.
You heard
I
me.
can fire. Just hold
Teenager,
on. I can fire. Hold on.
Pan-Africanism.
Hold on.
But Pan-Africanism doesn't.
Expansion is a must.
I
Hold
know
on
you're
now.
Pan-Africanism.
If you want to say something, you have to allow people to counter it too. So what you just said just now about I Can Fire, and you deliberately call him a non-African, which is actually quite offensive. Then you go on to say that he wants to cause war on the continent. Right now, Sudan, there's an Arabization kind of war going on right now. The subset of the war going on in Sudan is an
Sudan,
Arabization war.
listen.
And you
Sudan
know,
has been.
hold on
Sudan
now,
has
hold
been.
on. Hold on, before you start
Sudan
saying
has
that,
been Arabized.
there are people,
Sudan has been Arabized.
the
You
Sahel
can't say
is being,
Arabization is going on.
hold
It's really
on
happening.
now, the
See, you don't
Sahel,
respect the host.
you don't want to let me finish my point. The Sahel itself, the problem that is happening in Sahel, is it based on what? Is it Christianity or is it based on African traditional beliefs? No, it's still tied to the religion. So the people that are causing most of the trouble on the continent is not necessarily the
South
people that are
Sudan,
outside the
North
continent.
Sudan. Why isn't it Sudan? Why is it South Sudan, North Sudan? Why?
To Niger, if you want to know those who are causing the main problem, go and check who are the people who are funding those organizations. Those people. Look for those who are funding them. Then you solve the problem.
In Saudi Arabia, I gather that Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, they are funding both sides in Sudan to fight each other. So these are the consequences, and these are not African nations, so they are funding Africans to fight each other and destabilizing our nations. And before expansion is a must, says these things, you have to understand the people that are causing the death of our own people
I don't
on the
disagree with
continent.
that.
It's
That's the work of
not from
Allah.
Jamaica.
Now listen,
That's the
but I
work
don't
of Allah.
disagree. Forget about I Can Fight. I'm not talking about him, but I don't disagree with what
You
you just
can't
said
forget
there
me.
on how
I'm right in the middle.
Saudi. One second. Forget about you. When Saudi and Dubai and the UAE, yeah, those countries they're the main reason. You know, even when it comes to Al Shabaab in my country, who funds those people is mainly those Middle Eastern guys. You know,
So where's
if you
Mecca?
check all
Where's
of this,
Mecca?
huh?
So then why are we calling out
Listen,
I Can Fire that is an African? The ones that are not Africans are causing direct problem as we speak,
you see,
and
sometimes
accusing I Can Fire.
I don't think people, you guys,
Because they don't want me to blame
one
nobody.
second,
They don't want. They think that African problem is just African problem. They don't want to blame nobody. Like we should see the elephant in the room and don't say nothing. You see me?
You heard me.
Them
You heard me. You heard me just
little
clearly.
Arabs
One second,
don't like no
you heard me
Negro.
just clearly agree with Niger.
No, not all of them, though.
Dubai
Not all of them.
and
No.
UAE
Let's not generalize too much. That's my concern with some of all these conversations.
I'm
There's a
not
lot of
gonna pick.
generalization.
I'm not gonna pick out of snakes to Niger. I'm not gonna pick out of snakes to see which
You're not
one
African.
don't
You're
goddamn
not
thing.
African, so you don't
Yeah,
really
but
concern
generally, you don't have to do that to not generalize when you're making.
They do that to you. They do that to you.
Majority of them, you can say majority of them do something, but when
To
there
Niger,
are some of them
you
that don't
are
do that.
a bib. Hold on, you are a bib. Not you alone. Everybody that's black is a bib. That isn't that generalizing?
Yeah, that's why you call them out. If you call them out on that, then okay, what does Habib mean? I don't necessarily understand.
It means slave. It means slave.
Okay, Habib means slave.
That's
and
what they call black people.
But
That's
something tells me that something tells me that if Tinubu arrives there, they're not going to call him Habib.
Listen to Niger,
Bro,
man,
we have to play their
anyone
same
tries to
game.
do a slave, you can do something to them. You know what I mean? So I don't know what Ican's coming on this whole victimhood.
To
If anyone
Niger,
tries to call
the
me a
same
slave,
game they
I'm
playing,
gonna show them
we have to play
what's
their
going on.
game too.
You get me? But you have a victim mindset, and that victim mindset will hold you back. You get me? No one can talk to me anyhow.
They are not calling our God. I can't fire. They didn't call our God racist. They may call our God pagan God. You are free to call your own God as you see fit.
but they don't call our own God racist against Arabs. You see what I mean? And the way you brought Allah to
our
the
God.
middle of it just
They
wasn't
tell us,
appropriate. I can't find
they tell us our God is evil. Our God is demonic. They tell us what we doing is evil and demonic, even though they are murderous killers, rapists.
Okay, so you could reply with that if you want to say that, because you have something to back it up.
So
You say, okay, look at what their religion
I
has
can
done.
say anything about their God. It's my choice.
Ikafaya is
No, you are saying it on a channel. It's not just your choice alone. If you're
Well,
saying
all
it in
right.
your
I
house,
apologize. I apologize on your channel.
exactly.
I apologize about your channel.
Like equivalent to some other person's house. You come into some other person's house and you go and
Yeah.
throw fire. When the trouble comes, they'll come and burn the person's house down. While your
Yeah,
own
yeah.
house. You know
Yeah,
what I
I'm
mean?
sorry. It's just because it's two Niger and you're black and Kaizo, he almost black. That's why I'm apologizing. Not for the straight hair dudes. You feel me? Not for those dudes.
Ikafaya, this
You know this
platform
guy,
is
yeah.
supposed to
He
be
sounds like
for
he sound like
discussion, not what you are
the
doing.
KK,
You are the only person
KK.
just talking.
So if they act like
But
savages, you're gonna act like a savage?
he's a
But
radical.
that
You know,
said,
first of all,
though,
he's
you
a
can
radical.
understand where the
One
frustration
second,
is coming
Tunaja.
from, though.
Tunaja, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tunaja. He's a
Go
radical.
ahead.
Okay, this
A
guy's a
savage
radical.
only knows
He's
savagery.
not a. One second. Let me speak. Let me speak, bro. He's a radical. He's not from
People
the African
speak, man.
continent. We shouldn't take him serious. I don't know why people even try to take him in. He's not from the continent. I don't get. You get it? So, in my
He
opinion,
is
I
from
only
the
speak to people not
continent,
from the
though.
continent. He's not from the
Shut up.
continent.
Why
He's
do
not
you
from
say
the
he's not
continent.
from the
Are you going
continent?
to tell? Are you going to tell a Turkish man in Turkey that he's from Kyrgyzstan, all next to China? You can't tell him that. He's going to tell you I'm from
When
Turkey.
did they
Come on, man.
leave Kyrgyzstan? Hold on. When did they
Migration.
leave
People
Kyrgyzstan?
leave. Listen, people leave their lands. Listen,
Hold on. When did they leave
people leave their
Kyrgyzstan? Don't
lands.
equate two things that are not similar.
Bro,
When did they leave Kyrgyzstan?
it's
Was it
similar.
400
It's
years
similar.
ago?
Turkey,
Was it 300 years ago?
Constantinople, or
No,
let's say
it's not.
Istanbul. Tunaja.
Wait, two Niger.
Istanbul
I'm
and
going
Kyrgyzstan
crush him out
is
now.
like from
Two
West
Niger.
Africa to East Africa.
Simple. I'm going to crush him out now. Two Niger. When
But
did
you're not African. I don't
when?
take you serious.
Hold
I
on.
see you
I'm
as
going to crush you out. I'm
you're
going to crush you
diasporic.
out. Hold on. I'm going to
I
crush
don't
you out.
crush you.
When
Even
did
Joe Biden, let me tackle this guy and I can fire. Even I can fire. Hold on.
Let's go,
Even Joe Biden came to UK recently and he went to Ireland and he says I'm home. He knows where he's from. Just Joe Biden in America, the same America I can fire, and Jamaica, the same continent I can fire is from, and they all arrive in that region practically similar times. So don't tell me that somebody that Joe Biden can be from Ireland, then somehow Akanfire cannot be African. It's not. It wouldn't be fair. And
I
your
can
example of
fire.
Kyrgyzstan is not the same.
He's not from the continent. Listen, he's not from the continent. He can be of African descent, but he's not from the continent, so you can't take him serious. You know what I'm saying? You can't take
What do you mean you can't take him serious? He's of African descent. You have to take him serious.
Because listen, decisions
Can I say
that are
something
made,
now, two Niger?
Are you saying that because we live in the
Tunaja, decisions that are made, listen, in Africa, decisions that are made have ripple effects. And we can't have people.
When did Israelis become Israelis?
One second. I'm saying something to Tunaja.
How come you call Israelis?
Bro, I can. We're hearing you every 2 seconds.
But that's a different point now. I can fire.
Tunaja, what I'm saying, listen, Tunaja.
Yeah, but they came there in 1945.
Oh, mate, I can. 1 second, bro. Tunaja, decisions that are made have ripple effects, in the continent. And people that are not from the continent should never make decisions or even have a seat in decision making in the continent. Let's be real. That's why I don't take no one.
You are beginning to say. See, you see what you are doing. What you are doing is a very cunning game.
Didn't listen to me. Listen,
But
what I said to you was so
every
deep.
time you say stuff,
If you open up your
it
ears,
doesn't.
listen to what I said.
You think you're being
That's why I told you about that Arab blood.
Calm down. See, let me tackle this guy. What he's saying.
Think about what I told you. Yeah,
this is talking about. I can fire you. Just come with broad.
Because you're Pan-African, you do kumbaya, you booty clap, you bend over for these
No. I think you are playing a facetious game here.
I can't.
He's playing a game.
Hold on, you are just talking
Playing a
continuously.
guilt trip.
No. He's talking continuously. What he's done before, he literally
guilt
said,
trip.
"I can fire is not African and wants to cause conflict on the continent." And I literally pointed to the fact that there are people that are not Africans causing problem right now on the continent, not potentially. Then he goes on now to say people should not have say on the continent. There are people on the continent, and that is none of the continent that is having more say on the continent than even Africans right now. And here you are saying Africans, the people that actually want the betterment of Africa, that are of African descent. Some of all these people we are talking about, they are not even of African descent. They are causing problems on the continent
Hold on.
right now to speak.
I always support Mali coup. I remember when you didn't support it to Niger. I was telling you, nah, we support that stuff, and I was supporting more of them. You feel me? So I'm glad. I think I'm the cause that Niger took their country. I'm the cause that Burkina Faso took their country. I'm the cause that goddamn Gabon people is trying to take their goddamn country. I am the cause of that. They doing what I goddamn is defending. So boo hoo, boo you.
I
You feel
wasn't
me?
against the action that the coup plotters took. I was against the fact that
Yeah,
it was
I
a
know you
coup,
wasn't against. You was
and
like
they had
you
an
wanted
agreement with
order.
ECOWAS. They had an agreement with ECOWAS that I was for the sanction because they had an agreement with ECOWAS that they broke.
Yeah,
ECOWAS didn't invade them.
yeah,
ECOWAS
but
didn't sanction them.
that's before you knew that ECOWAS is working for the French.
No,
That's
no, no, no,
before you
no.
knew that, right?
I don't see. You see, whether they are working for the French or not, their actions is what you judge them on. When they came, they talked to them. They didn't sanction them. They had an agreement, and the regime in that country just reneged on their agreement. So what the regime did there was to undermine ECOWAS completely
To Niger.
as a
You
regional
know what? To
negotiator in
Niger.
any way.
To Niger. You know what ECOWAS means, right? You know what the abbreviation means?
Economic Community of West African these states. I don't know
So
what else it means.
what war and a bunch of soldiers got to do with that?
Because they
What
can
war and a
enforce
bunch of soldiers
stability.
got?
They are mandated to enforce stability on the continent.
No,
They had ECOM of course.
they are devils set on us. That's what they is.
Maybe.
They're supposed to deal with the
To
economics,
Niger,
the economics of West
to Niger,
Africa.
listen, this guy is going to put his channel in trouble. He's just spitting out rubbish. He's got no fat in his fat head. You need
They
to
the
watch
ones
your
who
mouth, you know.
supporting.
No,
They the ones who supporting.
that statement you just made, I'm taking it personally. You're just gonna wash your mouth. Watch your
And they're
mouth.
not going.
Watch your
You,
mouth.
so
You
hold
have
up.
to judge things based on their actions. You
So
are
you
being
want them
too
to
brusque.
invade Niger? You want them to invade
Watch your
Niger, sir?
mouth.
Of course, he
Watch your
doesn't
mouth.
want them to invade Niger. I keep telling you, we are saying things that even people that are on your side will tell you to watch what you are saying. You are
It's
going too
on
far.
the
It's almost
news.
as if,
The French
hold on,
say
I
that
can fire.
ECOWAS
Hold
is
on.
their
I can fire.
ally.
I have to say this now. I have to say this because I have found this strategy around in West Africa, in the West. Sometimes what they do is they have people, like they say on the left, then they will have those people push things over the edge that the public turns against them. So I can find out sometimes the way you're coming across is a bit dodgy because you are trying to sabotage the discussion from the point of view of the people that actually want change. You are going too far. When you go too far, you sabotage everybody else. It's like saying you want to stop people exploiting this in Africa, and then you just decide that okay, because this in the UK is exploiting Africa, let's go to war with China. That is, you are now just undermining the entire thing. That is my point. You are not being targeted at all. You can't just go with scatterbrain and the kind of people that do that. That are people that are sent to any movement to undermine it. Because that's why even Tone is against you, but Tone doesn't support the war. You can ask him right now. He doesn't support ECOWAS going into Niger at all, but he's against what you are saying.
He doesn't know anything about ECOWAS, about ECOWAS soldiers. He doesn't know jack. And he just opens his mouth. He's sitting here in the UK, opens his mouth and be spewing out rubbish. And you think
He's not in the UK.
people
He's
don't
not
have.
in the UK.
He's not in the UK. Wherever cave you are, you just sit in
He's in
there.
Jamaica
You just spewing
now.
out rubbish. You don't know nothing about those
Dude,
soldiers.
Nigeria was organizing the ECO, right? And it's not the countries that did it. It's France who organized the French countries to manipulate the ECO. And these countries are ECOWAS, parts of ECOWAS. So,
Okay, in case
I'm
you do
not
not
blaming.
know, let me tell you, in case you do not know,
Yeah.
there's a military arm of ECOWAS called ECOMOG, and their first engagement was in Liberia in '89. Okay, so in case you do not know, so you're just making blanket statements. We get your point, but
I
like
know
I
what
just
you're
said, you make one
saying,
point and you
my
make another
brother.
point to
Undermine it.
sound unintelligent.
All right, I understand what y'all saying. You feel me? But it don't negate what I'm saying. It's like you dealing with people. Echo is still people. Now some of these people that was in the stopping of the civil war back in the 80s or 90s, they most of them is kind of back in the background. It's some new people or some different people, and they are kind of too friendly as far as I'm concerned with the enslaver. It's like sometimes we don't understand that
But
there is
excuse
these
me,
people.
let me ask you this question.
Was
Can
it
you
not
hold
the
on?
ECOWAS parliament that voted against
No, just
this
tonight.
thing,
That let
the
me let me
war?
let me give him this one. Okay, we agreed from your own thinking. You think that the countries where we have military rules now in Africa, namely Gabon, Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, and Niger Republic. It's like you make us to believe that they are working for their people and they want to chase away their colonial master. I agreed. Now we have a military regime in Mali. Mali military regime has been there for almost 3 years now. What has changed in Mali? That's the question I'm
Simba,
asking.
can't you get rid of that language? Were you around when we were being colonized, Simba?
They're
Why
under
do you
sanction.
insist on using the term colonial master?
Okay,
Why
I'm
is that?
sorry for using that. Okay, our okay, what do you
The
want, which proper
enslaver.
language you want me to use?
Hold on, hold on,
Colonizer,
hold
our
on.
colonizer.
No. Say the enslaver. Don't say our anything, because it's not our anything. Say the enslaver.
Or you just call them what they are. Either British, French. It's not complex. Just call them what
No,
they are.
no. He wants to describe their occupation. So they are the enslavers. They are the people who enslaved us.
Yeah, they
So
may, but I don't like
that's how I
coming from
speak
the point
about
of view of
them.
the victim. You have to start learning to talk about people on an equal level or maybe even on a superior level. Better that than to be putting yourself in the position of weakness all the time. And I
Yeah,
think
don't call
that's
them.
the
Don't
level
call
of
them
Okay,
that.
so don't
mind
let us
change.
don't let that one let us lose the point. The
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
I'm asking is Mali faring better now?
They're under sanction. So there's a lot of things that
You know,
Mali
what I want to
can't
draw
do.
your attention, people are, all these things has happened several years ago. What we are trying to let you understand is that we don't want anybody to be always playing the victim role. We have been colonized or we're enslaved, whatever, for several years ago. But
Mm-hmm.
now we are ruling ourselves. Have we
Mm-hmm.
felt better than then?
3
Look at
years.
South Africa. Just hold on. South Africa today, everybody is talking about South Africa that at least to some extent they're a little bit developed. But they are not developed by the blacks in South Africa. They were the white South Africans are the ones that developed South Africa.
So what's your
Go
point?
to Kenya.
What's your
What my
point?
point is that
We can't do it
we
by
need
ourselves,
we
right?
need to take ownership of everything. We should forget about the past. We should not be referring to that one now.
Better be careful what you.
We should channel a different course now and move our countries forward. We should not be crying every time like baby.
No,
Exactly.
Simba, Simba.
I'm not sure
That's
that's
my
what anybody is
that's my
doing
thing.
here.
Hold on, Simba. I was supporting
Two
you.
nature,
Hold on.
please.
Simba, hold on.
Go.
Simba, I was supporting you when I just came on. You was the one I was supporting, not because I was speaking so aggressive. Then you become not on my side. We all on the same side, but we all can't be the same. Somebody gonna talk something different. You feel me? And diversity is great. You feel me? And I'm
Yeah,
one of the ones who.
but not the kind of things that will get people to say, you know what those people are talking about. Then they will use your speech and they will use it to derail all the entire discussion. I've seen that happen in movements that where somebody will some people will go and do something and they will claim to be part of the movement, but they're actually sabotaging the movement. Have you seen
Yeah, but
cases
you
whereby
gotta
even
be
people
careful.
on the left,
But
even
too,
people on the
Niger,
left are against some of the stuff
you gotta be
other people on
careful
the
because
left
it
are doing?
sounds like you calling me something. You feel me?
No, I'm saying no,
I'm
I'm
an
not calling you
African.
anything. No,
I'm an
the reason
African patriot. Yeah, I'm a
no,
patriot
no,
to black
no, no,
people.
no, 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 no. I can fire. I'm not doing that, but I'm just using to give an example of people can be sabotaged
Be
from.
careful of your words, bro, because I hear
Yeah,
some
yeah,
sellouts. I hear some sellouts on this, and you ain't refer that to them.
yeah.
So I don't
No,
know
no.
how that come around
I'm
with
saying that
me.
from the point of view that you have to measure your word. Word precision is important, especially when you are talking about something this. It could be quite explosive.
See, we just emotional. That's what I'm telling you. We grown. That's what I'm telling you
You
right
think
now.
we are being
We need
emotional?
to.
You are
Guess what? The
Well,
other
emotional.
side
we
We
do
are
need.
when
not.
they find these things
We
as
need
No,
to.
no,
anything.
we are not emotional. You are
Yes,
emotional.
you
Two
You are
are.
ninja.
actually being
We
logical.
two ninja. Two
Oh shit,
ninja.
you're
We've
back.
been having. Yeah, I'm back. Two ninja. We've been having this conversation for so long, and you and I have always disagreed, but there was no victimhood mindset here. Look, I don't care what Arabs call me. You know, I was in Saudi, as I told you, I was in Saudi Arabia. I'm working. I have my page. My name is on there, and this Saudi guy is calling me. You to Chadi, come here. Chadi,
What?
Chadi means you're from Chad. To Chad, come here. I said him, I am not a Chadi. Then he asked me, who are you? Then I said, I am from Somalia. Said, you Somali, come here. I come to him, spoke to his language, said, hey, don't call me my name, my nation. I have a name, it's written here, it's called Douala. You call me my name if you want me to work with you. Look, these Africans don't
He
do
treated
work.
you
Okay,
like a
we've been
nobody.
colonized.
That's what he did.
No.
Treated you like a nobody.
He did, but I cannot accept it. I confronted him. I tell
That
him, you
means
can do
I
that.
don't
You
like
can.
none of them. That means I don't like none of them. And we are
I don't like them too.
enemies.
Look. Who cares if he doesn't like me? I don't care. Why I like him? Why do I care he likes me? I don't like him either. I don't have that victim mindset. And when you
I'll
are
fight
telling
him
me
for
here,
you. I'll fight him for you. That's
look,
why I'm
to
doing what I'm doing. I'll fight him for you.
well, thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. I understand your frustrations, but we cannot go forward if we are thinking backward. We do not need no one to like us. We like ourselves, and everybody can hate us. It's okay. We can go forward.
What about payback?
They will pay back. But the thing, two
We're not going to
ninjas.
prepare. We're
You know
not
what?
preparing for
You
payback.
have to. You have look. Two ninjas as an African. Our brothers in Caribbean cinema. Except he was right. We have to do a show why an African man, even though he is dusty, dirty, whatever, he still have some pride. And our brothers from the other side of the ocean still telling, hey, no, Chinese don't like us, Indians don't like us, Arabs. My friend, why do I care? I don't like them too. I don't like them too. They have
No, but
twists
to
for
be
what
fair
for
to
us.
him, dual. To be fair to him, he was saying it in the context of you need to strategize based on that. That if you ignore that, you are going to miss the mark because your decision making, like you said it yourself, because you don't like them too. So I take it that from that point of view, you will strategize based on that. That's what he's trying to say. To an extent, you are all on the same level. That's why you said I don't like them too. So
and they are very aggressive to you.
I am very aggressive to them too.
So I'm not going. That's what I'm telling you. That we need to prepare ourselves, and we need to talk not good about these buggers.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes. how much self-censorship is required to maintain good relations? That is my question. And so, because I am thinking, I am not from my parents' generation that saw it as wisdom to just not say anything at all and never address problems, so problems were never solved. My generation tackles problems head on. We try to be diplomatic when it's necessary, and when a more direct approach is required, we take that approach because we have the courage to do so. Unlike my parents' generation that did not have the courage to do so. So let's take, for example, the hadith in Islam that says that you should not enslave a fellow Muslim. And yet we see in North African countries, fellow Muslims with Bantu features have their passports seized, and they are working under conditions that could only be described as enslavement, total loss of dignity. I would like to know, to what extent do I have to censor myself when I am speaking?
No, we should have manners to them. We should have manners to them and have manners to their God. See me? Don't say nothing about their God and them. We just have manners. That's a slave.
But maybe I want to ask you a question.
I think the censorship is not. You don't censor yourself. You just focus on being precise about what you are saying, because especially when talking about sensitive subjects. Because for one thing I know for sure is that it's not nice to insult people with something that truly hurts them, because their reaction is not necessarily going to be logical. And
What about
it's
who
not,
deserves it?
hold on, deserving is a totally different thing. If you insult somebody that is deserving, it's probably not going to be as painful. But if you are insulting somebody with something that they truly care about and is not is deep to their this core, you have to, when you are criticizing it, you have to be precise about it, because if you get it wrong, the
See, I
reaction will put
understand
you
what
in a
you.
bad position.
See, I
Okay,
understand what you're saying. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we please,
Hey, the
if you
lady is
listen
speaking.
to,
The lady is speaking.
okay, excuse, okay.
So if I say to someone, well, you are not being faithful to your own hadith of your religion, is that a horrible statement, or is that a
Not
simple
at all.
observation?
Not at all. I challenged AY earlier on today, and I was, you know how I was, and I still require evidence from him, AY, as I said. So I challenged him because he was saying that music was banned, kind of was haram in the distance, but it's not clear that it was haram, even by publicly available information. So there
What if
is
I
really
say?
no consensus on it.
What if I say you're a wicked hypocrite? Is that is
It's
we
not,
should have
it's
censor?
not haram. It
Should I
depends on who you are
censor?
saying is a wicked hypocrite. Now you were literally centering on God himself or itself. You are centering on God. That's what is wrong.
But that's not. Hold on. Allah is not my God. Allah is racist.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's
Excuse me.
the God
My
of a
bad.
people, and that God
Not
never
my
really
God.
said anything. So hold on. The
Listen.
God, even
Allah
in their book,
permit.
hold on
Hold on.
now.
To Niger. Allah permit castration of black boys.
Did
Allah
he?
permit that.
Something tells me that is not true.
You know
Something tells me that is
what
not
you
true.
need to do. What you need to do is to balance it. Whatever you are saying, nobody say what you are saying is wrong. If you talk about everything that you are labeling,
Jesus
don't
permit my. Hold
make it
on.
look.
Jesus
No, just hold on.
permit my.
Don't make it
Whatever
look
you are
as if
saying,
you are
better be correct.
targeting.
You better be
Don't
correct.
make it to look as if you are targeting a religion. That's what we are
Dude.
saying. The
So
same
what?
thing that you are saying against Islam is also applicable to Christianity.
It's an enslaver's religion.
But can I ask you a
Not
question?
yours. Jesus watched. Hold on. Jesus watched us in slavery for 400 years, 500 years over here. Jesus sat there and watched. That's white people God. That's not our God.
Yep.
Christ is the Son. SUN. Nobody, no Christ don't exist. No man don't exist. Christ is the Son. S-U-N.
The doctor, I want to ask this question. Why is that Muslims in the Middle East are more humble, but Muslims in Africa, why they can't Christian in Africa, but Muslims in the Middle East are not? What's the difference between Muslims in Africa? Can you Japan? Muslims in the Middle East are more gentle. Why maybe Muslims in Africa more violence? Can you ask the question?
Because the Africans, hold on, because the Africans is giving them everything they have, including praises. That's why they're comfortable and sweet.
No, that's not the answer to the question he asked. That's not the answer to the question he asked.
Why are they so calm and comfortable? That's why he asked.
I'm saying
they don't have stress.
No, listen.
Just hold on, calm down, so that you can listen to him very well.
I'm done.
I'm saying, why is the Muslims in the Middle East more calmer than Muslims in Africa? That's the question I'm asking. They're more violent.
Okay, let me answer the question. If you cannot answer that question, let me tell you, they have rule of law and they obey it. You cannot abuse, in the Middle East, you cannot abuse a fellow human being publicly without the government taking you up, and the rule of law will apply to you and you'll be punished. But in Africa, our leaders or our people shy away when anything that involves religion, both Christianity and Islam. We tend to shy away from the truth, and we fear the repercussion that will take place. And that is why people use religion to intimidate people in Africa.
That's for sure. Religion is being used to intimidate
does those laws in Arabia goes for black people too?
How do you mean?
Like, since the law is there for the Arab, does the same law apply for black people in Arabia also? No, it don't. They can slap you as they like. Here?
I don't say they do what they do as humans. See, if you were saying these things about, let's say, just the Arabic,
they are
Arabic
punished
people,
to be.
I might a kind of, it's debatable. But when you put it on God, I don't see anywhere in the Quran that it says slap people all over the place.
Is that your God? Is that your God?
It's not about what is my God. You have to be truthful about what you are accounting.
Why are you calling him God? And he don't even
exist.
exist.
What is the point of saying things that are not true about other people just because you don't like them?
What you mean not true? What you mean not true?
Because it's not true.
So wasn't Allah there when they were enslaving East Africans?
I see the enslavement. What is the Quran says about it? Is what you should go for.
Be careful
it's not
what
the people are doing. No, I'm saying I'm trying to be balanced here. See,
they are
you have to
wicked,
be
evil
about what you are saying.
Because God don't exist.
If you want to call people that are practicing those things that, you can call them that. But the Quran itself did not say, hey, you know what, go and get slaves. It's a good idea.
To Niger. Because Allah don't exist. That's why these people behave like that, bro. Only we think Allah exists. They don't. They know Allah don't exist. The Arab know Allah don't exist.
Are you an Arab? How do you know that they know that Allah don't believe that Allah doesn't exist?
The white man. Hold on. The white man. The white man know Jesus don't exist. It's only you. The slave, the former slave is still there stupid. The white man knows Jesus do not exist.
That's not the basis of his behavior, though.
Not the actual devoted Christian. They don't believe in that. Some people don't. The question you should be asking yourself is the way the society behaves.
You cannot tell most people.
If you say the society, the way they respond in the real terms in the world is not based on religion, then I will agree with you. Because most of this stuff, people think that nations behave because of their religion. No, they actually act in their interest as a nation. If you look at all of them, was the Christians not taking slaves when they were busy practicing Christianity, which clearly is not recommended. The same thing in Islam. They are practicing it in a very cruel way
When they look clearly, their religion doesn't like that. So it tells you that people, what drives people, societies, is not religion necessarily. It's their
Man, stop
interest
it,
as a
man.
nation.
The Quran permits slavery. What are you talking about? The Quran permits slavery.
Yeah, I think
Stop,
when
stop,
infidels,
stop.
I think I get that. Yeah.
And the Bible permits slavery. Just be quiet, Tuniger. Just be quiet, Tuniger. You don't know what you arguing.
You see,
You don't know what you arguing, Tuniger.
if the Quran, okay, let me ask the Muslims here. Did the Quran permit slavery?
He sound traumatized.
No,
It's
no,
not
AY. See, let's clear this. I think he made an interesting statement. You see, that
And
is not
you sound
necessarily.
like a simp, like a wimp, like a gullible
See,
little
maybe there's
person.
something I will learn here. I want to learn something. AY.
You only listen to
Please,
white people.
AY. Answer is
He
straightforward.
will not let you speak. He will not
Don't
let
waffle all over the place, AY. Please,
Okay.
don't take too long waffling around. Does the Quran permit slavery, even in benign condition? Does it permit it?
Okay, good question. So, first of all, if you go, you need to go. I want Ika to go back and read the history of slavery in Africa. Islam was not used. Hold on, Islam was not used for slavery. Secondly, there is no place in Islam where Islam permits slavery. There is no place. Yeah, it is. It is like Islam does not go against anybody. It does not differentiate between black and white, Arab and Asia. It does not differentiate.
Typical Negro.
When God said a command, He said command to humanity in Islam. If honestly, you know, for father, if I have seen where I see discrimination, I'm gonna put it out here right away. There is no place. If you have any evidence, I will be
Okay,
happy to discuss it.
so now there's no evidence that the Quran says you should take on slaves, that it encourages you. Let's put it that way.
No, you
And
cannot. Okay,
it doesn't encourage you. Good.
go,
Hold on now. I want to
let me
get to
go
the
back
point.
a little.
Yeah, man, let the man
Okay, let it go back. Let it go back.
Tuniger
Go
talk,
ahead.
man.
He says he wants to clear himself because
Let
he
me
probably knows
Hold
where
on,
I'm going.
hold on, Tuniger. First
Let
of
me
all, the Quran don't permit enslavement of Muslims, but it does from non-Muslims.
no.
It doesn't. Anyway,
Yeah,
okay, good.
if you're a
Where does
non-Muslim,
it?
Let me
No,
explain.
no. There's no place in Quran that says you should enslave
Let
your
me
fellow
let me
human being.
let me explain to
Okay,
you.
good. Let's keep
that's
going.
a
Yeah,
lie.
go ahead.
Let me explain to you. You see, Quran is a book of mercy. It's not the way you're looking at it. Human being might be able to use some part and do their
Wicked mercy.
now look at it. The slavery you hear in Islam, like you can be reading Quran and hear free a slave. Now, during the time of the prophet, where there are religious war, right? You can capture the opponent. They will call them slave.
And we do the same
Hold
thing to
on.
ourselves in Africa.
Let me
I
finish.
said, no, I'm just supporting your
Yeah,
this.
let me finish. When you call them slave,
Allah
Allah does not allow you to keep those people. So you commit something, you can commit a sin and say, hey, free a slave. If you have any slave within your custody, free that slave.
Don't that sound like a wicked bugger?
Hold on.
No,
Calm down. I can fire.
Look
Okay,
at what
now
is
that's it.
happening today now.
AY, come on. You are trying to filibuster now. Let's just get to the knocks.
No.
Okay, fine. You're not trying to do anything. Now let me
You
respond.
don't believe me when I
I
speak.
can fire. I can fire. I mean, AY, come on. Let me respond now. You've had
Go
to
ahead,
say.
go ahead.
You've had to say. So now let me just make this quick point. You are gonna go next. So the point is that when he said, when you want to do a good deed, you release slaves, or certain things. But clearly, he acknowledged the existence of slaves. It doesn't overtly say that you should stop slavery. He didn't stop it. And secondly,
You have to. There is nothing like slavery in Islam. There is nothing like that.
but it doesn't say you should stop it. He acknowledged that they do exist.
You are not an Arab. You little
So I'm reading it now. Hold on, I can fire. He acknowledged that slaves do exist. He also acknowledged that you should treat them humanely. So that is accepting that slavery is a reality of the society. It goes also from what you are saying that it shouldn't necessarily be bad in terms of Islam. It shouldn't be practiced all over the place. That to an extent, it's even said he should release them. But in reality, he accepts it. He accepts it that it happens in society.
No, but to Niger,
hold on, let me make the final point. Most of the time, when Islam existed in the Middle East, they were taking slaves from Africa and taking them to the Middle East and enslaving them, even or sometimes in very, very harsh conditions. So
but it's not in the name. That practice was not encouraged by Islam. It's not Islam that encourages that.
Oh my goodness! If you will stop interrupting, I will finish the point. That's my final point, and that's the point I was making before that. People act in their interest. It's not based on their religion. They don't care too much about it. They will believe in the religion when it suits them, but when it doesn't suit them anymore, they go and do what they want to do anyway.
I can't believe how these African tortured people is booty clapping for their enslaver.
No, I can fire. Just listen to our. Let me give you an example. I can fire. If you look at the history of humanity, if you look at it right from the beginning, people, what they do is that they acquire during the empires. People tend to use their force, their might, to go and acquire other people's land, take them as slaves.
That is certain.
It doesn't actually have anything to do. It doesn't have anything to do with religion.
Hold on, outlaw. First of all, that is certain people. Your people never wrote their history, so you don't know nothing about your own people. So stop playing. Hold on. Use the tribes that exist now that haven't been to your little cities. You feel me? Like the Omo Valley people. Where are their slaves? Like the Himba people in South Africa. Where are their slaves? Like the certain people in the Congo, and you have certain people in Tanzania. None of them had slaves. You people are making up things because all you know is slavery from your Arab cousins. Them the ones who promoted slavery in Africa.
But the slavery is not peculiar to the Arabs alone. That's what we are telling you.
We black people are not like that. We're not slaving nobody.
So the other thing you need to know, Tunaja, before the advent of Islam, like I always say this, Saudi Arabia was a barbaric environment. Slavery was there. When Islam came, right? Part of the thing they were telling them with this ruling, you have to free your slave. You have a slave, free your slave for God to forgive you. Free your slave for this to happen. Islam abolished slavery. Islam never encouraged slavery. That is why today, I'm not sure who was here. We were discussing about Nation of Islam. If you go and study about Louis Farrakhan, if you listen to him, Nation of Islam, the reason why African Americans they are mostly follow Nation of Islam was because
lies. Nation of Islam is just 3 people in America.
What?
Not fucking.
Islam did not abolish slavery. People. I don't know where you got that from. AY. Islam did not abolish slavery.
Yeah, I don't know why they booty clapping.
How do you create what you did not establish? Islam was not even involved in slavery. This is what I'm telling you.
That's a lie.
But I thought you said he abolished slavery. That's the only one I'm disagreeing with.
Okay, there was nothing like slavery in Islam. Islam never supported slavery.
That's a lie.
He doesn't have to support it. He just said you should treat them with this thing like humans and treat them properly, but he didn't say you should not have it.
And Muhammad was a thief and a rapist.
Jesus Christ! I can't fire. Come on.
You need to remove this guy from this. I think he's traumatized. He's wrong.
He shouldn't just be.
May I ask? When you're finished, may I ask a question, please?
It's hard. So you need to understand. With religion, without religion, people will always commit atrocities. People will commit all this evil. People are just evil. I tell people, like today, Russia and Ukraine are fighting. If one of the country was a Muslim country, the other one may be Christian, they will tell you, oh, it's religious war. It's just human being. 2023, can you imagine killing millions of people in the name of power? The issue we have, okay, look at Sudan we are talking about, right? when South Sudan and North Sudan were together, they turned into religious issue. Oh, they have a religious crisis. Later, the country was divided. The Christian South Sudan, they went their way. The North Sudan went their way. Today, what happened? South Sudan, they fighting themselves. North Sudan, 90-something% Muslim, they killing themselves. People need to understand, see above religion when you're dealing with human beings just have issues, to be honest.
The problem of Sudan wasn't a religion problem, it was a racial problem where the North, the Arabites, were dominating the the blacks, the Nilotics. That was one of the major issues. It wasn't a religious problem. Most Saudi Sudanese are Islamic, they are Arabs, they are Muslim as well. So your point doesn't make sense. To Niger, can I just make a statement? I'm gonna be out for a little bit.
It was more of religion, my friend.
To Niger is what unfortunate that I want to back I can fire out. It's what unfortunate that we have these Africans on the panel talking about, oh, we are Muslims, oh, we should be proud of it. This is
Sudan,
it's very
I put
disgusting.
it back to you.
It's very disgusting to see Africans be proud of a religion that does not partake to them as a people. It's what unfortunate that we are practicing a
why
religion.
do we have been having a peaceful discussion, and we now switch it to religion? Why do we allow such a thing to Nigeria?
Let me finish. I'm gonna be out. I just came to
I think there are
back out
difficult
Icon
decisions that
Fire.
need to be had. Sometimes difficult decisions need to be had, but it has to be honest. Like what he has said now, he didn't go over this in the line. Some of the tales Icon Fire said today went over the line, and he knows it. He knows it. Icon Fire, stop doing this. You're gonna cause this whole thing to be demonetized and get some people in trouble because of this. You have to consider other people too.
To
Because it's not
Niger,
factual. You have to be factual with your statements.
To Niger, you guys cannot block people from airing their mind. There is freedom of speech on social media. This is why when us living in America come on this panel, this is why when us let me finish now. Who is this guy talking to Niger? I just got on the panel. Allow me to make a little statement. Allow me to at least emphasize my freedom of speech. To Niger,
Okay, finish your statement. Carry on
to
with your
Niger,
statement.
let me just finish. No, okay. This is the thing, right? It's what unfortunate that we have Africans that are proud of having Christianity or Islam as their religion. Oh man, can you to Niger, can you please allow me talk, man?
Nigerian citizens,
Go ahead.
They are not supporting it.
Oh, I mean, who is talking? Am I the one talking, or who is talking?
I know it's Slimba. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. I mean, this is why I don't really talk to fanatics, people that believe in. I don't talk to fanatics, people that believe in religion. Africans have to create their own religion, go back to their ancestral root, create a pyramid where they will worship and believe in it and make it popular in the world, instead of us funding money and carrying money and giving it to these Arabized Africans to send them to Saudi Arabia for something that is not part of us. It's what unfortunate that we Africans in the 21st century still believe that it is the white man's religion that is important in the African continent. That's why we are poor, we are broke. The white man has created their religion and they are going far ahead of us, and we still take their religion that does not partake to us, and we are in the society where we are today. Man, let me finish, man. Stay quiet, young man. Young man, stay quiet. Let me finish.
I agree with his points. His points are more precise.
Someone was saying that how is Saudi Arabia developed with their religion? Why is Africa not? Because they created a religion that suit them. We did not create our own religion. We took on their own religion. That's why we are on the same spot where we are today. We took on other people's religion. That's why we are on the same spot. How are we going to move forward? No, we are not going to move forward, because everything we are being dominated. We are so low IQ, so backward. Everything is poor in Africa. To Niger, I'm out, man. Thank you for leaving me the floor to emphasize some kind of freedom of speech.
Hold on, Judy. We could be talking real good business for Africa and real industry for
I
Africa.
believe in you, man. You're my guy, man. Especially us in America. The way we see the world is not the same way these Africans on the planet or in Europe see the Africa. They are just so myopic in their thought, and that's it.
They will stop everything to defend the slave master religion.
Exactly. There you go.
Both of them, both sides. They'll stop everything. They are idiots. They turned us all into raving idiot.
I can fire. Take it easy about insulting people. Now, what is this? Wow, today you are not
We are in it too.
you are not being
I'm
precise
in that
today.
too.
What's up, my friend?
I'm in that too.
You gotta be respectful. Who are you?
A question.
Some days I
please.
can fire you.
No.
You really do submit well. Today you're just attacking everything.
Like you talking mature, you talking down on everybody. Come on.
Yeah, that's what you black people do. You all have strength for only black people. That's all you do.
I can fire.
That's all your religion
I can
teach you.
fire.
How
Can
to
you
fight
hear me?
black people.
Can you hear me? Are
Yeah.
you brown? Are you green? Why are you calling? Are you not a black man? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Are you a green man?
I'm talking about me and my family too.
Are you a green man? I've just asked you a question and you can't answer. You're just spewing.
I'm black.
What have you
Okay,
done for
thank
the
you.
black
So
race? What have you done for the black
you need
race?
to be
Tell me.
respectful to your kind. If you want to
Can
put,
you
we're not
let me
asking.
know
See, listen.
When did I
People
diss
are
you?
not
When
asking.
did I diss
We're
you?
not see. Listen. I can fire. Calm down, my friend. Nobody's stopping you from hearing your view, but you need to hear it intelligently and respectfully. That's all.
Yeah.
You hold your view. Your view is your view. I'm not. Nobody's. You hold your mouth not to say nothing, but you need to be presented intelligently, and we can listen and know and understand your drift. That's all we're asking. Is that
But
too much to ask for?
even when I talk intelligently, y'all oppose and behave bad anyway.
See, everybody's listening to you now. Everybody's calm listening to you, my friend. Yeah, it doesn't have to be so. Even before you came on, we had a very good discussion as to as of the way forward for about 2 solid hours. There was no abuse. There was no
All
insult.
right, you know
That's
what?
what we're saying.
I know what y'all get into. So okay, fine. Go ahead.
Thank
Okay.
you.
May I ask my question?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. What do you think is the way forward to address the ill treatment of people of African descent and continental Africans by the three religions, the three main Abrahamic religions? What do you think is the way forward?
Are you saying include those or not include those?
Well, we have a problem of people of African descent and continental Africans being dehumanized in all three belief systems. And whenever we try to address this, people misinterpret it as an attack on the religion. I belong to one of those religions, and I do not take it as an attack, that I need to get angry about. I have observed the dehumanization of Africans by the three belief systems, and I wish that we could
Dr.
address
Mari,
it.
I will answer that. You know the problem.
Can I
One of
answer
the biggest
that? Tunisia, can I answer that,
No,
Dr.
let
Maria?
I want her to be
She has
specific.
asked a very good question, a very, very valid question, Dr. Maria. Thank you very much. As a Muslim and as an African, I will tell you this. We know that we are facing problems which are related to religion, but in the same time, it's not going to progress us. Look, it's not just Islam, it's also Christianity, it's also Judaism. Look, the Ethiopian Jewish, the Israeli military are not even entertaining to take their blood, even though they are in the army because they're black. We know that. The thing that we need is the men of Africans should be strong and should have their own interpret. We cannot dismiss religions. We cannot say Judaism doesn't exist. We cannot say Christianity doesn't exist. We cannot say Islam doesn't exist. But we can make our own Judaism. We can make our own Christianity. We can make our own, which is benefits us. That's why the Ninja and two Ninja and I were having like 3 hours conversations. It's, you don't dismiss religions, you respect them, but you make it your own. You see what I'm saying? Let's make Allah black on African. Let us make Jesus black and African. And we can do it. And this reformation of religions is good for us. We are not going to accept the status of quo. No way.
So
It's
actually,
done,
I
man.
have a question for you. So the question you just asked, I actually want you to expatiate on it. For example, you talk about Muslim Christianity. I mean, let's just focus on those two. Those are the two major in Africa. How are people of Africa descent discriminated in this religion? Like, can you cite specific example today?
No, I'm not saying discriminating. I'm saying exploiting. Look,
He's talking to the lady.
No, there is no way I feel discrimination in my homeland.
He's talking to the lady.
Yeah, I'm talking to the
I'm
lady, not you. I'm the person that
Oh,
asked the question.
okay.
Yeah, I want her
I'm
to
finished. Yeah.
expatiate on it. Just tell us how, be specific as regard to Islam and the Christianity. Let's focus on those two.
There seems to be a bit of elitism as far as the Arab race is concerned. Well, earlier, about 4 hours ago, I think, I mentioned the fact that the East Indian Muslims looked down on the Muslims of African descent because they see themselves as being closer to the Arab race than the Muslims of African descent in the Caribbean. That was the Caribbean context. And this is also a problem in countries like Sudan and Somalia and other countries in Africa as well. Then I looked at the case of the terrible work conditions of African migrant workers in many Islamic countries, such as Turkey, such as Morocco, the treatment of migrants in distress on the coast of some of these countries, that's another problem. Even when these people are follow Islam, they are not treated in the way that they would treat someone who is of Arab extraction, because, well, their skin pigment somehow allows for their dehumanization. There are several other examples. I'll take another one, and this will be the last one. I mentioned the scholar Sheikh Imran Hussein, who believes that, and he's not the only one who believes that, it's a very commonly held belief that when people read the Quran in their own language, there are many different translations of the Quran. It doesn't carry the same power as the Quran in Arabic. And he tells people that there's power and protection in reciting, not when they're studying to understand now. This is reciting the Quran specifically in Arabic. Why is this? Because they believe and that the language itself carries energy. The alphabet, each letter has its own energy, and the way they pronounce the words is important to extract the protection and power. All right, it's important to recite the Quran in Arabic. This
Yeah, but
you can.
I'll help you out also. You feel me? It's easy. Christians enslave most black people of the Western Hemisphere. In those in South America, those in the Caribbean, and those in America. Christians enslaved them. You hear about the Ku Klux Klan? They were Christians. Arab.
Let me answer the first
Hold on,
question.
man. I wasn't finished, man. Arab, who is Islam, who praise Allah, Allah should have told them justice for people and if they wasn't devils, they would have had heart and know that those are people and we can't enslave them. You feel me? Let's go work for our own self. But no, Allah told them to enslave us. So both religions enslaved us.
So
You see me?
Anthony, let
No,
me
the
answer.
three religions.
Okay, let me answer your question. You see, I will allow Tone to answer the question as it relates to the Christian. Let me answer the Muslim part. You see, in Islam, to be honest, there is no such discrimination you're talking about. I'm a
Ask
Muslim.
me if I care. Ask me if I care. Ask me if I care.
Hold on. So in Islam, there are no such discrimination. Like as a Muslim from
So
Nigeria,
what?
I have lived in different countries. Like I can literally stand up and go to a mosque. I meet different nationalities. We don't have anything that is dividing us. I always see the unity.
Ask me if I care about anything what you say.
Hold on.
Fire,
Hold on.
please stop it. Let me just stop you there.
Hold on.
Listen, they could have enslaved anybody. Listen, they could have enslaved anybody. I wouldn't have no problem with it.
As a
But they
Muslim,
enslaved my people.
Stop it, man. I don't say that. We know in Islam, as a Muslim man, I will tell you there are hadiths are telling you there will be no Khalifa. La Khalifa illa li Quraysh. This is a forget about the black people. The Arabs are discriminating themselves. They are telling you there will be no president in Islam until he
don't care. You touch my
You
people.
don't care, but I care. But I care because I'm a Muslim and
You
I
are
need reform.
not Arab.
So
I
am an African. It doesn't matter, my friend. I'm your side. Please stop it, okay? I'm just challenging my Muslim friend. Look, when you are coming here to this panel and telling us there is no discrimination in Islam against black people, my friend, that's dishonest.
Let me finish.
Listen, my friend. They touch my people. I don't care who else they touch. They touch my people. They need. Bro, y'all not. They gonna get paid.
This is the game, man. This is the game. Don't play the victimhood mindset. I have said this. This is the game. You have to play the game, man. Stop being a victim. Play the game.
Oh, the lady want to talk.
Playing the game.
The lady want to talk. The lady want to talk.
The elitism that I have noticed has gone to such an extent that you would have someone living in Liverpool but is looking at the lunar calendar of Saudi Arabia because somehow they seem to think that it's the same moon, but somehow the Saudi Arabia's calendar carries more power than for a Muslim who lives in Liverpool. There is some elitism within the religion, and it's affecting the people in the religion itself and also those outside. So it's something that should be addressed. Because you're harming the society if you perpetuate.
Let me ask you.
Tunaja, wait 1 second. Tunaja, can I just ask Tunaja if I can go?
Which calendar do you follow, Anthony?
Oh Lord.
She follows the normal calendar any Englishman follows. She follows the Englishman's calendar, but she's.
So hold on. When you follow, do you know we have Africa calendar? Why don't you look for Africa calendar and leave it?
That's not the point I'm making.
But
he's making a point to your point.
No, Sheikh Imran Hussein, who I greatly admire, was lamenting the fact that this elitism existed in Islam, that there were Muslims in Liverpool looking at the lunar calendar of Saudi Arabia. So he himself, and I'm not against Islam, I'm not against Sheikh Imran Hussein, whom I admire. I am saying
yes, ma'am, but we understand the point you're making. The point we're asking you is, aren't you also cocking yourself towards the Anglo-Saxon when you use his calendar?
Yes.
So why don't you go and find it? If you're complaining about calendars. Why don't you also go and find an African calendar or a calendar that is yours
Why you
and
come
start
here to
using it?
cuss? Why you come here to cuss the lady?
An
Stop arguing with the lady,
Why
man.
did I curse her? Bro,
of
shut
the
up, you dusty Rasta. I didn't
Come
curse
on,
her.
man. She was asking a question, bro. She was asking a question.
Yeah, exactly. This is not a
Leave,
cursing, bro.
leave the lady alone, you dusty South African.
Listen,
Bro,
nobody
you
is
pray to my king. Shut the
Come on,
fuck
man.
up, dumbass.
Let the lady talk. The lady needs to. The lady
Let,
has a
let the
say in.
lady
Yeah, I
talk.
want her
The
to
lady has to
To
finish
Ninja,
talking
let the
first.
lady talk. Let the Nilotic,
a
let the lady
panelist
talk, please.
asked for examples of elitism discrimination and elitism within the religion, and that was the one of the examples. In addition to seeing Arabic as a better language than one's own native language. So I'm not the only one. It's Sheikh Imran Hussein who mentions this, whom I admired greatly.
Maria, let me say this to you, right? Like I've explained this repeatedly. In Islam, you can actually use any language. The only reason why Imran might say that is Arabic is the language of the Quran. So understanding Arabic makes you understand the Quran better. However, when it comes to worshiping, for example, I want to pray to God, I can use my local language, any language all over the world. You understand, you speak to God. It doesn't mean you have to learn Arabic to communicate to God. We need to understand it. So also,
Okay, then why does it say Arabic language is the language of angels?
there is nothing like that. Where did
No,
you see that?
no, there is nothing like that, brother. The
I
angel,
thought somebody
look,
said something like that. I didn't know that.
No,
to
no.
Okay, let me
Ninja,
Tunaja,
check
it's
let,
true.
now.
let, let,
Tunaja, it's true.
let me
Tunaja, it's true.
let me educate
They're
let
going to
me
deny it.
educate you
Tunaja.
here. The
Wait,
angels
wait,
were
wait.
told
Tunaja,
to
that's true. That
Sayyidina
part is true.
Adam.
Tunaja, that part is
Look.
true.
Sayyidina Nuh, Sayyidina Sulaiman, Sayyidina Dawood, David, and they were speaking their language. And
Well,
of course,
dual,
the
dual,
angel Gabriel came to Muhammad and he spoke his language. The angels
dual,
do not speak a specific language.
dually.
In Islamic
What
law,
language do
let
you
me
speak
finish.
in general?
Hold
Let me
on,
land.
dual, hold on, dually,
Let me
dually.
finish. And
Wait, wait,
I'm
wait,
just talking
dually.
to ninjas, and he has a bad information. The angels
Hey, dually,
speak
hold on,
whatever
dually.
language, whatever message they are delivering to that
Dually,
specific
I have a
person.
question,
They don't
dually. I
speak.
have a
They don't.
question.
Let me finish. I'm talking to the host. Okay. Let me finish. And he was repeating this all the time. I'm going to correct you, my friend, too, Ninja. I respect you a lot. The angels don't need to have a specific language to deliver the God of the message of the God.
Dually,
They
I'm
spoke to
asking you a
Moses
question.
in his own language. They spoke to Suleiman to his own language. They spoke to Abraham to his Lut, who is against the LGBT. They came here, they came to him, and they were spoken to him, not Arabic, because he
I'm
couldn't speak
asking you,
Arabic.
Okay,
I'm
Tunaja,
asking you a
can I
That's
question,
finally
the
make my
dually.
thing, my
point?
friend.
Dually,
So
I'm
please
asking you a
stop
question.
this.
I'm asking
Tunaja,
you a
can I make my
question.
point now?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Uh,
When did the moon? Hold on.
Tunaja,
When
this
did
man
the
has been
moon?
speaking this whole time, man.
hold
Dually,
on,
when
you'll get
did
your
the moon
chance.
split? When did the moon split, Dually? When did the moon split?
Oh my God,
That
bro.
is what.
Tunaja, he's just going to say some low
Okay.
IQ dumb
Stop it.
shit. Can
That
I just
is.
make my point, bro?
I don't know
He's just
about
trying to
that.
troll.
No,
Okay.
Mister.
Yeah, when your
You
mom
have
splits.
something
Duale, tell him
against
when
him.
his mom splits.
Look.
The moon splits when your mom splits.
I'm not going to
Really,
disrespect
Abby?
Duale,
any
bro,
religion
don't
here.
answer that question.
Tonight,
Tell him the moon
tonight,
splits when
you
his
heard
mom
the
splits.
man
No, I don't think.
disrespect
Can
my
we calm
mother?
down? Can we calm me down now? And so that you just
Tunaja,
give
I'm
him,
asking you for my chance to say my piece. But this
give him
guy
30
keeps.
seconds. Give him 30 seconds to round up. Then
Abby,
He's
you
suck
not
talk.
your
saying
big
anything.
pussy, mother.
He's not saying anything, bro. He's just asking when the moon splits. He's just trying to troll. What
Abby,
are you on about?
suck your mother, Abby.
Okay.
Bro,
So
you pray to my midget king. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Two
okay.
ninjas, two
Okay. Since
ninjas. Can
Dwala
I
has
ask
finished
you
talking,
why
since
two ninjas? Let me just ask you, as an African, I'm just asking myself. We Africans, we are going to have to always great conversations. Who's going to take our beautiful Mama Africa forward? But whenever someone comes from the other side of the world
Why are they always trolling like this? Why they are not this serious? Stop it, man.
No, not all of them. Now you
You
can
are
see that. You can
totalizing.
hold on.
Can I make
Hold
my
on.
point now?
Hold on.
It's
I
been
am
past
very
30 seconds
honest.
now.
Wale, hold on now, Nilotic. Let's try to keep it organized. He's talking now. You're going to get your chance
No,
to
I'm
talk.
just asking for my time to say my piece. What are you on
Now
about?
you're going to get
This
your time. You
Nilotic guy
just
can
came
just
in
come in
now.
and start being
You just came
militant
in.
here.
So the idea is that you saw Dwala, you saw that the doctor is here. She didn't go overboard. She's just asking questions most of the time, and there is the devastating this in for
America.
you. It's not
Yeah.
going on at the point. So we shouldn't generalize. That's exactly what I was saying that Icon Fire should not do. So let's not generalize about people that are not on the continent. Nilotic, please go ahead.
Nilotic can speak. I need to balance out the argument.
Let him finish. Let him
He
finish
just
for
came in and
because
just bashed it. No, he
see,
can't
well,
speak. He needs to
you
hold it.
didn't say anything till now, till I called him. It's not fair.
No, because I didn't want to interject. Because if I interject, we'll not
Yeah, but
learn
you can't
from
just decide
Nilotic.
to speak and now take over the
But
position.
Nilotic
You're
just
just going
came
to
and
create
started
problems.
bashing everybody as a bully. I can't allow
It's
that to
okay now.
happen.
If you see, you can't just say you can't allow. If you said something before now, I would have said okay, you can go ahead because you've been quiet for a while. But you can't just say
Ayo
now
was
that I'm about to
talking.
call him that he's not allowed to talk.
Ayo was responding to her question from Islamic point of view, and you did tell me that I was going to respond from the Christianity point of view. Nilotic came in and started
I
badging
didn't tell
everybody and
you.
started shoving everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that right?
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything like that. All I know is that while I was talking to Duala
Yeah,
and everything.
he don't have no point. He don't even have
Okay, leave it now. Let
he
him
don't
just
even
if
have
you don't
3
have a
minutes
point,
of
maybe just don't be
conversation.
as extreme as you were.
Listen.
Let her please Naloti go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, let the guy go first tonight. I don't want him to be angry. Let him go first.
No, I'm not
Okay.
angry,
I'll
bro.
go after him.
Go, talk, bro. I'm not angry.
Bro, I'm giving you the
let
seat.
him
Just
talk.
go. Please don't try and insult me before I
let
make
him
you cry.
talk.
Just
I'm
go,
not
please.
insulting you.
You don't have nothing to say.
Okay, just go. Tonight, you see, I'm giving him the time, but he wants to keep crying. Just say what you want to say, bro.
It's okay now. He's considered the time back to you. So please, Naloti, go ahead.
Go ahead. He's not hungry, man.
Okay, tonight, there were points that are being made on this panel that you guys are completely being unfair to all of these religions just because you don't like them. I Can Fire came here and said, these religions enslaved us. I'm sorry, bro. Your own religion was enslaving you. Even before Islam and Christianity came in Africa, they were slavery. What on earth are you talking about? You were captured by your own.
Come on.
Tonight, you see, I can't even finish my sentence without these people interrupting.
Your people of the Omo Valley, they have slaves?
Oh.
I Can Fire.
Tonight, you see the problem?
In
Tonight, you
Africa
see the problem?
before.
Can you tell me how the transit? Didn't the Africans
brings
first have to sell the
Islam
Africans
brought
that were
slavery
enslaved?
to Africa.
Tonight, can you just
Islam brought
mute him?
slavery to
No,
Africa.
I Can Fire. No, they didn't just bring it. It was in Africa too. Like it was in
That's a
the
lie
Europe.
too,
It was
Niger.
everywhere.
Where is the history? Okay, where is the history of that?
We are
Tonight,
going to
how
prove
come
it.
you're
We are
willing
going to
to
prove it
mute
to you. We are going to prove it to you.
me when I'm interrupting, but you won't mute this guy?
Do you know? You don't know I mute him. I do mute him. I even sent him backstage. So it's not.
Okay,
It's not
tonight,
you.
look, you see, there are points that are being made here that Africans did themselves even before Islam or Christianity, enslaving other Africans. Islam and Christianity did not introduce slavery towards Africa. That shit already existed, just like it existed in almost every part of the world. Slavery was just the modus operandi of the world before until quite recently, for being honest. So you guys blaming Islam or Christianity, look, for you to even be a slave of the Muslim or the Christian, the African would have had to enslave you first and then sell you towards those people. So what on earth are you crying about? Secondly, the Dr. Marie Antoinette said, oh, they treat Africans badly when they go and be migrant workers in the Middle East. I'm sorry, but look at how they treat the Indians and the Pakistanis. If you are a migrant worker, you are a broke bitch. You're going to be treated bad wherever you go. The reason Africans are being treated bad everywhere around the world is Africans are the poorest people on this planet, bro. Look at any GDP per capita stat, any economic stat. You guys are the poorest. We are the poorest by far. There is not even a close second, and you guys are the weakest. So of course you're going to be treated badly. This idea that this religion that you know what people don't like weakness and poverty. Anyone who's weak and poor is going to be treated like dog shit, and you are the weak and poor, so you're going to be treated like dog shit. So stop crying about the world doesn't like us, blah blah blah. The Pakistanis and the Indians that go to the Middle East to work there are also being treated badly. There is no such thing. Your religions are not any more moral or any less moral than Christianity or Islam. But at the end of the day, your religions got conquered by these religions. So really, these religions are at least better at organizing than whatever religions you guys have. And at this point, I don't think there's any point in crying about Islam and Christianity in Africa because that shit is here to stay. Whether you like it or not, there are tribes. In fact, let's be honest, man. There are the Sahel and half of Africa is Muslim, whether you like it or not. The other half is probably Christian, and the African religions are the minorities these days. So whatever battle you guys are trying to instigate here, you've lost. So it is what it is. You can cry, you can moan, but it's almost irreversible at this point.
Okay, so some of the points you made there, let me just address some of the points you made because you are Muslim. See, some of the points you made there held ground, especially when you said Africans practiced slavery and before even Islam, and the reason why we are also treated badly. I think you have some strong points there. I think the idea that we are defeated people that we have to make our peace with it, I think that is inaccurate. The whole point is trying to reverse the damage that it has already done to us. So that for me, that's where I disagree with you on that front. So I think Dwala, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, to Ninja. If we
Where
Africans
where's the
no, let me
receipt,
finish.
Ninja?
If
Where's the receipt?
no, let me finish. This is my platform. I'm going to answer for two ninjas. Please respect me. If we just took the Christianity and Islam as the way it is in the books, we'll be better off. Look, I'm a Somali Muslim. Do you know our own problems as a Somali man? I'm telling you, as a Muslim Somali man, it's a GMF now, the social problem. You know what GMF means? Look, this is not respected. It's not even allowed in Islam. The Saudi Arabians don't do that. Iran, Arab Emirates don't do that. But just the African Somalis, still we have our own culture. Even though our religion is telling us this is haram, but we're still doing it. Look, this is what I'm talking about, the reformations. If we just accept what is good in that part of that religion, benefits us as a society, as a group, as a people, we will go ahead and go forward. And as long as we also the other side dismissing Allah or the Jesus or whatever,
Let's give
we're not
up.
going
Hands
nowhere.
up.
We're not going nowhere. We are not going nowhere. We are not going to go back to our own traditions, but we can make this as the good. We can be the Allah could be an African. Jesus could be black. Jesus could be an African. If we own it, the other people now own it. Huh? You see what I'm saying, and Tony? Just and this
No, nothing is wrong. No, hold on. Nothing is wrong with what you said. Nothing is wrong with what you said. I almost agree with what you said. You feel me? Because even in the Christian world, a lot of people have transformed the white to black, and they doing better. You feel me? In their mindset, they doing better. You feel me? So that's a start because once we start, whether you Arab or whether you black Muslim or black Christian, you gonna find out the facts if once you start understanding that you're not supposed to be praising these other races and having these other races in your mind. Now I listen, I understand the trauma that we as a people is undergoing in Africa and here in the West, black Muslim and black Christians. But one thing is certain: all of us is the poor ones. The black Christians and the black Muslims are the poor ones in this world. You feel me? So being majority just means you are the ones who manipulate the poorness. You are the ones who's causing the poorness. That's why that's the only what you'd call thing you can say is coming out of being majority Christian and majority Muslim. It's just having more hard of hearing people. That's what all it
So
means. You see me?
I need to add.
I fire. I understand you. I don't know what generations that you are, but this generation is know exactly what is going on. I told them to nature just
Some of them do.
yesterday. Yesterday, I met a Ghanaian priest here in Germany who's doing his own congregations, and they were all black. In same church 1 hour ago, there were white people, and I asked them as a Muslim, hey, we blacks and Muslims and Arabs, we all, when it's Friday prayer, it's just compared to Sunday, we all pray together. Why are they not letting you to have the same? He said, no, it's not. It's not them, it's us. We need to have our own thing. And that took me very deeply. We have to. The Muslim world
he's
in
lying,
Africa
but hold on.
No, he's not lying.
He's
telling the
lying,
truth.
but I respect what he said. He's lying, but I respect what
and
he
he's
said.
not lying because I know him personally. Please don't disrespect me.
Okay.
We have to. The Muslims in Africa should take the initiatives of the interpretation of Islam for their own benefits.
So
the Muslims, the Christians in Africa should take the initiative. So we agree that we can't get rid of these two religions, but we can reform them.
If I was an advisor to Mali, I would advise them that, bro, y'all have to really consider this Islam thing, because look what happened. They are paying a set of Muslims to come and kill you in the name of Muslim thing. You see me? Bro, let me speak. So you really have to really check what you have immersed yourself in. You have to check it and really like maybe change, because you cannot be having these type of people in being camouflaged in your communities. You see me? And they can be paid. How come their Islam don't make them loyal to their people?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Here is what I'm gonna say. So I need to bring a different dimension to this. The Pan-Africanists here, right?
That's what I am.
Some years ago, right? In South Africa, a black nation, they were killing people from other African countries. I'm not sure if it was religion that caused that. Like I said again, today
they are Christians.
Hold on. But they were killing other African countries irrespective of their religion.
Yeah, but they are Christians. I'm not on Christian side.
So why are you looking at it from religious perspective? This is the problem.
Why your religion is so holy, gonna take you to heaven, but it don't tell you not to kill your brother?
So no, you gotta see them as African rather than as Christian. I'm not gonna see
them. No, I'm not gonna see you. No, I'm not gonna see you as no African. You a Christian. You're a Christian black person. You're a Christian African. That's what you is. And Christianity. Hold on. Where do you put God? Where do you put God? In the castle of your heart, right?
Then in South Sudan, they kill it themselves. So who are those people? Are they black or white or green? Who are they?
It's the half Arab fighting against the black people.
Where? In South Sudan?
In the whole Sudan war. That's what went on in the Sudan war.
South Sudan is a different country. North Sudan is a different country.
Okay. All right. What's going on in North Sudan? Let me tell you something about what's going on in North Sudan.
No, don't tell me. Hold on. I know.
Can I speak for? Let me get a talk for a second.
Hold on. No. Don't cut me. I need to say this. In Ethiopia, the Tigray region, they're fighting other part of Ethiopia. So is this also religious war? Who is doing that?
No, it's not. No,
so what are you guys saying? We put blame in.
That's not how you look at things, bro. Bro, all right, could you calm down? Dude? Could you calm down, dude?
Okay, hold on.
You're overreacting. You are emotional, and you filibustering.
in some country in Africa, do you know the hatred among the tribe?
You
In this country?
overreacting. You
It's not
overreacting.
overreacting. I'm telling you.
No. It's not
So
overreacting.
can
He's
I
telling you the
speak?
truth.
Can I speak?
Look. If you
I'm
look,
giving
So
you
can I
the
speak?
fact. You said I'm
If you
overreacting.
look at
No,
Somalia,
no, no, bro.
my country,
Y'all
He can.
which
no.
is
You
one
see,
Obviously,
too
he can.
Niger.
religion,
You see, too
one
Niger.
section, they
These
are
little
Yeah.
killing each
buggers.
other.
These little
Do you
buggers
think they
wanna
are
You
bully
don't
me.
know anything in
representing
Africa.
Islam?
You don't know anything in
See, too
Africa.
Niger. These little buggers wanna bully me. Don't want me to get my voice out.
You
Y'all
know
be quiet.
nothing in
Let me
Africa.
speak. Nah, be quiet. Let me
My
speak.
friend, the conflict in Africa has nothing to do with religion.
Y'all don't
Let me tell
understand
you,
what. Y'all don't understand
it has nothing
psychology,
to do
bro.
with religion. It has
Bro,
nothing
y'all
to do
don't
with religion.
understand
I
psychology.
am a Somali from Somalia, which is completely 100% almost Muslim.
In
They're
Haiti.
fucking killing each other, man.
In Haiti, they're killing each
What
other.
taught them
You
wickedness?
remember?
What taught them wickedness
does
in
that?
Who is
Somalia?
killing people in Haiti?
No.
What taught them hate?
Does Islam has
Ikafaya, you
something
don't
to
know
do
what
with
you're talking
no?
about, bro.
You
Just
can't
quiet.
just say
You know
religion
nothing
is
in
the
Africa.
problem
Keep quiet.
because I'm giving you an example, my friend.
Be
I'm
quiet.
giving you an
Be
example.
quiet.
This is one country, one tribe, one language,
Hold on.
one
Be
section
quiet.
of a
Hold on.
religion.
You
They're
should have
fucking
catch me,
killing
right?
themselves.
Hold on. Wait. You should have catch me, right? You'd have just slashed my head off, right? Because it's easy, right? It's black. I'm black, right? So it's easy. You'd have just slashed
Ikafaya,
my head off, right?
you are not discussing. People are
Yeah.
tired of you. I'm
Go
asking
and
you a
put
question.
some bass on your voice.
I'm asking you a question. You should be able to explain because you don't know
Yes,
anything
so let
in
me
Africa.
speak. Let me speak.
Because you
First of
don't know
all,
anything in
you need
Africa. What are you
let
gonna
me
say?
no be quiet. Let me talk.
No,
You
what
see me?
talk
Hold
about
on.
your country, the
Be
crisis you have in
quiet.
your own country. I
Be
need you to
quiet, man.
no,
You're a little
no. This is not what
bro.
you're doing. I
Be
will not let
quiet,
you today.
bro. Be quiet. Your little voice is annoying.
I want you to explain in your own country the crisis that is happening if it's
Are you
religious.
going to be quiet though?
Yeah. So you just talking about blaming everybody for your problem, bro. Stop blaming people.
Two Ninja, are you there? Are you there? Oh, brother, Two
First
Ninja,
of
if you
all,
are there, are you listening to me? Two Ninja, you and I, and the other African panelists, we
are you
should come
looking
one
friends?
day
Are you looking
and talk
friends?
about the mindset of our Caribbeans and African Americans and Canadians. These people, why are they always victims, man? I know I am nasty. I know I lost, but my head is up and I'm going to colonize those fucking Arabs who gave me, and I'm going to take their religions, man. I am going to interrupt my religion, their religion. No. You know
y'all
what?
leaving
All Africans,
psychology out of
those
things.
all Africans. Let me tell
Tonight,
you,
you gonna
my
make these
Jamaican
people
friend.
bully me?
Let me tell you, my Jamaican
Let
friend.
me
Let
speak.
me finish my point, brother.
Yeah, let
You've
him
been talking.
finish. Keep quiet.
We don't put our head down. We go forward. We are not going to be stopped by slavery, colonization. We're going to ask everything.
Like the
And
Arab said, to you, Somali boy, come here.
Quiet.
Yeah, he
The
called
Arab
me
said
a
to you,
Somali
Somali
boy,
boy, come
and
here.
I asked him, "Stop it! I am not a Somali boy. My name is indeed." And then that was the last time I worked for him like 2 years.
I
And I
would
make good
never
money
go
because
back
he's an
to
opportunity.
Arabia. I would never go back
And
there.
he
And they
respect.
wouldn't be safe in.
Look.
They
He
wouldn't be safe
respect
in my
me from
country.
there. I'm not going to accept that. I said, no way, fucking Arabs. My name
That's
is
a lie.
Duale.
That's a lie. You never
It
said
is
nothing
true,
like
my
that.
friend. I wish I have the video and I will tell you because I am not being a slave. That is it.
Listen, I
was
respect
free.
that. Hold on, big man. I respect that. Listen. I respect you. I respect that. I'm just talking freely against my enemies. but I'm not trying to be enemies with my people. You feel me?
Who are your people? Who are your people? The people you are marginalizing, the people
Like you are my people.
No,
You
I'm
feel
not
me?
your people, bro.
Well,
No,
quiet.
you are our people. No, you
Well,
are, yeah, fire. No,
wait, man.
I don't dismiss him. He's our people,
Wait,
and
man.
he's
Let me
saying
speak,
this
man.
out of
First
love,
of all,
man.
my people have
They are
bass in their
respect.
voice. First of all, my
Don't
people
have
have bass
respect for
in their
people.
voice.
It doesn't have respect for anybody. You can't
What do
be
you mean I don't have respect for anybody? I
You don't
respect
have
black
respect.
people.
You've disrespected everybody on this platform.
I don't disrespect black people.
That is not our Africa culture. Africa culture, we are respectful. You are
And
very
you
Yes,
poor.
we are.
And you poor.
No, I'm
We are
not poor. You are
but we
poor.
have dignity. Hey,
Africa is poor.
no, hey, I am poor man. I'm
So how's
African
that
poor
working
man,
out?
but
Oh,
I
you
am
can't get. Hold on.
respectful.
Oh, you can't get mad. How's that working out? How's that working out for y'all?
I am respectful. I am respectful.
Yeah.
I'm a poor man. I'm a
We are.
dirty African man.
Africa is
I
a
am
10%.
respectful.
Hold on. Africa is a 10% continent. All they get off their raw material is 10% everywhere. Go
Yes,
check it out.
yes, I know. I know. But
You're
that
not mad?
doesn't mean
Oh,
that
you're not mad? You're not upset?
I am mad. I am mad as hell. But
Oh,
doesn't
oh,
mean
oh. So
I
have
don't believe
manners.
I am
So hold
less.
on. So have manners. So have manners. You're a
I am
10%
a man. I
continent.
am
Hold
a
on.
man
You a
just as you
10%
are.
continent.
But I
You a
will never
10%
I
continent.
will never bow my head
So
and
have manners.
kiss the white man's ass. Just you do now.
Yeah, but that's what most you talk for yourself. Don't talk for the rest of people, because they will do it in a New York minute. Most of them on our continent. See me? Like my boy right here, the small voice dude. He ready to
If
die for these Arabs.
if two ninjas is hearing, my brother, my African brother, we should study our black brothers in Caribbean and America, man. These guys are lost, man.
I think
we should study you. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah,
Maria.
I'm just saying that y'all taking it easy too much.
Let the lady speak.
Y'all,
Okay, let the lady speak. We have some respect. Let the lady speak.
All right.
Dr. Maria.
I have to say, I was a little perturbed by the fact that a former panelist thought that I was attacking Islam, which goes back to the point we made before about being able to express observations without being misinterpreted as attacking an institution. You know, what do you think about this?
I was attacking I was, as a Muslim, I was attacking Islam. Me and Ninja were attacking Islam all the day. We don't see you like somebody who's attacking.
if you
You
ask
have the
me,
right.
if you
You have the right to. Let me speak to the lady, my friend. Please don't hold. Say your piece. You have the right to attack Islam.
No,
you have the right to ask for reformation.
You see, one thing we need to be able to judge is the intention of a person. If someone is sincerely asking a question and making certain observations of which she is very concerned, should that be misinterpreted as an attack on a religion?
Dr. Maria.
No,
You are not Muslim.
Hold on,
let me
Lady
answer to the
Miriam.
lady.
Hold on.
Let me answer to the
How
as a
come
Muslim man. Let me answer.
how come, bro,
Stop
just
it,
be
man.
quiet,
Stop
let me,
it.
bro, be
She's
quiet,
not
let me
telling.
talk.
She's not asking you.
Hold on, man. You
She's not
Somali
asking
man.
you. She's asking
You
me. She's
Somali man.
asking me.
You are a bit too forceful, bro.
Come on, man. She
Allow
asked a
people
question,
to
bro.
speak. Allow
Yo,
other
yo,
people to
yo.
speak, bro.
Stop it. Stop it. Let me answer to the
Allow
lady.
other people to speak, man.
As a Muslim
Allow
man,
other people
I
to speak, man.
always it is my religion to ask questions. It's my religion to criticize. It's my religion. It's my faith to look for the good answers. My friend, Doctor, Maria, you shouldn't hold up. You should ask questions. You should ask doubts. You should go.
You should go there, man. You have the right to do so.
Okay,
And
tell us when
Islam
you
is
finish.
giving you the same thing. Yeah.
So when she asked the question, Ika Fire did not allow people to answer the question. That was the problem. Ika Fire, he is the problem on this platform. He's supposed to be out by now.
Pointing fingers.
He's
All right,
not.
Exactly, man.
Lady Mariam,
The lady is free and she can ask questions. Okay, let her ask. My friend,
all right, Mr.
Dr. Maria, I
Yeah,
respect
yeah,
you,
hold on.
and you can ask your questions about Islam. It's okay because I always ask. And Islam is telling me to ask questions. أفلا يتدبرون أفلا يعقلون أفلا يفهمون.
But something I saw in Islam, I think when somebody said, I think it was Agamfa that said Islam allows slavery. It clearly allows slavery in terms of, especially on non-Muslim. He also even regulated some to an extent the ones where some
These
Muslims
guys are
participating.
hypocrites.
So the point is that it's not because we didn't practice slavery ourselves, but the faith itself encourages, especially for non-Muslims, which generally means Africans from that region.
No slavery was in
No, it's true now. You know it's true. You know it's true now. See, I wasn't
Don't
here.
tell me
I think
that
I don't
we
know what I
slave
don't.
ourselves.
No slavery was in Africa
Can
before
I
these
just
buggers.
answer him? Can I finish answering him? See, there was slavery in Africa, but Islam also allowed it. So that is the difference.
No, to Nigeria, Islam never allowed slavery.
Okay, now let's see. What it says about this in terms of slavery in the sub-Saharan African continent. It says in some African societies. Let me see. This one is before Islam. Okay, yeah, that was a different thing. Let me go back. No, I'm looking at limits on enslavement. It says Islamic law impose limits on the sources of enslavement, prohibiting the enslavement of free Muslims and placing restrictions on the capture and enslavement of non-Muslims. So it doesn't stop it. Clearly, it's capable of prohibiting it in terms of prohibiting with Muslims, but it doesn't prohibit it for non-Muslims.
I explained it to you earlier,
So,
right? You are referring
I'm going to ask two
prisoners
ninjas as a
of war.
Muslim. Just give me just 1 minute. Forget about slavery. Let us talk about alcohol consumption.
Let's not switch it now. Let's not switch off. Let's give it one. Don't switch it.
I'm not switching.
Don't switch it.
I'm just telling.
No, you are going to alcohol when we are talking about slavery.
I'm just telling. No, my friend. Two ninja. I am telling you how Islamic law works. How Islamic law works. Islam came.
Then use slavery, please. You're switching over to
and
alcohol.
if everyone, Muhammad came, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and everyone was consuming alcohol. Just he did not say alcohol is haram. He said alcohol is not good for you. Then later he said, oh no, at the beginning he said alcohol is not good for you, but it's for money. The second thing he said, alcohol is not good for you. The final thing he said, oh, alcohol is haram. You see, it is what we call tadarruchat. Tadarruchat means step by step. The same way slavery. Slavery was in that area. Look, you see Bilal. Bilal was a slave, and he was the first person who go to do the azan. You see,
who is Bilal? Is he a black guy? Is he a black guy?
Look,
yes.
No,
is he a black guy? Oh, is he the black guy? Hold on.
Ideology. Two ninja. Muhammad was the smartest man on the planet. If I put my faith on it, he cannot just do things just like that. He has to follow steps one by, and that's why I respect, and that's why I believe it's from the Allah and the God, because you can't just say like Hitler said in Germany that I live, all the Jews must go. It's not going to work. You have to have step by step, and the same thing is the slavery. If you look in the slavery books or the slavery meanings on the Muhammad's time, on the companions, the Khulafa, they were trying to exterminate this culture step by step. You can't just take like 1 decade and say, oh, Islam allowed. Islam doesn't allow slavery. Islam and the Quran says in the verses clearly, we, and that is Allah, we created you as a people, as a nations, as tribes, as clans, not to only to know each other. And the best person, the supreme person, is the one who is fear of us. That's the meaning of Islam, man. It doesn't
And you
mean
just
that you
this
have.
is quite a lot of waffling. Quite come on, man.
You see,
You just keep
innama
swinging all over the
akramakum
place. Yeah.
indallahi atqakum.
This,
That's
this,
what I
this,
believe.
this,
I
kind
don't
of
believe
stuff, man.
as a Muslim, I don't believe
Jesus
the whites are
Christ.
the supreme.
Mute
I
him.
don't believe
He's
the blacks are
drinking.
Guy,
supreme.
he
I
just
The
don't
man
believe
is
the
drunk.
Somalis are supreme.
he just waffle all
I
over the
don't
place.
believe the Somalis are supreme. I believe
Mute him.
the
He
one
don't
who
want nobody
believes
else
in
to talk.
Allah is the supreme one.
See, you
Are
see
you
this thing
trying to
now.
justify slavery?
This is what they are trying to do in a
Yes.
roundabout way.
Yes.
See,
Right, duh.
hold on now. See, some of the things that they do sometimes they don't realize that they are actually in the converse way, they are actually implying that they are painting us bad. Whenever you talk about this sort of stuff to Muslim, I'm sure they don't say it to Pakistanis when they are talking. You know, if Pakistanis talk about Islam, they will have something else to tell them. But we like to talk about Islam. One of the first things they bring up was Bilal. And it's like the greatest representation of black man in Islam is a former slave. That is supposed to make us feel good. And this is something that our people don't understand. When that is your start, your best position in that religion is being an ex-slave. Come on, man. Is that what we're aspiring to?
So, to Niger, that's not actually correct what you say.
Go sit down.
Okay, tell me where
Small
I'm
boy.
wrong then. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I just wanted to make one very brief point. I think sometimes we forget that the way we treat others is also part of morality.
Yes.
Like, for example, a former panelist justified the ill treatment of people of African descent in predominantly Arab countries by saying their, socioeconomic status justifies their treatment.
Yeah, stupid habit.
The reason that these religions, the Abrahamic religions in particular, are supposed to teach us about the dignity of every single human being, regardless of how wealthy the person is. I mean, can we at least agree on that?
Yeah.
Yes, we do, but can we agree also it can be corrupted?
Be quiet.
It can be corrupted by
Let the
somebody.
lady speak.
Stop telling people to be quiet, man. Come on.
The lady wasn't done. He don't let nobody speak.
I think the lady was done now. Luale is the one representing now. AY.
And Tunisia, you are looking for Ethiopia country. It's not going to happen, man. Religions is just like any ideology. It can be corrupted by people.
Yeah, because it's hypocrisy.
See, look at the limitations that was put in the Quran. Let's be clear about some of the, because I asked, please list where the Quran placed limits on enslavement of non-Muslims specifically. It says it's basically these limits are designed to ensure fair and humane treatment of non-Muslim slaves. Here are some of the Quranic verses that addresses this issue. Freeing of slaves. The Quran strongly encourages the freeing of slaves, whether they are Muslims or non-Muslims, which means he also acknowledges that some Muslims can also be slaves. One of the most notable verses regarding the freeing of slaves is found in Surah. This thing.
But to Niger.
Why are you so sensitive?
To Niger. You can find facts to Niger about Arab enslaving people. But you cannot find no facts about Africans enslaving people 2,000 years
I can
ago.
fire. You are running. You are wrong about that. Africans, they are evidence. There's evidence of it. You are wrong about that. I can fire.
Yeah,
That I
but
can tell you.
yeah, but that's when Arabs brought it to Africa. That's why the Africans is
I
doing
can
it.
fire before that. I can assure you. Before that, they were practicing it. Before that. Yeah,
Before
on that
2000,
one, you didn't
hold
know.
on,
Yeah.
teenager. Before 2,000 years ago, because the
Yes.
Arabs got here. The Arabs got here 2,000 years ago, or
No,
one and a half
they got here
thousand years ago.
1,400 years ago. 1,400 years ago. I tell you, I can
But the
fire.
you cannot talk about foreign.
I can fire. We were practicing it well over maybe even 5,000 years ago. So I can assure you, that's how far
Everyone
back it went.
everyone,
Do you know do you know the Arabs are the next neighbors to Africa? I don't know what you talk about Africa.
Niger, you going to apologize to me.
Listen. Everyone
Why?
practices slavery
Keep
at one
studying.
point.
Apologize to you because you are
Because you don't
interrupting
have no
me.
receipts. You don't have no receipts.
See, I can fire somebody especially when I'm telling you the truth and I'm trying to get a point across so that we don't get confused anymore. It's the fact that slavery existed before the arrival of Arabs in Africa, maybe even before they even left Africa in the first place to go and create the Arab community. Africans existed for over 100,000 years. So let's not get that mixed up. So the
But
point I
that's
was making was that
speculation. That's not facts. That's speculation, bro.
I'm sorry.
Gosh,
See,
Yo,
slavery is
you don't know
almost
anything
part
about
of.
Africa.
Hold on. Let me talk to him. Are you implying that never enslaved people?
Well, there are evidence in Africa right now where tribes that hasn't been city 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 they haven't been to the cities to understand city life. They are still tribes who wear their cities out. They are not enslaving nobody, and they don't have no history of enslaving nobody. And that's how most
I'm
Africans
talking
was.
about.
That just like those people, that's how most Africans was.
No. I want a yes or no. Did ever enslave people? Yes or no?
Africans never had slavery before the Arabs came here.
Bullshit.
Disappointment, man.
It's the Arabs that brought slavery to Africa.
Okay.
I'm sorry, slavery existed in Africa well before.
To Ninja, I just want to
Nah,
ask
bro.
an honest
He
question.
has an agenda against
Can
the
you just
Arabs,
give me?
bro.
Can you just like fire as a Caribbean man? Can you
I
just
can fire. Africans may
answer
have
me?
actually invented slavery. I'm sorry.
What is an Africa for you? To Ninja.
Show me the receipt.
Please tell me the definition of Africa. Because you're
How
thinking
are we
Africa like
supposed to
it's
know
just
the
one
definition
country.
of Africa?
Just take
Hold on. Africa is only black people. That's how I see it.
about Africa. You know nothing about Africa.
Hold on.
Okay, black
Africa is
people.
only black
Where
people.
are the black people in Africa?
Well, you sold some of them, and most of them is still in Africa.
I never sold anyone, my friend.
Well, speak for yourself.
You can't even define where Africa is. Come on, man, stop it.
Africa is black people. That's Africa. Black
No,
people.
my friend. Africa is from Egypt, Morocco, Somalia to Nigeria to South Africa. We call that continent Africa, my friend.
Yeah, but Moroccans are
They
invaders.
are all Africans, my friend. Even the
Moroccans are
white South
invaders.
Africans are African. You may not accept that, but
Moroccans
I believe
are
the Boers in
invaders,
South
bro.
Africa are African. That is the problem we are
So
having.
white people in South Africa is African.
Come on. As a Pan-Africanist,
I can fire.
have you understood that?
I'm surprised
I
that you are
cannot
not aware.
accept.
The history of slavery is slavery is a manifestation of almost every society on earth, and I strongly believe that it probably even was
The only history of slavery in Africa is in Mansa Musa time and after that, not before that.
No, it happened before that. I can
It
fire.
is
I'm telling
Islam
you.
who taught slavery to Negroes.
See, it happened even before the time of Christ.
Prove it. Prove it. Don't just
Okay,
say it.
that's what I'm trying to
Prove that
pull now.
shit.
If my device is
The
yeah,
Romans,
let me see.
the Romans and the Arabs brought slavery to Africa.
So
Ikafaya is ignorant about history of Africa. Stop asking questions.
yeah, exactly.
What,
That
what
is
do
what I'm
you
saying.
know? What do you know? Right now, if I ask,
You
right
know
now, if I
that
ask you
our
certain history about
forefathers
Africa, you don't
in
know.
the other part of the world even don't have a map of
I
Africa.
don't even think he knows anything about Caribbean.
Two ninja, my friend, two ninja. I'm telling you, you have to make a show where Africa is and who is an African, my friend.
Africa is what?
Very, very important.
You sure about what?
Where
He's saying
where
I'm not an
Africa
African.
is. No, I'm not saying you are not an African. No,
What
I
are you
have never
talking
said
about?
that.
Hold on now. Let him speak for himself, please. I can fire.
He had said it.
Two ninja. We in these YouTube channels, we always have problems to divide Africa into 3, 4, 5 groups. It's
Okay,
not
so you
going
say
to
we need a
work.
show about who is African. Is that what you
We
mean?
know that show. No, not East Africa. We have to define where is Africa. Who are the Africans here?
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
this
yeah.
brother, yeah.
He's an African,
I am an
technically.
African. I'm telling him
ancestry.
my country. Yeah, look, my country is Somalia, and it's connected to Africa. It is called Eastern Africa. It's called the Horn of Africa, and he is not going to accept that I'm an African. This
Yeah,
is
but
the problem.
you're not Arab.
This is
You
the
black.
problem. I am not an Arab. I am a Somali.
Yeah, but
I am a
yeah, but
black man. I am
Moroccans,
African. I am a
Moroccans.
Somali. You
Oh Lord,
Jamaican, look.
stop
You
cussing.
Jamaican come from the Caribbean and telling me that I am born in Africa. My father is an African. My grandfather is. And you are telling me you are not
Teenager,
related to
why you
Nigeria.
can't be
Look. You are telling
why
me
you
I
can't
am not
quiet these
related to
dudes,
my brother
teenager?
Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa. You telling me this because my
No,
nose
no,
is
no,
different,
no,
my
no,
hair is different.
no, no,
Stop it,
no, no,
man.
no.
Stop it.
Ikafaya
I
is
am an
from
African.
Africa.
The Moroccans are Arabs. Moroccans are not Africans.
Ikafaya is Africa. He's just ignorant of Africa history. He needs to go study.
So now, Joe, I've got to go now. Yeah,
Thank
I've
you,
been listening
Okay.
to people.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you want to say something,
Nobody
though.
wants me to talk.
No. Well, of course, I
Well,
want you to talk. Anytime
within
you want to talk, you
balance. I
can
mean,
talk. Because you've been
see,
quiet for quite a long time now, so you can speak
yeah,
anytime.
because I was listening. I was just all I can hear. For the past 3 hours since I can or 4 hours, I can came in just bashing everybody. You know, calming down. He calms down for about 30 minutes. He's on again. So
Yeah.
calm down, bro. I mean, if we keep going this way, we can't learn. We're all learning. Okay. So
Yeah.
my take in all this thing, the slavery stuff is we need to realize that historically, slavery was not just it wasn't just a Christian thing. And by the way, the Arabs did keep slaves. They indulge. Islam did indulge in slavery, and Christianity as well. They did indulge in slavery. But then again, if you look very closely, because in the Bible, because I like my facts and all that, it was more of semantics. So what slavery means today may not mean the same thing to them back then, because remember that slavery was not just about just buying people. It was more or less economics, okay, back then. And the Bible it uses the Hebrew term eved, and the Greek term doulos to refer to slaves. Eved has a much more wider meaning connotation than the English term slave, and in many circumstances is accurately translated into English as servant or hired worker. Doulos is more specific. That's the Greek connotation of it, and is used in more general sense as well as the Hebrew in Hebrew, to mean a bond servant. So slavery is not so much. Back then it wasn't something that was looked on as being evil. So people that had slave within their economy, be it a Muslim or a Christian, wasn't seen as something bad, but rather the Bible even encourages that you need to love your slaves, you need to treat them fine. So it's not so much about pointing fingers. Oh, Muslims are evil. You brought slaves to Africa. Nah, 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 nah. No, the Africans too indulged in slavery. There were tribal wars then. People are captured and brought back and made to work in farms and all that. Back then, they probably did not see it as slavery as we see it in today's time. So that's the thing. We need to make distinctions on all these things and all that. There's no point hitting on each other and all that. It was their understanding then. Because I mean, back then in Africa, the more wives you had and the children you had, or cattle or sheep you had, pointed to how successful you are or how well off you are. So that's just the brief points I wanted to make clear to us. I know that. So there's no point of bashing each other and say, yeah, you brought slavery to Africa,
Yeah,
therefore it's
that's a very educated point. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's just my little point. I just need to contribute.
Thank you, Tone. You know, that's the tone of civility that of got Akafia to say. That's a great point, Akafia. I admire your. This is, you know, it's good that you did that. Devastating for you. Hold on now, AY. AY has now woken up. Devastating for you. You haven't said anything. You haven't said much about the debate. I noticed a few times you were alive there. So do you have anything to add to the debate?
Trying to get a couple jabs in there, but man, you guys are pretty tough. No,
Yeah.
I see a lot of emotions and a lot of other things not related to religion having a large impact. When you talk about from a perspective over here in America, a lot of the things that you may see on the mainstream media, the decisions and all of the things that may be happening, very few are related to religion. You're talking about poverty, economics, social issues, and all the things that are going on. When it comes to Black Americans, nobody is saying, "Hey, I'm doing this because of the Bible," or there's no religion reference. It's all what's happening in real, current, present time. Nobody's making any references to what happened in ancient times or thousands of years ago. So. Our perspective over here primarily has been shaped and conditioned by the Europeans. So we're just trying to, you know, see if our African diaspora has a more clear conscious, unfiltered view in terms of how we are progressing. Because I can tell you, by being under this particular umbrella, generations, not just my generation, but the generation before me, have been under constant trauma. There hasn't been a time where we can prominently say, hey, life was good, it was consensual, we progressed, we did this and that. No, overall, it has been primarily trauma and just trying to make it literally a day. But I did wanted to ask a question earlier in terms of, was there a documented demonstration on any civilization that had a way of life or practice a certain faith prior to religion being introduced? Like, how was it uh, operating and progressing from this time period? Then religion came along, and that made that same civilization much better for the people. Or when you say benefit, did the religion benefit the people or the people that started it, or the administrators. So that was one of the points that I wanted to try to get.
If that question about what I benefited the people, when the religion arrived, what I actually benefited the people, if I'm not mistaken, in the case of the Mali kingdom, I wouldn't say the religion benefited them, because the Mali kingdom was that empire was already founded before they became deeply more Islamic from that point of view. And if anything, the Songhai Empire, I'm not sure their rise was based on the religion. If anything, it was the same religion that destroyed the Songhai Empire.
No, it was based on religion.
Why would you say it was based on religion? That's the reason for their rise. What is the evidence that their religion particularly is the reason why they rose? The region has always, we had the Ghana kingdom in that region, we have the Mali kingdom in that region, and we have the Songhai, so it's not necessarily based on religion.
All these kingdom you are mentioning, they are based on religion.
So Ghana, no, we're talking about Islam here.
Hold on to Niger. I'm going to destroy him. What about the Benin Kingdom? What made them rose?
No, not please. Let me just deal with him.
Was it religion? Was it religion?
I can't fire. Just hold on now. Let me just deal with him. You're going to have your chance. So, in terms, we are talking about Islam as per se. In terms, if you are saying all societies are based on religion, obviously, I don't think that's what he was addressing. He said before these religions arrived. So I'm assuming that he was referring to Christianity or Islam.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So if that is the case, then you have to say, okay, Ghana Kingdom didn't need Islam to rise. He rose by himself. I think even till his demise, he didn't have any contribution from Islam. And the founding of the Mali Kingdom is not based on Islam. Though the leader, the founder, yes, actually it's a fact. Some people mistake the idea that the Mali Kingdom was actually founded by Islam. No, it wasn't. And that is a fallacy. If you are thinking that is true, it's a fallacy. The first king of the Mali empire, he's like a convert, but they said his practices were still traditional. He just was a convert in name only. He was a convert in name only, and the kingdom had already been founded when that happened, because he said there were traders that were coming from the Islamic traders, and they talked to him. They came to his court, they talked to him and got him to convert. He wasn't like a full Muslim. It was his son or the son after him. But those were the ones that were
tell them to Niger
Muslims. So they didn't found the kingdom of Mali. And then, but the one of Songhai, by that time, Islam has already propagated through that region, the Sahel. Hence, this Songhai Empire was mostly Islamic. But to tell you that their rise is not based on Islamic, it was Islamic Empire kingdom that destroyed it too. So it was about power, and African countries are able to exert power. This spin you put on it and say, the only empires that I think I've had somebody say before, the empires that come out in Africa was based on Islam, is wrong. And it's a very, very, you are selling your people short. It's not accurate even. Please go ahead. If you dispute my point, please prove it.
I can dispute it, but you're going to kick me out. So
no, I'm not going to kick you out. Go ahead. Why would I kick you out for disproving me? I am here to learn too.
Okay. To Niger, let's just do this. Songhai, Muslim Empire. Mali, Muslim. Only the Benin Empire. Those are the three major empires in your region of the world. So 2 out of 3 of them are Muslim empires. Now you want to dispute, how much influence did Islam have? Look, none of us here are historians, so none of us can know. But let's just look at Timbuktu. All of your scripts in Timbuktu are written in Islamic script. So basically, it did have an influence. Whether you want to admit it or not, it did have an influence. These are just indisputable facts. And when you say Songhai was defeated by another Muslim empire, who attacked first? Songhai started the war and they lost the war. So was the Moroccan Empire supposed to just lay down and die so that they can be friends with the black Africans or you West Africans? No, if Songhai attacked them first, then they are well within their rights to attack and reconquer. So I don't know what point you're trying to make. At the end of the day, bro, you can cope all you want. Nigel, let me finish. You can cope all you want.
A lot of errors already. How about the Ghana Empire again?
Bro, I said the top 3 empires in that region. Ghana is not a top 3 empire, bro. I just told you the top 3 empires. Songhai number 1, Mali number 2, and Benin Empire third.
No,
top 3.
The Ghana Empire was actually larger. The Ghana Empire was actually similar. The Ghana Empire is similar to that of the Mali Empire and the Songhai. It's actually bigger than the Benin Empire. You don't know that.
That's correct. That's correct.
Bro, to Niger, just please Google your empires of that region.
If you know
the historian, oh my God.
you will not be saying what you
You
said.
see, this is what I mean when you won't even let me. When you made your point, did anyone understand? You can Google this if you want, bro. This is not a topic for me and you to be discussing. I'm taking information. Oh my God. Are you a historian?
Everything you said, you know the clever nature of what you said. The Mali Empire, Muslim, the Songhai Empire, Muslim, and
but I did say the Benin Empire is not Muslim, so I'm sticking by facts. I'm not trying to spread an agenda. You are here trying to spread an. Can I finish my? Oh my God! Can I finish my point?
You interrupted me. You remember?
You literally interrupted me in my speech. What are you on about?
No, you finished your speech already. You've already made your point, and I started addressing.
I didn't finish my speech, bro. This guy, you see, this is what I mean. He interrupts, and then when you interrupt him back, he says you're the one interrupting.
Let's not talk about the interruption. Let me make 50 seconds point, then you can carry on. So the point I was making was that there is the Ghana Empire that existed, and the Mali Empire wasn't founded by Islam in any way. It was founded by somebody that just converted after the empires had already been created. So go on.
Okay, let me get to my point. This is historical fact. You can Google this. You can do whatever you want. According to historians, which neither you or I are, according to historians, the top 3 tribes from that region are the Songhai Empire number 1, the Mali Empire being second, and the Benin Empire being third. 2 out of the 3 of those top 3 empires are Muslim. Whether you like it or not, they were ruled at one point, either from the beginning or at one point in their rulership, they were Muslim empires. So you can cope all you want, those are Muslim empires. And at the peak of their powers, they were Muslim empires. So this is undisputable fact. Thirdly, even if you want to say other empires across the Sahel have always been, in one way, form or another, Abrahamic empires. Whether you want to look at the North African region, oh my God, can I? What?
You were talking of the empire in the Sahara region of North Africa. The Almoravid Empire was on, at its level during the 11th century. It was also a Muslim.
Yeah, Islam didn't even exist at that. Yeah, you're right.
But
Islam didn't even exist at the time.
The Mali Empire, one thing I will support, it was not a Muslim empire from inception. But
I said the Mali Empire at its peak was Muslim, bro. Didn't you hear the full sentence? I said,
even when I corrected you still made the mistake. The Ghana Empire is bigger, way bigger than
Niger. The Ghana Empire is not a top 3 empire. Please look at any historical fact. When you look at the top 3 empires of that time,
how are empires
look, to Niger, you can get offended all you want. This is fact I'm telling you from historians, bro.
No, you're
not
wrong.
You or I trying to spread it.
Okay, let me get to the top 3 because it looks like
I'm taking the facts from actual accredited people. You can't just say you're wrong. To Niger, if a doctor says something, I have an illness, and I take it from. I'm taking. Oh my God,
just not making sense. You can't just say the top 3. Let me know what criteria you're using to measure, because if you are using
level of influence within the region, those are really like 2 points. The level of wealth, the level of influence that you have within your region and outside of your region, the level of a lot of things, bro. What are you on about? Those are the top 3 empires, bro. I'm literally even saying the Benin Empire is there, so I'm not even trying to spread an agenda, bro.
Yes,
but here you are trying to spread. Oh God. Okay, even let's just put Ghana there. Let's put top 4. Ghana is in there. Still, 50% of your empires are Muslim empires. What are you on about?
Well, the second and when you talk about, hold on now, stop making me nonsense, man. One of them was not founded by Islam, so why are you going on? Just because
okay, yes, when it was founded. Okay, when it was founded, it was a Muslim, but at its peak, it was Muslim. So really, at the end of the day, It's a Muslim empire. Because when you're looking at it, when it was at the top of its list, oh my God.
What do you mean?
Tunisia,
You can't just say at this peak. You know what you are doing? You are going to say
at the end of the day, look, Tunisia, at the end of
you're
the
going
day,
to say at the peak of the Egyptian empire, because some other group is in charge, so that's the group that gives against the credit. It's like saying at the peak of this in the American this in empire, let's say the black people took over, you say the black people built it. No, it was the this in this in non-Islamic person that actually
I just answered your question. Yes.
The empire.
Tunisia, I just answered your question.
Do you know what empire is?
Tunisia, I just answered your question, bro. It's at the peak of the empire. Oh my God.
Do you know what empire is?
I just bro, are you going to filibuster me or are you going to let me speak?
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you even know what an empire is?
This man is triggered, bro. He won't even let me finish, bro.
I'm asking you a simple question. Do you know what an empire is?
Let me finish.
Oh, so
yes, I think we all know what an empire is. Tunisia, I came from an empire. What are you on about, bro?
The Mali Empire, what is the standard you are using to say at the height of the Mali Empire?
Tunisia, no one can.
No. You know what you are doing? You are changing the standard. No, I'm not going to buy your nonsense. You are trying to sell an agenda that because Mali Empire went on to combat to Islam.
Tunisia, you can cope all you want. Wait, Tunisia, you can cope all you want. Tunisia. Can you let a man speak, bro? Tunisia, you can cope all you want. At the end of the day, when we look at all these empires, the 2 out of the 4, I'm even going to include Ghana Empire for you because you're going to keep crying if I don't. 2 out of the 4 were Muslim empires. Keep it, and the number 1 out of all of them was a Muslim empire. And you can't even compare Songhai Empire to any of the other empires. It is by far the strongest, the most wealthiest, and the biggest empire. So at the end of the day, Islam has had a net positive.
Hold on.
Tunisia, can you let you won't even let me
hold on now? Let me finish my point. You can't keep saying wrong things. The Songhai Empire wasn't the richest.
The Songhai Empire was the biggest and best empire that ever came out of West Africa. You can talk all you want. These are undisputable facts.
Where was Mansa Musa from? I'm asking you.
Where
was Mansa Musa from?
Who cares where he's from, bro?
Okay,
you asking me where he was born?
Know. If you didn't know where Mansa Musa from, why would you say the Songhai Empire was the richest? The Songhai Empire lasted how many 100 years it lasted before it was destroyed? The Malik Empire, where Mansa Musa is from, the richest man in history.
Okay, let's just use our brain cells. Tunisia, can we just use our brain cells for a second? The British Empire, the British.
I see. I'm getting tired of somebody that is talking as if they are making points, but they're not making any solid points. Because
why are you trying to bully man here? Tunisia, we get it.
You just insult and make false statements and get away with it. I have to correct you that
the Ghana Empire. When was this an insult?
No. I see. This is what I can't find.
When was this an insult?
No, because you keep saying that.
Tunisia, just because you get offended by what I'm saying doesn't make it an insult.
Come on, man. You need hold on. You can't keep making wrong statement and act as if
you're making
about
East Africa.
Tunisia, bro. Please the greatest empire out of West Africa. You can Google this now. It's not even like something you can dispute, bro. Why you getting triggered about just basic facts?
What makes them great? What makes them great has nothing to do with their religion, and that's what I'm trying to correct you on. And you keep going on as if the religion that made it, and that is the implication of what you are saying. Because the Ghana Empire existed before them. The person that founded the Mali Empire wasn't a Muslim. So I don't know what you are going on about. You keep making it look like it's because of Islam that they were able to be great. Isn't that what you are implying? Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Tunisia, let's just be honest. If these empires were based on African traditionalism or African religion, you would be praising African religion or African traditionalism. Now that it's a Muslim religion, you want to say, oh, Islam has nothing to do with these empires, bro. Like, religion was one thing, and the way the empire was run was another thing. So, Tunisia, let me ask you this. So, according to your logic, oh my God.
You can't just keep talking. No, you because you add one false statement after the other. You just said if it was African religion that I was going to. No, you can't just keep doing that. You can't say. You just said if it was African religion that this.
Tunisia, let's stop hoping.
No, hold on now. You didn't see me here mention anything about the Ghanaian religion. You didn't hear me mention anything about the Benin religion. So why did you make that statement? You just say stuff that is
because it's true. Because it's true.
Right. You are the
Why am I? Because it's true. To Nigel, if I say something that's true,
it's true, and that is
but
something
you're
that
not disputing it based on any fact. To Nigel,
but you can't just
to Nigel,
you
you're
just
not disputing it on any facts. I'm giving you facts.
So when I told you that the Ghana Empire was bigger, did I say, oh, the Ghana Empire had their own religion too? Did I say that?
To Niger, bro. Look, I even gave you that point so you don't kick me out because I know when you get offended, you're going to kick people out. The Ghana Empire is not greater than the Songhai and Mani Empire.
If you are telling the truth, I'm not going to kick you out. If you are educating
To
me,
Niger,
I'm not going to kick you out. But
to Niger, you're not the heart. Oh my God. To Niger, the fact that you can't even admit that the Songhai Empire was the greatest empire that ever came out of West Africa. This just shows how biased you are, bro. This is indisputable fact, bro.
No. Hold on. If you said the
To
biggest
Niger, just
empire,
go. To Niger, please, I beg you. I beg you, just go and ask. Go and ask any.
Let me talk. Hold on. If you see now, you have just said what another thing. This guy is almost like you're leaked from everywhere. If you said the Songhai Empire was the biggest one, I would say, okay, I'm not so sure because they are quite close in size to Mali. I would say I'm not so sure. It's possible. So, but what you were saying was that they were richer than the Mali Empire. That's the one I disputed with you. So let's not mix statements up here. Go ahead.
I'm just going to Google it for you and bring it to you. Tunaja, I'm just going to Google it for you and bring it for you because
what are you doing to Google this time?
I'm going to give you facts from historians so that you can just keep quiet for a second. So you can keep talking. Just talk.
I'm not disputing the size with you. So you are setting a fight in an empty room there. So don't go down that one. Talk about wealth. Then maybe I will dispute that one with you.
I'm coming with the facts, bro. Just give me a second.
Oh God. Oh God, let me see that. That would be funny. So, see, okay, some other person can go ahead, please. Well, who is next? Let me see anybody that came in. Dr. K is not there. I can fire, please. You can go ahead. I'm sure you've got something to add to the debate.
Listen. All I'm saying is Africa needs to fight for itself, but with a confusion as to who your enemy is, will always be a stumbling block in your way because your enemy is slapping you across the face and you looking around and you don't see no one. You just see a bunch of people because you don't know who your enemy is. We can't be distinguishing between Arabs, who is good and who is bad, or white people, who is good or who is bad. You feel me? They all are the same thing. That's how you're supposed to look at things. You can't be here distinguishing. You're gonna have a major job. See me? And you're gonna get, it's like a bunch of snakes. You're gonna get stung a lot of times before you find out which one don't sting. So why bother? You feel me?
What is that stuff that is going on? Are you okay? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm driving. So okay. That's why I'm saying.
You are driving. Please no. Sorry. Don't do anything.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I want you to be healthy.
Okay.
Safe
so
and sound.
I'm just saying. Why bother? To try to distinguish them? They don't distinguish us. Let me tell you what they're doing in Africa. You see, they're talking about Niger. They want to pick somebody out in Africa and fight. We not supposed to allow any one of these Europeans to pick out any country in Africa. We're not supposed to do that. Zimbabwe is suffering because these Christian bastard children sit there and watch United States and Europe point fingers at Zimbabwe and target Zimbabwe, and they all just sit there. We're not supposed to make these things happen.
Yeah.
Can
you hold on? Let me clarify some point. That car, whatever is making that noise, you may want to watch out for it. You see, this is why I'm always very careful when I say stuff. I just checked the information. It is clear that the Mali Empire was richer, as I suggested, than the Songhai Empire, which was the assertion he was making that I was disputing. I never disputed the size. And the moment you mentioned the size, I wasn't sure. Because remember when I saw it on the map, I wasn't clear that the Songhai Empire, Mali Empire was bigger than the Songhai Empire. And from what it is saying now, it's actually stating that the Songhai Empire was larger than the Mali Empire, but not necessarily richer. So, which puts me in a more accurate position than what he was asserting. So you can go and look for the document Nilotic junta as much as you want. You probably will find similar answers as I just gave. So all this shouting, people just shout and shout, and that's why in my own sessions it has to be fact based.
I just put it
go
there.
ahead. Okay, where is it? Okay,
I just put it there. Whether you want to share or not. That's all.
I will share it. I will share it. Why would I hide it? I will share my own evidence. Yours is coming from Instagram. Jesus Christ, what is that? What evidence did you spray? Okay, sorry, I didn't get the right link. Okay, let's confirm. So what does it say? The most powerful of these states.
Stop. You're trying to.
No, I'm looking at the area
Why
that is
are you putting
highlighted.
the link of your own Instagram photos on? What Instagram link did I put in there, bro?
No. That wasn't mine. No, come on, man. That was belonging to someone else. I was, forget about it. Point is that let me go to the point. This thing that you shared. So what do you want me? You want me to read the highlighted area or through the entire thing, because some areas were highlighted on that page.
So we're judging biggest by economics or population.
I think it is probably
okay. Tunaja, just
let him. Yeah,
I'll find the exact place for you because you don't want to.
No, make your
You're
case.
running a panel now,
make
so
the case you are trying to make now. Let's hear it so that we can confirm it.
Okay,
go ahead.
The most powerful of these states was the Songhai Empire, which expanded rapidly beginning from the Soni Ali in the 1460s. But blah 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 blah. But you see what it says there. This is a comparison of these empires. It says the most powerful of these empires was the Songhai Empire. I don't know what else you want me to say, but it's right there.
My argument has
it's on the comparison section. You see, Tunaja, on the Wikipedia, there's a comparison section. You can find it there if you want. If you don't want to, you can.
See, you just say stuff. I didn't say anything about powerful. If you had said anything about powerful, I would go and check again. I wouldn't argue that with you. There are specific terms I use. You use wealth. You are the one that asserted it first. You said the Songhai Empire was richer than the Mali Empire. I said no, that's wrong.
I say it's the greatest, bro. I don't even know where you got this.
Okay, when you say greatest, I'm not
going to argue that richest. You said landmass and stuff. I just say the greatest empire.
You said richer.
And I said the Songhai would be first.
That's why I brought Mansa Musa into the argument. You said richer. So, but when you're not changing.
Okay, Tunaja. Okay, I'll give it to you. Okay, either way, two of the whatever you want, how many empires you want to put there, are still Muslim empires, and Islam has only been in that region for 1,000 years, which is not that long compared to however long that region has been around for. So either way, you guys want to make it sound like Islam came and conquered you, it did XYZ to you, it oppressed you, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, every time when the white supremacists come here and they say you guys had no civilization, all I hear you bringing up is, oh, we had Benin, oh, we had Mali, oh, we had Songhai, oh, we had this. And 2 out of 3 of them are Muslim empires, bro. That's the funny thing.
Okay,
like, Tunaja, at least admit.
Okay, I see.
Even when we talk about.
Okay, see, let me say something that maybe make you happy.
Okay, Tunaja, let me just ask you this. Timbuktu, the place all of you like to praise as this hub of intellectualism in the region. What are all the books? What is the script that all the books and all the stuff in there is written in?
You said?
What script do they use in Timbuktu to write all those books and all those historical stuff in there? And this is the hub of intellectualism that Pan-Africans like to use.
What script? Are you saying because is Islamic text? Is that what you are referring to? Yeah, they use Islamic
that's what
text.
I'm saying.
That's not
so if it wasn't for Islam, you wouldn't even have that Islamic script to be using to write all the stuff.
Okay, that I will say that is true. I'm not going to dispute that. Go ahead, Doctor.
Yes, that wasn't the point that was made today. I agree with that with the Nilotic junta that is a point that is sometimes made on this panel, but today the question that we had asked was, why were these people not protected? That was the question we had asked. So, I mean, I'm not nilotic Junta is saying. I agree with what he said, but today when we use the example of Timbuktu, these were African Muslims, and we were wondering why is it they were not protected from the onslaught.
What onslaught?
The invasion that destroyed the university.
Okay, do you know how that even started? The Songhai Empire. You guys say the Moroccans destroyed the Songhai Empire, right? I'm guessing that's where you're going. The Songhai Empire attacked the Moroccan Empire first. So either way, were the Moroccans supposed to lay down and die? That's just how empires work.
From what I gather, okay. See, I'm not sure the Songhai Empire attacked Mali for Morocco first, but I'll confirm it.
No, I said Songhai to Niger. I didn't say Mali.
Okay, the Songhai Empire. Go ahead.
With respect, before I go, I just want to make. I've been there like 4 or 5 hours. I want to make my closing argument. And thank you very much for having me, and respect for all the other panels.
I think you are wrong. The Songhai Empire did not attack Morocco first. I don't know where you got that facts from. Can you share it with us? They didn't attack Morocco
Can you
first.
hear me? Forget Nilotic. I'm talking to you.
Give me a second.
Please.
Yeah, please find it because this thing is telling me no.
I'm making my closing argument. I'm going to sleep. It's late. I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm just honored and privileged to take part of this panel, how to improve our African continent. Look, at the end of the day, we are all Africans. We have all different religions, different beliefs. But we should have to take the initiatives to make these religions to work for our own benefits. And as long as we are complaining and not addressing the situation as it is, we are not going to go to nowhere. As long as we are ridiculing the beliefs, we are not going to go to nowhere, no place. So what I'm saying is, maybe it is right for us to think as a collective what is good for. Look at me as a Somali. Somali is a failed state, yes, but because of religion, I will tell you yes. But because of our neighboring countries who are also taking part of making Somalia also fail, yes. And it's not going to work, my friend, as a collective way. So I respect you, and I hope you also will make and you will have the same smoke that you had now on checking the Islamic religion, how they make backwards in Africa. You have also the same thing, the same smoke for Christianity and the other religions. We, at the end of the day, we need to improve because we are at the bottom. We have to accept that. And as long as we are talking about it, we are on the right direction. And I salute you and greet you and the other members of the chat.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in, Duale Gap Fan. Thank you. You did, you contributed very valuable. You made very valuable contributions, and I'm sure Akan Fire did set fire to quite a lot of things. Maybe set us backward, or maybe set us forward. Who knows these things? I guess after today, when we discuss some of all these things again, we'll all recalibrate where we stand on these things. So let's not be so disheartened by the conversation, because this is how progress is made. Regarding the empires that was stated as greatest and greatest and greatest, it turns out that the Benin Empire lasted more than almost 1,000 years or more, and the Ghana Empire lasted well over 700, maybe more, while these two so-called that this guy likes to brag about lasted 300 years or 300 years each, nothing more than that. So the empires that were based on African ways, that is not of no foreign input, lasted way longer, outlasted all the others. So you see my point, and some of the stuff other people are saying. The idea that we keep bragging about what foreigners brought to us is something we have to be careful about. Because when I checked it, look at what I asked. I asked how long did the Benin Empire last? He said it was founded in the 12th century in what is now known as southern Nigeria and endured until the 19th century. That is about 700 years, if I'm not mistaken, straight up from there. Then how long did the Ghana Empire last? It was founded in the 4th century and lasted till the 13th century. That's about 900 straight years. Okay, now I went on to ask, how long did the Songhai Empire last? They say it was founded in the early 15th century, specifically around 14 and so, and became the empire rise and fall. Subsequent rulers, such as it lasted to the 16th century. It didn't even last barely 100 years. It barely lasted 100 years. It went. Then the Mali Empire lasted 300 years. So now we are seeing stuff for what it truly is. The deeper you look, the more you find out that working with your own has merits to it. And those empires ended in disaster for us. Mansa Musa basically helped destroy the Mali Empire with what he did. And he was begging the Portuguese for weapons that they never gave him, and they brought trinkets to him. And one of the things he said was that, oh, we asked you for weapons, and you bring us trinkets as gift, knowing full well that we needed it to survive as an empire, and the empire went on to fall after that. The same thing happened with the Songhai Empire. After their rise, they converted to Islam, thinking that was going to protect them from being attacked by Islamic nations. No, it didn't, because the Moroccans attacked them. And you said you were going to find evidence to the contrary. There's no evidence to the contrary, because the truth is the truth. The Moroccans attacked them unprovoked. All because of greed. Even if they are an Islamic nation or
throw it in their face too, Niger. Go.
With so that was no religious motivation to attack them?
None whatsoever. As a matter of fact, there was religious motivation not to do it. They want him not to do it, but he still did it anyway. So that's something people don't understand. And that's what I said. When we keep using religion and using it to just think that these people are greater and good for us, they are not good for us. They destroyed our empires. What happened to those empires was destroyed. They were relying on hoping that those religion was going to save them, instead of them to embrace themselves and back their own.
So to Niger, that's why I said to Sister Maria that I'm glad that the earthquake happened, and I'm also glad about the flood in Libya. I'm also glad about that too. I just wish more black people.
Is there nothing you're not going to say? Jesus Christ. Come on, man. I can't find. What's wrong with you? What is this? That this guy's going to get us in trouble here?
That's crazy, man.
You can't give. Come on, man. There are innocent people that are dying there. You can't be saying such things. When you're debating stuff, don't let it spill over to downright. I don't know what would you call that again? It's downright cruelty, and I don't know. Come on, man. The world is not. We are debating stuff. We can't lose our own humanity in the process of having such conversations.
Agree.
There are innocent people dying out there. Those people, they were not there when Songhai Empire fell. Come on. Come on, man. I can't find. Come on, don't do this.
Ninja, that's why I'm telling you, you should have to do some show about our Caribbeans, our Black Americans. What the hell is going on?
It's not them. Don't generalize. It's not a Black American that's right there right now. Don't stop generalizing.
It don't have nothing to do with
how they be so. How can they be so inhuman and happy for people who've been hit by earthquake? It is inhumane. I'm not going to accept that.
Of course, it's inhuman now, but Africans can say the same thing, and I can assure you, Arabs do the same. You saw what happened to African migrants in Morocco, where they shot them, and they were still stepping all over them as if they are animals. You want me to show you some of the
wrong.
images?
It
It's
is
not right
wrong,
now.
and
That's
we should
the
not.
point. We have inhuman people on all sides. And as a matter of fact, compared to what this Akafa did just now, they have shown us far less humanity than Akafa has shown them right now. You know some of the stuff they do to us. They treat us like they buy us as slaves.
Of course,
Today.
as an individual, but as an individual, I put myself on a high standard. I am not going to enjoy my even worse enemy to have an earthquake and die under the rebel. This is not right. Come on, man.
Yeah,
You don't have
but
to be a Muslim or Christian or the thing. This is a human thing. You can even.
It's distasteful, man. Come on, man. I can't find what is wrong with you today.
yeah, trust me, that
That
doesn't
person
have
will not
anything to
going.
do with where
That
he
person
came from.
is not going to put the interests of African. This is not the way we think. This is not the way we think.
Ikefire is gonna put you in trouble. You need to get rid of that guy out of this platform. I'm telling you.
No, I can't fire. Come on, man. You need to be far more measured. Like this is not right now. We're having some important debates because for me, what Nilotic did just now is a kind of aha moment. Because what he did, the more you dig, and I've told them before, anytime I talk to some of all these people that like to rubbish African stuff, the more you dig, the more you find out that, we need to go back, we need to embrace ourselves even more. The more you dig, the more you find out.
You must understand Nilotic is an Ethiopian. He always like to trigger the West Africans. So come on, man.
No, he didn't trigger anything. Okay? If anything, he just made me even realize even more. I didn't even go deep enough to ask the questions how long this empire has lasted. It turns out that the African tradition-based ones are the ones that far outlasted the Islamic ones, so-called greats. That actually led us to end terribly in a disaster. Come on, man. Let's not pretend. The results are all there. I didn't create history. It did happen. So let's where is the debate heading to now? The greatest empire. Somebody has did the title already. The greatest empire.
I want to and Tunisia, if you give me just 1 minute, I want to hear for Dr. Maria. She always putting very good points here. Go ahead, my sister.
Okay.
Oh, this guy is back again. Oh, God.
So,
I can't fire. Please don't do that again. Next time, I'm not going to allow you back again because we have had enough for today. They are going to cause this video. Probably is going to whatever negative stuff is going to happen on this video because you said so much stuff today.
Man, bye, man. I ain't begging no friends. I don't have to say anything for anybody to be comfortable. Man, I don't care about none of you feelings. Y'all emotional. Y'all emotional. Y'all emotional. They're saying bad things about us. They're saying bad things about us.
When are you moving to Africa?
Please let's let the doctor finish.
It's a good question. Very good
Let's
question.
allow the doctor to
He won't
finish.
move to Africa, man.
He will never do that. He's just
Hey, why? Come on, you're not allowing the doctor to finish what he's saying now.
Dr. Maya,
she's saying,
go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to say that I truly empathize with the people of Morocco, and I am not in any way rejoicing over the current situation. I would like to say that within the three Abrahamic religions, we need to study the metaphysics aspect, which many of us have not been doing. The way you treat foreigners on your own soil can sometimes bring repercussions that you can't cope with. And this is why a group of people actually predicted the horrible earthquake in Turkey with all the pain and destruction that brought, because there were certain migrant workers who were very, very badly treated. And when the earthquake came, there were people who prophesied this, and the reason that they gave in their prophecies, well, not my prophecies, so I can't vouch for it or confirm it, but they did say the treatment of certain migrants on their soil brought, repercussions to them. This is not superstition. All three Abrahamic religions agree that what you sow is what you reap. We need to emphasize the empathy part of our beliefs. We have neglected it to a great extent. We can't justify ill-treating people because they are poor or because they are under the curse of Ham. Or this is the year 2023 and we need to grow. So that is all that I will contribute at this time.
Yeah, thank you for that, about especially the empathy part. Empathy is not weakness. It allows you to see through the eyes of others, and if you can probably see when they're about to do you harm too. See, in terms of prediction, I like to chase things that I can follow. I don't know how I can follow prediction proof that the prediction is what actually came true.
Miss Marie Antoinette.
She's sounding like Nigeria pastors.
I'm a big fan of Dr. Antoinette. I think a lot of people admire her precision, but I can't track. I really wish I could track how the prediction came to be, so that go ahead. I can find. You know what? I'm not so comfortable. You're not going to say something. Please, one more. That will be the last one we'll do today. Please.
Yeah. But Miss Marie Antoinette, I really appreciate you. If you may.
Thank you. Thanks, my brother.
Yeah, you see, that was so brief and very respectful.
Hold on, man. Let me speak, man.
All at the same time. I thought you had finished. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
See, you feel me? So your eloquence is superior to how I express stuff, and I really appreciate your stability. You feel me? But I do understand that it's your female character, and me now. I personally, I know which side you on. I know what you stand for, and I appreciate that. I'd never I know you're not going up against me, so I know that. So, but what I'm trying to say is, a lot of people is so visionless that they jump on me without even seeing what I'm saying. The very people that hurt them, they will destroy me in defense of them. You feel me? And then they have to go read. They have to go read, and please put yourself on mute, whoever that is. You feel me? Anyway, they have to go read, and then they have to go say sorry after they kill me. You feel me? And that's the problem with our people. You feel me? We don't even know why people fighting for them. When they hear people say, stop going over there, and they want to kill you, and then they go over there and get their ass whooped. You feel me? Look at what those people did to our Sudanese people. They killed 50 of them without even batting an eye. And now I'm supposed to feel sorry for them? I'm supposed to feel sorry for them? And look at dirty Libya. They enslaving our people. More than 2,000 of them died in a flood. I'm supposed to feel sorry for them? No, I'm not. And we too forgiving. And that's what we should have seen it as. We should have been preparing to attack these people a long time ago, and that this would be a right time when they leave.
Okay, that is not. It's not too far. Go ahead, Doctor.
I just wanted to make one quick point.
Yeah.
Yes,
I put the link. It's pretty much a whole. It's like a YouTube video for you. It's like 2 hours. If you want to just get to the war part, you can go to 1 hour 15 minutes. That's where it starts. It pretty much explains why the Moroccans invaded the Songhai. Because when the Moroccans were having their battles with the Portuguese up north, the Songhai took territories down south. Well, what would be the Songhai north, but the Moroccan southern territory, the Sahara region. So by the time the Moroccans ended up winning the war against the Portuguese. Like 5 or 10 years later, they came back to take their territory, and then they took more because that's how war goes. And the Songhais were right to take their territory. To Niger,
10
let me
years
just say this.
later,
To Niger, let me say this.
10
To
years
Niger,
later.
let me say this.
Okay.
To Niger, let me say this, bro. The Songhai were right to take advantage of the situation that the Moroccans were in, fighting the Portuguese to take territory. And the Moroccans were also right to come back and take their territory. That's just how war works. That's how empires work. That's how civilizations have always done stuff throughout time. The strong conquer the weak. If you are weak at the moment, people will
see
take
what he's
advantage of
doing
you.
now.
If you're
What you are
strong, you take advantage of the weak. That's
See,
just how it
what
goes.
You're
see,
right. You're right. You're
let me
right.
just I can fire. Hold on. What he's doing here, he's trying to waffle around the facts. If you say the Songhai Empire
So
took
I
back,
just showed you.
hold on. Okay, tell me. I will check the time and I will know what they said there. However, even if what you are saying is true, you are not aware of what happened before that time when the Songhai Empire took the land. By that, before it, whether it was actually the Songhai that used to control that area. Secondly, the actual conflict itself during that period, there was no conflict between both sides. They were not enemies. As if anything, they were probably trading. And what happened was that the king of this in that country, when they wanted to attack, it wasn't because of the land that they didn't negotiate dispute. They didn't do anything. They marched on Songhai Empire to destroy it. That's what they did. So that is not a land dispute where they were like, oh, can you give me my land? But no, that is why it is considered
Okay, but
a
Tunaje,
preemptive
makes
attack.
this make sense? If you are a threat to someone and they can just conquer you and dissolve you, they will do that. Tunaje, you are working on some level of like slave moral, like you act like we live in a peaceful world where people are treating each other with kindness. Empires don't treat each other that way.
See,
The only solution is power, bro. If you are powerful, you're going to conquer your enemies and dissolve them.
come on
If you
now.
are not
You don't mean
powerful, you're going to have to just
see
do what the powerful do. That's just how
Nilotic
life
on that
works.
last on the last
To
point you
Niger.
made.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay,
And
go
this is
ahead.
what, to Niger, I'm even going to come here. I can't even believe you guys are making me do this. Icon was right when he said F the Moroccans or F the Libyans. If he thinks the Moroccans and Libyans are oppressing him, why should he cry for them when something bad happens to them? The game's the game, bro.
Because those people
You
are
think
innocent
if
people
an earthquake happened in Egypt today as in Ethiopia, you think I'm going to cry?
because some of them are people that probably are on our side too. So you see, this is general knowledge. This is not even controversial. My point is that regarding the the point you made about powerful nations conquer smaller and less powerful ones, that is a fact. That's not the basis of my argument. The basis of my argument was that they attacked first, and they were also an Islamic nation that, by their standard, they were not supposed to attack each other. They just attacked Songhai unprovoked. They didn't negotiate for land. They didn't do anything. They just attacked them. So that is my point, and I still stand by it. All right. So regarding AY, I think you have been quiet for quite a bit. I know that there was a lot going on. So what do you have to say about? I think we should be running up now. It's almost well past 12 hours now. I'm not even sure YouTube can display anything more than 12 hours.
Yeah, I
We've
think
gone
it's
well
going to
past
cut
that.
off. It's going to cut you off at 12 hours. Actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will.
That your guy just we will not let me speak, man. There was a question I wanted to address from Maria.
I can't find. I can't find. Electricity now. AY.
It's too loud, man. Yeah.
You know electricity. Yeah. By the time I can fire will finish with electricity. I can fire said I shocked him. That, but as electricity, he shouldn't be shocked. Why is he shocked?
I can fire.
It's troublemaker, man. The guy cause trouble too
He
much
just
anyway.
talk anyhow, man. Talk anyhow.
He's gonna get challenged close down with this all talk. He has to be. He need to limit himself. Now he's going too far. And even on that electricity debate, he didn't go this far. He was a lot more lenient. He was like, "I shocked electricity, but it's electricity. Why is he shocked?"
Okay.
Hammer, where have you been all this while? On a day like this, that's when Hammer probably needed to just dull out some of the crazy stuff we're hearing today.
So let me use.
Yeah, we were hearing a lot of crazy. But let me just say this. I just got here. And before I know Nala's been going back.
Hold on. I think AY wanted to say something.
Yeah,
Just
let
shut
me
him
say.
off.
Let me say something.
All right.
I need to. There was a question Maria asked today. The whole Dr. Maria. So I need to address that. You see, I understand where you're coming from. How you feel about both Muslim and Christian as regard to Africa. The truth is, I'm gonna speak for Islam. For Islam, to be honest, there is nothing in Islam that discriminates the other person. That does not mean you don't have bad people in Islam that we still do this. So this is not problem of religion, it's problem of people. It's just like we ourselves, even somebody is shouting here, black, black, black. Even within Africa, we kill ourselves, but we have the same color, even without religion. So these things happen. Saudi Arabia is not they are not representative of Islam. Muslim are representative of Islam. The fact that
But
you
don't
go
do that, bro.
hold on. The fact that you go to
Okay.
a Muslim country, you are discriminated, does not mean you use that to judge the religion. No, it doesn't work like that. You better use Muslim. You meet Muslim in Nigeria, you meet Muslim in Senegal, you meet Muslim in London. Use those Muslims to assess the religion, not Saudi Arabia. If you want to use Saudi Arabia,
Why not Saudi Arabia again?
Huh?
Why not use Saudi Arabia to judge the religion?
You can't use Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia is just a place. It does not hold any.
No, it is not. No, it is not. See, now you're lying.
It's just
What
a
I was
place.
using,
How
the
dare
first
you?
thing
Not
No,
was
I'm
the
not even a
not
Muslim. I
only.
say, how dare you? The
Yeah,
location of the Qibla. How dare you?
Hey, hold on.
The place of what's it called?
my
Mecca,
first
right?
point of reference was the fact that the Muslims of East Indian descent in the Caribbean look down on the Muslims of African descent in the Caribbean. That was my first point of reference.
Oh, really?
Saudi Arabia was one of the that was another example that I had used based on what Sheikh Imran Hussein had said.
So that is the mistake, right? I would tell you, if you go read the story of Malcolm X. Malcolm X, when he visited Saudi Arabia, he said this. He said if he had visited Saudi Arabia before he converted to Islam, he would have not been a Muslim. Because the reason I'm saying that is you need to separate Saudi Arabia from Islam. Islam,
That's impossible.
Is very possible. It's very, very possible.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask because I'm tired of low IQ behavior. Where did Prophet Muhammad come from? Isn't Prophet Muhammad the founder of Islam?
So what does that mean?
He spent his entire time in Saudi Arabia. He was born in Mecca.
So what does that mean? What does that mean?
What it means is saying
Saudi Arabia is important.
A country where the founder of the religion is born, where it propagated from, where most Muslims, I think, have to do a pilgrimage to Mecca and kiss this stone that's being peed on, probably. You're saying that country has no relevance, right?
We just got rid of this in Akampa. Another one is what? Stop talking. Hold on.
Really?
This thing. Hold on, AY. To measure yourself. Come on, they are not peeing on that stuff.
Hold on.
Okay, but still, they have to kiss a rock, man.
They have to make this.
They have to make a pilgrimage to Mecca. But you want to tell me that country means nothing, right?
The fact that Muslim, the Prophet is from Saudi Arabia, the fact that Muslims go to pilgrimage to Mecca,
it's required.
Does not give
the
Saudi
Mecca. Those in the chat, isn't Mecca pilgrim require Muslims?
What?
Don't they have to make that pursuit to Mecca once in a lifetime?
You don't have to. You don't have to, but you're supposed to if you can afford it.
It's supposed to.
What are you talking about?
But the whole idea is that if you're a good Muslim, that's what you're supposed to do.
That is not correct, Hammer. You talking
Really?
shit. That's not correct.
Really? So pilgrimaging to Mecca is not a part of Islam. It's not something that's expected.
It's not compulsory. If you can, it's highly encouraged. It's not
Highly
compulsory.
encouraged. Okay, fine. But still, it's used as a way to dictate whether you're a good Muslim or not. If you're somebody who's gone to
Hammer, you are not a Muslim. You need to learn from Muslim. You need to listen.
No, I don't need to be a Muslim to know Islam.
Guy has left. You are here again to replace him.
Because you're lying, man. So you're not gonna sit here and tell us low IQ argument.
Hey, man, are you both acting mean? I can't buy just left and Hammer came on.
Yeah,
what is this?
Hammer, you talking shit, man. Like you
Ninja,
don't ask questions. Ask questions.
Because what you're saying is not true.
Stop it, man. Saudi Arabia is a country, and
is of the founder of Islam.
No, look. When we look Saudi Arabia, I know where you are. What are you talking about? I know what is he talking about. But
so okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right?
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
We are forgetting Saudi Arabia is a country like any other country in the world.
Period.
And they have have to protect their borders. Let me tell you, I'm a Somali Muslim. And I am very appalled.
Disgusted.
Don't say that. I'm disgusted.
No, you know what?
How the Saudis kill some immigrants, people who coming from a better life and have to have a life in Saudi Arabia, and they just shoot them, kill them like animals.
Africa.
That's the
Africa.
Now look. Now Luisio says that the Hajj is one of the fifth fundamental Muslim.
There is, my friend. Let me finish it.
Kaiser, highlight Luis's statement because I knew that the pilgrimage is a big thing in that religion.
Two different things. Forget about pilgrimage. It is two different things to compare Saudi Arabia as a Muslim country. Saudi Arabia is ruled by a
look. Let me ask you a question. Okay, look. I am a Christian. Okay, I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian. And you are a friend with Saudi Arabia.
No, I am not. But see, here's the difference, right? I can admit that within the Christian religion, Jerusalem is the centerpiece.
You are not going to ridicule here.
Oh, you see
my religion because of the actions
Jerusalem
of some people.
Jerusalem is literally where all those people came from.
I think I
was a
need to
Jew.
repeat
What are we talking about?
Problem. People
it was the Jews that converted the Gentiles.
The actions of some people and the actions of the states. That is the thing. No, Saudi Arabia is just like United States. No,
it is not.
You know what?
The reference being made was not.
Jesus was Jew. The disciples were Jews.
One mic, please.
So hold on. Hammer, what you talking about?
You don't have to defend Saudi Arabia as a
I'm like the way y'all hate is lying is crazy to me.
Dwale, hold on. Let's AY, why do you feel like Saudi Arabia should not be considered when we are talking about people that are discriminated?
It's a little
Let me explain.
Let's hear from him. Let's hear his reasoning then. Why? Let us know AY.
That is a very good question because when
you can't answer it for him now. Let him answer it.
So religion, right? Religion.
Am I on?
AY needs to answer it. AY needs to answer it, please. Let him answer.
So religion, you need to understand religion is in the mind of the people. So there are millions of Muslims that never travel to Saudi before even they are dead. It doesn't matter. But I'm not saying like, oh, Saudi Arabia is just a country like any other country. The pilgrimage people Muslim travel to is just because of the location of the Mecca there. I mean,
yeah, that's why it's not an ordinary country. It's centerpiece in the religion.
Hold on.
I think I need to remind everyone of what my reference was. I was not speaking about
country.
I was not speaking about the conduct of I was not speaking about the conduct of Saudi Arabia. I was speaking about the fact that it was considered there were Muslims in Liverpool in England looking at the signs of the moon in Saudi Arabia instead of the local signs. That was the reference that was made.
Let me correct that quickly. Muslim, they don't look at the moon in Saudi Arabia from Liverpool. Every region is localized. Hold on. It's just like during Ramadan. You're looking for the moon. If you live in Somalia, you got to look for moon there. If you live in Nigeria, you got to look for moon there. No matter where you live, you have to, it's the responsibility of the Muslim in that region to look for the moon because it's different. I don't even know
agree with you, but there were people who were not doing this. They were not looking at the moon in Liverpool. They were looking at Saudi Arabia as their reference instead of the local reference. That's what the scholar said. I'm not saying this. I'm reporting what the scholar, the Islamic scholar, who I admire greatly, said.
Yeah, Maria, I get your point. There are some Muslims that do that behave that way. But the sunnah of moon sighting, if I live in Nigeria, I have to listen to the religious leader, the people that will look for the moon. I said they sighted the moon in so place in Nigeria, in so place. A Muslim leader need to pronounce it. They sighted moon in Abuja, Nigeria. Then you can start fasting tomorrow. So you don't have to look at Saudi Arabia. It's supposed to be local, not.
No, we don't. We don't. I live in Europe. I live in Germany, and there are so many. This is a misconception of Saudi Arabia.
It is.
Look, we Muslims in Germany.
Oh man.
We break our fast as a Ramadan one day later. After the Saudi Arabians did, we look out our moon in here, Germany, Norway, Scandinavians. It's completely different. My friends in Europe,
I'm
America,
like, the gaslighting is insane.
Look, you
the lies
see
are insane.
Saudi Arabia. You see Saudi Arabia. It's just like it's the only Muslim country in the world. No,
we're not saying that, but it is the centerpiece in that religion. The same with Jerusalem is one of the centerpiece in Christianity. Where all the disciples were they Jewish, right? Where was Jesus born?
No.
Come on, let's not do
this. That's your problem. As a Muslim, I don't see the Saudis are representing the Islam. I don't see Arabs.
Let me ask you a question, Dula.
There are so many people.
What are you?
Arabs. No. There are so many
Dula,
people.
Don't let me find out you're Somalian.
Dula, hold on.
Don't let me find out that you are Somalian talking about how you don't worship Islam. Don't let me find you're Somalian. Exactly.
I am from
Somalis go to the Middle East and get pissed on by Arabs, but you're telling me that you guys are equal? Let's not do that. You guys get insulted by the Arabs.
Why the choice of London? This is an indication.
Do you see why it's important?
I don't care about them. I don't care.
You don't care about them? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Why are so many Somalis migrating to the Middle East and being pissed on by Arabs? Why? If every country is equal, if Saudi Arabia is equal to Somalia, why are they pissing on you?
No. Saudi Arabia is equal.
Why are they pissing on Somalia?
I'm going to ask you a question. Is Somalia equal to America? Is Somalia equal to England?
Don't do that. I'm talking about in regards to Islam.
No,
I'm talking about regards to Islam.
You missing?
Do you talk about immigration?
When it comes to that religion, you
I don't
born
care.
in Saudi Arabia. And when you come to Saudi Arabia, they shit on your women, they throw you over buildings, they piss on you guys, and they remind you where your place is. Don't do it over here. Tonight, it's not what it's like. You are so people can't deal with me.
I put my head up and tell them I'm fucking Somali, and you are not better than I am.
Yes, Pan-African is. Yes, Somalis get pissed on in Somalia.
Amma,
are you saying that?
Hold on now,
Amma. You are very ignorant. Keep quiet.
Are you saying that some of all these things Amma is saying about the treatment that some of our people get in those countries is false?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me explain it to you. Look at Tunaja Hammer. What I say is ignorant of what he's talking about. Is missing religion and normal nature up,
No, he understands. He understands it's not religion, but he's saying the people that are practicing the religion, these people that brought the religion to us, look at what they are doing, and yet you keep worshiping them.
That is where the problem is, because you are using.
I don't care if you're Muslim. I really don't. But what I'm saying is that don't come here and gaslight everyone and make it seem as if there's not a racial hierarchy in Islam. Don't do that. See, even as a Christian, I can admit that, hey, white people don't care about Christianity. It's about power.
What he's talking about.
Don't come here gaslighting us, talking about how Saudi Arabia. You see this? Every time I check them, they get saved. But it's all right.
Yeah, I'm a black. I'm fighting with the black. Yeah. I'm defending white man religion. Well, as Islam. Yeah, I gotta put myself in line for the love. Let me go East African. Because Africa is African. Yeah. India builds something to go to the moon, but I still been about pride because I'm just a fool. But I'm an African. I'm really just an African.
So
okay, I just
you see this? Always defend the horns, but it's all right. They're gonna get
you are weak,
because
man. You are weak. You only care
I am
about
not getting pissed on in the Middle East, duality. I'm not I never have to experience that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you guys are half-breeds getting shit on in the Middle East. I'm sorry. Go to your Arab master and deal with them.
Sorry. Why are you sorry? Because
I can only imagine how horrible that is. You pedestalize a group of people and they throw you off of buildings.
Why is Amma very racist Somalia? You are so ignorant, Amma. Why are you hating your Somalia?
I have my dignity.
It's not because Somalis have this fake honor, this fake
which
pride.
Country are you from?
Okay.
What is your country?
Forget about that.
You guys, everyone already knows that. Okay. But the reality of the concept is this.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
African has a
people will tell you in the chat.
Dignity.
But here's the reality here. Okay. Duality. I don't care if you guys are Muslim. Hey, I don't care if you're Muslim. But stop gaslighting the panel. Stop pretending as if you're not a subordinate. Stop doing that.
Accept somebody to like me. You are seeking the whites to accept you, man.
Amma, you are ignorant.
Brother, go to the Middle East and get pissed off. Just go ahead and.
Why the choice of London? This is an indication of, for want of a better word, of a neo-colonial mentality. Any major...
So I'm gonna say
Ninja, what are you doing, my brother?
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing that, but look,
you just going at each other. One mic.
You do realize that we're answering an argument that was not made,
Somalia. 3 years ago, he
exactly.
Migrate to Europe.
After that argument,
Women is relieved to be back home
yes,
in
because
oh my
the
God,
point
was not. Okay, let's see what
the point was not the conduct of people in Saudi Arabia at all. That wasn't the point that was made.
Libyan is relieved to be back home in Somalia.
Tunisia,
3
you
years ago,
are
he
so
tried to migrate to
nasty
Europe.
to
He
show
never
that
made it.
video.
Instead,
It's
he
not
was
me.
kidnapped by
It's
smugglers in
Enzo.
Libya
Don't blame
and
me.
sold as a slave. He never
You
made
know,
it.
one thing I would
Instead, he was
say,
kidnapped by smugglers in Libya and sold as a
look,
slave.
look, this is not problem of Libya.
Like an animal, I was sold 4 times in open markets in Libya.
Because you
Last
are an
time I
animal.
was sold for $10,000. I was tortured every day.
Libyan's story isn't unique. Amnesty International released a
Am
report
I an
recently
animal?
describing how Somali refugees
You
were
call
being
me an
tortured
animal?
in Libyan
You piece
detention
of
camps.
shit.
Sold 4 times
You
in
are
open markets in Libya.
You
Like
call
an
me an
animal, I
animal?
was sold 4 times in open markets in. Like an
You son
animal,
of
I was
a-
sold 4 times in
What
open
am I
markets
saying?
in Libya.
Descendant of Nigerian slave. You call me an animal? Look, I'm not an animal. I look for opportunities. My country
What do you
is
call a
in
half-breed?
war.
Because you behave like
Okay,
one,
we are not-
right? Right?
We
Look,
are not. We are
animals
Tunisia.
are
Stop it, man.
creatures that essentially subordinate
Am I-
themselves to higher beings.
That's why.
The
that's
way
why
you
Tunisia,
pedestalize
we
Arabs,
we
you
are
behave
going
like an
to-
animal.
You and I.
Go
and
to your
you
Arab
and I
masters.
are-
Don't talk to. I'm not the problem here.
Tunisia, can you stop
Go
this
to
guy
your
from
Arab
calling
masters.
somebody a
Tunisia,
animal?
Tunisia.
Get him out.
We are
Like,
going to
you
have
give this
a
boy
very
too much
intellectual
time.
discussion about our
Okay,
brothers
so-
in the other world.
See, let me
as
just say
an
this.
African, this man is telling me as an I'm an animal, I'm inbred.
So hold
Can
on,
you
hold on,
accept
hold
that?
on. See,
What the
hold on now. Let's hear some things. See, this is not at the level of what Fire was saying. Fire was basically saying some outlandish things that and were not accurate too. See, when he says I don't like Hammer, I don't know why you're calling him animal. I don't know what you want to achieve with that. But you saw the Somali guy talking about how he was sold 4 times. That's what
Yeah, but
Hammer is trying to address.
that is, my friend, that's not only Somali problem. That is an African problem. We have to
That is
address
true. Hold on, AY. That is true. Then we should be facing it instead of like me now. You saw when what's his name? Nilotic said that I may have been getting the power of Songa. See, if you are wrong, just
you
admit it
are
and let's
triggered
move
by
on.
Nilotic. Come on. Stop it. You are too intelligent to be triggered by
God.
Nilotic. Okay, stop it. He's an Ethiopian. You know what I'm talking about. Look, my friend. We all know that these 2 religions need to be reformed. That's the end of the topic that I'm talking about.
No,
we need
you see,
to go
you see,
forward.
so what I just said just now, and you just went to triggered. All I was saying was that when somebody says something you agree with, you say, yes, I agree. The treatment they are giving us is bad. That's the thrust of the point Hammer was making, that the Arab people are treating us badly and we are just accepting it.
No, hold on.
Okay, what was his point?
Tunaja,
Before you say no, you better tell me what the point was.
Let me explain.
Two ninja. My
Hammer,
mindset. The Arabs have to. Let me finish.
Duale, please,
the Arabs, as any tribe, they
Duala,
as
let him tell us the
as
point.
Chinese.
Please go ahead and tell us the point.
So let there is something I wanted to explain, right? We push everything to religion. It's too much. You see, like in Saudi and the Middle East, both the Indians, people from Asia, Pakistani, people from Africa, they tend to like, it's just like how you have racism in America and other countries. That is how they discriminate against these people. Let me tell you another difference. If you are from Somalia, for example, you come to Saudi or UAE with a Canadian or American passport, British passport, to Nigeria, go and confirm, they're going to treat you differently. I'm telling you the fact. So this is just a general problem. It doesn't relate to Islam. Because they are Muslim, you are not expecting them to be perfect. Just like this Libya issue now. We've been discussing slavery here, right? So the fact that the people that are there are Muslim, they were engaged in this slavery, you can't put it on Islam. You better discuss it among the people. What they are doing is bad, condemn it, rather than Hammer was able to point out Saudi Arabia. He was talking about Israel. Why they refer to him is, first of all, he's calling Jesus Christ. Israel, they don't even see Jesus Christ as a holy man, talk less of a prophet. And hold on. The population of Muslims in the so-called Israel is more than the Christian. It doesn't mean Israel is a Christian country. Israel is a Jewish state. It's not.
Okay.
So
you've
also, let me
explained
finish.
it. Oh, go
Also,
on.
even the Jewish, go and see how they discriminate against Ethiopia and other black people. It is a general problem. It's not based on religion. It's just based on their own discrimination and racism that is in them.
So now they are like, okay, so now they are like everybody. So, but we subscribe to a religion that is very strict, that we kill our people over that. When they are like everybody.
I get your point when you put
Okay,
that
so
out,
now,
right? It's just like what
because you can't take one and leave the rest, and they make the people that believe in this thing to face their country, and this is and the issue to me at the crux of it is that it's not necessarily because okay, some people are bad. It pervades the entire society where they believe in certain ways of life. You see, this is not about just isolated case. This is allowed behavior within the nation itself. It's not like they are looking for people to prosecute for doing this type of things. They are not looking for people to prosecute. It's the nature of their societies that they refer to us as slaves and all kinds of stuff. So from that point of view, that is what people like Hammer is talking about. So when you start defending it based on individuals are bad,
if you still go to the comment section, it's just hitting on Somalia. I don't know, maybe Somalia girlfriend left him. Like, that's not okay. You should not be hitting on a particular country, something like that.
I think maybe because he was talking to duality, but the first time he started talking about it, he was talking about, I think it was being more general, if I'm not mistaken. But that said, anyway, we didn't answer the pertinent question the doctor asked. So this time, because I thought she was just asking you AY and Duala because you are Muslims, but somehow you will have fobbed the question of more than 2 to 3.
No, he was not
2 to 3 times in a row without answering that question.
To Naija, I will blame you for allowing him. The same thing the other guy did. Okay, like Dr. Maria, she asked a question politely. That is, now we discuss it, right? Do we have to? You have to respect people when you ask questions, allow them to speak.
Okay, so now you know what I'm going to do now, just to make sure this question is answered clearly. I didn't pay attention closely enough to the question. I know it's got something to do with the moon and looking at it, but I wasn't very clear on the question. So please, doctor, if you can indulge us again and ask it this time, I will ensure no other waylaying, no other sidetracking is allowed to happen here until the question is answered.
Yes, that one was just an example, really, that I had used with the moon. The main question was that the three Abrahamic religions, with all the information that we have in our teachings, should be able to practice, the dignity of every single human being instead of maintaining this hierarchy of the worth of people. I'll give you another example. Within a short space of time, there was within a few months of each other, some Haitian migrants arrived on the shore of Cuba, and another set arrived on the shore of the USA, in the region of Mexico. And the comments on the Christian news report were very disparaging. Comments such as, "We are witnessing the Africanization of America." Very, very cruel comments by people who you can almost safely assume were Christian, because this was a Christian news station. Most people wouldn't really watch the Christian news when there are so many other options to watch. So it's highly likely that the people who made these comments were Christians. Now, I am a Christian, and I was extremely disappointed in people who share my beliefs and had this cruel approach to fellow human beings. On the other hand, I also identify with the Cuban society because I spend a lot of time there for my studies. And I found that these people, many of whom do not believe in God at all, some are atheists, yeah, some follow the Yoruba religion, Ifa, some Catholics, some but the Catholics are in the minority. Many of those who are Catholics are actually more Yoruba than Catholic, but you know there's some syncretism between the two religions from historical events. Right. So on the Cuban shore, they were treated with dignity. They were actually given clothing, as poverty stricken as many Cubans are. They found the resources to give them some clothing and food and other, small items. It wasn't extravagant because we know what the economic situation in Cuba is, but they maintained the dignity of the Haitian migrants as opposed to, the very unfortunate comments that I saw in the Christian news. And even the people who were casting the news, who were undoubtedly Christians, really reported this in such a cruel, heartless manner that I publicly expressed my disappointment in fellow Christians for the way they couldn't even be as morally upright as the communists in Cuba when it came to recognizing the dignity of every human being. And I can criticize my own members of my own belief system when they do not come up to standard. And sometimes we don't see this level of objectivity in some belief systems. The way you treat people is part of morality.
Yeah, and twice now. That is true. You see, the point she's making that you are agreeing with is similar to the same point that you are disagreeing with Hammer on. I think maybe because of the tone Hammer is using.
Okay.
Hold on, Hammer. No,
not
I
even
didn't
asking
mention
a
your name to
question.
summon you in. Please hold on. See, the point that she made here was about some of the treatment that people that are supposed to be adhering to certain religions are meting out to people, and they have this hierarchy that the way they treat people. In reality, they are doing what is expected to be done in terms of power, because the same Christians were the ones enslaving people while they were doing it. And by the argument that AY was making earlier on, you are basically saying, oh, because it's not the religion that is doing it, just the people, it's okay that you are making an excuse for the people that are bringing the religion to you. Okay, good. If you are not doing that, go ahead.
I'm not saying it's okay. What is wrong is wrong. What Dr. Maria is saying, that is the right thing. So,
Sorry, by the way, similar stuff that happened in Tunisia. The Tunisian leader was targeting the African migrants in his country in similar way.
So here is it, right? The world need to know religion. You are Muslim, you are a Christian, whatever you believe. Humanity first. Humanity first. You have to. I mean, we should not use just like in our country, we should not use our tribe, our religion, our color to judge people. You got to help humanity. Humanity first. That is the most important thing. From what Maria is saying, people need help.
Is it not by their fruits you shall know them?
Yeah, exactly. Give them help.
So, but the fruits we have seen in the world today, can you say most of these regions have brought us kindness and peace from their groups, especially to us?
Religion, I would say, okay, for example, I'll give you an example in Nigeria. In Nigeria, where we have the dominant Islamic religion, in the north, have the north have mercy on everybody. It's because of religion you see them behaving like that. It's not based on their culture. It's their
Who told
religion.
you they not have mercy on everybody? Where did you get that?
Come on. Have you ever been to the north?
No, where did you get that they have mercy on everybody?
who not have mercy on everybody? Why do you think non-Muslim, everybody can live there together in peace? Apart from few
don't make me
places where
use
they have it.
exclamation. I am AY. You know, the South, there are Muslims there too.
There are a
So
lot of
why do
Muslims
you
in the
think that?
South.
Why do you think that is mercy? So are we allowing them to live in the
Why
South due to mercy?
I use not as example because they are dominantly Muslim, right? Highly like larger percentage Muslim. That's why I'm using it as an example.
The South is also dominated by this in Christianity. Even let's say the South is, they are not. Are you saying it's mercy that they allow the Muslims to stay there?
Well, now compare the Muslim region and the Southern region, and you be the judge.
What is there to compare? The South, they come to the
Compare
South
in terms
and they
of
stay in the South.
mercy now. Compare it in terms of.
They come to the South. They are in River State everywhere. As a matter of fact, they take most of the wealth from River State too. So I don't know what you mean by mercy. What mercy do you think that they are having? They are feeling sorry for Southerners to allow Southerners live. It's a constitutional affair. They can't send Southerners away.
You see, it doesn't seem you know the history of Nigeria. It seems it's long ago you left Nigeria. You only come and go. You don't know what is really going on.
Oh my goodness! What do you mean by mercy by allowing us to live there?
Let me give you a typical example. As at 2010, right? In the north, you can still walk into the bank, carry a bag of money, and walk freely on the street. Nobody is gonna touch you. In the north, you don't have food. You will have people that will give you food for free. We from the south, we don't have that. I'm not from the north. I'm only judging to you based on my experience. I work in Nigeria, all across Nigeria. I can tell you some things you don't know. There is basically no, the major tribe I know them because I've lived with them, I've worked with them, I've done things with them. Even the little tribe you are calling, I know them. I'm not just speaking based hearsay. I know Nigeria. I know Nigeria. Trust me. So
actually, you don't know if this is the claim you know. You don't know it as well as you think you do.
Even the Christianity, even them, they brought more. There is mercy in religion. More like because of God, we do good. Generally, in Nigeria, we are quite accommodating. We are quite accommodating. It's just that we don't appreciate this stuff sometimes. Despite the economy, it's just like what Maria said now. Like, despite how things are bad in Nigeria, we are accommodating. We see strangers, we give them food. What do you need? We give them assistance. So this thing, we take them for granted, but they are very important. We are not that bad as people.
Nobody said anything about being bad. The question was that what the religion, the so-called religious people are doing to people. And when you say mercy, my God, mercy.
You don't
in the north. Hold on, let me finish my
never
point.
live in the north.
Let me I don't have to live in the north. I've been to the north too. I've been in Nigeria. I know the stories of people, and to an extent, this is a human thing. It doesn't have anything to do particularly with the north. This that is unique. It's not unique. If it was unique, the whole world would know about it. And the north generally is less developed than the south. The people are poorer than the south. So the so-called mercy that you are talking about is mercy to keep people impoverished so that you can be giving them handouts. Why you should be building a life for them? Saudi Arabian people are not begging for food, but we are begging for food. So I don't consider that mercy. I actually consider that cruelty based on the people that have they are traitors to their own people, allowing their people to be poor and destitute. So if you call that kind of stuff mercy, God help us. If when wickedness comes in.
Hold on. I don't believe you should give a man, even my family, I don't believe you should give a man food every day. I have strong belief you should teach a man how to fish. By doing that, you allow them to have their freedom and have their independence. So it did not, one thing you said now is true, right? So the poverty level is higher than in the South. That is one thing you need to know, because the way their system is organized They more like, oh, one person is rich in a family, everybody depends on them. I don't believe in that system. That does not have anything to do with Islamic religion. That is just their culture. So you need to understand all these differences across board. You understand?
Yeah, you
So
see, I'm telling you, the way you talk, if they come invade us today, you will still not blame the religion for it.
me,
Because it's the people.
who go fit invade us where I dey? I be warrior at the bar
No,
for you.
by that time it comes, you will still say you'll be fighting the war, but you will still be excusing the religion.
See. Let me tell you. Let me see. Religion have done way more than even your so-called traditional religion and juju worshiper. Religion,
You see, you just call it so
I
called.
can give you example even right there in Nigeria. I can give you example.
Okay,
One
that
of
it has done more for our people
they've done
than
more for
Islam.
the people. Yeah.
Do you know what you just said just
Not
now? How
only Islam,
sacrilegious
even
it is.
Christianity.
Hold on. Do you know how sacrilegious what you just said is? You see, when you say certain things, you need to think carefully when you say it. Do you
Like
know
what?
how many people it takes to get you to a point where even Islam takes over and as a religion? You are saying all those people's lives that contributed that are not Muslims, that got you to the point where Islam showed up, Islam has contributed more. That's basically what you just said. That Islam has contributed more to our society than our own traditional stuff.
Yes, I agree 100%.
And that is why it's sacrilegious. Do you know how long our traditional ways have carried us before Islam showed up? So if you know our history, you should know that. Hence, why it's sacrilegious what you just said.
I get your point. I get your point. But we even this so story you are the our old traditional history you want to important here. Mind you, I was saying that today. The story is not that palatable the way you're saying it. Even the
I think we are
hold
quite
on
flippant
in
about our
Nigeria
own
University.
heritage. Hold on. I think some things
I'll
get
give
to
you
me a little
example.
bit.
Let me give you example.
Hold on now. I will let you go. Sometimes we are quite flippant, and I think we have been doing this for a very, very long time.
We
Hence,
are not.
you can say it so easily. Hold on, because you would like to rubbish our own heritage. You like to rubbish it, and you wonder why we don't get anywhere.
Some of
The
them
heritage,
are barbaric. That is why we have a
of
problem
course,
with them.
some of them. Are we not just describing barbaric stuff that these people are doing to us? What are you talking about? A religion that actually excuses this is slavery too. What are you talking about? Every single society has barbaric stuff, but for you to flippantly knock your own down, and this is be happening constantly within all these groups. They say these things, and because it goes without challenge, they
Let me
get away
give
with
you
it.
example. Let me give you example of the barbaric I'm talking about. Like our traditional institution, right? Our like for example, the Oba of Benin, Oni of Ife, all these big. If you study GST in Nigerian University, you will know how some of the stuff they were doing, even human sacrifice, they were highly involved in it. Because of religion, that's why there is a pushback a little bit. Because now you have some of the leaders, the traditional the traditional leaders that are now try to either they are Christians or they are Muslim, then they push back a little bit from these barbaric behaviors. Either you like it or not, this is the honest truth.
Okay, good. You just said that now. Hold on.
Yeah.
You just said that. So let me respond directly to what you said.
Go ahead.
In terms of the our traditions, yes, some of them practice this human sacrifice, which is a barbaric act. But you can also argue that the Islamic faith itself also carries out a lot of barbaric act against people that are slaves, the way they punish crimes. So the way they punish crime, when they behead people, chop your hand off, and all the rest, you can also argue that that's barbaric by Western standards.
It's
So,
not.
You see, this is the
Let
problem.
me explain to
You're
you.
not being objective.
Let me explain to
Western
you.
people, hold on. Do you know Western people consider it barbaric to behead people and to chop people's hands off? Do you know that?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
In the traditional institution I was talking about, It's not issue of, oh, somebody is a criminal, they kill you. They were killing innocent for sacrifice without any offense. In religion, even the so-called civilian law, you kill a soul, they say you die by you also die. That there is nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
So,
Why will you kill somebody?
So the people that they killed, the drug dealers kill people. They didn't
Drug
kill people.
dealer? What are you talking about? Drug dealer, their offense is more than killing people.
Somebody that carries drugs didn't kill anybody.
If you carry drugs, if I'm in the position,
You just said the
how
killer.
is trying to
You just said the
before
killer.
they
They
kill
didn't
you.
physically kill anybody that time.
Hold on. If drugs is worse than killing one person, I can tell you
Oh,
that.
so now you are implying that so if I tell you now that the people that were being sacrificed were slaves from prisoners
No, they are
of
not.
war, that is
They are
okay.
not. We know the
So whom are the
history.
people being
We are
sacrificed?
both Africa. We know the history. They are
Oh,
not.
whom are the ones? So whom are the ones being sacrificed? Tell me again. Was it the daughter of the queen, the king? No, obviously.
How will
Was
you
it the daughter of the chief?
sacrifice the daughter of the
Obviously.
king? That
Often,
is the issue.
often the people that are even used for sacrifice are not.
the
Hold on
king.
now. You can't just keep going on. The ones that are often used for sacrifice are not even people that are part of the town. The people that are from that city, people that are captured or slaves. So, but that doesn't excuse it in any way. My point is that societies do some barbaric things and they get away. Some of them get away with it. Some of them don't. And besides, it's not all our tradition, all our beliefs that do that. Some do it and others don't. And the fact that you lump all of them together, which in most, I don't even think all Islamic countries behead people. So we are talking about Saudi Arabia right now that is doing some of all these things they are doing. So for you to be saying, for you, when you want to judge African tradition, you say you pick up the worst things that they do and you use that to judge all of them. That is wrong.
What are you gonna do that is worse than blood sacrifice of human beings?
Is all of them doing it? Answer me.
Majority of them. That is what they were doing.
But you don't have any concrete evidence for that. The majority of them were doing it.
I have it.
Because
Don't let me mention them. I will go into name.
Hold on now. Hold on. You can mention names. You can mention names. Hold on. You can mention names. If you see, you are shameless, and that's your problem. And because of what you are doing now, you are going to eat your own. Hold on now. No, you are shameless. No, you are going to eat your own humble pie soon. Just watch. So what you are saying now is that Muslims, some of the stuff that they do, you are not knocking our own religion, but when your own prophet decides to sleep with a 12-year-old, it's okay. Is that normal? Or 9-year-old?
You see, you are diverting the topic.
I think what we are talking about here is bad practices. Hold on now. Let's talk about bad practices. Now, it's the same point. You are talking about what is bad in all religions. Let's go both ways.
Forefather, how old was your mother when she got married? I can tell you my mother married at 16. No, it's not an insult. I'm just trying to know.
But we are talking about somebody that got married at 16, consummated at 9 to 10 years, 12 years.
No,
so that's what we are talking about. It's not the same thing.
You don't know. Don't
it's in the hadith.
Stay off the topic. Don't stay off the topic. If you want to know,
in the hadith. You see, now you are being defensive.
I'm not. You know me.
Because you just said negative things about our own. You are saying negative things about your own. I'm saying our own because technically it's yours, but you don't seem to recognize that. I'm not staying in one place. You are the one trying to dribble. No, what do you want me to say? You want me to say that these Muslims are sacrificing people? Why should I say that? I would say something else that is negative about Muslims too.
No, there is nothing. That is not even negative.
Oh, there's nothing?
No, there is nothing you got to say. I will explain to you if you don't know. It's not true. That's
okay. So it's not true.
Yeah.
It's not in the hadith. You want me to bring the quote up for you?
Bring it up.
Okay. Let's get it out. So that is one. Let me get it out then. So go ahead. Carry on rubbishing your heritage.
To Niger, I know you are defending the blood sacrifice that was happening. That were happening in Africa. I mean, I don't think it's sufficient, but do you know the atrocity these people were committing? Religion came to get rid of this barbaric behavior. This is the truth. What you are saying, even in a civilian society, when you kill a soul, you're gonna die. That is the truth. And I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm saying it to you here. Why will you kill somebody? If you kill somebody, you are caught. Let them eliminate you too, so you know how it feels. So don't do evil. If you do evil, they put you in jail. There is nothing wrong with that. So you will learn from that.
What was the age of that fight
Okay,
again?
Tunisia, can I speak now?
Just hold on for a second. Okay, let's see that. So yeah, you want me to give it to you, and it says narrated Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. The Prophet married me when I was 6 years old, and consummated the marriage with me when I was 9 years old. So Salif al-Bakra, you know that name. You know that name very well, and you believe in it. You testified to it earlier on that you believe in that. That is the hadith it comes from. So tell me, I'm stating a false statement.
Okay, if you are going that way, so now let me explain to you.
Is it true or not first?
Hold on.
Hold on. I admitted that our forefathers did what they did. You have to admit your own. So you can't rubbish our own heritage, and you don't want to answer your own. Hold on now.
The age of Aisha was
first. Hold on now. Hold on. Is that quote correct or not?
Is the age of Aisha is not.
He's not answering.
He was not 6'1".
I don't know why you are dodging. I don't know why you are dodging it. You were able to say our own, but you're okay, good. You're saying it's not correct. Okay,
but let
good.
me explain to you.
It's wrong now. The quote from your own hadith is not that you claim to believe in is not correct.
Let me explain to you. It's not correct. It's not correct. Again, Aisha, she attained the age of puberty before she got married. This is what I will tell you. So that's why I was referring to you.
I don't know whether you have become Aisha now, because this is more like a reported statement herself stating it.
Hold on. In the olden days, you understand Africa history, right? In the olden days, some of our mothers, once they see their first menstrual cycle, they send them out for marriage. This is what was going on. You need to know. Either you can deny. I don't know how old your mother was.
Hold on.
Even my mother, she was so young when she got married.
Yeah, but you said 16 now.
Yes.
But this one, we're talking about 9 years that it was stated in the document you believe
in. The other one, you said 9. Which one will I not believe?
No. This one says 9 years. I said 9 years. The marriage was in the 6th year, and the consummation was in 9 years. That's what he stated there. I'm not the one that is making it up. I'm not, people don't come and hold me accountable for this.
Who will give out her daughter for at 9 years? If you really think,
don't you believe in your religion anymore? What am I the one making it up?
I strongly believe in it, but what I'm explaining to you is, so the way you bringing it out is more like the next. No, this is not correct. The correct statement is.
Are you able to bring something that contradicts it and makes it not true?
What I will tell you, Aisha attained the age of puberty. She saw her menses before she got married.
See, she didn't say, hold on, you believe in this hadith? She didn't say until I got this thing before I did what I did.
I explained that deed to you today.
She gave you her age, her specific age. She didn't tell you her whether her puberty or whatever.
No, Aisha did not measure her age anywhere when she got married. I'm telling you, because today I was explaining a deed to you. You remember
am I having double vision here?
You remember what I said to you?
I think you know what? I'm gonna challenge this information and say AY says it's a lie that the age was it's ridiculous. You can't keep doing this, AY. You can't keep dribbling like
okay, can I speak now?
Hold on. This afternoon I explained to you I did. It's not everything you see you pick. You remember I have something to clarify for you. I cannot answer to those hadith except I verify the hadith you mentioned. Even when it's from Sahih Buhari, people put information online. I need to verify this information. I will tell you. But for this age, I know of this. Aisha was not 6. These are just people imagination. No, it's not correct.
Imagination.
Wow. Okay, so my point is that all belief systems have their failings, and given the time that our forefathers were practicing, most of those their practices, that's when they were practicing in a widespread manner, there was less enlightenment, as you want to call it, in terms of availability of knowledge, in terms of what they call it, technology and advancement in the societal norms. So when they practice what they practice,
work with rule, you are
see,
petty there.
hold
For
on, let me
example,
finish my point now. Let me finish the point.
in
Let me
the
finish
Oba of
my
Benin
point.
Palace, for example, if your
Stop
wife
just
works,
interrupting for the sake of it. Hold on.
Go ahead.
See, the Egyptian religion existed, the Kush kingdom religion existed. They didn't practice. This is why I said when you use those terms, you are not using it accurately. They didn't do human sacrifice. There are a lot of.
Come on, man.
Are you saying the Egyptians did human sacrifice now too? The Kush kingdom, they did human sacrifice. Is that what you are saying? No, let me hear you say that, please.
No, I'm not referring to.
Okay, good. You are not saying that. The Aksum kingdom, did they use Did they do human sacrifice? Can you tell me that? No, they didn't, did they? So for you to be saying those type of things, you are maligning your own ancestry unjustifiably.
You're back.
And that was And that was at a time.
Papa, that you say you be
Arabia
man of
itself.
God, I don't know.
No, I'm not a man of God. I'm not a man of God. I'm a man of facts. No, I'm a man of facts. I'm not the man of God. I like people to be telling the truth because I've had a lot of disingenuous statements within the community where people, and that's the sad tale. These are the bloodline that gave you life, that you are rubbishing as much as you can.
I don't have anything against
you are doing it because you are basically saying our forefathers were worse than these people. At the time when they were practicing, these other people were also doing the same thing, if not worse. So just because they found Islam from which was also very brutal, by the way, that cost us thousands, if not millions of lives.
No.
Do you know how many slaves that were taken from Africa? Do you know how many wars that were fought in Africa because of Islam?
Take slave to Nigeria.
You see what he does? Islam is not used to take slaves, but the people that are taking slaves are from Islamic nations.
No, the only religion that used Bible to take slave was Christianity. Islam was not used.
Oh my God!
You don't know. You don't know history of Africa.
AY, I think you have now won the award.
Wait,
you have now gone beyond the pale. I don't think.
Let me explain to you.
Long debates are good for you, and the more time we go on, the more you make terrible points. It's unbelievable.
To Naja, let me ask you this question: how old do you think Islamic religion is? How old?
1,400 from what I gather. I was educated earlier on today, so I know now.
It was still less than that, but around that. So you need to know. Arab, do you know how old when Arab started coming to Africa for trade?
Of course, before that.
Okay, good. So if you go read the history, I was explaining this to you today. Slave trade has been going on before Islam. When Islam came, Islam concentrated on free your slave. Free your slave. You can't keep any human being as slaves. Free them.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not even sure.
No,
it was happening well before Islam. It wasn't happening at the level that it was happening. It was after Islam it became very, very serious. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me finish my point now. As a matter of fact, the Kush kingdom that outlasted the Egyptian civilization.
Wait, what about this? It says to begin with, the Quran. Okay, what about this Quran 33 verse 50? Prophet, we have made lawful to you the wives to whom you have granted dowries, and the slave girls who God has given to you as booty.
Is that from the Quran? Is that from the Quran?
Yes, this is Quran 33 verse 50.
Oh my God. Okay. So now let's go on. I think the point, to be fair, has been established, and some of the things AY is doing is just not right. So clearly,
no matter how I explain this to you, you will not believe.
No, you are excusing things. I think you probably need to seek forgiveness from ancestors. You need to go and do a lot of penance, because seriously, this is a serious issue. Because there are certain things you don't do. You can see AY. I could say, okay, yes, all of them are bad. And maybe by today's standard, hold on, let me finish my point. You can say by today's standard, maybe our forefathers were a little bit gruesome, not good, and all the rest. But for you to just come out flippantly, and when somebody's telling you, because if you are doing it based on ignorance, that's fine. But somebody's telling you and you're carrying on, you need to do penance for some of the stuff you've said today.
And
You see,
see, you will need to do penance for it. And leave it. See, I'm not. It's not me. I'm just telling you what I think I understand
okay,
about these
that
things.
book you just opened now, who is the author? Look at it and tell me the author of that book.
Kezo is very dodgy. I don't know. I can't trust Kezo. He could have brought anything up right now.
I
So
just saw
I'm not
that
going to put my neck on the block for
that
Kezo.
book
Yeah.
you just see. You need to be careful of what you pick from online.
No. You see, because Kezo, if Chabini was somebody that was serious now, like devastating AU or some other person that brought or doctor this, I would say, oh yeah, that's solid. But Kezo, you don't know where Kezo stands.
Kenzo doesn't care about God, man. You listening to
He
him.
could just throw his into another serious argument over something we are not. But he did that page does have other quotes, so it may actually be
No.
genuine.
Hang on. 1 second. That was not the hadith. That was surah. That was Surah Al-Hazab over here. Let me read this from Surah Al-Hazab, Quran chapter 33 verse 50. This is the Quran. Check it out, right?
Hey God,
This is the Quran.
This should not be left online.
This is God. Hang on. This is God talking. This is the Quran itself, not the hadith. O Prophet, we have made lawful to you wives to whom you have paid their full dowries, as well as those bondwomen, aka slaves, in your possession, whom Allah has granted to you. Right, I just added booty last time, but it's the same thing.
And you're allowed to marry the daughters of your paternal uncles and aunts and the daughters
that's a
of your
separate issue.
maternal uncles
That's
and
a
aunts.
separate issue, yeah.
No, I just want to know now. You're marrying your aunts are not married who have
That's
emigrated
why
like you.
brother was saying that Somalis are inbred because Somalis do that.
Inbred and
It's
all.
not forbidden.
I'm
in
sorry.
Islam. You can marry.
Yeah, but it's one of those practices that you are excusing that everything is okay with them, but for us we have issues. See, this is hence why I say you need to do some penance because you are badmouthing your own bloodline while praising others. And God help you.
Not really. See, I respect my ancestor. I respect my forefathers.
I'm not so sure. You've been throwing them under the bus all day.
Wait, I wish you.
Come on,
ask
man.
the question
You've been
today.
throwing your ancestors under the bus all day. Now you respect them.
I wish you can explain to me how these people are worshiping one God. I would have been able to go do more stuff and say, okay, look at it. Like nothing concrete. There is nothing you telling me about them.
See,
nobody was able to answer my questions.
The Kush kingdom, Tarseti, existed without human sacrifice while the Arabs were still doing it, while the Arabs were practicing human sacrifice. So some of the stuff you were saying, if you blanket the whole continent because some people practiced it, that is what is wrong with what you are saying. I acknowledge it from the very first time you said it. Yes, they did practice it, and I also condemned it, and I say it was a terrible practice. And I told you that it wasn't all of them, and you refused to listen. Okay, that it wasn't all of them. Say which one are not doing it. Okay, now I mentioned well-known ones. Do you know that the fall of? I think I wanted to make that point, and somebody interrupted me. Do you know that the fall of the Kush kingdom, let's say the Egyptian kingdom, was actually due to them offering slaves to Muslims. They were demanding slaves as a recompense so that they are not attacked. They were giving slave and giving slave and giving slave. In the end, it didn't work. They still came and destroyed them anyway. So stop saying that Islam, Muslims didn't practice slavery. They did.
No, Muslims did not practice slavery. Let me tell you.
Oh my God!
No. I will start by my point. What I mean.
Why are you just standing? There's no point standing. It's like standing there and getting shot to pieces, and you're still standing. Like, what is there to point to stand there?
You see, before Prophet Muhammad, Saudi Arabia was it was way worse than Africa, way worse in terms of barbaric behavior. This I can tell you for a fact, even to the extent that when Islam started in Saudi, the Prophet followers, they were all hiding. They can't even practice their religion openly. At a point, they have to. The Prophet have to run away from that.
Mohammed Saeed had part of his ear and head cut off with a machete. The attackers hoped to sell his body parts to witch doctors.
Oh God, this guy. Okay, it's for Africa. This one is from the African side. He's mentioning, and I also saw Muslims, eating human heart during the in the war in
Wow,
Syria.
wow.
Oh yeah, they were Muslims. Now, are Syrians not Muslims? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm mistaken. Are they not Muslims? I think they are about 90%
Syria,
Muslims, if I'm not mistaken, or more.
Syria are Muslim, but eating human heart, Muslim don't eat
Tanaja,
human.
can I come in, man?
No. But
Tanaja,
when they are in the
let's
mood,
watch this video. Okay?
when they are in the
Go
mood for
ahead. Go
war,
ahead.
it was a war situation. They were doing
Let
it.
Dr. K come.
Yeah,
I think he want to
Tanaja,
come.
let's watch this video
leave him.
because Tanaja, let's be honest, man. I prefer the white man's religion over these people. I mean, look at what these people are doing.
Consequences of a barbaric
White
crime.
man.
Mohammed Saeed had part of his ear and head cut off with a machete. The attackers hoped to sell his body parts to witch doctors. He
Wow.
only just survived. Josephat Nkwabi has been campaigning to protect people with albinism for more than 10 years. But even he could not quite believe this attack happened so close, just outside of Dar es Salaam.
I was shocked. First of all, we were thinking these killings and attacks happening only to the remote area. But here, now it's coming down.
The number of attacks on albino people has declined in Tanzania, but they are still targeted. Witch doctors believe their body parts bring prosperity and are willing to pay for them. A government crackdown has led to more than 100 arrests, but the Tanzanian Albino Society wants the winner of the election to do more.
That is one of those horrible practices that I see on the continent. Again, not all communities practice it. So this is this. You go to any continent, you see these other practices. I'm not excusing it on the continent. Not everyone practices it. What I don't like is when people pretend as if one side is clean and the other side is dirty. It's wrong. And that is where I disagree with AY. When he started making it look like, oh, the Muslims and the Arabs are clean. Even when they were practicing Islam, they were doing very horrible things.
See, forefather, you need to know that in Islam, the punishment, human being, killing human being, doing anything to human being, these are grievous offense.
Hi.
Grievous.
You see,
what I mean,
what is wrong with you?
offense.
But you
What is
keep saying,
true?
but they are doing it anyway. Why do you keep saying? You can say it all you
Who
want, but they
is
are doing it.
Who is doing it?
Muslims. What do you want me to say? It's Muslims that are doing
Where are
it.
they doing it?
They are chopping people's heads off for whatever crime they deem fit.
Which
They
crime?
even kill
Like
people for
which
saying the
crime?
wrong
Like
thing.
killing
They
people?
hold on, and they kill people for saying the wrong things. If there are certain things I will say here, I will get a fatwa on my backside. And see, this is so you know full well what they do based on religion. In some countries, hold on, in some countries, if you want to renounce the faith, it's against the law. Come on. What are you talking about? I don't know what you keep acting as if they are better than everyone else. They are not.
Let somebody else speak. I think I'm tired of
Did I say one lie here? I didn't say one lie because the evidence is piling on. The more you talk, the more evidence are keep pulling out.
No, what you say is you just say
I'm talking about stuff that's still happening today. The religion is some of them are still practicing it till this very day. As we speak, there are many countries out there. If you renounce the religion, either your life is forfeit or it's illegal. You are going to be in trouble for doing it.
Like which
do you agree with that? Oh, Mauritania is one. Afghanistan is two.
Wow.
Go and try your luck. I'm sure something tells me Saudi Arabia is another one.
Right.
Are you telling me a Saudi
what about Nigeria?
is going to renounce the faith in that country? It's not going to happen in Saudi Arabia.
What about Nigeria?
I don't know about Nigeria. I don't know the rule in Nigeria, but I'm telling you the ones I know. I'm not going to tell you what I don't know.
Your whole motherland.
Oh, come on, man. Stop going on. I'm talking about the ones I know. I'm not just going to... You see, I'm not like you. I don't just go about slandering on religions for the sake of it. You have to have evidence of what you are saying.
See, forefather, you don't want... Honestly, what I see, when it comes to religion, you don't want to listen. And ask question and get.
You can't just say that. Confront me with facts. I don't. You see, when people start doing this stuff, when they start saying, "Oh,
No,
you
but
don't
it's
know this.
true.
You are being emotional." You are
Because
doing confront me with
I
the
never
facts that
said
I'm
that.
bringing. No, I know you didn't say that, but you are going besides the point. Go
I'll be
deal with the
explaining
points
to
I'm making.
you this morning. You ask, I'll be explaining
What
to
is
you,
there to
but
explain? You're explaining me how bad we are, but your own is good. I
you
just told
still
you everything that is
stick
bad
to
in your
your
own.
idea. I mean, to be honest, I don't see us
Okay,
as
is it
we don't have
okay?
any
Let me
religion.
ask you
Let's
this
stop
now. Is it
deceiving
okay to
ourselves.
punish? Okay, let me ask you this. Is it okay to punish anybody for renouncing the faith?
I don't know who is doing it. I've never seen anybody do it in my environment.
Let me ask again. Is it okay to punish anybody for renouncing the faith?
I've never seen anybody doing it. I don't know where
Okay,
you
the
saw
question
that.
I'm asking you is that is it okay for anybody to be punished for renouncing the faith?
I say I've
That's the
never
third time.
see anybody doing
Okay,
it.
now I'll ask you the fourth time again. Is it okay for anybody to be punished for renouncing the religion of Islam?
Now answer the question by yourself. Because I've
I
answered the
think my
question
case
3
has been
times.
made. My case has been made. There's no point. This is the thing. We are not being honest with each other, are we? I own up to my own our own failings, but you're not even owning up to your own your own religious failing because you're afraid you might become one of those blasphemers and people that have sinned against the crowd. That's why you won't answer the question that I asked you about 4 times.
To Niger, for me, I've said to you, humanity.
You see, my case is made. I don't need to I don't want to
Shout
drag
out
into because
to
clearly you don't
Ike
want to answer the question.
Ogiamen. Shout out to Agio Ogiamen for $100 super chat. All right, get rid of this sub. AY idiot, may his life be crooked. Also, AY, for the rest of the stream,
$100? God.
you have been removed, right? Like we do pay for play over here. So you know, like a panelist, send a fat.
Oh my God, man!
Yeah,
I
that's how
is
we do
wicked, man.
it.
That's just cruel. That's just cruel.
No, it's just for the stream, right?
Jason, don't do this now. I don't know
It's
where
just for the
someday
stream.
I'm going to say something Ike is not going to like.
Yeah, that's not religion. That's economic power right there, boy.
Tonight, he knows we're doing business. Me, you, one man, etc. He's not gonna do that, right?
Yes, not
like
like say something. You never know.
No. But the guy was obviously lying. That's the thing, right? I read, the scripture I read of tonight. That was a Quran, not the Hadith. That was a literal word of God,
Oh
and it
my
does
God,
actually state
that
that.
scares me, man.
Yeah, I'll reread it again, right? Because yeah, let me just share my screen. So yesterday we actually had an auction for your friend. So tonight, if I am on the stream, you are not allowed to bring up what's his name, your friend Darth, right? We sold Darth for $336. So like Mizi paid $220, and then I
This is not right,
I
man.
did
This
another
is not
$100.
right.
So Darth is banned for 6
Oh,
months.
man.
6 months.
It is what it is, right? So that's it. I did 6. No, sorry, 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Ah, man, that's brutal,
Yeah,
man.
6 weeks.
Come
Hey,
on,
it's
man.
just
This
for
is not
6
a
weeks.
good
Come on,
practice,
man.
This is not a good practice. I don't think. See, this your. It's a bit funny, but I don't know whether it's a good practice. I don't know, man. I don't know what I think about that.
Tunaja, come on. Let me ask you, right?
It's
How else
funny.
can we
It's
do?
funny to an extent, but I don't think that is a very. If you're on the receiving end, is a good thing. So that's how it's the truth, isn't it? If I was the one that was kicked out, I would be pissed now. I would like it at all.
Yeah, no. Yeah, just to explain to AY, you can come back on the next stream, right? For this stream, it is what it is. No, but look, I was reading from Quran 33. Let me show you guys, because I think sometimes there's a whatever translation about the Quran, right? Let me just share my screen to make everyone doesn't know that I'm trolling, because I get accused of trolling sometimes, and it's not nice when I'm just a good guy. Okay, look at this. Quran.com, Surah Al-Hazab. Al-Hazab 1 to 73, right? So this is the Quran. This is not a hadith. This is not the written word of the followers of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May Allah and peace be upon him. Mashallah. Yeah. Anyways, so I've paid homage to him. Let me see if I can find it. No, it's 33 verse 33. Let me find 33 verse 50. I'll start here from 1 to 73. Okay. Wait, give me a second. Yep, 33 verse 6. Let me just scroll all the way down to 50. All right, this is Quran, guys. This is not Hadith. Look at this. 1 second. 38. Okay, here it is. O believers, if you marry no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, this one. O Prophet, aka talking to Muhammad, we have made lawful for you, and we, meaning Allah, right? Allah speaks to himself in third person. O Prophet, we have made lawful, meaning it's allowed, for you, your wives, to whom you have paid their full dowries, as well as those bond women in your possession, whom Allah has granted you. That's it. It's straightforward as that. Islam actually allows you slavery under like two conditions. You cannot you cannot capture someone who's come to your town and make them slaves, but you can capture someone during warfare. So if two tribes are fighting, you can capture someone and make them your slave, but you cannot just make a stranger who's come seeking refuge as a slave. Another one is you can buy slaves. So you can buy slaves or you can capture them in wartime. That's where the Islam allows it. Let me find you the verses. But yeah, Islam definitely allows slavery. Let me.
A lot of close relative marriages, which is okay. That I think that was practiced those days.
That's why the brother was saying that Somalis are inbred, because they do practice that, like marrying cousins.
Yeah, that seems to be brutal. And there was this chapter I was reading about the when the Qibla was moved from Jerusalem to Mecca, and the quote was quite interesting to me, because I felt like when God was telling this in Muhammad, that I see that your face has been turned to heaven. That in other words, worshiping Him. That's my interpretation, because He's righteous, worshiping God. That for this, we have now decided to make the Qibla, this location, something haram in your home, that so it will please you. So something like it's like it was done partly knowing that he's going to please Muhammad to do that. So I found that very, very interesting. That is that the normal way, because this chapter I read again implies that they are trying to please him too. So, but this is not, is it God that said that? I don't think it's God that said that in that quote that you are reading. But in the quote I'm reading, it was God that was saying it, that it will please Muhammad for doing that. So, and I found that interesting, because when you look at it, it seems like a strategic move to move it from that place to Mecca, because it makes more sense for it to be in Mecca, so that the Arabs will control this thing, the religion. So if you take the part that it was God saying it, you would think if it's a human being, it was a strategic move that just happened there. So and the strategic move went on to say, because it will please you. It should be to please God, really. In reality, it pleases me to do this. But
Pleasure?
he said, yeah, that's what the quote said. I found that very interesting. That it was that, and I tried to. I was speaking to Dual about this. Even Dual admitted that that seems like if take religion out of it, that seems like a very strategic move to make. So let me see if I can find the quote again, so I will get the precise wording. Because I was like, wow, that's interesting. You put it that way, because it didn't have to. Okay, turn your faces. Okay, yeah, it says, we have certainly seen the turning of your face, O Muhammad, towards the heaven, and we will surely turn you to a Qibla with which you will be pleased. So turn your face towards Al-Masjid Al-Haram, and wherever your believers are, turn your faces towards it. So the fact that it went on says, and we will surely turn you to a Qibla with which you will be pleased. Wow. That is interesting terms to use. I found that fascinating. Maybe that's the way he speaks. If it is normal that the way God addresses him, because sometimes there may be a pattern to it because of the language they are using, which is Arabic language. Maybe that's the way it is spoken. But if that is not the normal pattern, and this was a unique kind of, you will be pleased for such a strategic move. That is interesting.
Well,
It's quite interesting.
I always wondered about the translation, because just like he was reading out the Quran, the word slave. If Black Americans don't hear that word, they won't be able to translate bondwomen. They would just look at bondwomen as women. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Bond
you know,
women.
but
I guess let's find out what bond women are in Quran. before Kezu goes up. You know when Kezu gives you facts, you have to check it, double check it.
Okay,
I know, to be fair, Kezu tend to provide quality information, but sometimes he does troll, so you have to be careful.
Okay. Typing bond woman. It's a slave, obviously. It's a female slave.
Yeah, I'm never disputing it. Yeah, I wasn't disputing it, but I'm just saying that the average, well, not the average scholar, maybe the average scholar may, but the common person, the bondwoman.
Quran allows sex slavery, so you can actually have basically no adultery, since she's your property. You can actually have Islam.
Wow, you are right. You are right. He says he's slaves, man.
Yeah.
Female slaves.
That's the bond. Yeah, that's the bond.
Yeah, bond women, slaves.
Yeah,
okay, it's a fact. Man, kids, you are brave, and we have been quite brave talking on some of all this, and that's why I try to talk about it precisely. The last thing you need is just say flippant stuff just to annoy people. Then things go pear-shaped, and yeah. Then you have people, because a lot of people have lost their life in Nigeria for saying some things that are far less offensive than what Akanfa has said on this channel. What did he not say? Is the question. He called their prophet an arrow word, and what did he not say? Is the question. Invade them, all kinds of stuff. He even went ahead to even insult Allah himself.
Yeah, he said he was.
The guy was out of control.
Yeah.
I was like, I had to start stopping him. I had to stop him. He was insulting God. He was like, God, Allah did this. Allah was there. God didn't do that. Why are you bringing God into this one? It's the Muslims should be targeting, because the Quran, by and large, is relatively, I wouldn't say perfect, but it's relatively neutral. It's not saying that you should just go and start treating people badly. So, Kakanfire was making it look like Allah instructed them to do all those bad things that they were doing. So I just thought that was just well over this thing.
That was for it. Yeah.
Yeah, actually tonight I'll be doing a show on Chuku, and the Biafran War in a couple of days. You should definitely come in for the intro. I'm going to do my presentation and everything. Make sure the information is as unbiased as possible. Then obviously let in the Biafrans and the Yorubas have their fight.
Yeah, I will be there to learn if you've done research on it, because if I don't know stuff, I don't know. I will learn. So the things I know, I don't like people to try to pretend as if I don't know it, because like I do here, I try to verify what I say. Even when you tell me stuff, I have to be careful, because I can't just run with it and go and tell someone. I can't run with it and go and say it to some other person.
So you do realize Islam allows ownership of female slaves. Is it in the Quran? You can have them as actual sex slaves. You don't have to marry them. And also, this is how all these Hama wasn't wrong. This is how all these mixed breeds in Africa were created, right? They were obviously, a lot of them were bondwomen, and they obviously had children with the Arab, and throughout the generation, that's why they still claim their father's side. But a lot of them were created through conquest, and Islam allows this actually in the religion. Again, I'm not against this. I'm all for it. I'm just giving the facts. That's the thing.
Yeah. I think that taking on slave part and some of all the negative aspects of Islam, you'd be surprised how many African Muslims don't even want to hear it. They don't want to hear it at all. And it's almost like
talking about those things sacrilegious. I can tell you that there are some parts of Nigeria. You mentioned some of these things, you could get killed, literally.
Yeah, right on the spot. Like no court, no discussion.
Yeah,
That,
they don't want to
that's
debate it. They don't want to, because they'll just feel like you are trying to take their religion away from them, or you are attacking their religion, even when you're just stating the facts. They come
no,
at
but
you.
you are. No, but you are attacking the religion. You gotta understand these people, Nigeria. Like to them, anything said against the prophet, that God is an attack. They haven't. They still really truly believe in God tonight. These people are not like Christians who like a little bit practical. No, these guys really believe in their God for real. To them,
Yeah, but
when you
it's not
bring
an
up
attack. It's stating a fact that it's actually in the Bible. I think that is even a worse thing. If that God is any God,
yeah,
the God will say, "This is a fact. Why are you killing somebody because of it? Did I not do this?
Hello, my
What
dear
is it?
brothers
Why
and
are you
sisters in
killing people for
Islam.
it?"
Welcome to Dawa Hard Talk series with another episode of another tough question that we get asked by the non-Muslims all the time. Today our question is that why does Islam advocate or allow female slaves, and on top of that having sex with those female slaves? As you know that there's a verse in the Quran that is repeated many times, whatever your right hand possess, أو ما ملكت أيمانهم أو ما ملكت أيمانهم, which means whatever your right hand possess. Whatever your right hand possess refers to female slaves or concubines in the house, and then also the Quran or Allah is allowing to have sex with them. That's gross. That's disgusting. This is what we get told. And how can you allow that? How is that possible and permissible? How can God, allow such a thing? It's disgusting. Well, first of all, we have to understand something in the background, that Quran is not advocating to enslave people, number one. Second, Quran is not saying that you have to have this. Quran only came.
you see how he's justifying it. He didn't say Quran doesn't say this. He says Quran is telling you don't have to have it.
As an
Exactly. It
injunction
didn't
to the
prohibit it.
society and the
Yeah.
people. As you know, the Quran was revealed over 23 years of time, bits and pieces. The verses of the Quran from different chapters, they were revealed to Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him, at various different instances. The Quran was not revealed all in one shot, in one time, like a book. Rather, it was a gradual revelation based on a compilation of various different revelations that came down to Prophet Muhammad, peace upon him. That's point number one. Point number two, that it needs to be understood that the Arab society predominantly was a slave-oriented society. They had slaves.
Okay, as you see, he did not say. Right now, he's just trying to justify that. Islam came to the Arabs. They had to work within the culture of the people. Blah blah blah, etc. etc.
You don't have to work within the culture of the people. The whole purpose of Islam was changing everything.
No,
It
they would
changed
have killed
their.
you tonight.
It was willing
They
to
would have
destroy
killed you.
their pagan gods that they actually worship,
Yeah,
but not
then
the
he gave them something
slaves.
stronger. Yeah, tonight, to be honest,
The faith is can replace slavery.
Okay, tonight, on
And
my
release the
channel on
slaves to
YouTube,
actually
right?
be tax-paying citizens or
Tonight, if I don't
charity-giving
feed,
citizens. Go
if I
ahead.
don't feed the animals in the zoo on my channel, give them dust every so often, they're not gonna be happy. You get my point, right?
But so
Sometimes
you are
you have
trying
to
to say
give
that
them.
he just gave them slave, he allowed them to continue with slavery as a reward,
Yeah.
or just not to rock the boat. See,
Not to rock the
if
boat,
if he's willing to make them give up the god that they worship, yeah, he could afford to say, you know what, can you just let the slaves go now, and so that they can also be able to serve God and pay tithe and serve, contribute to society. But he didn't do that. He opted to, say,
Yeah.
carry on with
Well, hang
your
on,
business.
Beb Rodriguez is slavery is illegal in like every single country. It's now illegal actually, right? So that's why they don't own it. If slavery was legal, even I would have one. So let's not go there.
Did he just say if slavery was legal, you will have
Let
one?
it right out. Hey, I would have one.
I'll treat them well to Nigeria. What do you think of the West, right? I'll
Oh
give
my
them
God,
food,
man.
shelter, water. Yeah, I'll treat them really well to Nigeria. Come on.
You know what? You will have one. Actually, this is one of those people that will actually have one. And I might. Who knows? See, what I think the point is that he didn't exactly get rid of the tradition when he had the opportunity to. He could have said, okay, it is frowned upon to own slaves. He doesn't have to say prohibit it outright. he could have discouraged it, because that would have meant over time, if you want to live to the ideal,
No, wait, hang
you
on, hang on.
discourage
But
it
there is also
completely.
a verse that says, if you do free a slave, you will be greatly rewarded. So it says, hey, you can do it. But if you can own a slave if you want, right? And you can have a sex slave. And actually, the good thing about sex slaves, you don't have to marry them. Meaning, you can have 4 official wives, and then you can have so many concubines as long as they're your sex slaves. So that's a great thing.
I don't know
for
why
Arab
this guy
men,
thinks
right?
that I'm anti-Islam. This guy says I'm not this thing. See, you
Who,
can
AY?
call me anti. I think see, maybe he's right to an extent. I am not in support of some of the things
No, you are
the
anti-Islam,
Islamic
just
faith.
Niger. So
I know
so why?
I'm not anti-Islam. I'm just anti their practices. Like when
What's the
somebody
same thing,
doesn't.
really?
No, I can give you an example. No, it's not necessarily the same
Okay.
thing. You can be for democracy, but anti some of the things democracy is doing, isn't it? So what some of the
Okay.
practices that they engage in terms of when somebody wants to renounce the faith, is I don't like it. You can't because that is a recipe for saying people are trapped when they join the religion. And it means that the opportunity others gave your religion to show up, you are denying other people that opportunity to compete with your religion. That is unfair playing ground. I don't subscribe to that. And there are other practices that they practice in terms of the treatment of some people as slaves within their. It's not. I guess it's part of religion and it's not part of religion. I don't like that too. I don't like the fact that when you are marrying them, they put regulation, these limits on whether you can marry from non-Muslim groups. I don't like all this. They have very discriminatory practices that
Tunaja,
disadvantage
you can
other
just pretend
religions.
you're Muslim. That's what I do.
How does that work?
Just learn Ashhadu and whatever. You just learn the declaration of faith, the Shahada, and that's it. And then you learn how to pray 5 times a day. And that's it. You're a Muslim.
I believe that there are Muslims that actually believe in the truth out there that will actually confront some of the things I'm saying, especially when I'm coming from a honest place. This is a factual discussion. This is not about emotions. And if a religion is based on lies and emotions, sooner or later they will be found wanting. Watch that space. But because somebody has to tell the truth about what is going on, you can't carry on with the religion and nobody's questioning some of the practices. And the for real call somebody this thing hostile when they are practicing, when you are carrying out on unfair practices on other societal norms. The question is, yes, I can complain all I want. It's not going to help. I guess what one can advise is the other side should also take the same position and be very, very discriminatory. Would you like that? So that other people are discriminated against
Yeah,
Muslims like that too?
maybe you should become a Muslim, right? So that you can change it from the inside. That would be nice.
I'm sure there are
Be
great
like,
Muslims out there. I'm sure there are great Muslims that will be that will confront this point. And those ones, they need to come out openly and actually start challenging. They are the ones that need to win the struggle. If their religion is going to progress in this one and endure, they have to learn to live with people. Otherwise, the others are going to gang up. Because you are looking at the Christian, the Europeans are not having it right now, and I'm sure the Chinese are not having it. In short, almost the Asian continent is not having it, and then you look at the Indians; they are not having it too. So the majority of the world are not having it.
Yeah,
And many of them have put their back up against it already.
Yeah, the brother polite situation is the latest example. He actually tried to play that you just read, the multiple wives.
But these people are weird. Yeah.
In his
polite has made it here.
Yeah, in his world, the sex slaves were underage when he first started. But a lot of those practices were handed down to him from that Dr. Malachi York, who is serving 132 years in the prison for the same practices now.
That polite, so he was into child stuff. How many people was he involved in? Because I don't have I don't have a full idea about the scope
Naja, are
of
you
what
into
was
child
happening.
stuff?
Please tell me the scale we are talking about here, because it looks like this guy was really into.
No, the guy had like, according to the to the state, apparently there was like initially over 1,000 charges, and they had to. That's what they claim, And they claim that they had to drop it to 200 just so that the jury would believe it.
Oh my God, that's a lot.
That's what the state prosecutors claim, right?
Yeah, he has been doing this since the 60s, dude. Like civil rights.
Oh my God.
Like that.
How
Nobody's
did they get away for
stopping
so
him.
long?
No, but
social
Tanaja, in
media.
Islam, this is allowed, you know, like that's the thing.
Is
What
he
do
a
you think
Muslim?
Muslims would do? Yeah, he's Nation of
Oh
Islam.
my God. Oh my God.
Oh no! Sorry, you mean Dr. Malik Ayok? Ayok some Nubian weird stuff. Mixing Islam.
Not Dr. York,
mixing Islam and some other stuff. It was a mixture of
he
Islam
was
and
mixing
Christianity.
his own
stuff,
little experiment.
Polite. When I heard that name, I thought he was some kind of rapper. I didn't know this is how bad it was. I thought maybe he's one of those rappers that shot people or didn't shoot somebody. It sounds like
no, hang on, Tonight. No, Polite didn't get that much charges. His master did. His teacher.
His teacher did. So all of them, they sent all of them down.
Polite escaped sexual charges. He got child abuse charges. He got the sexual charges thrown out, but he may as well have got them because he still has to do all the same stuff a sexual predator would have to do. Just in name only, on the conviction, it doesn't say sexual charges. It says child abuse.
Correct.
Hi. Unbelievable stuff. Stuff.
So
I guess
he didn't want to go.
Somebody has to do all these things. I guess there's always people that practice all these things. Here in the UK, I don't know whether that's how it is in America. In the UK, the way they talk about all this child sex abuse, all this pedophilia stuff, I sometimes they talk about it so graphically. I just like, what are you trying to make people? Are you trying to turn people by force into knowing all the secrets of such child abusers? Because they talk so graphically about these things. Like, it's too much. I don't see it in another country. I don't know. I'm the African American that is here. I don't know whether that's how it is in America. Like, almost every week there is one child abuse case, and they will start telling you details about how it
Probably
happened.
happens every day in Africa, just that we don't have like.
Oh no, I know it happens in America. It's in Africa. The idea is that on daily news, you keep reading it graphically to people. It just
Okay. So in terms of crime in the West, Oibos and Pakistanis are the ones who have been accounted for liking children in this kind of stuff. Oibos and Pakistanis, they really love kids for some reason.
I don't just like the idea of just talking to people about it constantly. Yeah, I say, you can just report the case. Okay, this child has been abused and all the rest. This man, it's an awful man. Let's convict him. Let's ensure. But don't start explaining the process so that people that don't know about child sex abuse techniques will start understanding it. It's like, why are you sharing that with people? I guess maybe to educate people to an extent, but sometimes it almost like news is turning to some kind of weird, contorted child abuse soft porn site. It's like, come on, stop doing that.
The media propaganda has been doing that for a while. That's not something new.
I found that disturbing.
Are you worrying that it's going to trigger something in you?
No, maybe not him, but it has worked.
I'm saying that
in America. Yeah,
I'm saying that it's also.
That is. Oh, that's serious, man. Serious.
I'm saying that it's not right. You can't be talking about this stuff on TV constantly. And sometimes children are around.
You call it soft core, man. This guy.
Come on, what are you talking about? He says, I know he sounds a bit weird to talk about this sort of stuff, but I find it disturbing. I don't like that. There are certain things you just keep talking on and on and on about. Yeah, now and again, if something happens here, you can be a little bit graphic about it, but it's almost as if they are using it to sell. I get eyeballs to the news channel. Go and actually do serious investigation that is going to help prevent those people from getting this without making it sound graphic. The details are too much. Even if they are describing a young teenager that went through these sort of things, it's too graphic. Yeah. On a news channel, it's too graphic. Can't keep doing that because there are some pedos that will be out there thinking, oh, so porn. Go ahead. Tell us how it's done.
That's how they will.
Tell us how it's done. It's not nice. I don't think they should be doing that. I feel like they are deliberately doing it. They are not trying to educate anybody. They are definitely doing it. You know, so because of it, I just flick the channel the moment it start that nonsense. I just flick the channel up and go and start watching our Nigerians that like to insult each other. You know, it's just tiring sometimes.
Right. You see, I don't have TV, so I only watch YouTube, to be honest.
I still watch TV, but you'll be surprised. I didn't even know when the Moroccan this earthquake happened. Somebody just told me that you didn't know. I'm like, I didn't check news. I don't check news all the time these days.
Did those happen in the same day?
The earthquake, I think it's different. The earthquake one happened like a day or 2 days after the flooding one happened. Yeah, man, North Africa is getting hit heavy now.
Yeah. That's I don't know if I've ever heard of a major flood and a major earthquake in Africa, like relatively the same over in America. You know, we have dealing with floods and earthquakes all the time, and fires and tornadoes. So to see it happen in Africa with that many people, and I'm sure the number is going to go up and up and up and up, because I see they're only reporting even numbers, 2,800, 2,400. You know. So
earthquake happens in Nigeria. I'm telling you, even if it's it was basically 2 or 3, this is scale 1. I'm telling you, thousands will die because the buildings without earthquakes, they are falling down. Not to mention with earthquakes, it's going to be really, really devastating if earthquake happens. Oh, you have a channel? I didn't know you have a channel.
Yeah.
Well, share the link now so I can go and subscribe. I'm not subscribed because I know you. I see you on Q, but I didn't know you had your own too. Oh, is that the channel there? Okay, good. Yeah, let me subscribe now.
No, that was my channel. That's Nigeria.
Oh, nice. Why not promote yourself, even your own private chat? You're remorseless. Share the link so I can. Let me see if I can find it just by searching. Really,
he has a unique name. You might find it. To be honest, let me see. Devastating. How did you find Tulija?
I was following the Niger situation over there right after the coup, and I was on Dr. Damages. Yeah.
That's cool.
I see. Wait, Tulija. Dr. Damages does diasporan sort of more abstract African stuff as well. Interesting.
Technically, I'm the one that brings it on now. I'm the one that's bringing it there now.
I see. I did notice something. Nigerians tend to be very, very insular, right? In the way they're just into politics. They don't care about the international geopolitics that much. That's
exactly. That's true, and that's what I'm trying to tell them. I'm telling them the geopolitics is actually more consequential than all the insults you're insulting yourselves. And so they can understand and getting more involved.
So tonight you're really doing well. Then you're bringing our conversations into the Nigerian space. That's good.
Isn't that what I said I was going to do? I said I was going to do it since last year, and I'm doing it. I try to put my mouth where my mouth is. It's basically what I'm doing. So I did say that I was going to do it, and I said I was going to move to the Nigerian space and get involved in this thing, conversation. And till date, how many 5 presidential candidates I've spoken to, including Peter Obi, but I haven't spoken to all the major ones or Tinubu. Tinubu didn't even show up for anybody to question at all. So even from the internet, you can reach a lot of people sometimes. Get involved and ask it, because my policy was, I don't care if I make a fool of myself. Better that than be timid. So, and I'm to be fair, most of the presidential candidates I spoke to, I was quite rude to them, and I wasn't because I was angry. I see what is happening within our continent and see in our country especially. So the first time I met the president, I was like, stop lying to the people. Just stop telling. Because when they tell him about security, it was like, we need to do more training. The size of the military is not big enough. We don't have it. He starts to work for us. I say, stop lying to the people. And people were like, wow, how? It's like because they didn't know who I was. Like, why is he being so rude? Like, what do I care? Because this guy is clearly lying. Because I know I've been looking at the data, and we are not protected at all. So I never looked back since then. As a matter of fact, I even threw, I was so cross that I knew I was going to even say worse things to him. I threw myself out of the panel because I was so cross, because I told him, every example you are giving of other nations, have you checked the size of their military? They're all bigger, better than some of them. They will use Sri Lanka as an example. They forget Sri Lanka is about 20 million people and has got 400,000 soldiers. By that standard, Nigeria should have 4 million.
Right.
I'm like, but you don't check, you just say. And you, for your own country, you don't actually do your due diligence, and you are supposed to be a presidential candidate. Those sort of things just drive me mad. And so I just threw myself, but later on, I started, composing myself a bit more, but still challenging them. The only person that actually answered my question out of all of them directly is Peter Obi.
Oh, okay.
Whether he was lying, I don't know, but he answered the question directly. He said security is very important. That is his own policy. His policy was to recruit 1 million soldiers. That was his policy, and double the size of the police and all the other security organizations. So he answered it, and I didn't have anything to be rude about.
Yeah.
If he hadn't answered it, he would be surprised now. I would start my own argument again with him. You are lying. Don't tell me nonsense. People consider me very rude quite often, actually, when I talk to some of all these officials. There was one day, the guy that was representing P2B in the presidential petition legal case. He came on this panel and everybody was asking him about the case. Because he was a lawyer, I was like, I said, since everybody's asking about policy, I might as well ask something that is more, I consider to be actually more consequential over time. I'm like, do you support the banning of these European headgear our lawyers wear? And people were furious with me for asking that question. And the guy was,
the white wig?
that wig. Yeah, that white wig. They were furious with me. And then he went on to say, why should I? That it's just a uniform. It's not an. I'm like, but it's a vestige from the colonial past. Don't you think you should be getting rid of it for you to be wearing white wig that was handed down by colonial powers? Don't you think we should be, because they themselves are facing it out? He defended it. He defended it. And it turns out that the day of the judgment, when we were streaming the video online, many people were complaining about the wigs the lawyers were wearing.
Oh, I saw that. I was in the comments. I was on. Yeah, I was on the comments. Yeah.
And people were faulting me for asking me that question. It turned out that even people from overseas, when they saw that, they were like, seriously, you must be wearing this wig?
Yeah. A lot of people over in America, even some professionals, they're still not aware that the wigs are being worn in Africa.
Yeah,
they're not aware at all.
Many countries have phased that stuff out a long time ago, and our politicians, because they like to see themselves as uppity, and some of them actually believe in this idea that it makes them seem closer to, because what is privilege and elite is European to them. That is the pinnacle of society in Nigeria. Technically, is European, the British standard. That's the pinnacle, and that mindset, it's quite deep, and it has to be dislodged. They like it or not, and the young generation is probably coming on, and some of them, more of them are now thinking, we need to phase this out. Let's see. If I see them again, if they like, let them be talking about anything, I will still harass them over that, so that at least somebody is reminding them that, because even if he didn't like what I asked him that day, he will still go home and think, okay, somebody brought it up. Somebody brought it up. And
I'm pretty sure he's heard it plenty of times before. You're not the first one. Yeah.
You see, and that's why he had an argument for it now. Like, he doesn't. What I didn't say to him that day, that when I thought about it again, I would say to him is that, don't you understand the symbolism of what that represents? And you must know symbols matter as a man of the law. When you see that statue that is blindfolded with the scales, there's a reason why they do that, so that people are reassured that it's without prejudice and dispassionate, and is blind to class, religion and stuff like that. So you are supposed to, the symbol you are sending out there is somebody wearing a white man's hair talking down to the Nigerian people. And if you look at the way that judgment was passed, that's basically what it was.
Yeah.
Because look at the mode they were using, and they were talking about misadventure. You are hitching your hope on
I heard
this
it. Yeah.
ridiculous. Is that how do American judges talk like that?
Depending on the judge, it's not a like a, I guess a club thing. Depending on which region, also, in the southern regions of America, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida,
Yeah.
kind of different than your California, New York, Chicago. So it kind of depends, but
What are the worst kind of things you've heard from a judge that indicates being partial and at the same time being like a kind of trivial with the way they come across? What's the worst kind of stuff you have heard from a judge?
um, man, that's a good one. Nothing on me personally, but
No,
I've
not
had,
you, from
yeah,
other
yeah,
people.
yeah. I've heard cases um where a judge actually threatened one prisoner that if he messes up, he was going to personally come in the jail cell and strangle him, or he said he made some sort of comment. But I found that was kind of shocking. That was back in the 90s, though.
Mm.
Other
Sorry,
case,
repeat that again. I missed it because Kezo sent this in. What did the judge say in the 90s?
yes, the judge. I think this guy was like a double murderer. He murdered like the whole family. And so when he was sentenced, he vowed to, if he violates any conditions of his sentence or messes up while he's in prison, that he was personally going to come in the cell and strangle him and do all these things. And I'm like, is the court reporter? Is the court reporter recording this? I couldn't believe it. But he
Yeah,
got away
that's
with
true.
it.
Yeah. To be fair, you can understand the passion on that one, though.
Yeah, he was very
You gotta
passionate
kill
about
people,
it.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's what for me, what makes the Nigerian one a little bit more has more gravity to it and more for me, I find it more very, very problematic was because of the state of the nation itself
Oh, okay.
and the coups that are happening all over the continent.
Yes.
So the country, look at the setting, and then this is about a very, very sensitive election where some parts of the country could, based on what you are saying, could explode onto the streets.
Yes.
And what are you going to do? Kill them? By the time you kill one, kill two, kill 100, maybe you're going to bring a military coup. So these are the kind of scenarios that is possible. And yet the judges didn't even bother to hold back one single bit.
Yes.
They didn't act as if they cared about whatever. Their approach is, we are going to mock you. We are going to say whatever we like. To hell with you, whatever happens, we don't care. And that's what I find problematic. If I was me, I would be dispassionate so that even if the losers are hearing the judgment, they are not going to look at me. They're going to be looking at why I disqualified them.
Yeah.
And maybe they will find some truth there. But when you start insulting them, saying they are misadventure, ridiculous, saying you expect us to go and start looking for evidence on the internet kind of statement, you're just indicating that you are biased against them.
Yeah, that's
And
personal. That's not legal.
yeah,
That's a personal thing.
yeah, you're indicating that you're biased against them. And then the side that you are doing that to, remember, the side that they were judging against got about more than 60% of the votes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? That the boldness that takes, it tells you how crazy some of these our elites are. They don't think when they are doing things, they just act just so selfishly. Because that could have, if I mean our country is not a little bit quiet, Nigerians, the way they react to things, sometimes they do take a lot of nonsense. They accepted it. If that kind of stuff happened in this country to a group that won 60-something% of the vote in the UK, and the judge comes out talking like that, you're going to have problems.
Oh yeah.
You know, the judge will have serious problem, and in short, the public will start blaming the judge for the problem, not even the people that rigged the election or whatever. So I find that a little bit disgraceful. They need to do better, and that kind of Nigerians have this culture of winner takes it all, and not just takes it all. After they take it, then they do na 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 na
Yeah.
na na na. I hope you cry to death. That kind of attitude. I don't understand that kind of brutal behavior. I don't like it. Maybe because I'm in England for too long, so I become a bit soft. But who knows? But it's okay anyway. I think we should be rounding up, shouldn't we? It's 14 hours.
Wow, this is long for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always wondered, Tanaja, do you have a job? You've been here for 14 hours.
See, Kezo, keep saying this. You like to embarrass me publicly, for that matter. You know I have no life. I've been coming down here. He embarrasses me about money donations. He embarrasses me about not having a job. You know, I do keep busy now and again. You know, I do. I will disappear sooner or later. I will disappear again when things get very intense
Don't
and I don't have
disappear.
access to the internet. No, you have to. Sometimes, it's a circle, and but I think I want to push forward, try to get more subscribers, get more involved, and maybe even get monetized. Actually, because from what I saw last year, I was doing quite well, and I just stopped.
Yeah, you're getting good views, you're getting good subscribers. Yeah, then you just stopped.
Yeah, I don't. Then it doesn't mean I will stop. We want after I get monetized though, so I hope I
Oh,
don't
right,
go and
Tanaja,
stop after that.
or you can pay me. I'll run your show for you and get you monetized. You just have to pay me.
How does that even work? That's not a problem. I don't force.
To monetize, you need two things. Okay, you need 4,000 public watch hours. So people have to watch your videos for 4,000 hours. That's
Oh yeah.
that's step one.
Thank you for the wig reference, Dr. Maurice. You put him in the back chat tonight.
Yeah, I will check that link out too. What is this? Kezo, why you keep promoting your channel? Where is disaster devastating for you? I keep trying to find you. I can't find you. I search devastation for you.
I was in your chat, and then I got I think when you change
I
the title,
I found it. I found it. I found it.
Yeah, when you
It's
change the title, it kicked me off. I think when you change the title. Yeah.
Okay, good. I got it now.
You should go and make me a mod on your channel, bro.
Pardon?
You should make me a mod on your channel.
I think Kezo, you should be fine now, shouldn't you? Kezo is not very, very strict. Kezo is not like good.
Anything go.
I don't block.
Yeah. It's not very strict. He's just gonna let everybody through, except you pay him money to kick somebody out.
I'm telling you, I don't envy, boy. Running these channels, modding these chats, man, that's not an easy job. Not only Q-Butter, I do maybe 3 or 4 other channels, and every single time it's always a circus, no matter what the topic is. So
I've just subscribed anyway. And let's keep talking and promoting and getting these discussions. And I'm happy, Kenzo is talking to Nigerians, and Nigerians are talking to the other community. It's happening slowly. We are all interacting and getting familiar. If Kenzo, if we can find a way to kidnap a few African Americans, no, not African Americans, not Africans. I mean, African Americans already here. Not Africans. We need to get not Africans here.
We have a couple, like the guy, Sons of Ham. His name is Elijah. He's from Sudan, Egypt.
Okay, Egypt. Okay. Yeah, it's to get more of them in, so they can start getting involved and giving us lowdown on what is going on that in that area. So that would be good. And have we got anybody like from the South American area? South America.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for the last couple years. There used to be somebody that comes to the Q-Butter channel. He was from Brazil, but his connection was very choppy. And then Refugees stop coming. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure what's going on down there.
Yeah, I guess it's to seek them out, and there must be ways to reach
No, they are.
people
They're
in
trying
that
to.
community.
There's some Ghanaian guy who's a passport bro. He moved into Brazil, got a wife there and some kids. If you want, maybe I can recruit them from there.
I
'Cause I
think I know
remember.
that guy. Was he the one that was bad mouthing Africa so much
Yeah,
once?
that guy.
Yeah, I remember speaking to him quite a bit actually. But it's African. It's not like a Brazilian.
No, but he has. You see, then if you follow his channels, he might go on to. You might find like a paper trail.
Yeah,
Of like
yeah.
Brazilians.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, need to seek them out.
Also,
And
there's black Dominicans. I actually have started off with like Latin sphere before I came to the Afrosphere.
yeah, black Dominicans. That would be interesting if they show up here. Those ones tend to be very hostile to Haitians.
Oh yeah.
Then be very hostile to Haitians. But I hear
I think
the
they're
African American
genetically
community
almost
like
the same.
Dominican women, though. Is that so that the African American community loves the Dominican women?
The African American man, he doesn't give a where they're from. They could be from the moon. I'm just being honest with you. There's no reference, man. I'm just telling you. No matter what you see, what you hear, I'm telling you from being here 53 years. It don't matter if they're from this universe, the next universe. It don't matter. So as long as
Yeah,
yeah.
one of the most solid sites I saw. Maybe I've ever actually seen that really crystallizes things for me was I think that market that they have in Haiti, where the Haitians and the Dominican people are supposed to come together to trade, and to watch the disdain and the hatred that the Dominicans show to the Haitians, like on camera, they are not hiding it.
Right.
That was astounding. I couldn't, like, in my head, I grew up watching Clinton, UN debates and all this stuff. And we hear about racism in America, police kill people. You don't necessarily see it from the normal human beings doing this. And then when I looked at what was going on in that market, the Dominican people were really being mean and rude to the black, because black Asians, because the Asians are darker than them.
Yeah.
And I found that quite astounding, the meanness that they were showing, the disdain, and the Haitians were just acting timid around them. I was like, how? Then I spoke to a friend of mine that was from that region. I was like, how can this carry on and nothing is done about it? He said that market was supposed to be built by the UN to bring the people together. But yeah, look at how they finished buying their own things before they let the Asians into the market.
Wow.
It's like they keep them waiting for a while before they let them in. I don't know whether the practice carries on to today, but when I saw that, I was like, wow, that is a sorry state of our community, man. It's really sorry.
Yeah.
And knowing the history of Haiti too, it just makes it worse. But that's what you get. And the so-called Dominicans, it's not like they are mixed too.
Yeah.
They are mixed to an extent, and
that's been the subject matter pretty much in our space. The mixture, whether it's ancestors, whether it's relatives in your family now, trying to include them, exclude them. It's always going to cause some sort of conflict, and at some point you're going to have to address it. Whether you don't want to talk about it today, tomorrow, at some point, it's going to build up. I mean, you're going to have to address it.
That is a big discussion, and it could be explosive. I think it's interesting you brought it up, and maybe someday we'll talk about it, because a lot of people have wondered that, and I've wondered it myself, that the African American community, how is the dynamics? Because there are going to be others that are lighter and closer to being European than others. There are some that are like Wesley Snipes, that is basically as black as the Senegalese, while others are even almost white looking. So how does the community negotiate this? Is it just based on content of character then, and they just go with that?
It's a case by case basis. I would like to say visual, whether it's DNA, and even that's a separate discussion within itself. But it's caused a lot of conflict, as you can see, with the uniteness. So
Yeah.
when you come over to the spaces, when you come over to the states physically, you see this infighting and division within our community, and a lot of it has to do with uh, your dad is white, and my dad is whatever, and it's just
Mm.
it's never resolved. It's always anger and frustration, and it never comes up until someone gets mad. And the
Mm.
children, the younger generation, they're looking at this and saying nobody's going to check them. They're not going to get in trouble. Well, we might as well act wild and ratchet as well. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So
That's interesting.
yeah,
That is quite interesting. You see, this is about the first time I've had an African American discuss these topics. And this topic, I mean, because in the case of South Africa, they literally isolated the mixed ones. And I was thinking that that
yeah.
was a bad idea,
Mhm.
that maybe they should do what African Americans did. So it will be an interesting conversation to have that discussion about what is the best mood to go with, and historically, how has it panned out? Because I know of a case of Haiti.
To Niger, are you sure you
Yeah.
should be rounding off? It's only 15 hours. Are you sure you should be rounding off?
He said 15
You should be
hours.
just be getting something.
Oh my God, man! This guy he's now one of the biggest trolls online. And I have to give he just 1 minute it's like he's a natural. He's a natural. I have to give that to him. Um, but I think to deal with this, we have to examine, because the Haitians had similar kind of outcomes where I think they call them mulattoes, isn't it? The mixed
Yeah,
ones.
exactly. Yeah.
They literally altered their history because their loyalties were divided, kind of.
Yeah.
So that is
Yeah,
quite
hold
interesting.
on.
Yeah.
So sorry to
Yes.
Niger. Alexandria, if you want to come on, because I've seen you in the comment section quite a few times, and we're curious to at least hear your voice. So if you want to come on, we'll hold on for another 5-10 minutes. If you want to come on, here's the link.
I think they're
Yeah.
from Puerto Rico. Yeah, that'll be very interesting.
So yeah, the history of that divided loyalty, and it must be tricky, because if you're an African American and you're within a community where there are broads, and a kind of broad definition of what the groups represent, the lighter ones won't have similar experience as the darker ones at all. Some of them will literally be given the red carpet, while
Yes.
their fellow African Americans will be treated like dirt.
Yes.
And so, does that create some kind of tension in
A
terms
lot of
of
tension.
the
Yes.
judgments?
We're experiencing it right now as we speak in the spaces. You would literally hear someone bash someone and call them dark skin or light skin, and that's
What?
yes, yes, yes. So
Wow.
once again,
Outrageous.
you got the millennials and the younger generations. They're looking at this, and once they see nobody's checking them, they do the same thing. They go out on the
Man,
street
if I
and do
was
the same
there, I
thing.
would lose it.
Yes,
I'm telling you, if I was there, I would lose it.
yes,
I won't be able to hold myself. That kind of
yes.
stuff that drives
Oh,
me
yes.
mad.
Yes, yes.
Because because those are people that are within the community. That I feel like that type of stuff is internally, for want of a better word, poisoning the community against itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a people that are undermining the dark people in that community, you're basically undermining the community. You're telling
Yes.
them they're inferior,
Mm-hmm.
and you are basically selling out yourself too, from that point of
Correct.
view. So that kind of stuff will get me cross big time. That's the kind of one. I think that's the kind of what they call trigger. That one will trigger me proper.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
I'll be out of
That's why
control
they
on
do
that.
it. That's exactly why they do it. They know it's going to trigger.
And the kind of insult I will heap on them, the kind of insult I will heap on them, I think, because the kind of what they are doing is basically undermining half of themselves, or maybe less than half of themselves,
and undermining the community that they claim to belong to. They don't have any other community. They just sit there causing problems.
Yeah.
You can't do that. If you do that, you have to be called out and put in line. You have to pick what side you are on. If you're not, because in America they don't define, so you have to pick a side.
Yeah.
And or if you want to stay in the middle, stay in the middle and stay neutral.
That's it.
Stop calling dark-skinned people as if it's negative stuff.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff will get me going, man. And then, God help the person if they try to come and try to justify that kind of nonsense. That's the kind of stuff that make me go native. I start cursing. I start cursing like crazy because I hate, because that kind of stuff will trigger the kind of memory that I have of that event with the Haitians and the Dominicans, the light ones. And the light ones, I saw them, many of them look mixed. They are not totally white. Treating darker ones terribly.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's gonna make me cross big time. Yeah. So, but it's all good. I think we are gonna have this type of conversation, and I really hope you're around because you are one of the first person to actually bring it up like this and talk about it openly. Because one Nigerian guy was saying this, but I was telling him that even if it's true, there's no evidence because I need an African American to say it, and most African Americans don't talk about it online.
Oh yeah, we're just starting to have this conversation online, and I'm telling you, from coming up from the southern regions in America, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, that which primarily was the slave area. Actually seeing it and being in it, and actually feeling the tension in the air, not to discuss it, not to talk back to the adults for so long. And then when you get in an adult, you're dealing with so many other problems. There's really nobody to talk to. So you go years and years and years with this built up inside you. Then when you finally see somebody else with an experience, it's like a bond. But once again, don't go public. So this social media discussion is fairly new, but the issue is not new at all. But the talking about it, it's very difficult. It's a sensitive topic. But once again, you can't resolve it if you don't talk about it. So
yeah, it has to be spoken about. It has to be spoken about because there's this term that I often hear: good hair, kind of sort of. This one has good hair. This one, come on, man, don't do that.
Yeah.
If you want to stay neutral, stay neutral. Right. If you don't want to stay neutral, pick a side.
That's it.
And stick to it, and stop pretending as if you're part of a group while you are undermining them. It's not nice because I feel like, for me, God, I hope that type of person doesn't come around me because I will lose it. I will lose it. That kind of stuff.
The main reason you're gonna see that is that they know that they won't get immediate reprimand. You can't really check them other than verbally. So you're gonna see that across the board.
No. I'm telling you, I'm going to invent new courses. I'm going to invent something that comes from the pits, because that kind of stuff, for me, is really, really is deep, and I feel like it cuts deep within the community. Because even though it cuts deep, you can't keep. Can you imagine? Europeans are already doing that, and within the community, we are doing it to ourselves. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Pick a side, and move on. Hey, Felipe, welcome. Today has been very, very dusty. I don't know whether you want to show your face here, just in case there's a fatwa put out.
I think he put a link in the back chat with the caste system.
Oh, the caste system. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Let's see.
Hi guys, how are you this evening? I just caught the tail end of this, but I wanted to show you.
Wow.
Being one of these people from one of the former French and Spanish colonies, what's at play here? If you scroll up a little bit, to Niger, so you can see the pyramid. See the pyramid here.
You can see that. Let me see if I can put it
If
up.
you can scroll up, and I'm not going to claim to be an authority on this, but both of the sister colonies of Haiti and Louisiana specifically had a set of laws of why you see this kind of dark skin, light skin thing, and I'm going to explain it. But if you pull that thing up, it'll make what I'm saying make sense. Okay, there, right there. And can you blow that up a little bit? Can you, this triangle there? There you go. Okay. Perfect. All right.
Thank
So here's what in part is going on, at least from my view. All right. And I can give some of the nuance, but we got to start from the foundation of the colorism thing. Okay. And then I'm going to say something that'll probably shock most people, which is, where did this pyramid come from and why? Okay, but I'm going to start here. So you can see in the pyramid, first, we have to establish who were the first colonial powers, right? And we know that Columbus, while Italians, sailed for Spain. And so the first colonial powers in the New World were the Spanish and the Portuguese, right? Then later the French. Do we all agree on that?
That's pretty much the general consensus, yeah.
Okay, so I need that consensus to explain this thing, okay? So if you see at the chart, in all of the Spanish colonies, right? And this is also true. It's all the Latin countries. So in the Portuguese colonies, in the French colonies, in what few, you didn't have Italian colonies in the Americas, but you do have them in Africa. But in any case, you had this kind of setup where you have the Peninsulares at the top, right? These are Spanish, born in Spain, and they come to the New World where they're going to their colony, right? Then you have the Creoles, right? And the Creoles are Spanish, but they're born in the colonies themselves. Then you have the mestizos, right? And those people are a mixture of the indigenous population with the either Creoles or the Peninsulares, right? Then you have the mulattoes, right? And they're a mixture of the Creoles or the Peninsulares with the African slaves. Then you have the indigenous groups. Then you have African slaves. Now, okay, that's very interesting. Why does this matter in light skin, dark skin conversation? And this is where you have to read between the lines and understand the laws. Okay. So if you're an African female slave woman and you give birth to a mulatto child, ideally a son, you can get an upgrade in class status, because you can see right here on the chart, mulattoes have a higher class status than African slaves. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even over indigenous.
Exactly. And so if you go to, for example, I lived in Mexico for a while. They even have flowcharts, which I won't pull up here because I want to be brief. But this is what Black Americans don't understand. Well, it's really that we have intentionally not been taught, okay? Because the succession in the Americas was the Spanish dominance, or better stated, the Portuguese dominance, Spanish dominance, then the Dutch, then the British, then the Americans. So each one of these systems and each one of these colonies built upon one another. So the American colonies, when they come to be after, the British colonies, because the American colony was a British colony, they built off of these systems, but their religious beliefs were slightly different. So what I'm getting at is this. The first frame that you have to know and accept is that these African slave women, here, can we go back to that? Right? Figured out really quickly, here's how I get a few more privileges for myself and my children from the plantation owner by having these mulatto children. And this is definitely true of what happened in Haiti. You can go back and look at the leadership and the split of the island and so on. And it's definitely true in Louisiana. Okay? And so they actually had sections of law. There was a whole set of code, particularly in the French colonies, called Le Code Noir. And in this code, it defined property rights for mulattoes. It defined abilities to get education for mulattoes. It defined the ability to inherit property from their plantation owning fathers. And so this is where the colorism split actually begins, is this. By laws that were put in place in these colonies by the various imperial colonialist powers. Now, where it gets complicated with Americans is this. All of these other Latin groups did not bring their wives to the Americas. So the Spanish, the French, the Portuguese, they didn't bring their wives. So they had a lot more sex with the African and indigenous people because their wives were not there. And so that's where you see whole races of, not races, but identities created, whether it's Mexicans, which Mexicans in general are mestizos as a country. When you see the average Mexican, he or she is generally a mestizo, right? But they do still have these kind of cultural mores in place, a de jure chart like this. So you see them, if you turn on their TV, and they make fun of the Negroes and they make fun of the Indians. They actually have a saying, que India, which is what an Indian. That's what it means in Spanish. And it really, what it means is how ignorant is this person, all right? And so you will see this, if you can turn on any Mexican TV now and you will see it. You will see most of the people on TV are peninsulars or Criollo, white-looking, European-oriented Mexicans, right? And so this is where it came from. It didn't go away, right? I don't want to ramble on and on. But so what happened with the Americans? And this is where it gets tricky. The Americans, in many cases, like in my case, where they bought the Louisiana territory in part to embargo Haiti, right? And to make it a state. So what they literally did, as they did in Puerto Rico and the other islands that took over from the Spanish, the Cubans, the Guam, and Samoa, and the Philippines, they moved a whole bunch of whites into the space first because they knew that these people didn't have loyalties necessarily to the Americans. And then the next thing they did was they banned the speaking of French or Spanish or whichever it is and demanded that they all speak English. And this is how they got loyalty, right? Because if they take your language away, so, how do you make slaves part of the colony? The first thing is you take away their language, right? So they took away the African languages first. Then you have enough sex with them that you have a whole mulatto population, right? So then you've taken away their racial identity. They don't look like the Africans anymore. Not all of them, some of them do. And then you impose these laws, right? So that's where it came from. And then in the United States, in my case, that they occupied their space even further to make these people loyal to the United States, right? And to be willing to use them as a cudgel against the Haitians to encircle them, right? Which is the same stuff that you see going on now with Cuba. And Haiti was the Cuba of the 18th century or 19th century, sorry. And Venezuela. If you go back and you look, all the stuff that they did to Cuba in the 20th century, they did to Haiti in the 19th, including embargo them and shut down their money, etc.
Sanctions, yeah, all that.
All right,
but
so
it appears Cuba seems to be doing better out of it.
Excuse me?
I say, is Cuba not doing better than Haiti out of it?
I would argue yes. It's an interesting thing because, and I was just in Cuba last year, that I would argue yes, but I think that the Cubans had a different orientation and a different situation with the United States, because arguably the Haitians have been interrupted more. In the early 20th century, the Americans actually they went many times, but this time in particular, they went to Haiti, took their gold, and occupied them. They did not do the same to Cuba.
Yep.
So it's a different orientation that they were allowed to have. And in each case, that a lot of Haitians were murdered. So after a certain amount of occupation and murder, you have some of the chaos that you have now, But I wanted to show this to you because you guys were talking about, the colorism that exists now. But I think now that you can see it and then think the Americans just built on top of this, does it now make sense why we still have this? There were actually laws that reinforced it.
Yeah. It's still in place now, today.
Yeah, so I wanted to throw that to you. Now, where do you guys think the Spanish came up with this? Where do you think they got it from?
Asian?
Indians. They are the only group that has a kind of caste system, isn't it?
Yeah. But what I'm going to say is going to shock you. So is that the official guess for the panel?
Oh God, it's Africa, isn't it? Oh no, it's gonna be Africa. Everything is come from Africa.
Here come the hammer. Here come the hammer. It's gonna drop. Go ahead.
Okay, so is your final answer is
I choose Africa. I don't want my house.
All right. Well, the answer is the Moors. It came from the Moors and the Moorish occupation of Iberia.
Oh, that makes sense actually.
And I'm looking for it now so I could give you the chart. So you can see what the Moors did, because the Moors were a mixture themselves. They were a mixture of Arabs and Black Africans. Right. So and there's some, you guys were on this earlier and I kind of started to get into it, but I'm working now. And so I didn't want to hop in, but when you guys were talking about religion on this channel earlier, and one of the things that we got to get in, at least in the American mind, I can't find, now if I were looking for it, I'll find that thing and put the link in the back chat. But is the situation of why Africa was so willing to adopt Islam. Do we have an answer why we think that is, or what the opinions are? Why was Africa so willing to take Islam? as a religion.
I can't be sure though.
Was it one main reason?
Yes, there was. Any ideas?
One could say
go on and tell us. We're late into it.
Okay, I didn't want to make it like, oh well, this it was because of the Romans, that basically under the Roman rule, the Romans were treating the Southern Africans, the Sub-Saharan Africans, like trash. They were extracting a lot of the resources and grains and trade, and by the time any kind of messages out of Rome got to Sub-Saharan Africa, it was months old and not very relevant, and basically there was no way to really administrate it. And the Black Africans, as you would expect, got sick of it. And so they were like, oh, this other economic system. Remember, these religions were rolled out as economic systems. So that's why you find, for example, the Christian and Jewish religions also in Sub-Saharan Africa, that you find these pockets of what there are labeled on the maps as Jewish communities all throughout Sub-Saharan Africa. They were brought in as trade rules, right? And then people liked the trade, so then they would roll in the religion to the trade and say, well, if you want to be a good trader and trade with us, well, then why don't you adopt this religion too? And so that's why people adopted it.
Was unaware that the Romans made it to Sub-Saharan Africa.
They traded with them. They didn't occupy.
Okay, they just traded.
Not physically invade. Yeah.
Yeah, that they traded with them through the channels of the parts that they did occupy in Northern Africa. Because remember,
in Northern Africa,
that everything is coming from south to north, not north to south.
True.
That's how, particularly on the African continent, the trade routes went south to north.
I guess nothing has changed then.
No, nothing has changed. So anyway, I was trying to find this thing so you could see it clearly of the Roman rule, the pyramid here. It's under the Moorish rule of Spain, that they come up with these charts, and then they actually designate jobs by okay, yeah, here it is. If I can find this chart. Under Al-Andalus, which was what Iberia was called, that they have at the top the Caliph or Emir, then the Moorish conquerors, then the Muladi, then the Jews and the Mas Arabs here, and then the slaves. Wait, let me see if I can find this. And once you see it, then you'll see. So then they designate by race and ethnicity each one of these things under the Moors. And the Spanish, after they defeat the Moors, adopt a different version that puts them on top, right? And so then they roll that out in the New World.
Wow, that's a terrible lesson to learn, I guess.
Terrible, but true.
That's where we are today.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to see it.
That was pretty dope, Felipe. I really appreciate that, man.
Unfortunately, I had to learn it because I'm from that ethnicity. So
yeah, I got you. I went to school for a little bit in Arcadia Parish in Louisiana. Abbeville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I know.
You know what's going on. Well, I heard you talking about it, and I was like, okay, I found it here.
Yeah, I was just trying to be very general because nobody's from America over here, so I wasn't sure if they was. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I do, and I got your chart for you. I got two of them here. Let me. It took me forever to find it, and I'm sorry. It took I needed this. But here, take a look at this, guys. This is going to shock you. So I put it in the back chat. Take a look at that. To Nitra.
Yeah, let me confirm.
Right.
All right, let me just get that out. Copy link and paste.
Put a lot of context to it. Yeah, there you go. Cool.
See that? Now pull that up there. You can see it very clearly.
It's not very big. Let's see. Is that the
Yeah,
only one? Okay.
You can go to the link. We'll see where it says
This
visit.
one is bigger. This one is bigger. So let me just open this. It's an image. Open images. Tab. Boom.
Here you go. See that?
Let's see. Utras, Mora, Baz. So these are the black Muladis. These are the black ones. Who is this one here? Are those black there too?
Yeah, it's in Spanish. I'm sorry. Right. So yeah, see the Muladis are the blacks, and then the Arabs. See they're at the top.
These are the Arabs.
Right.
Are these the Arabs or these are the Arabs?
Yeah, you see them, and the Berbers. The Berbers exist today in Libya.
The Berbers are second, and the Arabs are the top. Okay, I see that clearly now.
See?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And wow, you see. So technically, even the Moors, moving into Spain, the hierarchy that you see here still remains till today. Not much has changed from this hierarchy, apart from the ones below the blacks. Who are those? Are those Spanish people?
Which?
The ones below black, Muladis.
Yeah, the Judeos are Jews.
Oh yeah, definitely they will hate the Jews then. Muzarabes, whom are those?
The Muzarabes are Moza Arabs. They were the Christians.
The Christian Arabs, yeah.
And then up under that is the slaves. Esclavos.
Esclavos. Wow.
Okay,
that's
now
interesting.
Take a look at this one here. I'm gonna see, but that one I started with that one because it had the pictures. Take a look at the second link I just sent you in the back chat.
Yeah, I'm checking it now.
Scroll up. And blow that up right there. There you go.
Wow, Jews, Mozarabes. Yeah, that's indicating Moorish conquerors. More. Wow, that's not cool. That's not cool at all. I'm not very happy. Even this one, I'm not happy with it.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying this to bring joy to anybody. I'm just breaking it down because then it gets more ridiculous in the Americas. You have a whole bunch of Black Americans that are calling themselves Moors and all kinds of stuff, not understanding that how this Moorish situation is not how they think. And in fact, that the Moorish people, look, the higher levels of the Andalusia pyramid cut a deal with the Spanish who took over to basically allow themselves, being the Arabs and the Jews, to remain in Europe, and for the Muladi to be able to go back to Africa, and then they become the slave traders.
Wow, this is so distinct. Personally, the position of the Black people, I don't like it, for one. And they say the Muladi were Christians that were converted, so they were not restricted to a specific class. They just were there as Black people there. And
this is the hierarchy of power, if I may say. The hierarchy of power. And what I put in the comments when you guys were talking about religion is something that we need to know, which is that the Arabs never allowed Black African, even high-ranking Mulati to hold Arabs as slaves. They took Black African slaves, but Black African Muslims never were allowed to hold Arabs as slaves.
Yeah.
You see that the racism was always there, and
yes,
so because they knew what power was supposed to be. This is something we never really learned. This goes back quite a long time. And if you look at this chart, these are all Muslims. They are all at the top, and we are at the bottom of the Muslims. Even if the Muladis were also Muslims. I guess this goes back to even the earlier conversation we were having, how some of us still think that these people are just considering us one of them, so we are at the bottom of the pile, and even now it's even more relevant because this pile has changed. If you put this pile as that, the Arabs are at the top, in terms of Africa, right? That in short, the Europeans are at the top. If there's European there, I don't know where I don't think there's even any European there, but they are the top, and the Arabs second. Jews, in short, the Jews are there. They are just lumped at the top. We are basically at the bottom. And maybe if there is slaves, I don't even think if there are slaves, it's going to come from us, like the ones you have in Mauritania. So this chart, things have gotten worse since then. Muslim or no Muslim, it has gotten worse for us. And this, you see, when you look at these type of things, you begin to see through time.
Yeah.
And when you start seeing through time, you begin to understand what has changed and what hasn't changed. And so that makes one, like, if someone like me now, when I tell people that I sound very, very pessimistic about the achievements so far, that it hasn't changed anything, people think I'm not seeing, the train line that has been built. Because all those things are transient. They are not strategic changes. It doesn't change our position in the scheme of things. We are still at the bottom of the pile. And the bottom of the pile is still not that cool at all. So, and we have the capacity to get out of it. And that's why I make some of all these arguments that we need to make some strategic moves. This is getting to a point whereby it should be shameless now. Any chance you get, you grab power wherever you can grab it, because this is bad, man. This has been going on how many years since the Moors? They were in Europe they were in Europe after Islam arrived. So we're looking about at least 1,400 years ago. This has been in place. So that's a long time to be in this position. So we have to work our way out of this mess that we are in. And since then, it has gotten worse, I must say. The Haratins, I know that the Haratins were also being used in Africa. I think maybe that's where these Muladis are from too. They are now in the Mauritania region. They are still using them as slaves. Some of them anyway.
Yeah.
They're still being treated as slaves in Mauritania till today. And there is a black country right next door, Senegal, that permits that to happen. That is, for me, I just look at this and I say, what is wrong with our people? They just sit there and allow their own people to be treated terribly.
Well, if I may throw something in here, it's the economics, man. And I was going to say that this is still at play in Black America today, just as much as it was, particularly the hierarchy chart from the Spanish. You know, this thing that we just had, that scandal with Ebony K. Williams, where she was saying that the fella, if she was going to consider him, had to own the bus. He couldn't be a bus driver and this kind of thing. Remember this?
I remember.
What was that really about? Well, under the European system, that they create a system of concubines. And so what she wasn't saying was, she was comparing being a concubine to some older Mzungu man as compared to someone who's her own age but Black. That's really what she was comparing. And if you go back and you look at her history, she was engaged to one of these old Mzungu guys. And so that's why she wouldn't consider marrying one of them unless he owned the bus, because she can sit there as a concubine and get the benefits of that wealth and then live her own life. You see, it's the same system that this is. It hasn't changed. That was a couple of months ago. But if you don't know how these systems work, then you don't know, hey, this is what these guys do, that they set up a whole system based on this stuff, right? And we as Black Americans, because we don't know and we haven't, learned some of this stuff, we're just acting it out like some sort of plantation programming of the soap opera life that they created for us. It was part of the mind wipe. And that's why we're colorists. It wasn't because we just hate skin color. In Africa, there are all the different skin colors and shades with all the ethnicities. That's not what it was. It was laws and wealth privileges that allowed this to go on.
All coming into play. Man.
Wow. Yeah, some of all these things, we have to work them off. And I've just been reading about the Haratins that were used as slaves. They are still being used as, by and large, ghettos, underclass groups in Mauritania. Mauritania is one of those stains in West Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, really. It's a serious stain. And it just goes to highlight at the level of weakness our community demonstrates, because economics, I don't subscribe to economics being an argument for why this can continue. You can do certain things, lose economics, and be free. I don't care how many sanctions you put on me. I don't care how much nonsense we have to go through. If anything, it would do us good to get ourselves into a scrap and get ourselves into trouble for a bit. Then the next generation will learn from that and build and not take nonsense from anybody. The idea that we keep taking these things on and on and on, it's not going to get us anywhere. And because in the end, for us to get out of the mess we are in, we need a push. And we don't want a push that we can't get out of for that to happen. Sometimes, the Red Indians, you can ask them what kind of push they had. They didn't get a chance to respond back. But the Chinese did, the Japanese did, the Vietnamese, even with all the brutal war they went to, they are doing better than us.
Yeah.
So we can't wait for the push to be a deadly one. Sometimes you get involved and get your hands. Sometimes history is messy. I can't believe in the age of the UN, our fellow African. To be fair, these African countries sell their people out, but it's still hard to believe that Senegal is right next door to a state that has 40% of the population being considered underclass as slaves, black people. Then there are other black people in that country. The Arab people in that country and Berbers, they make up 30% of the country. The rest are mostly black. And you allow that to happen. Your people are underclass in a country where it's only 30% that are Muslims. And Nigeria is there and Mauritania is not a big country. That is the worst part of it. It's a tiny country. It's just in terms of population, it's I think about 1.something million or so. It's not a lot of people. So Nigeria could have done something about it. Just leave it. Let them carry on taking advantage of black people, pecking away at us and using us as slaves. Personally, that is a bad omen, if you ask me. Because you know how wild animals, when they, like a wild lion now eats a human being, or he becomes a man eater. You see people hunt it down. That particular lion, they have to get that lion because the lion has tasted human flesh, and they will always keep coming back for more. And the last thing you need is having a whole pride, getting used to that kind of culture. It will be a lot harder to get all of them at the same time and exterminate them. So human beings know how to do these things to prevent other people from taking advantage of them. We as black people do that in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. So I don't understand why we get used to having people basically treat us like trash. Because when an Arab person treats a black person as trash, whether it's a Haratin or a Nigerian or even an African American, to them the difference is not there. It's only when they see the passport. When they see the passport, it's not the black person they're afraid of. They're afraid of the European. Make no mistake. It's not the black person they are worried about. They are worried about the person that they will have to answer to. Because clearly the black person doesn't have any backup. No African country is going to come to their rescue. It's only the Europeans that will come to their rescue because of the passport. And that is the only reason the Europeans are coming to their rescue. So hence, if the Arab people are used to talking down at us, I'm not surprised when you go to their countries, the second name they call us is basically slaves. Because they enslave us all the time. And it's still happening today. I really feel bad for those people, because there was this video I saw of this lady. They said they offer her freedom, and she said she doesn't know how to be free. She doesn't understand freedom.
Yeah.
Because her father, her father's father, her mother, all of them, they have all been in slavery. This is in Africa. They don't know how to be free, and they remain there. Fellow black countries left them there to carry on.
Yeah.
So that's some of the things we see on the continent. You see certain things, you wonder what is wrong with our people, man. This is kind of stuff that makes you ask that kind of question. Because if it's only just to invite them and say, you know what, come over, just, or stay on your own. We and you will be cooperating from across the border. Like Senegal will be working with them. They will remain in Mauritania. They collaborate. No, none of that is happening. You just leave them to their fate. Let the Arab treat them as however they like. So, but these are the kind of things that needs to change. And in a way, this is why it's good to engage African Americans, because people also have access. You have things that Africans don't have access to. We have the land, and we have the population, and we have the youth there now. So, and then we also have the opportunity. There is opportunity right now. The world is in flux. There is a chance to change things that was not necessarily present in the 60s. I like to think that the communication between us and the African Americans has increased. The awareness has increased too, in terms of the awareness of what's going on in the continent, and us being aware of what's happening in America. I doubt that 99.9% of Africans knew what was going on with the African Americans in the 60s. They didn't have a clue. Most of them barely had TV.
Right.
How can they possibly know?
Can I say something to your point there, to Nigel?
Yeah, go ahead.
What I wanted to say is in my view, and I could be wrong, some people may disagree with me, but what we need in the Americas, in the Black American community, is to actually see ourselves for who we actually are. And that is, from the foundation of the country forward, we as Africans were never included in the country. If you look at that first constitution, it does not include Black anything. Africans are not specifically referred to other than for the census count and a few other things. And that is definitional for, quote unquote, our Americanness, that who we really are falsely imprisoned, intergenerationally, Nigerians, Senegalese, people from Benin and Togo, Liberia, Sierra Leone. This is Congolese, Angolans. This is who we are. And this American thing that we became, first of all, it didn't exist until 1867, number one. Prior to that, you weren't recognized under the Constitution. You can look back, if anybody doubts me on this, and look at the case Dred Scott versus Missouri. I'm trying to think what the slave owner was. That's the other side of that case. Let me Google it really quick. But Justice Taney is specific in there that he says that Africans, which is the only thing that we were ever considered, we were never considered Americans. Africans were separate but equal. They were never considered citizens. And so when citizenship is actually brought to the table, it's Sanford, Dred Scott versus Sanford, that when it's brought to the table, it's brought to the table in terms of what will the Black Americans be, because they did not come to the Americas with citizenship. They came from kingdoms. Anybody that doubts me on this, I'm putting the link in the chat, and to Nigel, you can decide if you want to share it or not. This is the Dred Scott case. This case was never overruled. It was made moot by the amendments that we got, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. But in terms of our citizenship, it always has been second class, because the Constitution was not written for us. From the first piece of legislation that goes through the U.S. Congress when we become a country, when we become a nation, is to define that the country will only allow its demographics to remain the same through immigration. So if it was a 90% white country, 10% native, because remember, the natives are occupying now land that was not part of the United States. And whatever it was, African, you cannot change those demographics through immigration. And it remained that way until 1965 in the 1965 Immigration Act. So this is when you find the Africans that can come to the United States then, because the civil rights activists changed the legislation to allow these other groups to come. Prior to that, the only immigrants, and anybody that doubts me can Google this and see, were Europeans. And then they found new ways to consider people who were not considered white to become white. For example, Italians were not considered white until after World War II. Jewish people were not considered white until after World War II. There are a number of them, and they talk about it. Irish people, they were not considered white. And so what we got to be real about this, and this is why I brought it up, particularly devastating for you, about who we really are. Everybody needs to get their DNA test, this African ancestry DNA test that can identify you back down to your African tribe. That you need to know who you really are. You know, it does, this American construct thing that they've created you, it's not a real thing, because you don't come from the country. You're the only Americans in the country that don't come from the country. Doesn't that strike anybody as strange?
Right, that's what I'm saying. We don't have a flag. We can't put our feet on the land. We're just out here.
But we're not. We're Nigerian. We're Ghanaian. We're Liberian. We're Sierra Leonean. And you got to engage where you actually came from. But that takes a mind shift that Black Americans have been unwilling to make, because they've constantly been looking for this Mzungu gaze of approval, and to finally be incorporated into something that from the foundation of the country they never intended you to be. And the laws still do that, all the way down to when you have these police shootings and so on of Black Americans. The sentences that they give to these police officers are never any more than if they had killed a farm animal that was a piece of property, because that's actually what your status still is. So if they kill a horse accidentally or on purpose, they get about 3 to 5 years, because it's a valuable animal. And if they kill a Black person, it's about the same. Now, if you're a private citizen and you kill a Black person, you may get more time. But for the police, which protect property rights, it's never more than usually 2 to 3 years, which is the exact same as if they killed a dog.
Yeah, I saw the feds finally picked up the Tyree Nichols case.
But you see my point. We're walking around here like we're citizens and like we are in the same status, and none of this stuff has changed.
Yeah,
none of it.
Yeah, not much has changed. Strategically, I've been telling our people that nothing has changed since we encountered the Europeans. We've been basically hooked at the same stage, and we didn't move. You know, from when they started coming to take slaves till colonization occurred, they handed over power. We tried to make a move in the 60s, 70s, but it was a very quite lethargic and not even serious, really. The only people that tried failed, like Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba. They tried to make a move. Zaire did even have some nuclear plant, if I'm not mistaken. They did try to start building stuff. So, but they failed because they didn't do it in a concerted way. And I think that part of it is also due to that aspect of a society that has not faced peril in the recent past. Because that tends to galvanize people. At least they didn't have any galvanizing factor, because that's what war does. That's what invasions do. It galvanizes the people. So I'm sure there are other ways you can achieve it, but it's often very hard to find. I'm sure some of you have seen movies where a king is getting unpopular and he declares war against their next door neighbor just to make up ground. So because this type of events tends to galvanize the people and technically increases what kids would like to call collective intelligence or group IQ. And I feel that that is the aspect Africa is missing. If you look at what is happening in Niger right now, you see how Americans are tiptoeing around it. They don't even want to
Yeah.
call it a coup
Right.
because the tactics they use with black countries is different. That's what I've observed. That's my own personal observation that I've seen. Because I asked myself, why is that they never touched Africa the way they do with other places where they just invade? Because even Libya it's not a black nation. You don't. When it comes to black nation, America tiptoes around it. Now, what my theory, wouldn't call it a realization because it's not a fact, is that the presence of African American troops in their military could be a problem, and it's a significant number. You can't invade a country without so many black troops in there. And some of them are probably Africans because they took them as a Vita lottery and all that stuff to America. So it could be the reason why the way the tactics they use in Africa is very different. It's not because African leaders don't do silly stuff that may invite invasion. Look at what Gaddafi did to white people and India Army. India Army, the treatment he gave to white people and Indians, it was brutal. But they didn't invade. They didn't invade, and they could have. Those days, nobody could stop them. They didn't. So I just get a feeling that, and I think because they understand that if they engage us in a first world conflict head on, it's going to wake that 1 billion up, and maybe even more, because then you are looking at almost 100 to 300 million outside the continent. So it may wake them up, and they don't want to do that.
No.
And if that is true, that is diabolical. That's some diabolical stuff. Because I'm living and watching the events today, and I see America tiptoeing around, acting as if they don't know what the coup is anymore, and they are not threatening violence. They even abandon the French to their feet.
They don't
They
want no
abandon the
parts.
French.
Yeah, they don't want no parts of it. I'm telling you. No, you're right, man. Hey, when Dr. Marie was telling y'all about the Haitian coming up on Texas and Cuba, yeah, the Christian and the mainstream media, yeah, they were calling them refugees.
Yeah, it's like it said we are talking about an action that seems like a coup, but it's not a coup. Americans, they really not. I was like, that is some serious tiptoe in there. Why? For a country with 12,000 soldiers, what is that all about? Why are you so sluggish about calling this the coup? And do you know the Nigerian regime gave the American ambassador 48 hours leave? I think that was a couple of days ago. The fact that they are doing these things and America is not acting, the French are acting bolder than America. The French are refusing to leave. They are literally saying they're not going
Well,
anywhere.
one of those contributing factors was how bad Trump made America look to the rest of the world during the shutdown and everything, and they were already in deep doo doo or whatever, but now they're involved with so much domestic internal things. They they really can't handle any extra bad publicity. So they've been in damage control for quite a while now. So
But given what is at stake, America has a drone base there, and the French have a 1,500 soldiers in that country. So there's a lot of risk to the interests of America and its allies, in NATO there. You would think America would be a little bit more robust. I get the idea of
Can
being
I
a bit
say,
careful.
Sri that
Yeah, go ahead.
I just saw like in the last hour or so that the French are coming in as troops into Cote d'Ivoire and Benin. So
Yeah.
they're looking at boots on the ground. The 2/3 of France is dependent on nuclear power, of which they're dependent on the cheap uranium from Niger. The problem is the same silliness that we had during the slave trade, which is why the hell are Benin and Cote d'Ivoire letting the French land on their territory to invade another African state.
African nation. Cote d'Ivoire is a sellout now. So is Benin Republic. That's a problem with all these French countries. They've signed away their souls to foreign nations, and they can't stand for their people. But good luck to France if they think they are going to go there and fight and expect that fight to end quickly. It's not going to end quickly. Algeria is already talking about going in. Nigerians will go in. This in the Malians will go in. Burkina Faso, this is going to be a conflagration, and this is what makes this war very dangerous. I fear even the Nigerian government may not survive it. If the French go in there, and because the northern part of Nigeria, they are basically the same as the Nigerians.
Exactly.
They are going to get involved. That is basically Nigeria getting involved, fighting against the French, and maybe fighting with the French at the same time. Then the Algerians send people in, Mali send people in. It's going to be one messy situation.
That's going to be bloody, boy. That's going to be bloody. Woo!
But isn't this
that might
crazy?
galvanize the entire community? It might galvanize the entire community. The French better not go in there. If they go in there, it may be a blessing in disguise. It may be a blessing in disguise because our people wake up to the truth.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead, Tunanja. It may be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, our people wake up to the truth when they see our black people dying in the hands of the French, and knowing that these people have no business being there. Then their eyes will start waking up. They will start waking up to the truth, because when you tell them, they think the colonization is benign, and some of these influences the French people have over us, our suffering doesn't explain it to them. They don't see it as bad. When you tell them, look at how you are living and look at how the French are living, look at all the wealth coming. No, they don't associate it fully. But when they start seeing the French refusing to leave the country and attacking and killing black people, now they'll start understanding what I've been telling them. The fact that we are the least defended people on the face of the earth, on the continent, and you see, when I did the maths, I found out that most countries that have a ratio of one soldier to 500 citizens and above is black countries. Most of them are black countries. And then when I went outside Africa to check, the ones that existed outside Africa are still black countries, like Haiti, Jamaica. Those are the ones. It's like you can't make it up. All the other countries, they have reasonable security levels. You just can't make it up. And this is why all these things are happening. But if the Nigerian one happens and we survive it, I think that might actually wake the 1-point-something billion black people up for once and for all. And maybe that's what we need.
Well, let me compliment you too, Niger. You have constantly come on panels. I saw you on Dinus's show talking about the need to militarily build up these African countries. And initially I thought that was, a little dangerous because the military buildup would potentially lead to conflict between the ethnic groups. But I'm now of the view that actually what we need is countries that produce their own weapons and to do R&D for African weapons. Because right now, even in Nigeria, I was on Kaizo's panel previously and someone said, oh, Nigeria produces their own weapons. And it's not actually true. What Nigeria has done is they are making weapons that are licensed from other European makers. And that's not the same thing as you've reverse engineered the weapons that are coming in from other countries and you've innovated them into your own weapon making. So like I am of the view in each region of Africa that we need a couple of states that actually make weapons. I would nominate to that, obviously Nigeria, but Algeria, maybe Mali, maybe Zimbabwe, maybe Angola.
Ethiopia looks like a good candidate because they are on the other shore too, and there are too many military bases there.
Because we have to be able, whatever economic build, which is usually why I come on these shows, is to talk about the economics, which I'm of the view that we're like an all-star team that has a losing culture. Let me put it that way. Like if let me put it in a positive, because we were kind of going down a negative path. If black African people stood shoulder to shoulder and worked with each other, we can't be defeated. We've got the kind of talent and ability between the people on the continent and the people in the diaspora to do everything. If we did it and stood shoulder to shoulder,
I would be visible.
We would be the best. If you just
They will
look
not
at it
touch us.
now. But we have a losing culture in our team. And so then you start getting down on each other because somebody's trying to get points, somebody's trying to make some money for their contract. You know, that we've got a losing team culture, right? So the first thing that we have to go at is how do we become a successful culture of a team? And what I would say to that is what I usually talk about on these programs, which is interdependent economics. We don't have a tax base. We don't build a system in any of these countries, really. I mean, you could make an argument, you know, about Kenya and some of the others, to have a legitimate bond market. If we collected a small amount of taxes where people could see, oh, I'm getting lights now, I'm getting roads, I'm getting clean water, I'm getting, you know, train systems, I'm getting a market that's clean and lit with water access to sell my goods, then people can invest in your community through the bonds. And then those bond markets can then have inter-African bond investment, right? If I'm in Nigeria and I want to invest in Malawi or, you know, whatever it is, I mean, you can see what that can do. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda doesn't have a real economy. It's supported by foreign investment. And that foreign investment has not led to actual infrastructure that creates money. It just doesn't. And so we got to be real. Huh?
Is it still Belgium?
Rwanda is a series of foreign investments, including the big banks. You know,
I'm not sure Rwanda. See, Rwanda streets are nice and some of the buildings are good, but they are still relatively lightweight as a nation. If you look at their GDP per capita, it's still this is my problem with this is why you know how we talked about the structures that we saw 780. When you look at it from that point of view, you just see nothing has changed really. It's just cosmetic changes. No,
but we could make them real. That's
the point. Yeah, that's the goal.
Is that we could I've never been as hopeful as I am now, because we can get on a panel and you are Nigerian and I am American, and we have all kinds of Africans that come to this space and contribute, and we're talking to each other and we can build if we choose. Now listen, there are people among us that don't want to build and they just want to name call. But in all seriousness, we've never had a better window than right now for us to all do that.
See, this is what I mean. We are waiting for something. We are waiting for something. And when you use the term "if we choose," events, if you think about it, if you look at it just literally based on what has happened to us, it's not about whether if we choose anymore. It should have happened, but because we are waiting for something. And this, if the French are stupid, they go and do what they are thinking they're going to do. I don't think that war is going to spin out of control. It's going to end, and Africans will never go to sleep anymore. And they would have woken a giant up that will reverberate all the way from the continent to the diaspora, like you are saying now. All those people that you are saying, if it wouldn't be if anymore, they would choose to go now. And they will understand once and for all that this needs to be sorted out. And the environment allows that to happen because we have alternatives now, alternative blocks of power. If America is not willing to do it, then the children of the Africans would choose to side with the Africans. They ally with other groups that are going to support us to get it done. Because by that time, nobody will be afraid anymore. That is the problem. Suffering, it just occurred to me that suffering is not enough to necessarily galvanize yourself to rebel. It's the death or the fear of death and the fact that somebody invaded you and killed your people. That's what tends to galvanize people to act. And
I would say that, but I would also say just seeing success. If I may throw this at you, for the panel, I have been a tennis player. I played tennis, and the Williams sisters' impact on the game of tennis is tremendous. This young woman that just won the U.S. Open,
yeah,
she
Coco,
in her thank you speech to her parents credited Serena Williams. What is the point? The point is, if we see others of us building and being successful, Black people love that kind of success and they would run to it. If there's a formula,
Yeah.
if you see these young people now, at least in the United States, if you ask most of them, what do you want to be? They want to be rappers and they want to be pro athletes. Why? Because they see those people being successful on television and social media, and so that's they take that as their path, even if they're 4'11" or 5'6". they want to, right?
I think the success part is true, and however, to be successful in terms of developing and industrializing an African country to a level where you can say it's sustainable, you will have to have a different security posture than what we have right now. And if that happens, the question is whether they are going to let you do that. And from what I gather, they don't tend to let us do that.
Can I say something to Niger? If we start building it, then the security structure will be built by the same method by which we're exchanging wealth and making it circular. That it will happen because we will have to protect the markets and we will have to protect the bonds and everything that we've built. The problem is just our people want to get online and talk about it and run their mouth, rather than to just say, look, I'm going to try to do this, you try to do that, and to try to work with the structures that are there. One of the channels that I really like this young man, Afro Think Tank, is that he's just been going to Nigeria and building the little area. He goes out to the rural areas and just has been building small businesses block by block. That's really what it takes.
But what you are saying, you see, this is why I always remind you, keep an eye on strategic stuff. All this stuff is not going to make any difference. If I was the one making decisions, it's not going to matter. I'm like, build as many houses as you want. You know what? Build a stock market as much as you want. Only God will remind you what happened to the Jews the last century. As wealthy as they were, they owned ships and they were buying slaves and doing everything. And Einstein was one of them. They were living at the top of most European societies. And look at what happened to their people, 6 million in Second World War. And they learned their lesson that wealth is not protection. Protection.
I agree. I agree with that. But can I say something back to that point? Yeah. The domination of the Europeans has not even been 1,000 years. And the wheels are falling off of it close to 1,000.
Actually, it's about more. The Greeks started it.
We can
That was Alexander the Great,
we can go back and debate this, because what I was going to say, Kemet was 5,000 years. So to say that we can't do this is just not true.
We can do it. I'm not saying we can't.
So then let's talk about what we could do. Not what the Mzungus could do, because they haven't proven that they can even maintain a system for more than 1,000 years yet. We've already, look, man, if you really want to go back into it and talk about some of these systems that allegedly the Greeks and the Romans invented, that actually were Africans that invented it and then they rebranded it. It's like coming up with that Puffy remix. It's catchy, but the original song was actually out there. Look, we got all that we need. We just have to believe in ourselves. We've got a terrible culture of self-doubt now.
And I don't think that. I think we believe in ourselves. All the ingredients are there right now. Yes, we do. I think enough of us do. No, it's true. I think almost every society, there are people that do. It's just that I begin to think conscious decision making is not necessarily enough. You need the extra ingredient, because all the other societies that have done it, I don't think they are special. Some of them are barely, the average height of their men is barely up to 5'6". But they've accomplished more than we have. So it tells you that there is another ingredient you are missing. And you know what? When I was growing up, I learned this lesson. Let me just tell you this story. I learned this lesson when I was growing up. We were selecting sides for football, and I thought I was being smart. I selected all the BB guys, and we were very good footballer technically. But these more guys on the other side, for the life of me, they were trashing us. They were trashing us on and on. And what I discovered was that these guys were working as a team while we were playing as individuals. We tried as much as we can, we couldn't. It's almost as if the longer we played, they got better at playing as a team. So what that meant is that when you come together as a group, your capability is amplified multiple times, and that is what we are failing in. And the incentive to come together, you really need. And to them, the incentive for them to come together was they were playing a big team. They have to work. They can't challenge us one-on-one. They have to work very well together. And you see that happening in the world. If you look at other people, they are scared of us one-on-one. But as a group, they are running circles around us. That is what I see.
Yeah.
That's what I see. And we have to understand that, because you can look at the people that are small, that their small size alerts them to the fact that they need to band together. And nature, for whatever reason, nature tends to favor them because they work together and the effectiveness magnifies. This is why group intelligence is far more important than individual intelligence.
Yeah.
And whatever we do is not going to matter. And history has taught us that, man, believe me, Nigerians suffer ahead. The fella sang a song, Suffering and Smiling. We've been suffering and smiling for a long time. It hasn't made any difference. So there has to be an extra ingredient that unites us strongly to set our differences aside.
To Nigel, how of a different video, I just put a YouTube in the back.
Hey, I think Call Me Brian just donated. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Call Me Brian, thank you. Love this topic. It's not United States focus, but all the countries. Call Me Brian, it's been a long time we've spoken about. I should mention Sudan now and again. He might just jump in. The moment you mention Sudan or Suriname, he's gonna come in. Or ignore the Congolese when you're talking about this. The slave trade, he's gonna jump in. I didn't see the video. Where is the video? Let me see. Okay, yeah, that's it. Let me just
check. It's a YouTube of Tyson working with the Nigerian guy, but it's a quick clip. That's right. I think you can do fair use for 30 seconds or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
I don't. But
fair use. When you say fair use, you say Bleacher Report, isn't it?
Yeah. This is just fair use to try to illustrate something.
Copyright infringement.
Yeah. No, we are not trying to copyright. Just fair use.
Get started. Yeah.
This is what we need. We need this mentality. See this?
Like this. That's like. Oh yeah. Relax your arms, relax your front part, your thumb. Last one, let's put up. Yeah. Stay low, don't bring your head back up. So this is just the beginning. Get me, Francis? This is just the beginning. You didn't get started yet. Like this, that's like this. Oh yeah. Relax your arms, relax your front part, your thumb. Last one, let's put up. Yeah.
Some serious punches.
Don't bring your head back up.
Here's my point.
So this is just the beginning.
This is just, you can cut it off now.
Serious punches, yeah.
My point is, we can't be stopped if we work together, to Niger. If we just get the mindset of we're taking our best and working with our best to come up now and to build a winning mentality, then we can win. But we gotta shake this stuff of, we're huge physically and mentally people, but we think we have, a small ability to win. No, if we just work together and do our best, we will win.
Oh no, if we work together, there's no stopping us. That I'm confident of.
Did you see that guy Francis is huge, but with Mike Tyson's technique, working with him to learn how to be a champion, we can win.
Is it me or Tyson is quite a smart guy? I think the idea, the first time I saw Tyson, when he was boxing, he seems like just a brute. But I think he's an intellectual, not just a boxer. Is it me?
Knowledge,
because the guy knows stuff. He knows stuff. The other day he was quoting books and all the rest of it. I was like, whoa. This guy is not like just a muscle, He's got those smarts.
He doesn't have those groupies in his ear like he did when he was in his boxing.
Well, let me say this: Mike Tyson, in some ways, is a metaphor for Black America because Mike Tyson grew up in foster care. He was in and out of foster care. He grew up in poverty, and he had a severe case of PTSD. And what's changed now is that he's done some amazing interviews recently, and he's got a channel where he interviews people. But the thing is that he's gotten his PTSD and bipolar disorder under control, and because of that, then you can see his intellect and thoughtfulness. But a lot of Black Americans have issues like this. We have these issues coming out of slavery. I mean, listen, the things that happen, and I'm sure, the Africans know some of it, but the things that happen to us, in many cases, our families and so on, have been horrific. And it wasn't just that long ago. We're talking about our grandparents, our great-grandparents, and in some cases, some of these families where the people have been killed on the street by police and otherwise, their generation. These horrific things that have happened to us. But by the same token, like Tyson or anybody else that puts in the work, that we can, the potential for greatness is still there. The Williams sisters came out of Compton. That's not known as a hub to play tennis. But with the right mentality and the right frame, and most importantly, with a family, with a mother and a father working together to raise children, we can recover and work together as Africans on the continent and Africans in the diaspora to win and to build a winning culture. We're already doing it too, Niger. It's small. But we've got to get the mentality now that we can reverse engineer this, just like the Chinese. The Chinese had been beaten up, and when Mao took over, they were terrible manufacturers. You go back and look. They were terrible. And what they did was they opened up some free trade zones, and they studied the European and various other powers that came in to build goods. They studied them. And then they started reverse engineering their stuff for the local market. But if you look back, that they were in an abysmal state. They had been occupied by the British. They had been occupied by the Japanese. It was terrible. Now they were able to rebuild themselves, but they believed in their culture and they believed in their ability to win because historically they had. And that's why I brought up Kemet, and that's why I showed you that video.
What they did was take care of their security first before anything else. And Nixon went there, and because Nixon wanted to pull them away from the Soviet Union, he went there to do that deal with them. About what African American community has been going through. I've not been to the US. I cannot even come close to say I understand what is going on there. But when I was in the UK here, I was at this gathering, and there was this American guy, black guy. He was at the gathering, here in London. And he was talking, I'm from America, I'm from the South. And the Queen gave my family some land. Whether it was in America or in this thing in the UK, I'm not so sure which one now. I've forgotten. But what I found, the way the guy spoke to me compared to the way normal white people spoke to me here, my goodness, there was something creepy about the way he spoke to me. It's almost like he's talking to me, but there is this nasty thing you can feel. It's almost like a tension. Like how do I put it? Like the way I'm speaking to him, I shouldn't necessarily be speaking to him like that. Also, I don't know what it was. It was just this ugliness that was coming through. Like it's not words. It's just something there. And the way I felt is almost that uneasy feeling. Then I imagine it. This is just in a social gathering, and I'm feeling this way about this guy. How would African Americans feel? And he talked about his family actually owning slaves. So if they live with this type of stuff on a daily basis, not just polite, microaggression, actual real stuff, I can't even imagine how America is, and with all the guns everywhere. Jesus Christ, that's going to drive somebody crazy.
Yeah, they don't represent the majority of the Black American male. The majority of the Black American male out here in the streets in America, they're out here trying to bust their ass and just make it through the day and take care of their families. Yeah.
Does it feel like tough to live in America, like as a black person, or like when you wake up every day, you go to your work, or is it just easy going? You're just living like everyone else?
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that this guy sounds like a sociopath, just because he's black doesn't mean that he's mentally healthy. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, you mean the person I was speaking to?
Yeah, like
no, it's white. The person I was speaking to was white.
Oh, okay. I was going to say
he said his father. He said his parents owned his family owned slaves.
Oh, for sure.
That the king. So the way he was talking to me, he was white, and the way he was looking at me and the way he was talking, it's almost like, oh, why am I talking to him like I'm not supposed to be talking to him like an equal? We in the UK and that came from Nigeria, and for someone like me that has just removed all that head of, I was just talking like a normal person, but I don't know, there was something there, and I just felt uneasy. And everybody in that party and where we were, everybody I was able to speak to them fine, all other than him. And I went and told the person I came there with, I said, that guy seems weird. But they said he was also gay, so maybe he thought I was, black. Gay. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that sounds like he had a lot of issues too, Nigel. I
don't know. I don't know.
It sounded like he had a lot of issues. Maybe it was best that you weren't hitting it off perfectly because he was crazy.
It might be. There was just something weird about him. I was like, Jesus God, I hope this is not what African Americans are going through, because it's a lot of processing. It's almost as if you have to do a lot of processing around him.
Well, listen, I mean, we all have a story, I'm sure, devastating for you. A family story. We all have a story of what went on with our families and this kind of thing, and not all of us are mentally healthy. I just because let me put it this way, coming out of slavery, it wasn't like the federal government dispatched a whole team of therapists and mental health experts to the Black American community to help them from the trauma of what they went through. Literally, they transitioned without very much assistance, and they dealt with whatever happened to them as a family, internally, and not all of that came out great.
That spawned KKK.
I think nothing heals more than power. I tell you this. The Chinese, they went through hell. The Jews went through hell too, and the African Americans went through hell. The difference is that many of the other people have gone to acquire power, and now they are the ones victimizing other people. So I say, get power, then apologize for victimizing people later, instead of us getting victimized continuously. Because when you have power, now you have the space to clear your head. That's what I found. You have to have space.
Because let me say this. Let me say this. Black Americans were, in 1968, Black Americans, a Black mother and Black father who were factory industrial workers, earned within $5,000 of their white counterpart, factory worker, mother and father. We were almost at parity. But here's where it went left. In 1972, the Nixon administration started allowing, through the ERISA Act and others, American manufacturing to go offshore. 70% of Black America to this day is unskilled labor. So they were really dependent upon unskilled factory jobs. When they went offshore, and this is where the crucial mistake happened.
But there was drug that was also brought into the neighborhood too.
Well,
So
this
it's
comes
not only-
later. This comes later.
We're coming out of. Remember,
I think
we're
Malcolm
coming out of
X was
Vietnam.
talking about it. It wasn't that late because Malcolm X was talking about it, about the drug that they were going to bring into the community. So he
Sure.
knew it was coming.
There was a drip in, and I'm not going to say that it wasn't on the level that it. I'm going to say that it existed, but that you still had Black families intact by 68. Would we all agree with that?
Yeah. It was just
You can look at the
beginning of-
charts for marriage and incarceration, and that it's somewhere around, incarceration was around 19% at most.
Yeah.
Will we all agree on that? Devastate.
That's during Vietnam. So after that 1972, like you said, that's coming out of Vietnam, and that's where you see the influx of heroin specifically. Because most of the other
this is
drugs
what
are
I
too
wanted to
expensive.
say is that it was a flex point where we made, as Black Americans, the wrong decision, which was this. During that same time, the Arabs in the Asian diaspora, who had just started to come into the country because of the 1965 Immigration Act, they started building supply chains with their home countries, the Indians. The Indians and the Chinese had been here as coolies. And they started building those supply chains that really came online in the 90s and 2000s, right? But they started then. Black Americans, because we disconnected from Africa, did not. Although I will say we were starting to make the chains, but we got shouted down. There were Black after schools. I don't know how old you are, Devastate for you, but that if you remember that they were teaching Swahili and math in Black after schools.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yep.
And then those people got shouted down by the idiots who wanted to do this street life, street economy stuff that we went into the street in the 70s and never came out. And then it was reinforced by the Blaxploitation films and TV to do that.
But that is not an excuse for the failure of Africa, though, because if you look at Vietnam, they went through hell too, but they got themselves out. The Indians, they were not having a party. They also went through hell. The Chinese, they lost almost 50 million people during that same period, and they still came out of it. So the Black African countries failed somehow.
Here's the difference. We had a thing called the Cold War. And in the Cold War, many of these countries, you know, if you want to talk about Nkrumah or Nyerere in Tanzania, that they sided with the Soviets. And so the United States did all kinds of, I've read, it's 167 coup d'etats in Africa from 1955 to present. And so what happened was that, look, we didn't, and I'm going to say we as both of us, all right? The Black Americans and the Africans, we didn't build supply chains like the other groups did. And so we kind of went into our separate corners and failed separately, right? But what we're learning now is that if we work together and build, listen, Black communities now need a supply chain coming from the outside, because it's Black Americans made the mistake to think that the federal government was going to help build them, when the reality of it is the economy is built on us being the serfs, of being a failure class for capitalism. because then all of our money comes into our pockets and goes into their businesses, not to our businesses. That's what the country is built on.
And also I hope we don't stop there, because historically, if you look at their relationship with the Red Indians, it wasn't overnight before the Red Indian population was decimated as much as they did. They normally had agreements with the Red Indians, and there is a bit of an understanding, the status quo. Then they come and they take more. I think at least 5-6 times when they had an agreement with the Red Indians, they broke it and took more land and decimated their communities. So the way they operate is not necessarily, the first time they come, they wipe you out. So the reason why I'm saying that historically, this is not only in America, it happened in South America, it happened wherever they are. Maybe it's just the nature of power. If let's say they have control over you, and then they have you for quite a long time and you didn't break out of it, when they get stronger, they will keep taking more until there is nothing left. It's just the way it works. And let's not forget that, given the state of affairs, things look relatively benign right now. I wouldn't say anything good at all, but just benign. They are not coming at you every day. If the situation changes, they become stronger and they feel like they don't need you anymore. Because you from what you said, that you are a kind of permanent underclass. So what if they don't need a permanent underclass anymore?
The plan is to put us in jail. They've already laid that stuff out, man. The 13th Amendment allows for slavery if you are convicted of a felony. So their plan is we're surplus labor. They don't need us anymore because we're unskilled. So what their plan is to jail us and to steal the labor like they always have.
That stuff scares me, because on the continent too, I am not under any illusion that we have unlimited time to prepare, because I'm sure our forefathers thought so until we were colonized.
But my thing is that Black Americans, because of all of this other stuff with their situation of understanding that we're actually Africans, we're not Americans per se. I mean, we are Americans. We were born here, but our American citizenship is not constitutionally the same as what the Mzungus have. And so to get into the frame of assimilating back into what we actually are, as opposed to, and that's going to be a hard journey, because 300, 400 years apart, you don't speak any of the languages. Many of us have ad content of other races and other identities. It ain't an easy journey, but it's the only journey to really pull us back together as an economy. And the Africans too. It's like, look, that's why I pulled up the thing of Tyson and Francis working together. Does anybody doubt that Francis can be a champion with Mike Tyson in his corner? We can all be champions. We gotta use the skills of the people we have. Africa is the only continent that doesn't need any of the other continents. We have everything we need. We just have to use
it. For me, what we should be, for me anyway, the Tyson video indicates working together. But the working together area, we need to be working together on things that are strategic. Like when the Chinese, you said it yourself too, when the Chinese went through what they went through, when the Mao Zedong went to China, he wasn't beating about the bush. The first thing he asked them for was nuclear technology. That's the first thing. And the missile technology. And the scale of what he was asking for is equivalent to going for an African leader going to America right now and asking for the best weapon America has ever got. That's what he did. That's what he did.
And didn't I just see that I don't know how to pronounce the people from Niger and Burkina Faso, they're meeting with the North Koreans to get nuclear and other weapon technology.
Yes, but remember, nuclear technology is not in terms of for many countries, not like the ultimate. And at that time, the Soviet Union, they just were trying to test theirs the first time. That is like cutting bleeding edge technology. And this guy
but
went and asked them for it.
Isn't it true
yeah.
though? Isn't
I
it
saw the
true?
video of North Korea. They are beginning to work with Russia a bit more, and also Niger. So I'm not so sure what they've given Niger so far.
Isn't the biggest problem though power? That you know, and I'm not saying like power as in power over someone else. I'm saying like electrical power, like power generation throughout Africa is a big issue. So
How can you generate power when you can't protect it? Do you know Nigerians steal the oil inside transformers? Our security infrastructure is the problem. And it's almost deliberate, because you know what I always say: if you want to secure yourself, if you have $100 to secure, make it so that it takes $1,500 to steal that $100. You have to have the balance of the equation. But African countries is the other way around. We have 1,000 naira to protect, and we use 100 naira to protect it. So it takes 100 naira to steal it. So why you are encouraging people to come and steal? That's
well,
basically what you are doing. That's what African leaders are. African countries are.
I'm of the view that countries have less incentive to steal, at least the things that I've read, when there's more income inequality. And it doesn't mean that you have to have very rich people. It's just that most people have essentially the same. So, like example, Costa Rica. They discovered that Costa Rica, and I'm not advocating for this, but Costa Rica got rid of its military and used that money to raise the standard of living for the country generally. And generally they have a low crime, you know, very healthy economy because they're not a rich country, but basically everybody has the same things and they have their basic needs in terms of housing and food and water and so on accounted for. If you want to have a home, you can, you know. And so it's my view that the African issue, whether, you know, let's just deal with Nigeria, is a twofold problem of you have tremendous income inequality, and you also have a governmental structure that doesn't yield benefits equally for most of the people within the various regions of the country. Am I incorrect?
Oh yeah, you're very, very correct on that one. And income inequality, that has been in the bane of Nigeria and many African countries for a long time. And because the elites are considered, I don't know, they see themselves as extension of the European colonizers. And they literally do that. That's how they see themselves. They don't see themselves as a kind of connected to their people. So,
well, but that's how the system has to work. Listen, all of these countries are not big enough to occupy the countries that they dominate with their own people. What they have to do is to create a petty bourgeoisie that thinks and acts like them within the country of the indigenous people to run it the way that they would run it. You have to court that. But what I'm saying is if you do a build from the bottom and you actually show tangible equality benefits of, we didn't have a well, or we didn't have running water before, and now we have it. We didn't have lights and public streets and so on, and now we have it. We didn't have public space and public commons and, you know, investment for our kids. Now we have it. When you show those tangible benefits, then people buy in, and that's how you start to cut down on the theft and stuff. If people are getting their basic needs met and they are not in a dramatic inequality situation, they're less likely to steal. That's just the reality.
I agree with you. The more you know, the economy is doing okay, the chances are that the system will pick up. But what it tends to happen within the continent is that all our hard work, you know, what normally goes into growing the society and the economy, the resources get filtered to foreign countries. And so if it's filtered to the foreign countries, it's almost like a patient that is bleeding. You can't heal. You know, the reduction in inequality that is supposed to happen is not happening because some of these funds are leaking through the elites to foreign nations. They are not going to build properties and houses in let's say, for example, Nigeria, to give the bricklayers some more money, contractors, and no, it's ending up in European accounts where it feeds their own economy. Hence, no matter how we work, we seem never to move forward. and our people remain poorer for it. So even what you say, the example works. Yeah, it will be working fine, but the funds is disappearing. So sooner or later, nobody's going to be able to pay for the light, the power you generated, or the water. You are not going to be able to maintain the pipe-borne water you created. So it's very, very hard to isolate the system for it to survive such a kind of economy or environment that is always being bled of growth of its resources. Because for what I found anyway, for things that you do to succeed, you need the right ecosystem for it to work. Because somewhere along the line, not all of them fails. I'm not trying to exaggerate it here. There's a lot of businesses that survive in Nigeria. Banks survive, but not enough. Not enough. What you see right now is what you should expect based on the scale we are working at. Our leaders even refuse to secure their country when they know full well securing the country will raise the GDP by 10% or more. That is over 50 billion. You can spend 3 billion to secure the country, but they won't even do that. So it tells you that something is wrong with their thinking, or something is disrupting them. I can play you a video of our national security advisor telling us that he cannot secure the borders of the country. And yet this man has 200 million people at his disposal. But he said he cannot secure the country. It tells you something is wrong with their way of thinking. Something is preventing them from. How can you explain more than 40 African countries uniformly cannot secure their country? Not randomly, at least 2, 3, 4, 5 will do something great.
Well, I agree with you. I just think that you got to start from the bottom up. That politicians are not parade leaders. The parades is already started by the people, and the politicians run from the sideline to get in the front of the parade, not the other way around. And we tend to think that politicians are parade leaders, but they're not. They're following where the people are, wherever they are. And also, I don't think that the traditional, the Western injected form of democracy necessarily is the best leadership process for most African countries. And what I mean by that is this. First off, I've always said when I've come on this show and others that I think what has to happen is you have to have these regional economies that allow the ethnic groups within Africa to work together. So, like you just said, between Niger and Nigeria, the ethnic group is the same, but it's split across 2 or 3 countries. So what you need is to have regional trade so that the ethnic groups can be one thing, even though there are borders between them in terms of the economic build. And how you do that is through cooperation of sharing of resources. So like when the European Union was founded, it was based on the anchor of energy sharing between Germany and France. That was the core of it, because they did a study and all of the world wars, the 2 of them, started between a conflict between Germany and France. So then they made them interdependent on each other for energy so that they could not start a fight. And I would argue that this is a tactic that should be employed in Africa as well, that countries like Somalia and Ethiopia should be energy interdependent, and others. I don't want to go through all of these. You guys know this better than me.
The thing about Africa is that most countries don't fight each other. It's internally they fight each other. That's a problem.
But that's what I'm saying. They're fighting each other over ethnicity. And part of that conflict is because the borders of which they exist were built to function for the Europeans, not for themselves. And so what you have to do is to allow those ethnicities to reunify in a region rather than in a country. Do you see and that's through interdependence.
That is if the leaders intend. The leaders, their mind, Dr. Rekana said recently that is the mind. The problem with our people is the mind. And some of them deliberately, their mind, they don't want to do the right thing because they believe that they're doing the right thing by the people they serve. If they intended to fix the country will be transformed. It's not. Sometimes we have been conditioned to think that it's hard to transform a country. It's not hard. If you, and as a matter of fact, that should tell you something, that America, the UK, some of all these our countries, we are also going through a bit of a problem, because if you look at like how fast the North Koreans built their underground today, it took them 4 years to build an underground. Their population was about 10 million at that time, and their country was practically destroyed. And this underground train line that they built, it was 100 meters underground for the city. Till today, that thing still endures. But Nigeria, to build an overground train, it takes them about 12 to 13 years to build, and the performance is not anything close to what the North Koreans put together with such small population. When you see that kind of stuff, you begin to understand. Like Lee Kuan Yew, when he got into office, they said within 3 years he built more properties than the previous 32 years of government in that country. So it tells you that when people mean to do something, they can get it done. It's just that we have been stood down. I keep saying it. Our leaders have stood the continent down, not to develop. They said, you know what, our bosses say this is what you need to do, and that's what we are going to do. We are going to stand you down, and our resources will just be going to them, and we will make you so that you are strong enough not to die, but definitely weak enough never to develop properly. That seems to be the rule that they are following, because it's too consistent among 40 countries. I just find that astounding. You see what I mean? So, but we'll see anyway. With all this stuff that is going on, who knows? We might get lucky. Something unites us, even because I can tell even some of my Nigerian brothers. Because before, when I was telling them about security, like let's say when I talk about security, about 8 of them would be against my argument and 2 will support me. now when you go and talk to them, 6 is on my side. They were like, oh my God, you've been saying it. Because they're beginning to see, the French are beginning to reveal their hand. This thing, they don't know it. They are beginning to reveal their hand, and now you now realize that, oh, all those soldiers that are in the country, they are invading forces, you didn't know before. You can't invite foreign troops in your country, of a country that is far more powerful than you, and you don't consider that invasion. It's an invasion, slow motion. You just don't realize it, because power abhors vacuum, and they will always exert their power, which is what they are doing now. But that said, anyway, thank you all for coming in. We need to wrap it up, and man, this has been very educational. I wish we did it earlier on. Earlier on it was really dusty, man. Jesus Christ, it was really dusty. People fought like crazy. I wish Philip was here. I can almost set fire to the station, man. I don't know, man. This video is definitely going to be demonetized, I fear. That guy, if it's not demonetized, I don't think God is fair.
I hope not, man. They let a lot of stuff slide. So
do they?
The
guy was attacking Allah.
They usually email you right away too. I know normally, because when we were live streaming, playing videos and copyrights, they don't waste no time. It's like instantly, like 5-10 minutes. Yeah. So
I better start checking my emails. Checking my emails. Because this will not take prisoners, man. So thank you all for coming in, and we are going to have that discussion that you mentioned.
Sure.
I think that's an important conversation to have, because personally I've been feeling that a little bit, that it needs to be had, and I think it's a very serious conversation, because it goes on to affect the way the community sees things everywhere. So thank you for coming in. I really appreciate your patience. I don't know, man. You are very patient.
That comes with time, man. It's just
you're very patient. And Felipe, man, you shared a lot of information with us, and new information. Every day I'm learning now. I'm learning that pyramid stuff, man. That stuff, man. It reinforced what I already knew, but to see it so crystal like that, nothing has changed. Nothing. It's just,
all,
if anything, the Spanish one has gotten worse. They just knocked us down a peg or two. So we'll see how that goes anyway. I'm quite optimistic to an extent. because the window is open and we are in communication. It just needs one catalytic event. If the French are stupid enough to go, mark my words, things are going to change.
For sure.
Thank you all. Till next time, Philip.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Listen, man, it's delightful to talk to both of you guys. And all I was trying to put in there was that, look, we didn't come up with hating ourselves by ourselves, that laws were put in place to incentivize it. And that's what happens with a lot of things that happen in the African world, whether it's on the continent or in the diasporas, that we think we came up with this stuff. And, oh, man, you got brain wiped, and then they put this thing in your hand and said, you know, that this will actually work better for you. And and it's actually like some terrible toxic stuff. It's got poison on it.
Yeah, they did our head in, man.
Right. So that the key is to get the information and then to, you know, work on the positive. Right. We're unstoppable if we just stand shoulder to shoulder.
It's quite effective, you know. Whatever they are doing, that voodoo, man, is effective, because it took me just till around 4 years ago for my eyes to start opening. You know, that is serious voodoo. To keep a guy down for almost all his life, his eyes not open to what is happening to his community. Man, that is bad. That is really bad. Thank you all for coming in, and till next time, good night, everyone. Let me just shout out to the people in chat, you know, as a kind of thank you. Devastating for you. I see you on the chat too. Janzola, thank you for coming in. He's always there. Miss H Baby Daddy, thank you. That's just trolling now. What kind of name is that? H Baby Daddy. Thank you. Call me Brian, and he did donate too. Thank you for coming in. You know, I really appreciate that. Sese Gu Do Muntu. You know, you are just trying to troll us with this South African name, man. Can anybody pronounce that? Baby Rodriguez, thank you for coming in. JT, I see you there. Ados invented country, rock, hip hop, gospel, and more. Thank you for coming in. Do anybody know who this lady is? Is she actually white? I don't know.
Hard to tell,
Call me Brian. I see Call me Brian. Who else? Mike, Kezo, Wakanda, Water Angola, lower case black. I see you all there.
Yeah, that was a troll.
I have to say, this is arguably one of the most trolling comments I've ever seen.
You don't play around now.
She was back there hate watching.
Yes, now.
That's crazy.
They were not holding back today. They were not holding back.
She's talking about the bleaching. Good Lord.
Yeah. Oh no, man! It was ugly here. It was really ugly.
Oh my God, that's freaking terrible. And you know, this is the problem. Is that if I may just add this on as an addendum, is that we've got some of our people that just want to throw rocks, man, or throw a brick, and so any kind of you know discussion is then interrupted by the brick thrower. You know, and it really holds us back, because I listen, if she wanted to engage and talk about these things, then we could, but if you're just going to throw bricks, well, that's not going to help anybody.
This one is black-hearted man. Me and I've been on panels where people say incendiary things about Muhammad, and as some people have lost their lives because they said certain things, but I've never had anybody insult Allah. And this guy was insulting Allah today. I Can Fire. That guy, man, went over just over. I've never heard anything like that before. You know, going after God, the God, not just the prophet alone. Now, going after the God. Man, there are places he will say that he will not walk out of there. That was really hot. I had to step him down from that. Ogian, man, thank you very much. I think he donates quite a bit to the channel too. Bob Rodriguez, Black Heart Man, to all the people that I didn't mention, you know, I hope you don't even get to see the video up to 16 hours. But if you do, it wasn't an insult. I just couldn't read all of them. Super or adult supervision, Pan-African, the Pan-Africanists too. This guy is a nice guy. He always supports, the Pan-Africanist discussions. And yeah, it's all good. Till next time, do not do these things our leaders do.
3, why the choice of London? This is an indication of, for want of a better word, of a neo-colonial mentality. Any major meeting in Nigeria affecting Nigeria affairs, our leaders will jump into the aircraft and they are going to London. It's as if some people are genetically, umbilically tied